A devotee has returned to support the call of the dragon. Welcome back, faithful one.
Mitsubi Lopsi Sitsenti.
Dragon draws first blood.
Niin, haukkanaa paikalla taas. Oikeesti nyt meni Vaden ohitte noista First Bloodeissa. Rippistä Vadella. Mutta vielä on matkaa Marilla. Dopplerikin noita tuli vetämään aika paljon tossa. Siinä yhdessä kohtaa, kun vedettiin paljon niitä aamulivejä, mutta joo. Hello vaan kaikille. Tervetuloa katsomaan taas lähetystä. Hei Niispaa.
Sä oot Otus. Otus on täällä.
Mitäs Niispalle kuuluu?
Ai, welcome by the way.
Tällä kertaa on jopa snacksejakin toi mahdollisesti peleihin. Ja vielä se niinku omasta näkökannasta ehkä sekin, että mä haluaisin, tai just haluan nähdä. Mä en tiedä mikä takia toki toi G2 niin paljon kiinnostaa, mutta se kyllä kiinnostaa, kun ne aika mielenkiintoisesti pelailee. Otus kyllä. Niin illan viimeisimpänä on tuolla toi G2 peli. Sanders Vadenoob. Jep. Ja näin, tässä on illan pelit, eli se ensimmäisen lähtee tosta Furia Secret, sitten on Nippi Wildcardi. Aika mielenkiintoista, että tää menee tälleen päin, mutta ei kai sillä mitään väliä ole, että näin nekään. Ja lower bracket, eli jokaisella tiimillä tänään on putoamisvaara. Toki se laitettiin otsikkoon GQV. Ja mä vähän paransin on screen chattia, niin ehkä siitä pystyy lukemaan paremmin, mutta en nyt pistä vannoen. Mutta joo, hypätään kohta tohon, mä käyn vaan tarkistaa, että tuolta tuben puolellakin molemmat livet on päällä. Kyllä vain. Hyvä. Täällä on jo saatana map-vetot ja kaikki meneillään. Holy shit. Pitää kokeilla, jos mä kerran vielä reloadaan ton, niin mä saisin ton Ghost Dream buttonin toimimaan. Se on vähän mielenkiintoinen, että niinku Twitchin kanssa, että miten se toimii. Ei se lataa sitä, okei. Okay. Vai onkohan se, että tänään se ei oo päällä? Koska siitä ei mainittu tuolla mitään, ja siinä ei näy ketään muutakaan. Mä itse asiassa haluun nyt vittu mä haluan käydä tarkistaa, että onks mulla lupaa toi tänään go-streamaan näitä. Toisaalta mulla on toi clean feedi annettu ja kaikki, niin mä voisin olettaa. Pahoittelen, että tässä menee nyt hetki, koska ois se vähän vitun nolo, jos tässä vaiheessa huomaa, että niin joo, sulla ei oo vittu oikeuksia. You don't have rights. Siis clean feedi on annettukin. Eli mä olettaisin näin. Mä nyt käyn kattoo, että oliks tää vaan Ghost Streamer, tää on bla 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 bla. Ei tässä sanota mitään, että se olisi vaan toi bullshit, okei. Okay. So I take this as a yes. Se kamera kanssa. Tai pystyy kyllä aika vitun sik. Mitäs Niispalle kuuluu muuta kuin että Sugar Daddy osti videopelin sulle? Käs takeekin kyllä näyttää ihan vitun siltä. Pontuksen official. Tervetuloa tänne Lohikirman luolla, mitä kuuluu. Mitä kuuluu ihan jees. Täällä näin. Kissa chillaa sohvalla ja päästään katsomaan ammattisjääkiä, niin aivan vitun mahtavaa menee.
Welcome to the deep end. The remaining teams here battled the elements to be here. Every win, a breath of air. Every loss, a pull beneath the surface. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rainbow Six Major here in Munich, where champions rise and challengers sink. Big shout out to the fans that are already filling our arena here in Munich. Welcome, it's a pleasure to have you here. And it is time now to be joined by our first two contenders. Please welcome onto the stage, Furia. Furia opened this major with a rough start. They then flipped the switch to force themselves into the playoffs with the most recent tournament trophy already on their shelf. Now, it's about proving they can reload and go again. We know that they love to go big when it comes to huge occasions like this. But it's time now to welcome their opponents. It's Secret!
Wow. Jotenkin ois voinut jotenkin olettaa, että tää niinku tuntuu semmoiselta, että ne jää seisot tohon pöytiin eteen hetki.
A demanding open phase, showing flashes of the championship form that
on kyllä vähän sellainen toivoa, että mahdollisesti niin ne jää seisot tohon keskelle hetki. Ennen kuin ne menee sinne. Se olisi jotenkin kovempi nähdä semmonen niin pieni face-off, silleen tiimit seisoo vastakkain hetkellisesti. Siinä tyylikättelyt ja sitten jatketaan. Niin jotenkin se on täsille, se on kiitos 9 kuukaudesta tilauksen. Ollaan niinku... On se joka... 10 kuukauden
This is your home country. You are the only German player left here in this tournament. What does it mean to play in front of your fans here?
Obviously means a lot to me, so I hope we have a good game.
I love that, and they love you as well. Felipox, I've got to ask, you got off to a rough start in this tournament, but then you found your form. 3 wins on the bounce, what changed?
I mean, everything changed. After the BO1s, we started to play like we really play, and now we're back in form, we're confident, and we're getting the win.
All right, listen, I'm going to give you both an opportunity to say some final words to one another before we get into this crucial matchup. Anything for Felipox?
Not really, to be honest.
You're too kind.
Tää vittu liini tohon näin
Felipox, anything for him?
Joo, ei mulla mitään.
Let's play a good match.
All right, good showmanship, good sportsmanship. They shake hands and they go and take their position because the Rainbow Six Major here in Munich begins right now. Riding the momentum of winning the Esports World Cup, Team Secret arrive as one of the strongest forces in the lower bracket. Our SAL champions are international siege for years, but every hero meets a fall. Now, in the lower bracket, the next chapter of their legacy hangs in the balance here in Munich.
I think they'll be late to the stage because Hirsch will be stuck watching himself in the mirror.
I'm gonna be the next reason Noah cries on stage.
It's a matchup worthy of a grand final. 2 titans collide, and one major favorite will be sent home early.
Guten Morgen, Munich, and welcome to the Major It's time to kick things off, Pengu.
Exciting, right?
Miksi Pengulla on yli nappi kiinni, mut silleen krakaa? Älä laita.
Surprisingly humble and surprisingly staple situation for
Don't do
Felipox
this.
on Furia, of course. They've been around the block. They have won
Muuten
the
vitu
trophy
clean.
4 times. They played more grand finals than that, and here they are in the opening game of the
Tyylimuka.
Munich Major. But they're taking on the most recent
Se on
team
just,
to
et
win
ihan
an
ylintä nappia
international
sä et laita
championship.
kiinni.
Secret upset
Ellei sulla ole
everybody
just
at EWC.
solmioa
But Furia, they look
tai
like they
rusettia.
might just be back into their previous form when they created that legend, that legacy back in Sao Paulo a year and a half ago.
That's exactly it. I think when it comes to Secret,
toiseksi
the fact
yliin,
they've been
jota
at grand finals
kutsutaan
before
nimellä
and won, it means the pressure
that
they can handle
ylinappia
a bit better.
on
But that was
auki.
against G2,
Koska
a
se on
unit
just
from
se
Monster with
niinku...
Stumpen. This is the World
Siinä on
Championship
ne kaksi
team,
niinku aina
the team
syttyvää
that beats
nappia, niin
everybody
se ihan
else
ylinen.
in Furia.
Nyt Twitterin kiukkuusta postasta.
Very different beats going up against the Panthers here. Furia, of course, they were champions in Rio
Screenshotti
just
siitä,
6
oh my
months
god,
ago,
how
and they've made
you
playoffs
dare
in
you
every
to have
single
this
event
type of
since their
tyylimuka
first ever
in
event way
in
back in
the
2022. These guys
major
have been staple
stage.
royalty in Siege
Oh
for
my
the
god.
longest time, and while they did start slow, quite embarrassing, let's be real. 2 BO1 losses at the start of this tournament. They have bounced back, and they have won 6 of their last 7 maps of Siege.
They thrive when the pressure is on, and when you get to the live stage with a crowd, that's when the pressure is at its highest. Now, when you get into the server, the most important thing that I love to say is getting that very first kill. Because we have seen multiple players in the server today here not able to find their groove, you know? Mowgli, -26, not being the entry. The entirety of
Tää kyllä ihan
besides
kiva on
Felipox
tää.
also falling
Mä tiedän,
short
tää
early
jotenkin
on.
omaa pään.
Tuntuu
vähän jännältä katsoa tota.
And these Brazilian
Tää on
team
niinku
Furia,
smooth,
they
mutta
are
äsken se
known to have
tuntuu
some of the
tosi
best
semmoiselta
fraggers
niinku
in the world.
shakeiltä.
You've got, of course, Hurt and
Kameramies
KZ.
vähän jännitti.
They are the 2 best entries in the game, but not at this tournament. No, not at all.
Not at all.
Even Felipox has shown them up, and of course on the Team Secret side, it's Jum who has been the hero, one of the best players in the stage, and as he steps up to the stage at the Major, Team Secret have their work cut out for them. Only 8 months have they been a core
To be
5,
honest,
and now this
en oo
home
yllättynyt
roster must
tästä
take
tosiaan
on the
predictionista.
Brazilian behemoth of Furia.
To be honest, en oo yhtään.
As we dive into the first match on the main stage of the Munich Major, it is the local heroes versus the Kings of Brazil, champion on champion, and it is sink or swim on Chalet.
Both teams going into the map video, doing a bit of a handshake.
Furia
so, you
pikki
know, you
shaletti.
can get one of your favorite maps if we
Secret
get
Punk
ours.
ja Designerin
Chalet
Clubhouse.
into Bank into Clubhouse. An exciting BO3 with maps that vary in how they're played strategically and mechanically. And going Chalet first means that the tempo, the momentum is going to be going off from the very beginning.
Minä lähden clean, mutta jos se tulee koko pelin ajan, niin se on... ei.
They shaped how every single team tends to play Chalet now in the current modern version of the game. No one, almost no one, can beat them on Chalet.
That's right, this is Furia's map through and through. The only time they've played it so far at the tournament, they 7-1 destroyed the Aussies on Enterprise. Team Secret yet to take us to this battleground thus far. They must step it up now. Even the last match that Secret played, where they were off to a flying start against G2, they won the first map handily. They then got swept and lost in straight sets, 7-2, 7-1. The pressure is on for the Europeans.
So what's Secret's game plan? I think looking at how Furia they've been playing so far this event, you cannot give them any kind of easy openings. Secret, in my mind, they don't have to play perfect. They just have to be stable. They can't give Fury a way back into those rounds that they should be locking out. We're talking the 2v1s, the 3v2s. Secret need an early man advantage and just holding on to that lead. Because Furia, you give them just a tiny bit of map control for free and they will instantly take it.
And that's the thing, Furia have really built up this confidence over their last couple of games. A couple of play days in, Hertz, who's one of the best fraggers in the game, he had the second worst opening kill rating of any player at the tournament. And then he flipped a switch. He has been hungry. He rocks up today in this very dark stadium wearing his Dolce & Gabbana sunglasses. And he is hungry.
He's locked in
to kick things off very strongly for Furia.
First nade goes off from Hertz, Twitch drone follows as well, just clearing a bit of utility, but what we see is a blitz waiting for the right moment to strike, jump in that bar window perhaps and go for early aggressive play, but there is Doom, the one player to represent Germany here in Munich, looking to get aggressive, looking to shut down the advantage of Furia, but look at the counterplay. They see the Ela, they clear those mines to enable Nate to jump in with Blitz.
And this is classic, but Savage comes in to support. Doom is being hunted down, but Team Secret team up together as the Portuguese man and captain of Secret finds a massive 3K to kick things off for the Europeans.
A beautiful bait. Doom said, look at me, I'm over here, guys. I'm all alone. Those Crispot mines from Ela, they've been destroyed, right? You can jump in safely. JK, Savage, perfect timing, walks in and shots everybody down for Furia. Hertz and Library on a bit of fire as well. You can see right now, Secret not giving up anything for free. They keep fighting back.
Secret are playing Furia's own game against them with this aggressive hold, the line of sight, and Noah will swing the advantage. Hertz misses his opportunity. Could it be a flawless beginning for Team Secret?
4K.
4K for the captain. What a way to kick off the
Kova aloitus
series.
Secretilta.
Yep. It's dangerous to give Furia map control. It's scary to give Secret early confidence in a BO3. They thrive off that momentum. And if you're Doom in that very opening round and you're roaming with the Ela, if you die and get run over by the Blitz, you're thinking, I can't play aggressive, I can't take that risk, I'm dying early. The fact that they turn what should have been Doom dying with no trade into 3 kills for Savage, that changes everything in that first round.
Yeah, perfect micro play and teamwork. Secret are back in sync. And Savage, who is the player we don't usually point out on Team Secret. He is, like we've said, he's the in-game leader. He's the captain. He's not your Mowgli or your Doom or even your Noah, who are known to be a bit more of a fragging operator, fragging player. Mowgli actually a player that you mentioned. He was instrumental to their championship on EWC. He's been quite absent at this tournament so far.
Minus 26 in the kill department, minus 4 on the entry, and he's the spearhead. Sure, you could be negative in entry stats if somebody's trading you and following through, but I also just have to wonder here, will Mowgli lack the confidence to make those hero plays when he's had a tough tournament? Because when he doesn't care about the outcome and just says, you know what, I'm gonna drop down that hatch, I'm gonna make that play, that's when Mowgli is the scariest version of himself, and I don't know if we're gonna see it right now because it's been missing.
It's been Doom who's been the best player in Rainbow Six, or third best player in Rainbow Six statistically over the last 3 months during the stage. He hasn't quite performed to his 120 plus EPS at this tournament so far. He's still good, but Savage, there you go, he's going to be punished very early. Good opening kill for Hertz. It's Savage who's been great for Secret. He's actually got the most multi-kills of the tournament so far. 8 3Ks, 2 4Ks, and another one added to the tally from last round. We'll have to step up it again with Furia finding the opening pick.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility as well. The glass and the blitz, looking to get cheeky with it. And I love the usage here from JV on the Twitch drones, just helping clear these things forward, destroying the Fenrir mines, the magnets, allowing Blitz to jump on in.
Hello.
1v1 should be free.
Hello and goodbye, says Hertz and Philippox and KZ, all of them together. Working on disrupting this setup from Secret. It's a wonder for Furia, and now just Mowgli and Adrian. It will stand in their way. More than half the round remains. And Mowgli is completely obliterated. Great spray through the smoke from JV. Good luck, Adrian. He'll find a double. Makes it 3 on the round. This is very winnable. But KZ from the
Tässä on muuten
side.
ace-glutchi
No lack of
jos olisi
confidence for
saanut
him
luotettua
and
tohon,
for
mutta ei
Furia.
valitettavasti
Swiftly
saanut.
bouncing back.
Kovaa
So
yritystä
close,
kuitenkin.
and again, it comes down to the opening kill. Doom going down early means that the link was kind of broken there from the side of Secret. They're playing the 2 people by the bomb side, 2 people up above in the roam, and then Doom in the middle. When the link gets broken, it means you can't help each other either get escorted back towards the side safely, or you can't have enough bodies to re-aggress up above. I love how Fury are bringing these kind of unfair 1v1 operators, right? The Blitz and the Glass. If there's a smoke grenade, Glass will win every fight. If Blitz gets up close to you for a flashbang, also wins that fight. It means Secret have to rely on teamwork and getting that crossfire established, but when somebody dies early,
Katsellaan varmaan tää ensimmäinen peli tässä näin. Sen jälkeen mun pakko varmaan käydä hakemaan vähän ruokaa.
This is how it kicked off for KZ. It's nice to see him back and firing because we've actually casted most of the games that Furia have played at this tournament so far. And sadly for them, that means that we've seen a lot of pretty poor siege out of Furia. Very strange to see a player like KZ struggling. It's great to see he's just come back onto it. Big opening 2K. A lot more conviction, which is what you need, especially on a map like Chalet. I think this is kind of a dream scenario for Furia. I know Alfama on the desk said that he thinks this veto may be Secret favored, but there's no denying that Furia are pretty much kingly on Chalet and kick things off on this map. On the attacking side, it's the perfect antidote for their slow start at the major.
Yeah, I think Chalet's gonna
Siinä oli
look
drone
at
edessä.
this. The aggression again, Casey on the demo, sees the clash, Nate comes out.
Vähän pitkälle meni toi
early
naatti
in the action. What I want to see here is Secret assisting Doom, either helping him get back to his side if need be, or helping him stay alive on the aggressive swings. It's Noah in that piano hall, trying to lock down the player here, first to the library. Noah has to peel away, can't win that gunfight. Doom has scored him back with the shield.
Yeah, very nicely played there. Jim can now place down the shield if he wants to. Oh, Twitch drone incoming. He might be able to shoot that if he places it down. As continually, Furia are scouting ahead with these Twitch drones. I like the way that they're playing this. They're
100%.
checking before they're walking straight into traps like the Dread Mines from Savage.
There's going to be a layered strat from Secret. Start aggressive in library, fall back towards piano, fall back towards master bedroom. The bomb site is downstairs in kitchen and dining. They don't have to find top floor unless they want to. And with June being quite low on health here on the clash, they might be forced back a little bit earlier than they would like.
Here we go from Grim. Now that will not put a stop to June, but he's already low HP. So if you're able to get up nice, close and personal, knock the shield back, one shot in the leg will finish off the clash.
Or a nade. There is one remaining from Nade on the Blackbeard.
Ironic.
Could toss it on out, but he's in the wrong location right now, top of fireplace stairs. This means Furia for now have to again drone and figure out, okay, is it a trap? Are they actually waiting for us? Can we push on in? What's gonna stop us? And all they really see is gonna be the clash. And now the player also inside of office with a nice pre-placed drone. They can maybe lock down Adrian by that half wall.
He still has a nitro cell, and he's still protected by that half wall. I think Herd's going to try and sneak on inside, but that's not going to be possible when Doom is there feeding information. But as you say, Adrian gets a little bit too antsy and over peaks and falls. It seems like Noah's going to do exactly the same on thing. Doom pushing that shield down in place, gives him a chance to frag out, but he will also fall to the wayside of Furia. It's an explosive attack for the Brazilians as they dominate the top floor and put their attention down onto the side. It'll need to be another multi-kill for Savage, not to happen.
Lähti hyvin Secretiltä liikenteeseen, mutta ei sit ollut ihan tarpeeksi. Koska on kiva nähdä tommonen niinku lattiassa.
Goes down the drain with that. It was Doom giving up piano control, walking in to help Adrian in office. That means they can just walk in piano for free, take those kills and flame Doom later on. Adrian dies, Mowgli got injured, forcing everybody back towards the side. I think Secret, again, you need to understand where they need to hold on. You always want piano control because there's only one double door and the window jump, and that's all they got to work with. And Secret an early tactical timeout.
No se onko se Secretiltä Arre? Tämähän on Furian timeout. Siis mielenkiintoista toi... Yksi mikä tähän voisi olla Stagen parannus, niin screenit tohon niinku pelaajien eteen. Ja niinku taakse. Et jos siitä näkyy niinku... Silloin se olisi ihan vitun niin. Koska mä muistan, että Ubi on tehnyt niin aikaisemmin, mutta mä en muista, että missä kohtaa se on ollut. Tainnut olla tyyli Invitational.
Nice chance to see and hear some insight from the teams.
Secret taitaa itse asiassa olla tällä hetkellä 2-1 häviöllä tässä Chaletissa. Vuodesta vuoden.
And Team Secret are the ones that need to get back on their 1-2 deficit, and Furia look like they've really found their footing. That was a very dominant outcome last round.
Well, it was, mind you, it's Team Secret that actually called the tag time up. We listen into Furia's side instead, and if we're lucky, we'll get some translations in a minute here or so. And it makes a lot of sense over Secret, right? You want to pull the brakes from the very first round, very dominant off the kills, off the teamwork, but since then, it's been Furia in full control. So right now for Secret, it's about getting back to that drawing board and figure out, guys, what are the small errors that are making the server, and how can we fix those gaps? And I know it's only 3 rounds in, starting the 4th, but Mowgli has been invisible so far. He's either injured on the ground, you know, trying to get away from a fight, or he's running into a fight looking in the wrong direction. He's still missing for Secret.
Like we said, he was one of the core ingredients for their success in Riyadh. Team Secret
uudet vikat bännitseltä, niin otetaan saman tien Clash ja sit toi Grimi pois. Nää Latamin tiimit kyllä käyttää Grimiä tosi aggressiivisesti, joka on kyllä niinku... Tämä on aika hieno nähdä. Ei tullut streamista ilmoitusta jostain syystä.
Grim is just fantastic for everything, especially when you just want to clear and push, right?
Yeah, I'm fully with you, but you're leaving open the Blackbeard, the Blitz, the Demo, so it's kind of do a similar thing. They get constant pressure, constant information, and they have those frag grenades as well.
Yeah, that Blackbeard is, in particular, a difficult one to counter, especially once the Clash is gone. I think that was the main way they were countering the Blackbeard in the past.
So now it's either more aggression, getting active
on
the feet here from Secret and holding on. There he is. C4 goes out onto Hertz. Here's the Zero. Tons of intel from inside of Furia, now gone in the grave. Doubling up the timing. Oh my god!
There we go.
He looked away for just 1 second.
And this is the danger of the Deimos, of course. That reveal
se
actually tracks both the Deimos himself. He reveals his own position of the defense. Secret utilized that. One team out calling to the other, hey, he knows I'm here. I'm gonna bait him. You go for the swing.
This is the exact kind of round that Secret cannot afford to lose. They're 5v3, the hard part is done. You need to now find a friend, a duo. Say, you know what, you and me, we play together. For example, Jum and Noah, they're holding Library. Savage is in the middle, and Adrian remotely by the side. They have that full link. No one can break it though. You need to make sure that if somebody dies, you trade them. You need to keep this advantage.
Miettinyt vähän, että pitäis varmaan tehdä tosta vähän pienempi. Et se vetää koko ruudun, se on vähän
First kill found for Furia to bring this round back to the realm of possibility. As Jum, the next line of defense, holds that crossfire, but he is being swung from 3 blocks. This is how things fall apart for Secret. Pox finds another. He continues the unbelievable.
Lähti ihan hyvin liikenteeseen, mutta nyt on 1-3 tilanteessa saittikaan hallissa. Fyria vaan kävelee päälle.
From the 3v5 to the 3v0, the Brazilians dominate.
A round which was won and then lost by Secret. It comes down to, again, that chain was broken. The first player dies purely to a grenade, forced into a bad location. Doom forced to stick around top blue stairs. No, I can't trade him. So they fall alone. Despite a 2-man advantage, they make nothing out of it. Shelly, an open map, it's dangerous, sure, but you need to make sure that you communicate that ahead of time. Guys, are we sticking around on the offense? Do we fall back by the bomb site and play defense? You can play both sides, and Secret, they want to live in that middle line. And right now that middle, it's too risky up against Furia.
I hate to jump to conclusions, but already 4 rounds deep into this game, we can see how this is panning out. There's no secrets here. Furia are looking unreal on Chalet. Even when Secret do everything right at the start of the round, Furia come back. I mean, Pox is just nuts. It's crazy to think this guy is a support player coming through with a big 3K like that. He knows when to step up when his teammates, who are usually on the front line, go down. And that's some of the magic that this Furia roster have.
He's being a captain, he's being a leader. For some teams, that means a motivational speech, right? We all can remember Fabian back in the day, you know, he wouldn't always drop 20 kills, for example. He would have the right words for his team to, you know, encourage them, to motivate them. Philippox, I mean, I'm sure he has good words, but in the server, he's saying, if you're not going to entry, I will.
He leads from the front.
He does.
To Savage's credit on Secret, he's also done a lot of that recently. A lot of big rounds, like we were saying earlier. 4K at the start of this game. We're just getting the admins to get the game back on again, as we find ourselves in a little technical pause. Of course, no strategy can be talked during a technical pause. The teams have to sit here with their own emotions. For Furia, it's another day at the office. For Secret, the frustration got to be creeping in a little bit.
So I want to give some praise to the crowd. It's early here on Friday, and yet there are so many of you guys here. Thank you so much. You guys have been incredible. This is Doom's family, by the way, on the screen right there, supporting their boy.
He needs that support right now. I mean, it's been a long time since we had a Rainbow Six event here in Germany. Last time around, we had actually a German champion with Krein, of course.
True.
Could it be the same story again? Doom with the home crown advantage. We've had a few family members coming. I heard some of the broadcast teams got their families here. I think Anne
should be a good bit, yeah, for sure.
Love that.
But it does add that little bit more pressure, right?
Oh, no
Whether
doubt.
you're working on broadcast, you want to say the right things, whether you're a player in the server wanting to, of course, do the right things as well. There they are. Thank you guys as well, always with family support. I gotta say, as a former player myself, it means the world to have your family show up. Esports is still pretty new, and when you wanna, drop out of school or maybe not work that job and pursue this degree instead, in esports, it's a risky one, and you're pretty much on your own.
There are plenty of esports players out there who have decided for themselves that this is what they were meant to do.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not always easy to back that in. If you're a concerned family member thinking, well, how do I know that my child is going to have a successful career? Are they dropping out of uni, like you said? Are they dropping out of school? It's great to see that support, that belief. And look, I think Joom has really proven it, right? He's been a champion before. He's been a rising star.
Yeah, for a long time as well.
Very long time.
Delta Project, way back when he first turned 18, had some Tier 2, Tier 3 experience.
And then on to Heroic, where he had
Tier
his
1.
first international appearances, and then that team didn't quite pan out how he wanted. Team Secret, as a team, has been around for a very long time. This current roster iteration is actually only 8 months old. He's been on it for quite some time. Mowgli and Noah, the newest additions to the team. And finally, I think Secret have found that winning formula. And really the missing ingredient was, guys, let's stop trying to play like everyone else. Let's play our own game. Let's play aggressive.
But it's hard, because when you have these mixture of players in a roster, you're going to have a different
Näin
thing
mä oon kuullut
about
vähän,
how
että
it's going to
droppailen.
go.
Ite on vähän puolueetun sen suhteen, en oikein välitä. Kyllä mä varmaan sitä, jos joku kaveri sitä striimailee, niin kun katsomaan, mutta ei sinällään. Ja huhujen mukaan se on myös tulossa Steamiin kanssa. Joko on uudelleen ostettu Steamista. Siellä on Adrianilla.
Adrian's PC back and working again.
Hello, Adrian.
Se on aina vähän huonoa tämmöisessä tilanteessa, kun tulee tech-ongelmiin. Ei sillä voi mitään, mutta onhan se vittuun harmi.
Something to do with that mouse. Is it in ears or is it
they're messing with the little audio box as well. I'm not sure exactly, but it sucks to be in this position because you get in your chair, you get comfortable, you get locked in, you're so focused, and then now you're being taken out of it. Now, for the other players that are not in the tech pause, directly with the admins, they can still sit there, just look at the monitor, and just stay in it. But for Adrian, he's getting questions. What's the issue? What's happened? Did you try this?
Onko Niispa ihan innoissaan menossa pelaamaan?
It can definitely take you out of it.
Yeah, tech pauses can be frustrating as an esports player.
Se on jo Steamissa, mutta vaikka sulla on tarkemmin, niin sitä voi... Niin, sitä mä kysyin, että haluatko nää, tai onko jo uudelleen ostettuna Steamista. Mä tiedän, että sulla on se, koska mä olen nähnyt, että sä oot pelannut sitä. Samoin, että mullakin on siege Ubiconnectissa, mut silti mun pitäisi ostaa se uudelleen Steamissa, jos mä halusin sen Steamiin. Mä oon välillä miettinyt sitä, että pois vaan se LOL XD, mut sit taas...
Gotta stay dry. When you start to lose, when you're falling behind, if you're a fan in the arena, you see it on the floor right now, there's going to be more and more water behind the team that's trailing in numbers because they are about to drown.
Ihan ymmärrettävää.
They're waiting in the shallows at the moment, but we're about to get back into it.
Jos on ollut jossain alennuksessa, niin toi...
is about to begin. It's fist bumps time for Furia,
and
it's lock in for Secret, who are trailing behind. 3-1 is the score in favor of the Brazilians. On the first map of this series, Furia picked it, and they've looked very convincing so far. And there are the beautiful gumboots, great for waiting.
Isoin ongelma. What are those? Mutta isoin ongelma siinä on just, että mä juoksen tuolla siekessä niinku matsilassa, mä painan paljon niinku tabia siinä samalla. Niin se avaisi mulle sen Steam overlayn.
But if they go down on the 1-5 territory, come the side swap, I'm not sure they'll have the confidence to pull through on the attacks because on Shelley,
niin päästään takas Shale. Tuossa mä kuulin vähän huhua, että pohjoisemmassa Suomeen on toi lunta tullut. Täälläkin oli hurteinen kattoja näkyy tosta parvekkeelta. Ja käytiin kaupassa, niin oli semmonen rapsakka 1 aste lämmintä.
And Furia really got shut out mentally in their last BO3.
Kyllä, että mulla oli lökkärit ja kuppari päällä. Mä kävin vasta nopea jotain.
7-2, 7-1. Utterly destroyed. And you could see in that match, Secret were completely defeated in the mental game. So they can't allow that avalanche to start here on Chalet.
Spawn peek from Doom, again looking to get that opening pick. Keeping up that aggression and confidence, and he's actually gonna quote-unquote overstay that. I mean, it's almost been 30 seconds, and he's still peeking the window till this very moment. And that just goes to show how much faith he has in that angle. But here comes
mulla ei näy edes
once
tuolla,
more.
ois tullut mitään viestiä.
Noah is just around the corner as June falls back.
Mulla vaan näkyy, että se ribotti
Noah's also gonna retreat, doesn't want to take any 1v1s. Down kitchen bomb site for Team Secret. If I'm not wrong, that's where they just got destroyed just a couple of rounds ago.
No siis.
I think that was a near flawless round for Furia as well. So
mut joo, Jämsille paranemisia ei tule, tai sitten tuot kipeänä, niin paranemisia. Jos Secret voittaa yhden kierroksen, niin all in, all is good. Se on yksi puolustus, se pitäisi olla puolustuksesta se 4 voittoa ja hyökkäyksestä 2, niin sit se olisi toivottu outcome.
And it's why they keep looking for these kills. Right now, most of Furia on the library side, pushing from one end to the other, and then it's down to Secret when they want to strike and lash out.
Wow, that's very risky from Herds. He doesn't care. He walks straight into library, despite the fact that Noah could have peeked him at any moment. Noah spotted briefly by Herds.
They rotate over. Mo cleaves for the assistance. Noah upstairs. Savage below gets an opening kill. Now 5v4.
Exactly what we need. Secret to play in unison, work together. June joins the fray as well. Noah doesn't want to overpeak this. Finally, Felipox gives him a gunfight, and he handily takes it. Herds and Nade now need to 2 versus 5.
No se on kyllä joo, niinku pitää paikkansa siihen suhteen. Silti tietenkin Secretille se on niinku just, että aina haluu sen niinku overall sanotaan aina, että se on se niinku peliä, mitä halutaan omalta puolelta. Et se on fair hävitä 2. Tietenkin, of course, Furia haluaa sen 4, tai mahdollisesti vielä tästä näin se 5 roundin voittoa.
We saw what happened last time, right? 30 seconds, he doesn't have the fuser just yet. The bomb site's in kitchen dining, so they've all peeled on back. They're playing top of verticality to have the solos for plant denial and just Doom on the bomb site itself.
Miten into nyt lähtee, toi Tarkovin
it's gonna be Hertz, have to do it all. They even have a BP on the side. They can watch every move that he makes.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
Onko silleen, että niinku, no kai mä voin mennä pelaamaan, että nyt mulle ostettiin tai vai olen silleen, jes, kiitos Allu, kiitos Sugar Daddy.
It's been a rough round for Furia thanks to Team Secret. Firing up, getting energized on that defensive side.
Siinä taas vähän kilistää.
Hertz is not brave enough to set foot
Kilistä
inside.
metalliin.
And Team Secret are back in action.
Really want to praise Secret in that round. There was just Noah being left by the library area by himself, and then the rest of Secret kind of going downstairs and bar and kitchen and being worried about a spot.
Toi on hyvä asenne, siis niinku ihan legit, niinku toi on hyvä asenne. Niinku mihin tahansa videopeliin sillä, että no mä tain sen ilmatteeksi, no nää kattoo mitä tää on ja nää tykittää. Ei oo mitään ennakkoluuloja.
Exactly what we needed from Team Secret.
See it here. That's the first pick, and then up above at the same time, they all push towards Noah.
I didn't realize JV just sprinted in without information. That shows a little bit of desperation. Furia taking a few risks.
Mites Vade muuten?
I like the way that they're countering this Blackbeard as well. Team Secret
mulla meni 1 predictioni oikein, vai 2 predictionia meni oikein toissa päivänä.
Making it possible for the Blackbeard to march on forward. No, they always have 2 angles onto that shield player, so Nade doesn't know where to look. 1 round left in the half, Nick.
Yeah.
5 seconds left before
But they got that second defense. Now, you know,
on huvittava vitsailu tossa. Vähän voisin periaatteessa tappaa tonne ylänäytölle pelkästään OBS:ään kuvaamaan tätä lähetystä ja sit vaan toi kattoo Netflixiä tosta päänäytellä. Esim. Varsinkin taisi olla vaan se legit vaan niinku... Siinä oli vaan omat sponsorinsa ja tälleen, sillä ei olisi facecamia siinä. Kävin jossain kohtaa nopea kattaa, ei se sitä puhusta. Tuntuu, että se on kyllä ollut sillä, että se on ollut striimi päällä, että eli kaveri on ollut nukkumassa. Toisaalta, jos mulla olisi nyt esim. Joku Subaton veneellä tai vastaavaa, niin toi... Ja ei ois Euroopassa, niin totta helvetissä, kun mulla on lupa annettu tähän, niin totta helvetissä mä laittaisin nää pyörimään. I wish you luck. Eiköhän Niispa lähde toi just Vapan ja Allun kanssa pelaa Tarkovia. Uskon, että hänellä on kavereita siinä. Joo, just niin. Ei sen yksin tarvii lähteä opettelemaan, se on hyvä. Miten Tarkovissa toimii? Onko siinä niin kuin squadi vai onko se vaan silleen, että voit mennä jollain vaikka 10 hengen flössillä perseelle sinne vai onko se silleen, että sulla on tietty määrä slotteja?
So the roam clear should be free here for Furia, but time is of the essence, and they already lost one player, and JV low on health. And this mirror window in dining at overseas fireplace.
No siitä niin, teillä olisi nyt Ahollinen Allu... Allu Niispa... Vapa. Jääms.
But the rest of the team could get back to side very quickly. Mowgli on the verge of dropping down this hatch back onto the objective. Doom is also just a hair's breadth away from dashing back into
joutuu vähän imuttelee, että
Mowgli looking for the fight, and JV goes down, but not finished off. Nade trades, and the C4 will miss as well. Doesn't even get the confirmation onto JV. It's falling apart for Secrets. Furia spring into action. They find
ei sitä tiedä, mitä siellä mökillä on tapahtunut. Kaikki on ollut unessa. Arvoin pelaa niin isosti paremmin, että nyt tulisi tätä perna. Pelaa sitä peliä kuinkin paljon. Humori on. 20 sekkaa, 3 vastaan 2 tilanne. Periaatteessa aika on tuolla Secretin puolella, mutta manpower on kyllä tuolla Turiolla. Toisella on kyllä demari, että se on aika deadly noille kahdelle, että yhdet riittää perseeseen. No Adrian putoo siinä jo. Ja ei jos C4, niin ei saa otettua hättistä saa pidettyä. En mä tiedä, to be honest. Vaikka niinku sä putoisit silleen heti ensimmäisestä niinku omasta mielestä. Kela, kun sä olet päivän ja koko turnauksen periaatteessa ensimmäinen tiimi stakella pelaamassa ja sä putoot. Vittu, kyllä mua ainakin ottaisi lommoa se. Niinku ego ottais kyllä lommoa siinä. Niinku enemmän kuin se, että ylipäätään hävii. Se, että hävit. Okei, no joo, jos sä hävit Furialle, niin se ei oo niinku ehkä niin paha. Eiks ne on ne viime World Championit kuitenkin. Mut silti. Toisaalta tämä on vasta ensimmäinen kartta. Vasta nyt vaihdettiin puolet. Ne pääsi siihen 4-2 kuitenkin. On hyökkäys lähtee menellä. Hän on ihan varma, miten tää nimi menee. Onko se Ikle vai Ikle?
Are you going to be banning out a warden or something that is going to counter your games?
Syndicate meidän uusin kultis. Tervetuloa.
Secret has to get this right in the second half because they could not confirm that final round of the first.
Gotta say with
mä olisin varmaan
highlights there.
Jos mä olisin ollut tossa toi ees, niin mä olisin vaan osunut näihin vitun
The first Selma opens the boiler wall for the back take, which was the first plan.
Jättää
And then
tossa
he goes
noin
upstairs. The
näyttää
second
L-tälle.
Selma cleared the mirror window, which got them the Mowgli kill. And the third was on the hatch to kill Doom, who's going to deny the plan.
Literally just an angle as well.
Yeah, just
he
an
didn't
angle.
have enough Selmas left to actually open that hatch for a drop.
Katsomaan ammattilaiset osapelassia.
And they say, oh yeah, well these guys, they're real gunners. You know, we know that. But they're smart as well. Even a player like JV, as much as we love to give him a little bit of smack because he's a bit of a funny guy.
He's a goofy guy.
He's really goofy, he's a fragger, but he knows how to play perfectly with his utility for the team's win condition.
Vitsi otettiin pois.
See the Nauri in action now from KC. The
Toi on kyllä
trophy
mielenkiintoinen,
as
että
well.
pitsi
Denari,
pois.
the newest operator and quite tricky to play in the server. Can establish those laser beams for information, for utility, for entry denial. It's a very flexible operator.
Yeah, but it's hard to know when it's actually going to have a big impact, right? Because it's such a sandbox operator, there's a lot of creativity, and teams are still figuring out the best ways to use Denari.
Oh, they are.
Denari on kyllä mielenkiintoinen operaattori.
I see
Sitä ei ollut
Savage
kyllä
on the
tykästynyt siihen.
Blackbeard, much like Nate on Furia, has to kind of lead his team forward with the information. This is not going to
Vaan
be
kun siinä tuntuu, että ellei sulla oo se, että sä tiedät tasan tarkkaan mitä vittua sä teet, niin sulla menee koko preppeissä siinä, kun sä mietit.
This area is clear. Enemy over there, push behind me. It's almost like a mini Monty that has frag grenades. And then when you need to go for those pushes, that's when you become the more blitz-style shield going for the battle.
He's setting up for something though, look
yeah,
at this.
They are.
Has this been 2 hit? Does he know?
They think there's a guy
Can
in
he
bar.
jump straight on through?
There is a guy in bar, they can go for it.
They need to try and eliminate that player in bar before Savage makes his way inside. No, he's going to go anyway. And
Nyt tuntaa kyllä naatteja kaikkea.
out of position, tracked by the Deimos, revealed by the Grimsbees. He will fall. A beautiful double from Mowgli.
3K sieltä koko Secretille Mowglille dupla. Double.
He needed that.
No Savage
the
putoaa
confidence
siinä.
booster, but now Secret have to
Mistä se
stabilize.
nappasi?
They lose the Blackbeard. So that safe amount of
oli
information.
kol-
That shield is gone. Furia, much like
mistä
Secret, they're
helvetistä
looking
toi
to again just
Nate
lash out
nappasi?
and go for picks.
Mesenille jäi.
Yeah, they need to really lock into Secret because the Blackbeard was the best operator to have up in a numbers advantage because you can isolate these players, you can play safely. It's about consolidating that advantage. It's about making sure you don't get picked off one by one. The Herds, he's keen to peek. One at a time, June will fall. Nade not able to trade, 1v3. He has one gas left and he's spotted Adrian coming from the rear side. There's information.
Toi on vähän paha, kun kahdesta suunnasta tulee.
For what feels like one of the first moments in Munich, he takes matters into his own hands.
Beautiful
Paljon
push.
tulee
I've seen a lot of different people on social media, you know, Twitter, Reddit, saying when Secret are on the attacking side, it feels like they have 10 players. They essentially attack it from every angle at the same time, and you never know what happens next. That right there in the
Secret
4v2
enjoyer
double door and died was no one pushing through the toxic bait from Philly Pox and saying, you know what, we're just gonna go for the swing. And they push all the way through together. In the 2v1, no diffuser case. They again went for kill. It started off right here, top blue staircase. 1 kill, 1 flick, gets the second. And then they had to keep that up. Mowgli with 3 big kills.
Gotta say, Furia, I mean, they're so locked in. Some teams, when they fumble around like that, you can kind of see on their faces they're kicking themselves.
Yeah.
Never the case.
Nate was smiling.
Nate was like, oh well, that was a bit unlucky.
Tried,
and for Leapox, he's just like always got the exact same facial expression. You don't rarely see a smile from him. Also, you rarely would see much frustration creep in.
5 seconds left before
He's all about the game. But we can very much see that this is going to be an attacker's paradise on Chalet as expected. You got so many powerful operators as well. I mean, Furia opted for more
Saatana tuntuu, että onko sulla joku stroke, kun yrittää lukea,
slow
tai kun sä
down
oot
the
kääntänyt
attackers and
noin
make them unable to, you know,
tolleen
clear the
vammaisesti.
utility and the cameras and such.
Furia themselves use a lot of that Twitch.
Exactly. They didn't. I feel like they might be a little bit
englannin
biased
kielellä
towards it
sanot
because if Secret's game
Secret
plan is to go fast in the building, they don't need the Twitch. Although for this one they do have the Brava, which kind of does the same
Siis joo,
job.
Secretilla on nyt helvetin hyvät
I
hyökkäykset,
mean, the big thing here is Furia is leaning into the traps, right? They're leaning into Ella and Fenrir, both of which have things that you'd want to target with the Twitch or the Brava. So I think that's the plan here for Secret. Well played early on. And Nade really punishing Nade, forcing him downstairs. But unfortunately, the Secret, they've lost their Capital, which is the main operator that you want to deal with positions like KZ's.
It's going to make this one a bit more difficult, and again, Secret just in kind of scouting phase right now, looking, is there a guy roaming bathroom, where are they playing from? And it's just a swing.
Mikä kurkka nopeus? Tekikö Sanders mulle kahvia? Se teki itselle, tekikö se mulle?
Pixel. A quick one-tap good night. I don't even think Noah saw the guy.
I don't think KZ saw the guy either.
Loading new man.
You miss every shot you don't take. KZ's showing that. He's playing a lot better today.
Oh yeah. Again, Furia, they just need a bit of pressure. And they are getting pressured in the server constantly by Team Secret. But it's been a much slower paced round. The Bravo drones from Savage, mostly unsuccessful so far. looking for traps, looking for cameras. Another missed opportunity there from Doom, not getting that freebie kill.
Oh, so terrifying. KZ throwing frag. The way he peeks, you never see him coming. The shot comes before the peek, it feels like, but Doom's nade helps out. KZ's gonna find Savage though. Goodbye to the Brava. KZ in an off position, but Doom commits to the fight through the blindness of that Dread Mine and finds that kill. He is the last one standing, but JV on the floor. This will need to be an unthinkable clutch from him. As he confirms that kill, still a 1v3.
Has one of those Deimos trackers, but no frag grenades to use. All Fury have to do is kind of toy with him. Whoever's getting tracked, be in a safe position, other friends play around him, and they're playing bottom blue. They're just gonna don't give Doom the 1v1 boys, because he will win them.
He is the perfect operator for it, but nade from down below, flushed out of his position right at the start of the round, and yet how patient he is. All the way back down into the basement to backstab Doom at the final moment. Furia maintain their lead. 2 rounds for Secret to catch up.
And it's KC again in the most important spot inside a library. Doesn't just stay alive for the longest time, but gets 2 kills, running back and forth, min-maxing the spot to perfection.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
That is going to be one of the tougher bomb sites though. That's going to be Bar. Now out of rotation for the next couple of rounds. Secret should have a better time going forward. I mean, look at this. This is live shots from Furia. Doom didn't expect the player bottom blue because his teammate just swung him. Makes sense. Gotta play off your instincts when you have no information.
I gotta say, credit to KZ. I mean, he's been such a good player for the longest time. In the stage, in the SAL, he's a 17th best player in the world from stage 2, right? Coming into the Munich Major, he's been very quiet, all the way down at 59th best, 89 EPS. That's quite significantly below the average, and below what you'd expect for a player of that caliber. And yet there's just some kind of magic about Furia. When a game matters, that's when they know how to step it up.
They also have this playstyle that they can use where we're seeing it right now actually, where they can go really fast last round, you're fighting, looking for kills now. Let's just close the walls, let's play the class, let's suffocate Secret right now, just drown them out. They're gonna play behind utility, they're gonna play time denial because they recognize that in that previous one, Secret were kind of slow to push. They pushed when they absolutely had to when there was no other choice, rather than pushing earlier on. So there's a direct counterplay, a counter strat from Furia.
Yeah, I like that. Goyo Kaid clash, perfect combo. Oh, Savage, you stared straight at that Valkyrie camera. We could see it from your screen. Yeah, he didn't take it down. Wow, that's gonna potentially cost him in the late round. Thankfully, KZ, the heart of last round for Furia, he goes down, but Mowgli's also gonna fall. I don't know how Nade was allowed to get aggressive inside a piano. Perhaps Mowgli just over-peaking on those piano windows.
Very much seems like it. I will say this though, losing the Lion, not that big of a deal. Last time it was Noah on Capitao who died first, and that is gonna of course mean less utility. Great thing here though for Secret, they got the Maverick. That's the counter to the Kaid, and the 4 walls reinforced. This is a downstairs hold though. This entire top floor setup, distraction. It's the extension, but Secret have to respect it. They have to either clear this area completely and push through, or just make those holes and hold the line. But a C4 prep, that Valcam you mentioned, probably gives that information.
Oh, they're actually gonna go for a rush straight into the side. The bait and switch from Team Secret, and Doom lands his shot. The problem is here, how on earth are they going to find a safe place to plant? They will need to go for kills, and Nade is going to be the danger player on the bomb site in Kitchen, but Savage shuts him down. That should be the round for Secret. Hertz locked out of the bomb site. Savage punishes him as well. The Europeans are back swinging again.
Furia wanted to C4 beneath, Kai clawed the walls, popped the Goya fires, and Secret said, we have a shortcut here. Let's just go straight to the bomb site door. They're not ready for it because this is a bad play on paper, but it's not bad if everyone works together. So in trophy window, in dining door, they all commit to the full send.
What was the go with that little mavericking lines of sight and then throwing a smoke grenade? Were they trying to pretend that they had a glass?
Glass, exactly. I mean, the thing is, if you're giving Furia the what is going on angle, and they have no idea, how can they read the situation correctly? If Secret are being weird, they're gonna be like, guys, what's happening? Smoke grenade? Do they have a glass? We don't know. They have to respect it.
And the Lion was the player that died early. That's usually the one that telegraphs, oh, we're going for a rush right now. If Mowgli had still been alive and he had popped that E1D right before the rush went into sight, I think Fury would have been a little bit more suspicious. Perhaps a blessing in disguise that the Lion wasn't available when that rush came through in the rounds.
A beautiful hold. Everyone working together at the same time. A quick 3, 2, 1 countdown gets everyone aligned on the objective. And I gotta say, Doom fulfilled his role perfectly. His goal was, again, he had Diffuser on the Blackbeard, he had to just stay alive, get it on in there, figure out where the players are, and it was Savage with the communication that could get those kills.
5 seconds left before
A great round from Savage. Somebody needs to be the first one in the door. That was the Blackbeard, and somebody needs to sit on the back line and be the backstab, be the cut player, and that's what Savage did perfectly. Great understanding of the game, very deep from Secret. Just one now behind. But this is a pivotal round, because if they lose it, it's match point for Furia.
And they also keep up these pocket strats. A Glass this time in action, the Sense, the Shield. I mean, this lineup just screams they're going to do something absolutely outrageous. And they will win the round or lose the round very quickly.
Good nade.
Deployable Shield clears the... Deployable Shield cleared by the nade.
I feel like I've said the word nade about 50 times so far in the last 9 rounds.
Yeah, the player, the frag grenades. We have Diffuser, player on M80, and we have Diffuser Case in the game.
Yeah.
We have Ace the caster, casting Ace the operator, but Ace the player
getting an ace. No, I do like this setup from Secret. The big thing for me I'm wondering about is what's Mowgli going to be able to achieve on the Dockerby? Because he's a great 5th player. He's a great guy to say, okay, you have a license to go and cause some disruption. And they're going to need it because the rest of Secret is really focusing up on the side. Look at the light wall. Here comes Savage. He's straight in, planting in the smoke. Doom is the player who must cover. And Mowgli has been able to disrupt elsewhere. Furia don't know where that player's going down. Even the Claymore from Adrian joins the fray. Mowgli will eventually be traded. Herds was out of position. When the smokes went into sight, his Warden's glasses were needed. But Furia have had a rug pull, courtesy of Team Secret, who have pulled it back 1 round at a time to bring us back to an even score. Hello, says Savage, goes aggressive. Herds might be able to take him down, but Adrian, that's my young gunner. Team Secret. They're back even again. 5 rounds apiece.
Beautiful pocket strat. And again, it's so telegraphed in the operator selection, but Furia won't know that until it's too late. What they saw were smoke grenades, they saw the sense wall, that was it. And Furia will call their tactical timeout.
Esse jogo pode ir pra Tega. Se a gente quiser fazer uma play um pouco mais splitado, vamos trazer o Castle pra gente atrapalhar eles um pouco. Eles estão jogando de Demos, estão jogando de Shield, agora Blitz, tá ligado? Então, se a gente pegar os Castle, já vai atrapalhar um pouco, vai ficar mais difícil pra eles fazerem a leitura do que tá acontecendo no round. Só que eu preciso que vocês fiquem mais calmos e um pouco mais claros nas informações. A gente tava achando que era jogos, a gente tava achando que era troféu e os caras estão plantando ao mesmo tempo, tá ligado? Alguém tá passando informação errada. Então vamos ter certeza do que a gente tá falando ali, Caldição. Se os caras estão ali no banheiro, vamos dar tapa ali na janela do Palu para ter um pouco mais de informação. A gente precisa de umas informações melhores pra gente jogar ali nessas plays, entendeu? E confiar nas traps.
Bora Tega esse jogo.
To know how good your Portuguese is.
I heard Glass.
I mostly just heard the crowd. I mean, we were saying this yesterday. Usually the Friday morning of a major gets a bit quiet. You know, it's still a work day for a lot of people. It's the first game. Gamers, look, we like the later starts, let's be honest. It's pretty early in gamer hours. And yet I am really impressed by how much Munich has turned out
to be honest, jos mä olisin legit niinku jossain oman alan duuneissa tuolla hommissa. Mä lähtisin tonne. Mä vaan tekisin yli etänä ton päivän tuolta. Läppäri mukaan siitä kirjoittelee jotain sähköposteja tai koodia.
The pocket strats, the execution, the timed aggression, it's perfect. And I'm pretty sure Furia, they were probably debating what are the kind of operators that they can bring that we're going to struggle with, right? What do we need to have in terms of counterplay? We're going to see Warden every round now until Shell is over, 100%. Because the glass is a problem, the smokes are a problem. The thing is, Furia also had options on the operator ban phase. They banned the Blackbeard. And I actually think in the bigger picture, it's a great operator to clear from the side of Secret. On that operator, but you still got the Blitz, you still got the Fuse, you still got the Glass in a sense. If Secret want to keep cooking, they can.
I mean, 2 out of the 3 main shields have been banned here by Furia. That tells you a lot about what they think of Secret's playstyle, but like you said, Blitz is still in. Just a very different type of shield operator. I mean, Blackbeard, he's the most aggressive because you can take those long-range gunfights. Blitz, he's all about melee range. He's all about the flash and the follow-up. So it just changes the situation. Secret aren't going for any shields this time around. It's again, the Kappa Tower is a center force for the bomb site. It's a very heavy utility operator lineup. Secret, they're going to play a little bit slower for this one, because if you look at the lineup, 5 players.
Hän on varma, tarkoittaako toi Vade nyt Aceä vai asetta niinku pääsin weapon.
That means this roam clear is going to be about using your drone network and trying forcing Furia away with fake pressure, opening doors, opening windows, because in a perfect world, you don't want to take a gunfight and risk dying right now if you're Secret. Because you need everyone to do their job. Everyone has util in pocket.
That's the problem, right? Team Secret, you look at this lineup, you know they need to go for a roam clear. They want that vertical play with the breaches open. They can't afford to lose one of these critical operators on the roam clear, which is why they're playing so passively. Adrian actually one of the more expendable operators because there's other ways to do his job as a Thatcher. And Savage,
they found him.
He will cut down herds.
Beautiful. So again, they force him back down Library Hatch from outside the building. Meanwhile, Savage had a clear line and trophy in kitchen.
Melkein tekis mieleen olla tohon noin Vadelle silleen, puhu saatana suomea, älkää hönkät.
Execute, but also numbers advantage. The only worrying sign here is the timer is below 60 seconds. There's a clash, Kaid smokes, and of course the fire from Hertz Goyo. This means that if the timer gets low enough, Secret are forced into a rush, but they have been successful so far when it comes down to it.
We need the EMP from Adrian to rotate over.
Jotenkin mielenkiintoista nähdä mun OBS. Mun bitrate tällä hetkellä mun streamissä pomppii 10 tonnin ja 15 tonnin välillä. Paljon hauska pakkeet tolleen. Joo. Ja brain damage.
Are on the verge of claiming match points with Philippox down. Adrian steps up.
Alkohan ne heräämään.
The home crowd is happy to see Team Secret.
Let's go Secret.
The water has risen for Furia.
One more round, one more push, one more rush. Secret, they were absolutely everywhere. I was watching the top-down perspective. They spread out thin. 2 guys from the back portion, trench door. 1 player on the main stairs, 1 player on the blue stairs, and they took turns going for the swings. Furia, they were just like a turret looking 360. Where am I being attacked from? It was everywhere at the same time, all at once. You can see just how much water is beneath the booth of Furia, because they are only 1 round away from losing Chalet.
And losing their own map pick. Starting to get soaked. I can feel it in their boots. Secret were down 3-5, and they've just won 3 rounds in a row. Could it be a clean sweep to claim the great Brazilians map pick here on Chalet? And I tell you what, Savage has been unbelievable today. Everyone is stepping up for Secret. There are no quiet players in the server today. Even Mowgli, who's had a rough tournament, has finally found his footing. It's time to dispel any doubts about whether their last tournament performance at EWC was a fluke. No, it's time to confirm that they can knock out one of the favorites of the entire tournament.
Oishan se nyt vitun kova, jos Secret pudottaa Furianin tästä näin.
Every single time.
JV, what are you doing?
20 seconds in, JV's down. Mowgli fired up. 7-5 since the
sinne meni yksi ainuuseen elkku.
Is this acts of desperation from Furia or simply good punishment from Secret? I'm not sure. But again, Secret, they got the pace, they control the momentum. Every time Furia thinks they have a play in their back pocket, they get shut down immediately. And when you have to clash in this round as well, it means there's one less gun to deal with the aggression from Secret. All they need to do is time this push together.
Entisille maailmanmestareille. Lähtäkää takas sinne rasseihin.
Or is it time to play passive?
That's the question.
How do you know?
Again, Secret got the perfect tools, right? In case
Se on kiva, että mä nähdään välillä niinku
bandit, they bring the Maverick. They can guarantee that wall opening. When it comes to push execute, they got the blitz and they got
Observin kattoo nyt Deimos-pelaaja tässä tilanteessa Jumea. Ja me nähdään sitä kautta, mitkä puolustajat hyökkäät on ID-ny. Ja sitä kautta nähdään, että ketä se voi lähteä träkkäämään. Nyt lähdettiin Smokekin träkkäämään. Nyt on kyllä vähän huono. Savakin olisi ollut tossa voinut olla kuses, jos joku olisi tullut swingaan, mutta yläkerran täynnä hyökkääjiä. Mitäs on niin? Jos Furia häviää tän kartan, niin se on GG. Kuin niin, se on pankkiin. Secretin myös seuraavana. Secretin kartta. Tää on by the way, tämä on Furian kartta. Furia pikkas shaletin.
Secret, they just cannot afford to not find them in these corners. They see one.
Joo, siis GG Furialle.
Hurt stuck in the garage. He ran out early, so know he's down there.
Niin, just silleen niinku, are you sure? On pankkeja. Onks niin kova luotto Secretin pankissa? Ei häviä kaikki.
Embodied with the energy of the crowd, Doom marches his way forward. This is his moment. KZ making his way back to the bomb site, but he's locked out by this barricade. Nade is not going to be able to deny it on his own. And Adrian again stepping up for Secrets.
Tuo Hertzillä 1-4 vastaan. Tää taisi olla GG. Tästä näin.
What a lead they have fumbled.
Bitter.
Mowgli calls him out in the old chats. It's been a rejuvenation for.
Ja Jume vielä seinän läpi tosta näin. Good help vittu. Oisko se muuten, mitä mieltä te olette siitä? Onko se fine sanoa GM niinku mapin jälkeen jossain BO3? Niinku good map. Kun on niinku CSS kun on ollut niin pitkinä niinku puolet, niin se on just se GH. Good help. Ja sit vasta niinku pelin jälkeen on GG. Tossa näkyy just mitä periaatteessa koko tiimin pitää tehdä. Kaikkien pitää olla äänessä tossa tolleen samalla miten Jume oli tossa. Tuolla. Taasen, koska tommosta kun näkee, niin nyt tuli vittu lappalainen tuolta. Kun näkee niinku ammattitasolla, niin Moro Syssä. Niin Syssälläkin 5 loginia. Sysmis mene töihin. No en vittu mene. Joko tuli potkut? Eikö sä eilen niin paskaa duunia ja tuli potkut jo? No niin, GG. Työt on köyhillä. Tää. Tokyo. Sunnuntai-iltana sitten. Pitäisikö sun mennä töihin? Tässä mä teen mun tän hetken töitä. Paska palkka, mutta töitä on kuitenkin. Ei siis, tässä mä yritän, niinku legit. Oishan se kivaa saada töitä, mutta otetaan tähän väliin pieni tämmönen chillausbreikki, niin voidaan toi jauhaa vähän paskaa. Mutta hei, me ollaan 8 followerin päässä 800, joka on meidän vuositavoite. Eli jos siellä on nyt jotain porukkaa, jotka ei ole follannut, liittykää kulttiin, tai liittykää Syndikeettiin meidän uusiksi kultisteiksemme. Ja huutomerkki DS, eli pääsee myös Syndikeetin Discordiin, jos ei vielä ole. Siinä mukaan keskustelemaan, mahdollisesti oppimaan jotain uutta, who knows.
A devotee has returned to support the call of the dragon. Welcome back.
Ai Sysmikselläkin tuli 9 kuukautta. Tänään on tullut saatana 2 vauvaa. Iso kiitos 9 kuukaudesta. En suostu mainoksiin. Tää almuja. Itse asiassa mainoksista puheen ollen me voitais pyöräyttää ne nyt, niin jotta tuu tohon noin seuraavamat siellä alkuun, kun tuolla noin breikki mennäis anyway. Park. Mutta iso kiitos Sysmis striimivauvasta. Meillä on 2 striimivauvaa. Osso mulla nyt näkyy Sysmiksen naama kahdesti tuolla.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's just what we expected, so nothing to worry about.
Also, your family's here. That gives you a little boost, I think.
For sure, I think some people would be more nervous, but me it actually makes more hype.
Philly Pox, how hard was it to read Secret's game?
Yeah, it was a tough first map. We couldn't defend. They were attacking really well. Let's see what we can do better in bank, and let's get this series back.
What a great start for Secret here on Furious map pick as well. The home favorite, because I guess we can definitely say that with the crowd's response so far, is doing great in this matchup. And we said it before in this tournament, it's the era of the IGLs.
Absolutely, if you look at this from the 3v4, look at
lähiaikana kyllä
IGL
IGL on popannut ihan vitusti.
Overall triple kill for him that lends a first round. And if you look at round 6, it's the same story.
Mä haluun nähdä toi IGL.
They lose the opening pick and still despite that
matsin. Siinä on 10 IGL:ää. Pelataan siellä vastaan.
It should have been 4-2 for Secret when they started in defense. Instead, it's a 4-2 in Furia. And I thought it was the end here. But then Savage, the IGL of Secret, once again does the opposite. He goes and finds the kills. He creates the gap. He calls this rush on round 10. Look at this. Grills here, goes in, sends the smoke, goes for the plant, and calls the rush perfectly. It's the battle of the IGLs, Jack. But right now, one is winning more than the other.
Yeah, and absolutely, that was savage. I think particularly Secret, when they played up against G2 in the bracket, they attacked phenomenally well. So even though it was only a 2-4 split, they managed to attack onto it. I know Philippe said that he couldn't defend. I'm going to go on the side that Savage has actually IGL'd a masterclass on the attack there. Secret were phenomenal. They were able to, play the rounds, I would say, quote-unquote, traditionally, but they were able to do the rushes as well. They were able to be dynamic. They were able to pinch and play as a team, and that was the key difference for me.
And look at those stats. He's got 4 and 3 kills. He's on 116 EPS.
He's got a 4K in the first round.
He's got a 4K in the first round. I mean, he's delivering the high calls, but also individually playing so well. We've got 2 of the best IGLs in the world fighting a crazy mastermind battle, and Savage is winning it. Not on his map pick, on his opponent map pick.
Kisoilla oli liian viileä täällä kämpässä. Saunassa vaan vaivailee.
This will give you all the details on bank after this.
Ensimmäinen kartta meni jo. Et ihan ensimmäiseen karttaan kerennyt. Se meni Secretille. 7-5. Aloiteltiin tossa tunti 20 minuuttia sitten ja vähän itselläkin oli vähän myöhässä, meni vähän pidempään kuin olisi toivonut. Piti soittaa vielä puhelu tossa. Yritin soittaa tonne YTHS, että sais ton hammaslääkäriä ja vielä tähän, mutta vähän vittu Helsingistä yritäpä saada vittu hammaslääkäri niinku 1,5 kuukauden sisään. Ei tuu tapahtuu. Oho, Poker Sweden streaming striikki. Let's go! Ja jos ei ole vielä sommet hallussa, niin käykää sit Linktreen kautta menellä, kun ootellaan tässä vielä kun noi pelaajat preppaa meidän kartta 2, joka on pankki. Lähdetään pankkiin päin. Laitettiin tästä toi vertikaalistreami päälle kanssa, sitäkin toi tube-viesti tulee kahdesti tohon on-screenillä. Ei oo tullut selkeästi. Itseasiassa katsotaan tää Vaden ottama klippi tästä näin. Eka 1000 IQ kai midclavi. Aha, mulla. Siihen niin. Aika vitu big brain.
That's when they know how to step it up. You'd expect for a player of that caliber. And yet there's just some kind of magic.
Kiitos tosiaan Vade-klipistä, iso kiitos. Jos ei itse pysty ottamaan klippiä mahdollisesti, niin huutomerkki clip chattiin, niin se ottaa klipin ja postaa sen sitten chattiin. Ottaa automaattisesti 30 sekuntia. Se on vähän huono, mutta mä pystyn sitä editoimaan sitten jälkikäteen. Tosiaan, ottakaa niitä klippejä ja alkaa niitä, niin pääsette mahdollisesti scoreboardille ykköseksi. Tällä hetkellä meidän toi klippi scoreboardilla ykkönen on Suiri Live -merkillä menevä. Ja hänen klipissä se on all time high, niin sillä on 125 viewsia. Kakkosen on sitten 122, niin It's Sepi. Ja sitten on Eetu GPT 100.
So what was the prep talk?
No back talk over there. Players are just floating into the side of the game. We just make sure that we keep the same energy up right now.
That's cool. Thank you.
The same energy is required to finish this series 2-0, if that is what Secret are looking to do here. We'll talk about Secret's map pick, though. They're going to bank it. I would love to hear some numbers on this.
Yeah, I've just got to remind everyone of the facts here. The way that they've been playing on bank has been amazing. They've got a 13 win streak on that map, Secret. On the other hand, Furia, they've showed it a lot. Yeah. They showed it this event, and it was not a great map for them. They lost it twice to APL teams on, wow, 13 win streak. And 0-2.
Yeah, I'm thinking when Savage came into this roster, when he was agile in the roster, he turns this team around on the bank. You know, he's very, very comfortable thinking about the map from a top-down perspective.
Nyt on kyllä pakko sanoa, jotenkin kaikilla on ihan vitun cleanit outfitit näillä niinku ympärillä. Tai näillä niinku broadcastereilla tai juotajat. Tälleen. Mut sit toi... Alfamalla on vähän letdown. Tyylimokka. Ei oo ihan tyylimokka, mut hei, Mari, iso kiitos terkuista täältä töistä. Avaat yöpäivää sinulle. Tervetuloa tänne Lohikärmäluolaan.
I've never been more confident that we could go to free maps because both of these two teams are incredible.
Koska mitä jos päästään viiteen subiin tänään, niin laitetaan tänään ja huomenna Facecamit koko. Okei, ei koko, mutta suurin osa striimin ajasta.
And yeah, sure. Everyone down on the stage. Hope everyone's having a lovely time here. It has been
tämä tyylimokka. Nyt on Pengulla tyylimokka.
They got to be worried right now. A little bit nervous for them. They just fumbled their map pick. Yeah. Next up is Bank, and I don't know what to say about Bank. Fury have already lost it to two teams from the APL.
Yeah, D+, all the Brazilian players, representing APL, and then Enterprise in a very crazy fashion where EP just they looked like they're in full control. And when you look at the ending of Chalet, when Secret are on the attacking side, making their strats, making their pushes, Bang is not going to be as fast-paced or aggressive necessarily, but it is going to come down to executes.
You guys back home think that Furia are still favored to take it, but I want to know, you guys in the audience, who's taking this one as we head into Bang Team Secret?
Vade on sitä mieltä, että Secretia ei voiteta pankissa. Yleensä kyllä sitä mieltä on kyllä jo mielenkiintoinen niin kuin social prediction, että porukka on silti 90. Tai nyt on vähän sillä, että ei laiteta noita predictioneita. Mulle ei niin sanotusti kädet ihan riitä siihen kaikkeen.
Secret have breached the hull, and Furia are sitting on a sinking ship, but the hope is still there that the Brazilians can make a comeback like they always do. Team Secret have to get it done here on Bank, a map that they are in love with, and one obviously far too many cracks for Furia to have confidence that they can do it.
I believe
Tää stake on kyllä ihan vitun clean. Aika on niinku just sille, että on tosi laaja, että niinku voi olla vähän nihkeä olla tuolla noissa päissä, mutta musta tuntuu, että tää on luokkaa toi jääkiekkoareena. Tai semmonen niinku urheiluareena.
It could be a 0-2 loss. And even if we have to go the distance all the way to Clubhouse, I still have a slight favor towards Secret's playstyle and consistency. The one worry I had going into this was Mowgli as an individual. Can he play at the level that we need him to? And at first, honestly, no. He was kind of lackluster. But then around round number 7 or so, he really started shining when he got active on the attack.
That's right, and we need that for Secret. We need every single player stepping up.
Ja sanotaan näin, 99% asioista, mitä täältä livestä tapahtuu, on niin powered by streamer-botti. Tää lyönti on, joo, se aktivoi mun OBS-filterin tai niin overlay, joka on tossa mun kameran päällä.
Prior to that, they were on an unbelievable win streak. But Secret, like you said, 13 wins in a row. They have not lost Bank ever since they brought Mowgli and Noah onto the roster after February this year.
A lot of this comes down to mental. I had the pleasure of doing a hunting piece with both Joom and Noah in Paris for the SI Ticket trailer, and we had some hours to kill in between shots, and we're talking about, like, you know, going from winning EWC and being a champion to losing the first or 2 or 3 playdays of EML, and you know what that does to motivation. Because one of the biggest curses in a way is winning a tournament before you're ready as a roster, because motivation can be hard to find. Motivation wasn't the issue for Secret, but the pressure to perform, the mental in the server. They've been working together as a team and with a sports psychologist to figure out how they can create good habits out of highly intense situations.
Itse niinku toi niin sanottu video, mikä pyörii tossa siinä, niin se on tuonne Nattiin mä en ole täysin varma, että onko se hänen luoma, mutta hänen Discordista mä sen sain.
Coming back from a 6-1 deficit against FaZe to become the first C4 dominant roster in history. JV is going to find a big kill onto Adrian, who was getting a little bit awkward on those hatches, trying to open it up with the Maverick. It's challenging, like you said. There was a Nitro cell attempted by Furia. The shot lands.
Stalling them out with the Toxic Babes right now on the server stairs, and Savage is ready,
but they
can't make the play this time. It's too predictable. JV shuts down Savage.
No, that is a disaster for Mowgli up on the hatch.
Good
Wait, hello? Leapbox! In amongst the smoke, he finds one before he's traded back by June. It will need to be a 1v5. And let's be real,
ainakaan ensimmäinen hyökkäys ei lähde Secretiltä niin voimakkaasti, mutta voihan se ollakin. Toisaalta Secret aloitti hyökkäykseltä kokonaan sieltä, niin downia saatiin toi IVM. Eli mitä Jumella on mahdollinen S-klutsit tarjolla, että maistuuko?
Perhaps these keeper barriers though will help him walk forward as he got a bit of coverage, but he has to find all 4 players as Case is upstairs.
No diffuser, and that C4 actually exposes him further. Nice shot onto Hertz. Furia. Let's be careful. Let's not disrespect June.
Siellä oli Demari vastassa.
A long angle through the wall.
Joo, ja sit siis me tehtiin toi punch on sillä, että se nousee joka kerralla, niinku se hinta nousee joka kerralla, että se on ns. Yksi enemmän kuin mikä se on toi monta kertaa on tehty, koska mä voin laittaa sitä nollaan. Niin se alkaa yhdestä ja sit se on 2, 3, 4, 5.
You have a player from the top of the blue stairs, you have a player coming from Dirt Tunnel Savage.
Sitten se resettaa se aina, kun striimi loppuu, niin aina takas yhtään.
Down that player in the blue stairs. But funnily enough, the smokes from Team Secret that were meant to cut off the lines of sight from the bomb side ended up working against them.
So what's next? Right now a short tech pause.
Hyvä hakkaamaa vittu.
Secret, Savage,
Varella jotain patoutunutta vihaa minua kohtaan selkeästi.
We talked about this strat. Oh yeah, we gotta be worried about these operators because looking back on Chalet with that perfect attacking lineup every single time for Secret, they have to make sure that they don't fall to one of those operators that goes unnoticed. They gotta consider every option for every round.
And it's exciting to go to a map like Bank after playing Chalet because we just continue this trajectory of playing maps where the attack actually does have a really solid shot. Like this isn't your skyscraper or your cafe. These maps really lean into that aggressive play. Bank is a big map, so it's good for
tuo sen näkyviin. Pieni delay. Restarttaa sen, että se oikeesti toimii. Delay kuin pitkä se on, laittaa sen piiloon, ottaa sen redeemin käytetyksi ja nostaa hintaa yhdellä. Nyt mulla on toi, kun live loppuu, niin tapahtuu, että tekee tietyt asiat, niin se on lisäsin sinne sen, että se settaa sen reward set tuvan.
You gotta jump in it. This is my moment. You got your gumboots on and you splash the heck out of that puddle.
Mä teknisesti kai mä voisin jakaa tonne, en tiedä, onko toi kenenkään niinku omaisuutta niinku, mä en saisi jakaa sitä eteenpäin, mutta koodin mä voin, tai ton koodin mä voin jakaa, mutta se itse videon mä en pysty. Tai en oo varma, mä mietin, että ehkä mä voisin.
As we get to see a little bit of the highlights, this is what happened for JV. So he tried with his C4, it missed, but he committed with his DMR.
Minä suunnittelemassa pelaa jotain muuta kuin hornipardeja.
But that is how they like to play.
Honestly, that smoke grenade
Kyllä tuokin on streamer-botin kautta pyöritetty.
to the right, it blocks the angle from JV to take down the blitz, and the entire round will be different. So it comes down to detail.
Ja mä oon huomannut, että chat-GBT on vitun trash tohon noin. Mä ite käyttänyt, kun mä oon jotain noita streamer-bottia asioita tehnyt, niin Krogia käyttänyt. Se on ehkä parempi. Ivo. Toki jos sulla on maskulinen versio chat-GBT:stä, niin sit se toimii paremmin, mutta se ilmanen, se on vähän huono.
Yeah, the fingers against D plus on Bank. Mind you, whenever Fury go on the attacking side, JV's gonna drop the elevator hatch on the back portion. He's gonna win every gunfight, no to man.
Yeah, of course, come the second half.
Itse huomannut, että Krogi on vähän parempi. Ja varsinkin jos sulla on mahdolliset niinku dokumentaatioon lähettää linkki siihen, niin se on aina parempi. Chase Harpi.
Exactly what you love to see
Koodipakit toimii Chase Harpilla.
Philippox exposed in the bomb site. A big kill as well. The Azami going down before she can place all her Kiba barriers.
There's a flank though.
Periaatteessa vaan yhdistää OBS:ään websocketilla, laittaa sinne, että se tuo sourcen esille tai niinku näkyville. Videosource. Mä oon huomannut, vaikka mä laitan sinne, että restart on niin kun se tulee näkyviin, se ei aina toimi ja jää jumiin ja sitten vetää sen paskan mankeliin. Mä lisäsin itse sen restartin sinne pienen delayn jälkeen, että se niinku oikeesti restarttaa sen. Sit just se, että se videon pituus siinä delaynä, että jos on just joku 7 sekuntia, 7000 millisekuntin delay siihen, sit source vaan piiloo. Ja sit mä tykkään laittaa se, että automaattisesti tai hyväksyy sen toi redeem, että mun ei tarvii niitä käydä sieltä. Joo, mut se chat-GPT on vähän, ei kun siis toi SP on vähän niinku erilaista, ei oo ihan täysin sitä samaa.
One small mishap.
Kyllä se osaa sitä Caesar kirjoittaa, mutta just silleen, että jos haluat tolleen visualisoida just sen, että ne siinä tossakin on se, niin sit se on
I love that. The Secret are looking once again synchronized.
Very much so. I mean, even that first shot, I will say, as you said, it was a good push, it was synchronized, but the smoke grenade was off, so there was no coverage. The push could have worked.
Yeah. Those little micro moments,
that's what Fury really äsken Secretilta, vaikka ei hirveän paljon hän seurannut.
You miss one smoke, and they're going to be like, I think I see a gap. I'm going to commit to it.
Yeah.
That's the way that Fury like to play. I think that Secret as a whole, like they're kind of playing smarter Siege.
They're playing very smart Siege.
Smarter than Furia even, across this whole match so far. Furia, a lot of the rounds that they've won have been very much like an individual player is stepping up.
Mietin, että jos mä komissaisin joltain periaatteessa mun oman nyrkin on Glavin periaatteessa tuomaan ton. Niin, se vois olla ihan mielenkiintoinen Oho! Täältä tuli Savakelta vähän mistklikki. Yritetään tuhota se kaide siitä vittu. Vitun kaide. Aina. Yksi mitä mä voisin tehdä sillä, että mä voin ite sitä jakaa, niin on toi yhden kippubiin vaan joku. Jos mulla olisi tilaa tuolla mun vitun Google Drivessa, niin mahdollisesti latauslinkki sinne ja sit toi vähän muokattu, että se ei oo niinku nyrkkinaamaa, vaan se olisi toi tyylin pitch slap. Mä en tiedä miten pitch slap toimis tollasessa. Ehkä se nyrkki on parempi.
He just swings and dies. Felipox! He baited Felipox into overswinging. Doom has control of the blue stairs as well, so no flank opportunity for Furia.
I mean, honestly, there's no smoke. There's a world where you can just take the Blackbeard, walk in with the diffuser, and start planting behind the kitchen sink. There's not a ton of plant denial. Lobby fight?
What is going on here? KZ retakes Lobby, does get the flank, and the drop on Adrian. So numbers are once again even, but Secret are very much poised towards that bomb site. As soon as the player falls on that objective, this should be a solid entry. Nade coming through from Savage, clearing out the Banshees, clearing out the utility, and opening the gates for this default plant spot inside of Starfroom.
Mihin Savake seikkailee? Se menee tälleen deepiin, kun silleen rota-reikää tossa.
This is not a normal plant spot. There's no rotation into admin office. Furia.
Boom.
The C4 work. Nade has been the hero for Furia. It's been a perfect read, the bait and switch.
Toi olisi ollut kyllä. Musta tuntuu, että
need to rely on Noah to come with a big clutch.
Hetkinen, JV, ei kun hetkinen, ei, Neidi yllätty vähän tosta, vittu, että sai tapon siitä. Toisaalta ei välttämättä, jos oli kieltoa, että on nimen osa alas, niin ei välttämättä.
He has a feeling that JV is on the blue stairs, but JV doesn't have to move yet. It might mean Noah can isolate a 1v1. Problem is, they know exactly where the diffuser is, and he's about to walk into the crossfire. There's no way this is going to work. He needs to bait out the pigs. Nade on the bomb site.
Ei vaan tietoa missä toi Saidin puolusta, joo.
For Furia. I mean, that is a perfect way to have your anchor save the day.
Again, very small things decide the outcome. So Blackbeard by the kitchen double door tossed out 2 grenades. The first one on the kitchen counter for the Goyo canister. It slipped off the disc and didn't pop it. The second grenade cleared the Banshee. So they knew we cannot plant default because now the defenders can shoot that Goyo canister and the fire will spread. So they have to go to the right-hand side on a soft wall. And it looked like a great plant attempt. But of course, that one C4, that one issue that went unaccounted for, and then the flank down server as well. Good timing for Furia and making that play together.
Am I overreading this, or was that somewhat deliberate from Furia? Like, did they deliberately not open the line of sight into admin office and expect that plant? Because it surprised me how aware Nade was on the bomb site. He went for that C4 like he knew exactly where that plant was going down. There wasn't a Valkyrie on the board, was there? Was there a bulletproof camera? How did he know the plant was there?
With the Goya popped, you only really can plant on the right-hand side because you can see the rest, you know, from open area here with the soft angles.
Yes, it's just impeccable game sense.
Yep.
From Nade.
He gets the first kill as well, the window jump. I mean, that is perfect from Nade saving the round.
Yeah, round-winning play right there.
Yksi mikä mulla tuli mieleen, että mitä mä voisin tehdä streamer-potilla, niin automaattiraidi. Sillä, että tyyliin, kun mä painan tai aloitan ton striimin lopetussequensin, niin sit se, että se raidaa jonkun tietyn henkilön. Tyyliin, alkuun kattoo tyyliin groupin. Groupin pohjalta tsekkaa, onko livessä. Se on vaikein osuus, mitä mä en tiedä, miten mä saan tehtyä se, että se osaa katsoa sen. Onks tietty, vaikka otetaan vademies, onks vade toi livessä. Ja tsekkaa sen, että periaatteessa menee listan läpi. Sille, että ottaa random nimen siitä. Toi ja niinku toisaalta mä tiedän, jos se ottaa randomillisesti, sen saattaa tulla duplikaatteja ja sit saattaa jäädä ikuiseen loopiin siinä. Mut just sillä, että se niinku for looppaa, kun näissä löytää onnistuneen, joka on livessä.
Fortunately, we have a server disconnect, so I think we are just going to have to get back into it. Thankfully, there was no damage done yet.
Niin toi...
That was a good timing for it.
If there was a time for the game to disconnect, that would be
it. Automaattisesti raidaa jonkun.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Kyllä, että eka kattoo mun niinku kaverit.
It was Adrian last time. I'm just gonna look about if it's
I'm gonna be watching.
Gruppi 1, joka on priori 1, sit on priori 2, priori 3. Sit loppujen lopuksi vaan ottaa niinku ihan vaan random kanavan, tsekkaa, että onko se livessä. Ja vetää sitä niin kauan, kun se löytää kanavan, joka on livessä.
So Furia.
Ja otetaan vaikka,
a good round like that when you rely on Nade's hero play. How do they bounce back? I mean, they're a team where they don't sweat if it is one individual making some monstrous play that wins out. Because I mean, that's just part and parcel of the game. Nade actually has the most clutches in the tournament so far.
He's been solid. Nade just in general, he feels like
that
backbone. It's funny because I feel like Philly Pox the longest time
lost the backbone
player that was always there to save the day. But he's become more of like a second entry to start the aggression, and then Nade has taken the backbone role.
I mean, Philippox, right? He's the support IGL of this roster, but as we talked about, he has Sean in Munich, 7th best player just by EPS. So that's his overall performance. Usually favoring fraggers. He even got an ace earlier in the tournament as well. And there's only a handful of players who can boast that stat.
Kategoria on sielläkin.
Philippox and Nade, usually the players that we don't talk about on the entry, the two newest players in this roster, though they have been on the team for a very long time now. As soon as they did join this roster, they went from being the second best in the world back in SI Montreal 2020. Hey! Hello! I love that. Bit of love for you, Nicholas.
Toi on kyllähän kiva. Toi on selkeästi, että noita on annettu noita piirustus. Formatteja, koska siinä näkyy sponsorit ympärillä. Se ei vaan niinku tarvii itse tuoda jotain valkotaulua tai paperia, mihin kirjoittaa. Haluan saada niinku tapahtumat. Ja toi kyllä näyttää aika isolta, että tolle kyllä mahtuisi ihan vitusti väkeä tuosta stadiumilla. Ketä on joku Munichin BM. BMW
stadium. These days, a lot of operators have like a secondary that's actually a decent weapon, like, you know, a lot of the automatic.
Mikähän siellä näkyy vähän, että lobby, recreatutaan lobbia.
This guy thinks the Reaper is a good weapon. Oh, okay.
I mean, if you've got Candelas, it doesn't really matter what weapon you have.
Mä tykkään noista admineilla on kumisaappaat.
Ban Warden, every single
time. Tiger!
It's nice to see the GSU9 operators making an appearance here.
Oh my god.
Wow.
There was a screech in the crowd.
Joku heitti kynnen mökkireissulla ensi mökille. Varsinkin seuraavaa, mikä mahdollisesti jos Halloweenina. Niin jokainen kossaa sielläkin operaattoria.
Yeah, good matchups. Then tomorrow you got 3 BO3s again. Pretty long day.
Very long day for a semi-final.
Exactly. And then Friday we start a bit later, but then we have show match, we have the reveal panel, we have a BO5.
Taisi olla syysmis itse asiassa just se, kuka toi esille.
I've seen the developers backstage, prepping, talking, chatting.
I've seen the big dogs around the place. The big dogs.
Kelle se Vardeni annettiin tyyliin kakolle. Syysmis olisi silleen, että olisi Varden.
And yeah, I'm very excited for the upcoming season.
Mulla oli Mosi.
Did you see
Mosi.
last night?
Were you not here?
I was not there.
We
watched some stuff.
Mä tiesin.
You didn't see some
Mä
stuff?
tiedän nää.
Oh, dude, you're missing out, mate. You are missing out. Just you guys wait before the grand final. Everything will be revealed.
Se oli hyvä, mä taisin Ouli jo olla. Ouli oli just siinä tilanteessa. Ouli on pitkä mies. Siinä vaan just silleen, onks tää mulla annettiin Mosi, koska mä oon lyhyt vai? Joo. Ajaa. Mosi, mikropala.
Almost officially 10 years. 10 years since one of the betas.
The new season will be the 10-year anniversary of Seed.
There it is. Gotta be specific here, you know? Gotta be, I mean, 10 years is a big deal.
Siis se on se joku vittu Azimazi. Unipala. Tai joku jostain tommosesta tullut kaveri oli jossain kohtaa. Mosi, Unipala.
The new generation with some small changes. Modernized maps, the prettier visuals, health changes, which is affected a
musta
couple
tuntuu,
maps.
Kaidi olisi kyllä, koska Kaidihan on pisin operaattori.
Where did he die? From blue stairs.
Touli ei kyllä niin vanha ja silleen
parata. That's really cheeky. What information did they have to enable that?
There's the Yokai drone maybe.
Yeah, and Mowgli.
Since the default cam is shot too late, I'm not entirely certain, but
that's a lot. I mean, that's
Äänittästä. Mä en oo kai ollenkaan.
Probably the best operator to lose early, I would say.
Nuori Kaidi. No eikö se elite vaan.
Thankfully, the Hibana will compensate for
Ossa mä tykkään, että vitun Milosh näyttää saatana niinku Kaid Eliteltä ja Default Maestrolta. Olisiko vapaa-orrus?
There is a drone. It hears him, sees him, and now they know where he is.
Problem is, this is your Echo, not an operator you can afford to lose early, but Philippox is able to find a kill. Immediately switches to the secondary. Might even be able to find a second, not to be the case. Savage gets him before he can do so.
A little bit early there from Noah. Could have waited for Savage to show up in force. Use those, you know, the flashbangs, the fires, some utility. They're saving things for later, but later might never come because it's a 3v4 now by that bomb site wall. Gotta pop that open and try and go for a plant. But we know Tashanga fire, Yokai drones, a default plant impossible. And planting in the middle of a bomb site like this, honestly, there is a chance. With the sense wall obscuring all the vision and no C4 from the defenders, maybe they can get a plant down.
Well, thankfully for Secret, they're taking out the Echo, so the Yokais aren't going to be denying the plan. And there's no nitro cells left because no one's used it to kill Mowgli early. So realistically, plant denial is just that Tachanka.
There's so much of it. 30 seconds now. Secret
enemmän se taitaa olla passi toi.
Oh, the keeper though. It blocks him off.
Passi se sen ikoni.
From KZ to protect his teammate. A flashbang here could be it. Doom actually finds the kill.
Mä katsoin, että Posta sai tappaa silleen, että hetkinen, se oli hetkinen, muuten se oli Jume. Eli väärä operaattori, väärä ase.
Fury are making their flank happen. KZ can't withstand the might of Secret erupting onto the bomb site. It's unexpected. And Adrian will be able to stick the plant. There's no plant denial. Oh!
Jume skillganilla.
Straight into the heart of Furia. He strikes.
Mikä vade ois vittu?
Team Secret again, another round on the board.
Oryx on Oryx.
Win those. The beautiful timing, dropping down the corner heads, taking down the player in garage, and then the flank comes through. Secret were everywhere. No mistakes, perfect in the server, and it almost, when I say that keep it barrier that stalled them out for 2 or 3 more seconds, it favored Secret because they get one more kill before execute and had even numbers in the 3-on-3.
So patient from Secret. They were in a deficit. They were fighting from behind because of Philippox's early kill and because of the C4 at the start of the round from her. And yet, Secret was so ready to make this execute. I love the play from Savage. Hibana shotgun, it's a classic.
Mä tiedän, jotenkin mun mielestä tosta toi vapaasta vois olla toi Tashanka. Genderbender Frost.
Yeah, I don't blame them for getting fired up.
No joo, mahdollisesti.
Is that basement bomb site is where most defenders are going to be favored and expecting to win, and the attackers come out victorious despite being down in numbers. Secret, round by round, they seem to figure it out. And again, the timing is perfect. The fights, they're 2v1, 2v1, 2v1. so good at forcing favorable gunfights.
Even though Furia played that really well, I really like the Kiva barrier.
Yeah.
That went
Tai
right
just
up on that
Tender
hash.
Bender.
Just slow Secret down a bit.
Pick
It
lock.
wasn't enough. Both these teams are playing well. Sometimes you see a match. It's like one team just isn't playing at their full potential. That's not the case here.
One thing we're not really seeing from Furia, to my surprise, is
there's not a lot of
trap operators. They're playing heavy intel and anti-plant. Like, now they're playing Maestro, Tuberao, and they're playing the Echo. They're saying they're slow down the game with utility. But Secret aren't
nyt on kyllä mielenkiintoinen Maestro-kamera tuolla.
I mean, they're using what they
Preveittää
have,
ton
but it comes down to the
kantoavaamisen.
timings and the executed gun skill. I don't know if Maestro,
Jos tosta ei
Echo,
oo
and slowing down
tietoa,
the game is gonna
niin
give
toi voi
Furia
olla ihan
much in this
vitun
one.
iso.
I agree.
Jos tyyliin Savage yrittää avata se.
Yeah, Dokkaebi is the perfect counter to both the Maestro and the Echo. It's going to force Furia off those cameras, unable to deny the plant using that gadgetry. So again, a good read from Secret, perhaps not quite on the money for Furia. But so many of these rounds, they hinge more on the gunfights than the utility, like you said, which means if Furia can lock in, kill hero there could mean the round is going to be an execute straight
Eikä
to
se
the bomb side, but June actually
Savage.
Savage, who was distracted trying to take the long angle with JV doubling
ei
down.
siis
Secret,
kossaamisessa sinällään
they
niinku
do. I don't know what
just toi
Mowgli
Tender
and Noah
Bender.
have just pulled out of
Ja
nowhere.
mikäli
Mowgli for the double.
niinku eihän se niin just toi mitä Bacon sanoi, että voihan ne pukeutua naisiksi, mikä vittu väli sillä on. Ja sama vaikka siellä on miehiä niinku suuri osa, niin mitä vittu väliä sillä on.
Their stock outside the repels, that's the problem. They can't get inside. It has to be a plan C here for Secret. There's no shot they can rebel in. Maybe with some smoke grenades, but I think it's too
Helpommaksi se
risky.
tulee
They
niinku
gotta go
vetää
on
se
the
just
roof, drop
quote
down to
unquote
the balcony,
Tender
try to
Bender
find a
versio.
different avenue.
Sit kun
Now,
kuitenkin
they're up against
kaikki
the Echo
suurin
and
osa
the Maestro.
operaattoreista on
The good
niinku
news is they need to
battle
actually go
gearista.
on the gadget to
Niin.
use them. The downside is when they're just placed in those passive positions, the dead
Ei
teammates of
välttämättä
Furia can call out
supernopeasti
exactly what's
huomaa.
happening, and there is no Dokkaebi call. So the information game is going to be against
Yes.
Secret.
Nade's a very slow operator. He's very far back in the bomb site, and his gadget is not as quick
Yksi
at
mikä
denying
muuta
the
tuli
plan
toi...
as Philippe Boxes.
Oh, this is
Mä tiedän,
Sneaky
niissä
straight
vaan
fight,
vittu smoke.
Savage. He needed to win it, and he does. Now he turns his attention to the plant. It's up to Noah to cover.
Mä tiedän, Sipuli
One smoke grenade.
välkkii...
Will
Se pelaa
knows the
välkkiä tosi
angle,
paljon.
but he knows.
Kiku.
Left, right, and good night to Furia. Secret in a 3 versus 5.
Tender Bender.
Still come out
Mutta ei
on top.
koskaan Big Brain.
With Echo,
Eikö suurin osa
with
niistä
Maestro,
olekaan
with
fanboilla?
so much
Minä
information,
tiedän.
Savage still just walks on in, takes down the Echo, injured on the ground, goes for a plant. So
Fanboys
Furia,
puheella
they're
ja
playing
Allu varmaan voisi olla
information, yet they
Jana
don't know
Elina.
anything. They're not playing traps to weaken the
Kappa.
gunfights. They're not playing the counters, the verticality, the plant. And now, really, they're just playing very simple, and Secret are walking right
Implikoitko nyt,
around
että
it,
joku
or
vittu
straight
nispa
through
haisee
it. They
pahalle?
do not care about what Furia
Vai
bring,
kun
but
smoke?
Secret,
Ei
they have a
kun...
plan in mind from the very beginning, and they follow
tiedän.
that plan all the way through.
Sinä et tiedäkään mitä vittua siellä yhdessä huoneessa tapahtuu. Tukkitehas siellä ainakin oli 3 itse asiassa. Vittu se klikkas tosta ja ampui kumeen ja paskaksi.
And it was two of them that helped by no doubt win this round, get it
Tuntuu,
across the
että
line
Sipulilla
against
oli
the
vähän
once
perseestä
world
olla siinä
champions
yhdessä
of
huoneessa.
Furia.
What a push.
Ever since Team Secret brought this roster back to life with these two new players, they have been championship contenders. And the proof was in the pudding at EWC.
Mäkin kuultiin vähän huhua, mitä vittu siellä toisessa huoneessa tapahtui, mutta mä en halua tietää enempää. Minä en halua konfirmaatioa huhuihin.
An achievement to boast. Furia have not been at an event and worse than a top 4 finish in a hell of a long time. Not for a year and a half ago at the Manchester Major. This would be a devastating result.
Mutta muuten Sigridillä on mahdollista ottaa 4-2 hyökkäyä, voittaisi Furia tasoittaa 3-3.
The gameplay stays the same.
Tätä on leukarepin. Mitäpä Baconille kuuluu?
So you see right now, June doesn't have drone support. He's just playing off the momentum. What should be happening, what is happening in the server. And Joom, with a perfect read, shuts down Hurd, who was looking for him.
Vähän on harmin vitun lista. Toi on kyllä aika koppainen.
Mm.
Innostuin pelaa vähän lisää sielläkin. Oh no.
And Secret now can kind of reset Just breathe for a second. Use your drone.
Willis, what have you done?
Doom has to leave the basement. Back on the top square he goes.
Tosta screenshotia laittaa sen pintuupereihin takaisin. Eli sille Willis, what have you done?
C4s downstairs with the Valkyrie cameras, and there is no IQ counterplay.
Mä oon vaan vitun wash.
They have to be careful. They have to be respectful of the potential there from Furia. But I really like this so far. Nice and slow, do the verticality, take it step by step, lock down the flanks, and then when you're ready, you will hit the bomb site.
Siis mä oon vaan legit washed.
How they get in
Mä
though, is a
jaksan
different question. There's no
fokusaa siihen
shield this
peliin.
time, no sense, there's no Ying, no Grim, so it's very much like a walk down the staircase, drop a hatch. I feel like this is not going to be a plan strat, James. I think they're going to be the classic, we're going to push together and take 2v1 gunfights.
You have to frag it out.
I think so.
It actually has information on CEO office thanks to a Valkyrie camera that hasn't been
Pakosta innostuu, kun sain Amarustompin. Vielä uudelleen, Willis, what have you done? Mä jouduin katsomaan sen kamerasta vaan siinä toi... Niinku sivukulmasta sen, kun sä vaan vittu jiittaat siihen. Mä oon silleen, okei, Willis is dead. Se ei lähtenyt juokseen siitä saman tien, kun se barrikadi aukesi. Mä näin sit kamerasta sen niinku grappling hookin, kun siihen tulee se risti. Se ottaa siitä ikkunan joka reunasta. Tai jokaisesta kulmasta ottaa kiinni. Niin oli vaan se. Joo, Willis is dead. Siinä oli lähellä, että sä voiko edes missannut.
Favor Furia on the bomb side as the smoke goes out. KZ, he's just playing the door.
Nade muuten kuoli silleen. Otti muuten ovelle vaan, se ei vetänyt deepiin. Ja Secretin hyökkäykset on kyllä vittu next level.
Furia on their last legs. The rains are pouring down for Team Secret.
Toki tässä siis ne on alkanut olla ihan iskus. Nyt sit tulee joku 3 peliä vaan, ettei vittu onnistu. Siis mullahan oli about samanlaista luokkaa toi pelit silloin kun mä aloitin. Koska mä olin silleen, että mä oon viimeksi pelannut shooteria oikeastaan konsolilla. Vähän oli ehkä bäfää pelannut, mutta sit aikaisemmin sitä ennen oli pelannut enemmän Dotaa vaan koneella. Joka ei tosiaan ole shooteri. Niin, ne oli vähän silleen, että siitä sit hyppää toi... Se määrä, mitä mä olin CS pelannut niistä pelasta pelaamiseksi. Ja... Siitä sit niinku jälkeen... Sit mä niinku hyppään suoraan, mulle ei mitään haju, mitä tässä pelissä tapahtuu. Mitä tää toimii, mitä aseet toimii, mitä tämmösiä.
Yeah, they are definitely talking amongst themselves.
The tech pause is finished. We're now just into the operator bands, which means that the coach can talk to the squad. Twister can give his insights. It's like a tactical timeout, but you don't even need to take it. You just get it every 3 rounds anyway.
You just go
mulla ei mitään juu, mä hypätään suoraan plattipeleihin.
I really like this Monty and the Glass Band. Very like
kolme seasonia mulla oli
in recent history
highest.
a lot of
Toi
glass
rankki
we've
oli
seen from them.
kulta 3 ja se oli just silleen kannettu siitä sit suoraan takas silveriin. Yhdessä seasonissa mä kävin bronze 1:stä. Sen jälkeen mä hittasin platti 3 ja sen jälkeen mä ollut koko ajan. Olin tyylin pari seasonia platti 3 ja sen jälkeen mä pääsin platti 2 ja sen jälkeen ollut tyyliin 4 vuotta sua putkeen luokkaa platti 2 tai 3. Toisaalta sit se alkoi menee siihen, että mä pelasin vaan unrankkiin ja kävin hakemassa vaan niinku periaatteessa rankkiin itselleni. Niin ottakaa ihan vaan Suolan kanssa. Yhdessä seasonissa oli vähän struglia noista placementit. Goldi, toivoisin, että mä jaksan vittu pelaa sitä enempää. Jäin Goldiin, tuli joskus Goldin 1 tai 2 ja sit taas kävin hakee toi plattiin siitä. Siitä on ollut pari seasonia Championistakin. Joo, siis mä en oo varmaan viimeisen 5 näin nyt ihan 3 vuoteen jaksanut edes välittää niinku rankista. Tietenkin mä aina pelaan niin hyvin kuin mä pystyn, mut mulla ei oo ollut sitä
will
siis
be massive
hyvin
in
usein
value
silloin
because you
niinku
remove an
tier
important
3
operator
ja
gadget
4 ja
from the
vielä
board with that kill.
vitosessakin oli sillä, että oli sillä, että mennään pelaamaan ja ennen kuin me saatiin periaatteessa kaikki niin Discordiin, niin mä oon hakannut
This is risky. I mean, he's passed two different roamers.
They could flank him. Like that's the problem. He has to hold his own flank here, but this is classic Herds. He likes to take these risks. That's why he's so
välillä myös ihan vaan, koska mulla ei ollut muutakaan, niin mä hakkasin T-hunttia.
I mean, surely
Sitten mä menin opiskelemaan ja mä en jaksa enää välittää. Plus sit se poistettiin ja ei ollut mitään hyvää vaihtoehtoa. Nyt vaan muuta. Viime kerran mä oikeesti... Viime kerta kun mä lämpäsin mihinkään. Muuta kuin silleen, no, ei se mene ränkkyli. Mut siis niinku kunnon lämpäset kävi jotain niinku... Ei lämpää. Oli just meidän B-tubereitten toi custom-peli. Ihan vaan koska mulla oli uusi hiirimatto, niin vähän sen kanssa vähän katsoa, että mulla on se sit kunnossa. Ätsit pehmeänä, what is this secret? What are you cooking? Niillä on kaikki melkein tuolla saitilla pehmeänä, olisi laittanut kaikki reiskat yläkertaan. Mut joo, toisaalta toi, että jos neit menee laittaa siihen, niin sit vaan räjäytetään se alta. Sieltä on senssi tuotu. Kyllä hyvin.
That should be okay. What do we do against the hatch pushes? And when they go for the offensive plays, it has to be one person worrying about the plant denial and the other three players having gone up, ready for a fight. Big pick right before execute.
Mowgli just takes his head clean off and he walks straight through the Sens wall. He's a rat. The disrespect, but KZ puts him back in his place. Savage can always deny the plant. With a C4, we have 3 gas still remaining from Adrian. Philippos is going to have a monumental impact.
Joo, fair oli mulla TF2:stakin, mutta mitä mä pelasin medikkiä siellä, niin mä lastaa koska eikä
No C4.
eikä sekään ollut mitään semmoista niinku kunnollista. Oh no my lord. Sai denajattu tänne. Näyttää kyllä vähän siltä, että se oli Pade oikeesti oikeassa ja se on GG tolleen toi Furialle ja Furia lähtee kohti lentokenttää.
It's so smart for Secret. They figured out where they were planting by knowing where they weren't. And Furia is gonna call a tactical timeout again.
As coisas que a gente vai fazer, Fox, pra gente ganhar isso aqui, a gente vai ter que fazer nossas melhores plays. Então vamos puxar começar ali.
Nyt on vähän Furialla jotain niinku ongelmaa.
A gente tá mais acostumado que agora é o momento que a gente tá tendo um pouquinho mais de dificuldade na partida. A gente vai jogar ali subindo o ouro, lembra?
If you're Furia,
branca, o JV entra na LAN, eles estão
tentando to your team in a moment like this, down 5-2.
A gente só tem que jogar ao mesmo tempo.
Secret have never lost this map.
Quando eles estiverem fazendo algo
13 games in a row on Bank, Secret have had it on lock.
Na área aberta, lembra que eles são mais confortáveis fazer 3 caras embaixo ali e tal. Então a gente pode só splitar rápido em cima, fazer uma DZ, o que vocês estiverem mais confortáveis.
Fechou, bora. Bora, guys. Bora, guys. Vamos confiar, mano. Vamos confiar.
And so for Furia, they must get back into it now. A map that historically they love, but here in Munich it has not been theirs. When Secret seem to have all the answers and Furia are left with nothing but questions. When even the plays that Furia have, when even the advantages cannot be locked in. When they desperately drop down these hatches and Noah laps them up. When Secret are rejuvenated with the energy that we saw them
Secretin tai
last
muuten
tournament.
Ymmärtäisi jotain. Joo, siis minkä vitun takia ottaa Furiaa koko ajan tohon noin. Kukaan niinku, tää on englanninkielinen lähetys niinku, bro.
One foot in front of the other, marching back, waiting their way out of the water to take the fight to Secret and send us to a third map.
Meanwhile for Secret, what do you change? I think nothing. The formula that they have brought into this BO3 has worked from the very beginning. Yeah, there's the odd round here and there where things don't go their way, where they lose a gunfight, they make a mistake, but overall, more often than not, they have a very set game plan and it is just working to perfection. I think we don't sadly hear the Secret comments so far in the attack timeouts. Maybe one day, but I'm pretty sure Twister, the coach of Secret, goes, guys, keep doing what you're doing.
Well, we don't have the Secret comms, but we do have some insight into what Furia was saying. Maria, I believe you're on the line with the translation of the Furia tactical timeout.
Yes, I do. So Igor said right now it's when we are having most hard times. So let's do only what we are used to do already. Let's do the best place we have, Felipox.
Thank you very much, Maria. So it's exactly what we were discussing before, Pengu. When Furia are struggling to play their game, they go back to what they know best.
But if you're Secret, I feel like you've already played into this by Ben the Glass, Ben the Monty. They want them to go to default territory because then Secret can know exactly what to expect from them.
The Royora has made an appearance though from her.
That's true.
He's no longer going to be lurking. Like that is a show of how much he is lacking his confidence right now. He's even struggling to take that barbed wire down.
Perfectly placed, as it should be.
He's got the operator for a set play from that frontside execute from lobby.
We see this with the rappel angles. Secret did a similar thing, so they should know all the angles, the lineups. They got those castle barricades and the Asami Bears to fortify that bomb site and strengthen the player positions. Doom and Noah playing together, swinging the windows actually.
Lämmeltä Vade on seuraavaan mökille. Genderbend Frosti tossa.
Pick apart Noah's castle, but the aggression from Doom is making it so Furia cannot just do the 1-2-3s of the round. They have to constantly be worried about yet another swing. Doom does not want to jump outside. He would be vulnerable, and JV finally puts Mowgli down. Felipox wants to march forward, but good patience.
Niin, että seuraavalla kynnen mökille niin toi Genderbend Frosti asu. Oli tämmönen, että niinku seuraavalla Halloween mökillä niin olisi sielläkin operaattoreita asuja.
Must stand tall in the 1v3. He sees the first.
That's case.
Fuser is down on the ground.
Disrespect kameralukki tohon noin. No niin Noah, ota tästä. Ei! Se olisi ollut ace. Aikamoinen ace-kutsu. Tyli bändiittekin on vaihtoehto. Haluin tosta niinku systeviestistä.
Afraid of Noah in the 1v4. And he did a great job at isolating player by player and kill after kill. Who's had that adrenaline in his body. I gotta swing one more. I gotta get that one final kill. But guess what? They were ready for you.
Se kyllä toi botti mainostanut mun somea tänään
That's the
hyvin
kind of
paljon.
round the Furia wins. It's so close. They were so far ahead, and yet it comes down to a 1v1.
Minkäs mitä sä tiedät minkä näköinen Frosti on sen toi saatana talvipäkin alla?
It's just making Secret have a laugh about it. There's no pressure on their shoulders whatsoever right now.
Even check the cameras in the middle of the clutch.
Oho, olisi voinut sit huutaa. With the worst gun in the game!
That's exactly the energy that Egon needs right now.
Yeah. I love that. So energetic behind the players. I mean, it feels good to win after attack timeout. You say, guys, go back to default, do your thing, and just win the round, you know? Get it done.
You know you're doing it right when you can convert those tactical timeouts. Too often this tournament we've seen teams fumble them. Igor is known for his energy in those tactical timeouts, and his message sounded pretty simple from the translation that we got from Maria. And sometimes that's all you need, just simple confidence. One round at a time builds that confidence up. And Herds is always the one that we're talking about because he's the most hot.
Siellä on puhelimella joku.
And he's been cold for a long
Tumehan se siellä.
He's been quite flexible though. Aura, the IQ, he's playing Capital early on Chalet. Like he's finding himself in a very flexible position, even though he often is in the same spot in the map on the early entry. And he finds the Valkyries first, relays the information, now his team can push on forward with more safety. It's again, back to basics.
IQ's the perfect pick for this round because not only do we have the Valkyrie, but also that Echo. We've seen a lot of it from both teams. It's all about that info game. How the Mira's going to get counted up on the top floor though, as Felipox makes his way inside. Again, Herd spotting out that Yokai. Really love that from him. Forces Secret to play much more passively with their util or risk losing it.
The thing is, there's a mirror window in Janitors watching over CEO, and there's no way for Fear to deal with it. So I think they've gone for a lobby, direct attack instead, so to speak, and going up the staircase. They can't clear the mirror.
The crossfire is good. The C4 somehow Felipox survives, but Nate only finds one, and Savage will eventually team up and hunt down Felipox. Great work from Secret. Another one to follow. It's desperate for JV as he has to injure onto Noah, but he knows he's walking into a crossfire. Good smoke play. Herd's getting aggressive, turning his attention to the bomb site. Will he catch a player off guard?
Noah confirmed for the kill. Savage hiding in the elevator. This is Secret just playing their corners. The Dokkaebi call goes out, the final one. That's the last bit of really pure information game here from Furia. But they hear Doom, and he hears Herds. Pre-fires falls on back. They're gonna play the numbers. 2 people by the bomb site and 1 person in the hatch, in the elevator.
Are they gonna get aggressive here? I think Secret attempted to try and make some kind of a 2v1 play if they can figure out where Furia are coming from. Herds is just waiting patiently. There's time left on the board for Furia to pivot if they need to. And so they slow down, they wait for an opportunity to be gifted to them. I don't think Doom is going to pop up his head. I don't think Herds will be gifted an opportunity for a freebie here. Oh, in fact, he is the freebie. Adrian swings and punishes the IQ. Oh, they're trading. JV has fallen, KZ, the Lion must step up for the team.
Nyt näyttää niin oikeesti alkaa näyttää aika pahalta.
On their last legs, Furia must learn to swim. Or they are eliminated from Munich.
1 more round.
1 more round. 1 more round. 1 more round. 1 more round. 1 more round.
Home crowd buff. As the tides are rising on the Furious side of the stage, the Brazilians have no tactical timeout to fall back upon. Doom is locked in. And Furia are doing everything they can to try and finally be the first team to beat Secret on Bank. And yet I don't think that what they've got is enough.
On vähän Furialla paha, kun mentiin pankkiin. Mutta jos Furia olisi ottanut pankin silleen, bro, what you do, man? What you do?
And you see the face of Doom winning that round. He knew he made a huge play, and you can feel it. You gotta stay composed though. Sometimes when you're so close to that round victory, that game victory, you start to daydream a little bit. Oh my god, I can't imagine winning and standing up. I'm gonna say these things in the interview. I'm gonna do all these things. And then all of a sudden, you lose track. The comeback happens for your opponent and you lose. You need to stay focused on the mission at hand, this upcoming round. That's all that matters. The next 3 minutes.
Frag by frag, round by round. You cannot get ahead of yourselves. Furia, look, yes, they lost back in a BO1 and then the first map of the BO3, but they have been undefeated in their best of 3 series ever since. They ran that gauntlet all the way through from 0-2 down to win 3 in a row and get themselves here.
There's a downside to that, though, right? When you're down 0-2, you're playing other teams at that scoreline. You're playing quote-unquote weaker teams in the event, and eventually you're gonna start hitting the top dogs. Secret's one of those teams.
Yet to be tested by a team of this caliber. And Secret are showing plenty here today.
This right here
There's
can
no
define
holding
everything.
back. This is a play and a half from Philippox and KZ. The two of them together dominate control of Garage. Well played. Secret is silenced for now.
Very important kill right there. If Noah shuts them down, that could be the entire round over, and with that, the entire match as well. Secret now looking at the operator lineup. I feel like they need to go for an aggressive play somewhere and fight on their own. If it gets down to that bomb site, I don't think they have what it takes, and I think they know it too. So the question is, can they isolate it? Can they find one of those attackers?
This is a play, but it's a risky one from Adrian. Composure from Herds. And he makes his way forwards, but Adrian swings it wide. Herds was not ready for it.
To be honest, itellä on vähän semmonen pieni toive, että mentäis Clubhouse, että nähdään vaan kunnollisia jälkeen, mut sit taas. Toisaalta se niinku, itellä on se, että mä haluan, että EU voittaa. Vai sinällään kiinnostanut kuka voittaa, mä haluan vaan, että EU voittaa.
Philippox along angle, and the German will fall. Adrian, he's got an angle, but he doesn't confirm the kill under KZ. Fighting from behind. Furia have the advantage. They need to convert 3 rounds in a row to push us to OT. Secret are on the verge of knocking the Brazilians out, but they need to clutch up.
They know Philippox is inside our garage. They knew both players were by the main stairs, but every second that information gets more and more outdated. They're rotating those Fenrir mines. They know Case probably in server. Yes, it is. So Philippox is gonna cut the bombs in half, and then it's gonna be a 2v1 here for Savage.
And he is in such an awkward spot. Adrian needs to support. Needs to bring over his gas. As the Portuguese player will fall, KZ threads the needle onto him. It's a 3-way crossfire here. that Adrian must duel. Falling back further and further, deeper into the bomb site. Out goes the gas. He needs to isolate this one against Felipox. He can't afford to wait. He has to take that fight, but he doesn't know how far back he is. And Felipox is playing it perfectly. The Brazilians have maintained control of the rounds. A shotgun is not going to help you now, Adrian. One gas in pocket, but he needs to take the fight with the SMG. And the Pox will shut him down. 1 of 3 required from Furia.
A very hard round from the very beginning, and I gotta say, Secret did a great job at fighting back and making that round look winnable for just a couple of seconds. But numbers advantage, garage control surrendered early, just gave Furia the upside. Secret with their attack timeout to close this out.
Time, whatever is the first contact, they are trying to
Hei, saatiin nämä audiot.
If we need to go to the CEO again, I think it's good as well.
Can we also play mirror?
I think we can. I think we can. If we need to go to CEO again, we can play.
Se kuka vittu tää niinku puhuu, mutta se on se coach saa kyykkös takana.
To clear up their stuff, and you guys being gonna watch out for the Amaru fast play. And once you guys just stop them into the beginning of the round, it will be good already, you know. And they will be fun. Try to play a little bit more of this info as well on the late round once you guys have it, because you guys are having it.
We need time to talk about
Tai jos jossain kohtaa nyt jompikumpi kisa haluaa tulla tuohon sohvalle, niin saatte kissakameran, mutta tällä hetkellä ei näytä olevan lähimainkaan.
The final trap for the backside, I think.
A lot of strats there taught from the coach of Twister about the mid to late round, especially how they needed to have information to make the right play with knowledge and not guessing games. And the tail end Savage goes, guys, let's talk about the operator setup right now, because I'm not sure what I'm picking. So Twister, it seemed very much adamant on we're going to win this upcoming round in general, more so than the long game.
That said, Twister did say if we have to play CEO later, this is the things that you need to do. He was mentioning the barbed wire. He said rely less on the traps. Furia have been good at clearing that out. And that makes sense. What we've seen from Furia this series, a lot of things like Twitch, a lot of things like Brava, a lot of ability to clear out Fenrir mines.
Yksi roundi, se on pari roundia tarvii Furia ottaa sun putkeen, että päästään OT:lle. Saa nähdä miten menee.
Down in the basement though, like you said, it was
Mira
all
alakertaa.
operator am I playing this round. How am I going to win my role?
So many
Se on
options
nyt
as well.
niin defaultti kuin defaultti voi olla, ja sieltä saadaan onnistua.
It's like you still have so many different ways to plan it out. Whether it's going to be your Maestro, your Echo, your Mirror, your Smoke, your Tashanga, it's a matter of what do you think is going to fit best. So I like the Mirror being picked here. They're going to put the Mirror window on the bomb site default wall, make it more difficult to breach. That can make a bit of an awkward situation. They're going to play C4, so they're going to play a bit of plant denial, and then they wanted information to know what exactly is going on. The beauty of the Echo over a Valkyrie Maestro is that it's movable information. So right now, Noah can check garage, that's clear, okay. Let's drop up into open area, okay, that's also clear. You can help the roamers, you can check the garage, and then you can also help the bomb set later on.
Yeah, and Hertz is actually off the IQ that he's picked in the past to try and counter that Echo. He's instead onto the Royora, which he played on the top floor. I'm not sure if Furia didn't check that the site was basement, or perhaps they have a different play in mind with the Royora.
Yeah, I think they're gonna late round if they get there, right? Get on the A hatch and close the A door towards the red hole, then they can plant in the corner as it's completely closed off. It's not really as smokable as C4 bullets, other plant spots per se.
Unless if you have a C4 spare to actually destroy the Royora.
That too, yeah.
But Nitro cells will definitely be dangerous in this late round for Furia.
Early stage has to be won first, though. It's going to be Secret falling back a little bit earlier than before because they are liking the plant denial late round. They don't have to rely as much on the roam itself. And I mean, look at Furia. They're still top floor. They're droning. They're checking. They're not sure exactly what's happening, and they have lost a ton of drones so far. Very limited on the intel game.
Yeah, wow. Only 2 drones left. If I'm not wrong.
They're dry peeking open area. I mean, there comes one of the few drones.
It's desperate, and it means that they're not going to have a lot of info to find the Echo drones in the late round and other util. They're not going to know the positions. And unlike last round, they don't have the early garage control.
They do not. But there is one area, I was going to say server stairs for Adrian, but he actually also, again, fell back the second they opened up those hatches. This is Secret saying, we're giving you full map control, step by step, come meet us by the bomb site. They want the 5v5. There is 10 Skyros left in the pocket of JV on the Hibana, and he has to open up those angles in server with the mirror window, and that can get a little bit tricky sometimes. The mirror window does not like being opened up by hot destruction. You see it right here. He has to try and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, so many good plays here from Secret. The mirror window makes it very awkward, thankfully. The Hibana will be able to open up an entry onto the site for a plant.
Yeah.
It's up to Felipox to steer Furia into the right direction to win this round. 30 seconds to play.
There's the Aurora on the A door. It enables the Half drop into a safe plant position. But mind you, there's Eka drones for information. They don't 1 HP with Diffuser. One final Toxic Babe in pocket. Timer 17.
I mean, time is ticking away. The only way Furia win this is by erupting onto the bomb site now. They need to steal a plant. And Nate is down the floor. Team Secret are on the verge of something great. Frag by frag, they put Furia down. Furia have fallen into troubled waters. And the ocean is smiling back at Secret today.
Se on vaan vittu GG Furialla vittu.
German
Holy shit.
and his comrades have knocked Furia from the Munich Major.
Kyllähän tämä vituttaa.
Doom said himself, does it matter to you? Does it add more pressure that your family is here, that the crowd favors you? He says, no, I love it. This is where I want to be. Home crowd, home country buff. Secret looking unstoppable up against Furia.
And it is out with the old and in with the new. Secret have knocked out the once great Brazilians from the tournament. And they've set themselves up for a date later today. This whole bracket run could be a reality after being knocked down here by the EU rivals in G2. A renewed fire has been lit beneath them. And in front of the crowd on the main stage, Team Secret are looking better than ever.
Not just that, they hide that third map of Clubhouse. They only played 2 maps against a team like Furia. They get to hide more strats, more maps for later in the tournament. That is the best case scenario by far. And they got it done quickly. It wasn't a struggle here in Bank, it was convincing.
And a 2-0 to boot. Very few teams can boast such a result against a team the caliber of Furia. The Team Secret are back in peak form, and Doom has shown that in front of a home crowd, he's not too shabby after all.
Not at all, but we always knew that, James. It wasn't a matter of if he wins, a matter of when.
Voisi kiva tunnomaan, jos ne yhtäkkiä pottaa Afkista. Ja se vilho vaan saatana Afkaille vittu bännit saman tien silleen perkele. Älä ei saatana lurkkailla. Perkele. Näin.
Phenomenal showing.
Meikäläinen vois kyllä käydä hakemassa vähän ruokaa, vittu alkaa olla vähän nälkä.
Absolutely marvelous stuff from Team Secret, who keep the dream alive here. But for Furia, they drown and drop out of the tournament here. And now, of course, I had to have a conversation with Doom. I'll get to the home support shortly. But to begin with, taking out a giant of this game in your first matchup here on the main stage must fill you with confidence.
Oh, for sure. A lot of confidence from that game.
Did you find it easier than you expected? Because that was rapid, getting it done in 2.
I think a little bit. I thought it would be a little bit harder, but expected a little bit.
When you came up here to join me, you said, first one done. I can sense confidence from you and your team. Where is that coming from? Is it coming from the EWC victory? Or is it from somewhere else?
Jos sä laitat yli huutamerkki Artkuota, mä en tiedä, onko se toiminnassa. Taisi jossain kohtaa mennä rikki.
If we keep on playing like we did today, there's nothing to worry about.
Finally, how much you enjoying playing in front of this crowd?
Amazing, really. Thank you so much.
All right, let's see if you get more opportunities. The next one will be up against M80, a team that has beaten you already. Let's see if they can kick back and show what they're made of.
Thank you so much, Ian. We'll be back with our post show very shortly, showing exactly how our local hero got it done here. Don't go anywhere.
Mä en tiedä, mikä toi yritikö niinku song requesti tyylillä. Toi vetää tohon noin. Meillä harvemmin tulee noita silleen, että modit lisää noita kuoteja, niin mä en muista, onks mä fiksannut tätä. Joo, ei taida toimia tällä hetkellä. Fuck. No mä voisin lisätä täältä. Ja ehkä mä voisin koittaa fiksata sen sit. Joo, ne mainokset tulee ihan justiinsa. Mä käyn hakemassa vähän ruokaa tohon, niin otetaan ihan pieni PRB tähän näin.
in Berlin. Crying lifted the trophy in front of the audience, and here Secret keep that dream and hope alive of a similar situation happening with Doom here in Munich. Now absolutely huge from Secret, a 2-0 to knock out Furia from the tournament and Doom the local hero.
Do you know what? I don't think anybody could see it coming. Doom, he kicked off massively. You said it, Leo, right at the start of this pre-show. Is that Doom says that I always have good games. I don't have life games, but I am always 100% plus 20%, and we saw that today.
The consistency is fragging is just completely crazy. I think you've said it before, Jack, right? You've seen Mowgli and Noah create a space for him. Yeah. He punishes that movement all the time. He's always in situations where you think if he's still alive, Secrets can do it. And if you look at this match in particular, there were rounds that they were losing strategically. There were rounds where they are like in 2v3 and a 3v3. He's the one that gets the most important kills and make sure they win a round that they should not win. He's been so instrumental to Secret's success so far, and it's great to see him perform in his home country.
And when Secret win the round, though, in regards to strategies, there's one person who's instrumental to that as well. We have to talk about the IGL of Secret.
Yeah, we spoke about the battle of the IGLs, and I said it before, Savage has won that war. I think he's won that battle the entire time. Look at here. Instead of going all the way through, he waits, he calls for the smokes here. Anyone would go plant behind the B-bomb. Instead, he chooses to plant at the door frame. Why does he do that? Because everyone will think he crossed, and if you look at KZ, he will try to deny the plant. But he thinks that the plant is all the way there, and it's not. Savage has brained him. Savage is behind him. Savage wins the round. Back on the call, back on the right plant, and then plays off of that. Doom and Savage, Jack.
Jumea Savo käveti ihan vittu omaa showtaan tässä.
As well, yeah, and we said it right at the start. Why is Secret so good at Bang? It's because when Savage joined this team, he brought them his vision of Bang, and they all commit to it, and that's why they continue that win streak. If we look at the series stats, you'll see that Doom is, of course, the MVP, the local boy. Savage put in a great performance out there on the IGL, because he's the one that's thinking about the game. He's the one that's moving all of the chess pieces around, whilst also performing himself. He got a big 4K on the very round one, and we said at this time, like, this is a great start for him, and he kicked on from there. And it's kind of interesting to then see Adrian, Mowgli, Noah not necessarily putting up the numbers that they didn't even need to. That's the whole point because of how well Secret have played.
Yeah, you've got Savage, the captain, you've got Doom, the perfect soldier. The two of them together, the core of that team. More than 40 kills together, 7-1 in entries. That's the core of the team that we were expecting to see grow. I think the recruitment of Noah and Mowgli are really enabling them. And if we look at this roster, I'm not shying away to say they might be one of the favorites. It feels, even in the lower bracket.
It feels so complete, doesn't it? It feels like a complete roster. It feels like they trust each other. And it even feels like rounds where they're not winning strategically, they can still pull it back from the brink because there's so much quality. There's a lot of reasons to be really excited about this Secret roster.
Yes, we'll have a look at the updated bracket here because the miracle is still possible. We mentioned a lower bracket run potential for Secret here as well. Now going up for a match against M80 later today. But also looking at the bracket in general, I mean, we do have NIP and Wildcard there as well. That's the match coming up after this. Two wildcards, I guess we can say, fair enough, going up against each other.
Two underdogs, and the story of one underdog stops here. I think one of them will be facing G2 afterwards. I cannot say which one from
NA on vielä latamin toive.
It feels very, very close, right? Both teams are kind of
lower bracketissa. Toisaalta upperissa on vielä face.
But have managed to find a way in, have managed to find a way to main stage, have looked good across the tournament. Genuinely for both teams, it's been a success to even get here. And now they get an opponent of, I would say, similar caliber to carry on progressing. I'm really looking forward to that fixture.
Fresh, I hate to be this kind of person, but you were saying something particular about Furia and their chances of winning a tournament. That's going to be over for them right now as we see them eliminated from the Munich Major. We talked about their rise up, their resurgence, but it ends here.
I think any other team they would have faced in that lower bracket, they stood a better chance. I think that today Secret was just, and it still is, in my opinion, one of the best teams in this tournament. It was really unfortunate for Furia to face them straight away in the lower bracket. In any other given day, I can see them maybe go forward and win the major. It's just, that roster has so much potential, they will bounce back. They're almost there in Paris.
It's also not that it's just against Secret who are playing well themselves. The map pools really overlap between these two teams where when Furia come into most fixtures, they have a significantly better map pool than most other teams. That's not the case with Secret, because Secret love the border, they love the clubhouse, they love the bank. They're not afraid to take Furia on some of their better maps, and I think we saw that today. And even though Furia didn't play, I wouldn't say particularly well, in all honesty, it was still only 5-7-4-7. It's you know, it's minutiae details that it's so close. They will be back. I am absolutely sure of it.
And it's only our first team that we've sent home so far. Our first matchup done here, but we have 3 more to go for today of a Friday of the playoffs live in the BMW Park Arena. Our next matchup after the break, Ninjas in Pajamas and Wildcard.
5 minuutin breikki tähän väliin. Odotellaan hetki tässä. Tässä ihan hyvä webbikämi toi alennuksessa. 65 €. Normin hinta 109 €. Siitä näkyykin tää braketti, eli sieltä niin, Furia on nyt pudonnut ja nyt on vielä seurauksena tähän Wildcard Gaming vastaan Ninjas in Pyjamas. Eli NAlla on vielä chanssi tuossa. Ei kun Latamilla on vielä chanssi tuossa nipillä jatkaa quarteri. Toisaalta Face on täällä aika hyvä tovi jo vetämässä Falconsia vastaan huomenna. Meidän illan ensimmäinen peli. Katsotaan löytyykö tuolta Twitteristä meemuja. No nyt ei ainakaan näe hetken mitään. Älä nuku. En mä nuku, mä vaan luin yhden tweetin, joka on vähän semmonen, että mä en pysty sitä kyllä näyttämään. Mitäs Kaarelle, tervetuloa tänne Lohikerman luola. Ja kuuluu Fellow Dragon. Mä oon etsimässä vähän meemuja. Ei oo. No tässä on vähän se. Jovi, you are bulletproof camera. Tässä muuten näkyy tää chance tai probability of qualifying for SI, niin Fyrialla on 100%, vaikka ne nyt putos. Semmosta. Niin toi, tässä on vähän tässä. Ainakin huomattiin, että toi yksi actioni toimii samoin. How are you? I will confess I truly love the way you stream because you have great content, to be honest, so I was thinking osaatko edes kirjoittaa lurkkia? Luola. Who is very special to me and would love to help you, his big streamer on Twitch and well engaged. Maybe later. Who knows?
we're looking great. How are we feeling?
I mean, you're saying we're looking great. Look at you. And then you just got off of a hot series. I mean, I can't wait. And this crowd is amazing.
Yeah, we saw how hot it was, so we both matched with the red just to bring the fire a little bit more, you know.
I like it. I like it. There'll be some fire in this matchup for sure as well. So we're going to talk about NIP and Wildcard. Both these teams making it here quite on a miracle run, I guess we can say. And especially for NIP, that 15 round against BDS, the final game was insane.
Oh, it was absolutely insane. I mean, this roster, when you look at all this so far in 2025, they have really stepped up the performance. We've covered a lot of SAL, talked about this team, and they came here as a little bit of a question mark, and especially they kind of had a slow start, but they're on fire now.
A big successor for NIP is their entry kills. When it comes to Fantasy, being very fast, very aggressive, but that is a double-edged sword, especially when you play against teams that match up in skill, and they can match your tempo, slow you down, shut you down. What is NIP's response going to be if their entry doesn't work?
And just like we talked about it in the secret game, of course, the IGL is playing a big part to this roster. Cons is stepping it up.
Yeah, Cons is absolutely stepping up. Sure, maybe he's not at the highest in comparison to some of the players, but you have to look at it from an IGL perspective. And Fox, you already know what this is like. Being an IGL, you have to be selfless in almost every scenario, and especially where he is. He plays those shield operators. He's not going to be flashy. He's not going to be making a statement, but where he does make a statement is setting his team up for success. And you have to look at everything they've done through 2025 and up until this point into Munich. A lot of that is off the backing of Cons. Sure, he might not be looking pretty in the game, but the fact of the matter, he is setting up his team for success and now putting them here in main stage.
I mean, he's been doing a very good job. I mean, NIP, when it comes to their attacks, they're within the teams, they're still one of the lowest attacking teams. And it really comes off the back of the shield. They need to be able to have the placement, express, and move the enemy team. And it's all on the back of Cons.
And one thing you mentioned already as well, there's one big spearhead in this roster too. We have to highlight a player like Fantasy.
They're absolutely, and you got to wake up to a little bit of reality when you're going against this NIP roster, because Fantasy is here to play. Fantasy has stepped up so much in terms of performance. We've all known how aggressive he is, but he's really been showcasing that time and time again throughout these series, whether it was against SSG, whether it was against BDS, whether it was against the likes of every single opponent they've been going against. He has not let his foot off the gas. He is young, he is talented, and hungry. And when I'm talking about how hungry he is, you can just look. EPS, he's the 12th highest rated player here at the event. KD, 5th highest. The one that sticks out the most is those opening kills, the 4th highest. And then 3Ks. Talk about multi-frags and just how talented this kid is, being able to take gunfight after gunfight. He is currently leading in triple kills throughout this event, and I don't imagine this is going to let up here against Wildcard.
No, he has 24 opening kills in the tournament, which is one of the highest. And it goes without saying that he has the most amount of pressure on his shoulders because it's all based off of the attacks. If he doesn't find the opening kill, that's where NIP starts to struggle. So even though he is the one that's getting all of those kills, he can't let up. He hasn't yet. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a moment where a crowd affects him, and he really has the momentum on his side.
And we saw it at the bottom just there. This could well be another NA team that they go and send home. We're going to talk about Wildcard, because for them, it has quite been a
tässä aikamoista, että NA lähtee kotiin. Tai vielä mielenkiintoisempaa toi lataaminen lähtee kotiin. Toisaalta siellä on just yksi tiimi vielä.
By going on huge runs to their defenses, but it's really map specific. I mean, when they play maps like Skyscraper, a Cafe, and Labs, those are their best maps. They're able to slow enemy teams down. They have the tempo. They have the time on the other team's backs to be able to get round wins. But then when they go onto a fast-paced map, that's where Wildcard gets exposed, because they don't have the energy to be able to keep up with fast-paced teams. And what is NIP? A fast-paced team. So that's the biggest fear going into this matchup, is the maps.
No, I think that's definitely a thing. Momentum is a very big thing for this underdog team as Wildcard, because there's a lot of inexperience with this team. Whether you're looking at Spike or whether you're looking at Baby Shark and Bay, but they've been performing exceptionally well. But it's definitely about momentum. They've never played in front of a crowd like this outside of Reload, where it wasn't as big and as hyped and against them, but they definitely can make it happen.
The player you just saw on your screen there, though, Dash has a lot of experience. He holds that major trophy currently still, but there is something going on with him when we look at him playing the shields.
Yeah, we need to see more from him, because the last notable event from Dash was all the way in Reload, and he loves the shield so far since then. But we need to see him get off of it, because in Reload, that's where we saw Dash have the most amount of success. He did play a little bit of the shields. It was very impactful, but it came off the back of very utility-based operators to get those opening kills for Wildcard. Now in this event, it's almost as if Wildcard is forcing the shields, forcing the BB, all of the different shields, and Dash has been suffering heavily from it
because he is unable to use the utility, use his mind, use his experience to be able to get those opening kills.
All right, well, I'll have a look at the map veto as well, because we got to pick up the pace a little bit. Our teams are almost ready to get going. I wonder if there is going to be many of those defensive favored maps that you talked about in that map veto. Looking at the first one,
holy shit, kaikki tuli saman tien. Klubi Sky
I really
ja
like these maps for
Kaffee.
both these teams, all very comfortable, and I would say
Kuinka nähdään uusia karttoja?
it's more going to be in wildcard's favor.
Varsinkin kun ei päästä sille klubiin tosta äskeisessä
Going to Clubhouse for NIP, they played this time and time again here throughout this event.
Hurja
In the match versus BDS, and where we highlighted a player like Fantasy, we already highlighted Cons. Both those two were a big proprietor, why we were seeing them find success, and especially on those attacks. We've already talked about Fantasy needing to get those opening kills, or they start to slow down. So that is definitely going to be a main contention point for this match, is getting those opening kills, and if they continue to go fast.
I will say, in the FaZe vs. Wildcard game, we saw similar maps come up. They ended up Wildcard losing Clubhouse, specifically because they're not good on attack. So even though the first map is looking NIP favored, they won the map ban phase Wildcard, getting Skyscraper, getting Cafe, two very slow, passive maps where they're going to be able to control the tempo against NIP.
Well, the match is set. It is time to throw it back to Ian on the stage to welcome our teams.
Thank you very much, Anne. Now we've seen Team Secret navigate the waters and keep their hopes alive in front of this incredible crowd here in Munich. Who will be the next team out here to further progress their mission to glory? Let's bring them out, starting with NIP.
Eikö ne kävi tossa setappaamassa. Siinä näkyy kontsaa, kun ne setappasi tohon noin. Ja nyt ne meni pois.
North American teams, SSG and Shopify, to earn their place here.
What the fuck?
Now they
What is
want
this?
to complete
Mielenkiintoisuus.
the NA hat-trick. I love matchups like this between two teams that have been slept on, two true underdogs, and their opponents is Wildcard. Wildcard are truly living up to their name, taking down some big dogs on their way here to the main stage. This fearless roster walks in full of belief and ready to keep on breaking the bracket. All right, we're just going to have a quick chat here with Fantasy and Spiker before we get into the matchup here. Like I said, two underdogs ready to go at it. Fantasy, I know that your English isn't very good. Don't worry, my Portuguese isn't either. Is there anything you would like to say to your fans watching home in Brazil?
A torcida do Brasil aí, mandar salve pra geral aí que acompanha a gente e vamos pra cima.
Lovely. All right, now listen. These guys
Lovely.
are taking down two North American teams to get here. They're looking for number 3. Is it going to be you?
No, I got friends on both those teams. I'm gonna get it back for them.
All right, that's what I like to hear. You're doing it for them. All right, shake hands, guys, and go and get into position. Muito obrigado, and thank you, Spiker. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Well, Tim, we Brits love something very, very special in the UK. We love an underdog story. It's not tea and crumpets, Tim, don't worry. This is one of them games that we spoke about a lot. We love the underdogs, and for Wildcard, a team that everyone looks at and goes, well, where the hell are Dark Zero? Surely they should be here. NIP not found themselves in a winning position event in years now. One of them has to progress forward. The big question is, which one is it?
Yeah, kind of finding themselves in the same spot, but maybe from slightly different directions. Like you say, it's a resurgence, it's redemption almost for NIP after a couple of years in the cold. For Wildcard, there's a little bit of a newer entity in their current form. It's that upward trajectory, and they're now regularly being seen on these big stages. They are starting to deliver. And I think we are in one hell of a matchup today.
As you can probably imagine, these two teams haven't
Täällä on
played each other before.
Kettunen huutelemassa tuossa, että mihtiin kuuluu.
Of encounters against NIP. Cans and back on Sonics did, but never managed to get one over on them. So for him today, it's also probably a little bit of a chance to put that old curse to rest.
Let's not forget on the side of Wildcard, we see him there, the ticking brain of Wildcard is Lagones. He's played against these players for years, Des. Of course, coming from the Brazilian region, he knows what it's all about.
We also have a small video I hear for him for us to have a look at before this match. So let's take a look at that now before we jump in.
True to their name, the American wildcard keeps shaking the bracket. They have toppled favourites all week to reach the main stage. Silent and ruthless, the Ninjas have carved through North America on a lethal triple win streak.
Yeah, Ninja, they can stay in pyjama. I'll put them to sleep. When I see their jersey, I just hear cloud music.
The Ninjas are stalking new American prey. Wildcard live for chaos and defying odds. Who advances and who falls? One underdog story ends here.
Saa nähdä kumpi lähtee kotiin. Tatami vai NA. Olisi kyllä kova, jos tää olisi niinku nyt se taistelu. Kumpi tiimi lähtee, mutta siellä on vielä toiset. On M8 ja on Face vielä siellä. EU on ainoa, jolla on nyt 3 tiimiä. Joka muuten myös on se, että sit päivän päätteeksi näiden voittaja menee G2 vastaan. Ja se on mahdollista sitten vielä pudottaa EU-tiimi.
Of course, got to worry about M80, assuming they can get through wildcard here. They could really go for the quadruple, Tim. Knock out an entire region by yourself would be very, very impressive, but I don't think wildcard are going to make it easy for them. And speaking about the maps, of course, we're starting things off on Clubhouse. I remember back in the day, NIP were the team to fear on this map. How times have changed a little bit. They could well still be a bit of an obstacle to get through, but I think wildcard are certainly going to make this tough for them. Pretty much a 50-50 split, Tim.
Yeah, that social prediction doesn't surprise me in the slightest. It's exactly the same as what's going on in my brain right now. Which one is going to win this? I have absolutely no idea. The only thing I'm hoping for is a big 3 map stairs.
I sure hope we get it, Tim, but the match is ready. Let's lock and load and get ourselves into Clubhouse.
Nyt kohta lähdetään klubiin. Niin.
I think one of the things we've really got to appreciate, Tim, actually, is this stage. How beautiful is it?
When we came in, there's been like a few sort of mentions from us along the way of how good it was, and like when we came in and first saw it and like saw the graphics and the the water washing across and everything, I was just absolutely blown away.
Tästä chatilla on veikkauksia, kumpi voittaa. Lähtekö Nippi johtoon jo klubissa vai ottaako wildcardi? Villikortti. Onko wildcardi se villikortti ja menee pudottamaan Latamin kotiin.
Basically is following the pattern they've gone with all along, double hard breach, double electrification ban.
When we look at how these two teams have performed so far here in Munich, they've both been, I think it's fair to say, a little shaky on the attack.
Shaky? They're the 2 worst teams left in the tournament, Tim!
I'm trying to be kind! They're a little bit shaky on the attack, but both of them actually fare very well on the defence. 4th and 5th place. Wildcard 4th, NIP 5th overall in the tournament. So we've got a real battle here to see who can take those better attacks. If you can come out here today and really excel on that side of the game, it feels like you could well walk away the winner. It's going to be NIP that start things off for us on Clubhouse, and if we look at them historically, it hasn't been good attacking on Clubhouse either, Des. 36% win rate for NIP, so a lot of work for them to do here. They need to be targeting a minimum 2 rounds in this first half. 2 would be acceptable for them, 3 even better, but Wildcard have got a real opportunity to come into this one and deal a bit of a hammer blow to start with a 5-1, 6-0, dare I say, first half on defence and send a message.
What is going to make it hard is these 2 teams are in our top 4 across the entire tournament, though, for defensive win rate. So we've been joking about this comparison throughout the event a couple of times, Tim, but it's very much a a movable force against an unstoppable object, or whatever the hell the saying is you want to go for, it's going to be hard to break through either way. You've got the extended hold coming out here up on the Shin bedroom defense from Wildcard. You've seen this a million times, but if you haven't, defenders play 2 or 3 players out towards the Cash and CC side of the map. Attackers have then got a choice. Do we try and work our way through and clear it out so they can then comfortably use South Balcony, or do you put all your focus, all your eggs in the Jacuzzi wall basket? So far for NIP, they're very focused on this side of the map, Tim.
Just going to be keeping that tight angle through there. I think hoping to just maybe pick a cheeky one up onto a defender as they try to have a little bit of a look there. Nitro comes out, shot out. Love that from NIP. Just that attention to detail, that readiness to support their fellow teammates and make sure that they're not going to be losing anything important like the Thermite. As it is, Pino gets the job done. He manages to get that breach off. Hatch is open. This is good progress from NIP so far.
This is beautiful. They've just smoked out as well on towards the CC window. So Bay, despite having that control, can do nothing to stop this. They're running in, but Cans and Shotgun, it's a bit too much, Tim. Dash bringing down his fellow countryman. Cons at least getting something going as Pino doubles up, but they've still got work to do, Tim. It looks like Wildcard might just hold on. Now they're in this 2v1.
Yeah, Pino's got a really difficult situation here, given that the Clash is still on board. There's not going to be an opportunity likely to get Kansan picked up, but that doesn't really matter too much. It's all about now, are they going to go for it? He's gone for it as well. Pino has given him the space. 1v2 became 1v3. This just got a lot.
Spike of the rat down on his belly. It was a good play by Pino there. He had no choice. He had to fight into that 1 versus 1. Otherwise, he knew there was a Kansan flank along with Bay coming up from the bottom of main stairs. But it was a great play by Wildcard overall. I like the attempt there because we so often speak about needing Cash CC control to be able to play on the South Balcony. If defenders hold Cash CC, they control the window, they can see everyone on South Balcony. You aren't able to then look at sight. But their response to that was to smoke off that window and then drop onto the balcony. They really only gave themselves 7 or 8 seconds while that smoke was in effect to be able to use the South Balcony. But as said, Kansan Shotgun just a little bit too strong in the moment. We're now going to find ourselves going down to the basement. And Tim, I'm seeing on my other view here that there is only one player downstairs right now. They have all scattered upwards to go and get set up on the top floor.
I think it's absolutely the right thing. When we're looking at a team like NIP that have struggled a little bit, as we've said, on the attack, not just here at the tournament, but historically on Clubhouse, play into the map, give them problems to solve, waste their time, make them fight you 1v1 if you can, isolate those attackers by spreading them out. So I love this setup from Wildcard. We'll see if that's how it all shakes out once we get into the true action phase, but at the moment, yep, you've got 4 of them off-site. Spiker just holding down things, but do NIP spot an opportunity there and decide to just get themselves on in?
It's been the timeless question, hasn't it? Ever since this strat or this kind of 3-floor roam came thing through the SSG roam all those years ago, there's been a lot of iterations on it, a lot of developments, teams trading things up, trying to cover up for weaknesses or find slightly different ways to play it to confuse people. And I think here playing upstairs, yes, it does invite the chance for you to go hyper-aggressive, but for NIP, the fact they're running around the Monty here, we've got the IQ, of course, for sniffing out utility. They want to clear out the top floor. And the good thing is here for Wildcard, they can afford to trade players all day long with the attackers because attacking into this basement, you do need as many players up as you can. Of course, that's the case for, well, every site in the game. But I think here especially, you have so many angles to push through. As we saw in the last round with just Jacuzzi to work through, they couldn't get an awful lot done. So the more they lose out on the roam here, the more that's going to benefit Wildcard.
I like this lineup for NIP. It's like a real sort of lineup of 2 halves. You've got Cons and Pino, who are going to be the ones focused on clearing the roamers. And then when it comes later in the game, you've got Wizard and Hates, who are going to come into their own when it's time to execute. You've got the Grim, you've got the Ying, you've got the utility that you need. But right now, it is all about that roam clearance. If we have a look, they've still got Bay up on the top floor, supported by Baby Shark. There is a fight to be had up here, and it's going to be Kansan backing his teammates up with a big Nitro from below. Great utility use from Wildcard, and NIP have just wandered on into the trap, but Hates does have an answer.
They've just focused everything on this top floor, though, Tim, which means the C4 from Kansan could work out. They have got the response on him in the end, but it feels like they're playing reaction games here the whole time. Bay looking really in danger here. Pino stepping across. A bullet to the body enough to finish off the very low HP Bay. And finally, NIP have got control, but Tim, they're down to a 4v2. Wildcard is still fighting them all around the map. It's a 2v4, 70 seconds to work with. This is looking good for NIP, but look at Baby Shark. This is so risky. Typically, you fall back here, but he wants to go aggressive again.
If he manages to take a bite out of NIP here, it could be trouble for the Brazilians. Baby Shark, he's at home in water, takes 2 down. down. Dash manages to find hits, diffuser down on top floor, and what was a winning situation for NIP has just fallen apart around them. They found themselves in the deep end in a heartbeat, Des.
It was 4v2, Tim. The number of times we have seen teams lose two advantage rounds has been crazy this event. Again, the baby shot looking for the third, and he finds it as well. Frenchman leaving himself out on the roam there. NIP not doing their due diligence. They pay the price in round 2.
And this is exactly what I think we're going to continue to see from the attacking here today. It could be, like I say, a real battle of who can get those rounds over the line. But NIP, you've got to look at that situation, Des, and say your attacking rounds are probably going to be few and far between. You better take the ones where you're 4v2 up. And the problem for NIP there is there's just not enough due diligence to the intel side of the game. They got caught out on drones, yes, but they've let somebody slip through them. They've not been fully aware of how much they were dealing with up on that top floor, where everybody was, what position they were in, and whether, most importantly, Des, they were all accounted for. And they were not. Baby Shark played that absolutely beautifully. NA team, wildcard, they are 2-0 up.
I will say the attack started very well for NIP. They were close to doing it, they just ignored Baby Shark and he chewed him up and spat him out. In dark waters sometimes, Tim, sharks do come a-circling. Now we go up to Cash and CC to round out this first quarter. Would expect an NIP tack timeout to follow. We often see it after the end of round 3 when we've completed the 3-site rotation. But I'm looking at their lineup here, Tim, and this could be a little bit spicy. We've got that Rower on side, we've got the Capital for getting into Garage, you've got the Glaz. They're really looking to try and make this a set-piece execute, I think, which probably entails first getting rid of Spiker and that Azami playing inside of Garage.
Yeah, that's going to be the key position. Need to clear out Catwalk, need to get the breach open. If you're pushing from the Garage side, that's what you want to be doing. Once you've got those two things, somebody holds a line of sight from that half ceiling straight across. They keep everybody out of CCTV, and then from Catwalk, you push in and get the diffuser down. You just need one underneath to keep a hold of lounge. So they're the 3 tick boxes that NIP are looking for. Breach open with a person watching it, Garage control with somebody on Catwalk with diffuser in hand, one underneath in lounge. If they can secure those 3 things, there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to get a plant down and be aggressive in this round. But wildcard, of course, they're going to be doing everything they can, and this is the battle that we'll watch, particularly Spiker on Catwalk. When they start pushing there, how long can he hold on for?
I think they were trying to deny it away there with Spiker's impact, but just couldn't quite find it. Twice now we've seen them try to keep these walls locked up, making use of the mirror to do so. There's constant battle of utility back and forth. Obviously, so far, NIP have done a pretty good job of making sure they've gotten what they need. Every single wall inside of construction being opened up. They've got the main breach, and normally, Tim, that next step now would be starting to look at Spiker inside a Garage. But hates yet to step across the start, laying down fire. Really needs his teammates to come in underneath here and start committing utility up to flash Spiker out, put him under pressure. They believe they can do it all from here, but with the double reinforced wall towards his left, it's going to be too easy.
They've just taken a big loss there, losing players NIP out on that breach. There was 3 of them playing there without any real need to be there, Des, and they've been punished. Kansan just wandered out of Cash door. That's exactly where they're supposed to be holding, and he walks out and gets the kill onto Fantasy, and then it all crumbles and falls apart. We find Hates now. He's just hoping somebody will give him something, but just as the round started, it finishes. Kansan steps out, picks up that final kill. Great defense from Wildcard, but I've got to ask questions of NIP there. 3 of them stood on the breach. Once it's open, Des, you need one. You just need somebody there holding that CCTV door, holding that swing through from top red stairs. That's all. You don't need 3 of you there. You're giving them opportunities. And Wildcard, they were more than happy to gobble up those opportunities.
Not too surprised to see our 3rd hard breacher taken away in the Thermite, leaving only the Maverick on the table, plus of course our tin openers. But Tim, it's an NIP timeout.
Vou precisar de muita calma a partir de agora disso, tá ligado? Porque eles estão mudando algumas coisas que a gente não tá conseguindo fazer nossos planos direito, entendeu? Então, mano, vamos, por exemplo, eles estavam comida agora do server, não dá pra fazer porque eles tinham 2 reforços garagem e não 1. Sim. Demorou? Então, mano, vamos resetar tudo e a gente vai ter que voltar pro nosso plano padrão. De baixo, acho que a gente faz a pressão com montanha e Twitch ali. Demorou? Independente se for recuado ou não, porque pelo menos a gente faz os caras se movimentarem, a gente consegue dominar em cima rápido. Demorou? Sim. No bombe da garagem, acho que a gente faz, se eles epshirem, faz um domínio da construção. Se tiver clash, a gente faz aquele
puhuu Portugalia, ei vaan vittu ymmärrä. Tää haju mitä nää sanoo.
Na tua mão, tá ligado, Contos? Tá. E na academia a gente faz esse mesmo rolê, acho que a gente começa a fazer os splitados, tá ligado? Tá.
Just looking, of course, you know, the tactical timeout coming in, I think, you know, absolutely on time for NIP there. 3 sites down without a win. It's time now to really start trying to change things. But we were just having a look at the leaderboard as we were sat in there, and Kansan 6-1 at the minute. He's going big, but the beautiful thing that Wildcard have got going, they've kind of got these 2 groups of players, if you look at it. They've got Kansan and Dash particularly, really experienced. You know, they've been in these situations, played tons of competitive games. You've got then, you know, players like Baby Shark, who are maybe newer to this kind of environment. He's up there 3-1 and doing great as well. So it's like both sides of the team are playing off each other and, you know, are gaining something from the other. It's absolutely beautiful synergy for Wildcard at the minute.
Well, we've actually got Maria, I believe, who can translate for us what we just heard there during that timeout. Maria, what you got for us?
He said, I really need you guys to be calm from now on. They are changing a lot of things, so that's why we can not do our thing. Let's reset everything. Let's do Montagny and Twitch so they can move around and we dominate it fast. Let's start doing a split. That's what he said.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's so lovely having her around to translate these. She's been doing it all event for us, bless her heart and soul. But I was going to say, one thing that I kind of felt was missing from that timeout then was actually the very one-dimensional focus of NIP in 2 of those 3 rounds. The first round, it was pretty much a Hail Mary in towards Jacuzzi. In that previous round, well, like you say, it was 3 players on Breach and a little bit of distraction going on inside of Catwalk. There was never an attempt to actually take control of Catwalk in the first place, though. So Spiker was just very happy, sat there like, okay, I guess I'll challenge the Capitao and then I can try and help my team if needed. Never mind, they've already won the game. NIP aren't giving Wildcard enough things to think about, and so it's very easy for the North American side to say, well, this feels very predictable. We know what to do about this, and so far, they've done it brilliantly.
Of course, seeing the Maverick now that the Thermite has been banned out, we also see the Mirror taken away. No surprise, Kansan was playing the Mirror, is 6-1, and deciding that they want to be, you know, finding a little bit of an easier way into site here at NIP. So Maverick will do the job. Good stuff from Cons straight away. Gets the reinforcement off. That wall can now be opened, and the breaching and pressure will continue. If you remember back to round 1, this was actually, I think, NIP's best attack that we've seen so far from them. Was the top floor. They had a real chance of doing it. They got Catwalk quickly, which they've done again. Wizard is in there, as we can see. And if they can get, particularly Bay moving on the clash, back across the construction, force him deeper, there's some definite space for NIP to be found.
The key difference for me is the fact they're actually pushing this side of the map. They ignored it last time and just smoked off the window and said, oh, that's plenty for us. We don't need much more. Spike has been picked off downstairs in Sora storage. He's been a busy boy so far, Tim. Getting the main breach open, of course, and moving over towards construction breach, and then finally getting the entry. Bay getting one back, not making it easy for NIP to fight into this extended hold.
Yeah, this is the real problem. Look at the utility he's got around him to keep him in place. Barbed wire, 2 Vulcan canisters. He's going to pop the first one now to prevent the coming up the stairs. It's Fantasy who's going chasing it. We know he's had a great tournament so far. There are kills for him to find. He's on the Demos. He could throw in the track as well. But for now, he's just going to run through the fire and flames, but he's going to manage to find Kansan as he does. Bay was there slightly late on the trade, but does find it. Dash got one along the way as well. 3v1 as Dash doubles down and finds hits. This is all going in favor of Wildcard despite that tactical timeout. NIP have got no answers to the North American defense.
It's a little bit piecemeal from NIP for me still, Tim. Yeah, Wildcard, brilliant job on the extended hold. When they lost players, there was always someone there to secure a trade. But NIP, you've got Fantasy pushing up red stairs by himself. He gets a kill, all right? 5 seconds later, there's another player jumping inside of sight in Hates. 5 seconds later, there's Pino finally pushing in on the Cash CC side. It's just, again, a little bit solo for me. They're either grouping up and only pushing one angle, and we've already seen how that works out, or they're trying to do the separate style of play where they are just not in sync. And you can see why. They're one of the teams that have got the lowest attacking win rate of the competition so far, is that it's just not quite coming together here on Clubhouse. We go down to the basement. Last time Wildcard played this full 3-story roam. You might see 1 or 2 out in the roam this time, Tim, but I do expect we'll see more of a turtle setup this time around.
Well, let me just tag on to that point that you've made there as well, Des. So far at the tournament, NIP only have a 2% trade rate on kills. Very rarely are they in positions to support each other as a team and to get those trades. It is very, very rare, and that is something that Wildcard are taking advantage of here. You're going to get opportunities against NIP to isolate them, to get those kills and to use that man advantage. NIP, by contrast, they've had a lot of successful clutches in terms of the competition, but you don't want to be in those positions. You don't want to be having to take those opportunities in 1vx's. And so NIP, that's something they need to work on, and they need to work on quickly. Working together. Who's my duo? Who's my buddy? Who am I going in there and affecting the death of if they do take a death? Where am I? How am I able to create a crossfire? All questions that NIP need to be answering very quickly.
Well, let's see if they can improve things here, Tim. We have got that Monty coming out here for cons. Heard speaking about it during the TAC timeout, thanks to Maria's translation, that playing the Monty is a good way to shore things up, give you something to focus around as a team. But again, I do not want to see them all trying to hit the same angle behind the Monty. It's not a case of all line up in a line of 5 and push forward together. Absolutely not. Especially on this site, like we said last time we were there, you need as many players as possible for the execute. You want to be hitting blue, a moto drop, kitch at the same time. Might be a player coming down through main stairs. There's 4 or 5 angles that you can hit all at the same time to try and overwhelm the opposition. But if they don't do that, it's going to be very readable for North America.
Exactly what we would expect, I think, from Wildcard here as one of the better defensive teams in the tournament. They've come out with a completely different plan this time. They are all down in the basement. They've turtled up. They've got their utility, and they're going to give NIP a little bit of time. They're kind of putting that proposition to NIP. Here's an opportunity for you guys. Come and attack us. Show us what you can do. We're not going to fight you out in the map. We're going to give you a little bit of time. We're going to give you the opportunity to set up because we're confident that we can hold you back when you do eventually start pushing. We're going to see the Toxic Babe right to create the space for that final reinforcement to be hit down in sight. 1 minute 10 left to go. NIP, progress is okay so far. They're just now getting the hatches open. They've still got the Ying, they've still got the Grim, they've still got the Monty. Those are the 3 operators to keep an eye on because that's going to be the focus for getting this diffuser down inside a site.
They're still trying to figure out exactly what they want their push to be here as well, Tim. Like, Cons has been a little bit, do I go towards blue? Do I hold round towards bar? Is kitchen the right play? Feels like now they're starting to pull this plan together as we get into the last 45 or so. Fantasy's already got himself dropped down here, realizing that it's perfectly safe to be at the bottom of main here, to work his way around Moto. He's made that first play, but now the rest need to follow.
You feel like Fantasy needs one of those big moments for his team here, where he goes in, gets the 2K, gets the 3K, just really opens up a bit of space. Spiker is going to be taken down by hits. That's the smoke off the board, so any remaining Toxic Babes go with him. Dash needs to be careful. He's taking a ton of damage. They've lost the Echo as well. This is winnable for NIP. They cannot, I repeat, cannot let this round go, Des. The Candelas are going to go in. Monty is looking for the plant.
Looking much better here. No one able to stop, I don't think, unless they're getting close, but there's just too much cover. Wizard behind AKs as well. A flawless round for NIP.
A much
better attack coming out there. Hates with the 2 kills that he got from the kitchen hatch. A beautiful start.
I think, you know, Wildcard there, I don't disagree with what they've done. They've mixed it up. They've gone for a different plan. But there's a bit of me, and hindsight's always 20/20, there's a bit of me that looks at it and says, if getting out in the map and roaming worked so well, maybe give it another go. You know, maybe see if NIP can answer it at the second attempt. But when given space, the thing is now, Wildcard have only got 1 more defensive round left, but we need to see them learn from that immediately. They've given them space, it hasn't worked. NIP have been able to pick them apart. They've been able to go in, use their utility well. That gives Wildcard the answer now. You know, where are their strengths on attack? We've just seen them. Where were their weaknesses when we get up in their face and fight them? Let's go and do that. And given the score passes on the board, I think that's exactly what we're going to see from Wildcard.
Yeah, a little bit more mobility for sure. I don't expect we're going to see them full roaming like we've seen before, but Bay's definitely going to be out there looking to cause a spot of bother. Spiker could do the same on the Goya. We always say that once those canisters are down, you're a free gun. You've got a Vector. You might be very slow and very, very loud as an operator, but you are a free gun with a headshot machine for a weapon. So never a bad thing to go out there and keep the opposition busy. And look at this team, actually. 3 of them upstairs, making use of the new jammers to keep walls locked down. No doubt as well, looking to try and slow down droning or intel gathering. NIP were very, very good at pushing and clearing the top 4 last time. They got to that 4v2. It was Baby Shark that they ignored, who got a 3K off the back of it and completely destroyed any chance of them winning that round. So let's hope they don't find themselves missing out on Rats. Tim, call in pest control and get rid of them.
That's exactly going to be Fantasy's task. He's gone in there with the SMG, just looking around that top floor, and he does what he always does. Manages to pick up Baby Shark with a great entry, so that is now advantage NIP, and it mounts the pressure onto Bay, onto Kansan. They need them to do something out on that roam to waste a little bit of time, because otherwise what they're going to have is the same situation as the last round, but with a man down as well, and that would be a big ask. As it is, Bay's dropped away and now brought himself back up into a different location. He's just looking to back up Kansan and Dash at the minute, who are still outside of the site. A minute wasted so far, but a life lost. I think NIP have a good advantage in this round.
You'd hope so, Tim. I'm always keeping an eye on the clock. I know it's early on. It's not time to talk about how low the clock's running, but there's a lot for them still to do. Yes, they've got a good grasp on it, but if they spend too long clearing through this map, it's going to hurt them. With the lineup they've got, they should be able to get it done. You've got a lot of fast pace with the Dockerby, with the Blitz, for example. They can push into wildcard, but we've seen them do that a couple of times.
Aikaisen herällä, niin nyt päästään aurinkoon suoraan.
Just to play over inside a garage with a little bit of cover. Gotta watch out for the window. We had the Clash there as well, ready to give some cover, but now they've lost Kansan as well. I'm with you, Tim. This is NIP's round for the taking.
The damage is always done to a roaming team when they try to get back to site. That is your biggest weakness, and NIP have just punished them beautifully. They're going to get in now and start opening up those hatches. They've got a ton of time. We saw it in the last round. It was about exactly the same. It was 1 minute 12 in the last round remaining when they got that first hatch open. This time it's 1 minute 10. So NIP, they're not going to be panicking about the clock in the slightest. They've got the Grim, they've got the Blitz, they've got the Glass, they've got everything that they want to be able to put this plant down. They've still got one Dockerby Cole left and a ton of smokes as well. Wildcard, you better believe, are backs to the wall right now, Des. The question is, can one of them put a foot against the wall, brace themselves and push back?
Looks like main stairs might be the place. We've got Cons and Fantasy working their way forward, off towards Kitchen as well. So again, like I said in the last round, you've got a few angles that you want to cover off. And I can almost guarantee Wildcard are not going to let 3 players die to the same hatch this time around. They have to be aware of that kind of stuff going on. You've got Hates on blue as well, off towards one side, looking to put some threat down with the Glass all the way through in towards Church Wall itself. And the smoke is down here. He can now start challenging forward. Must see Bay in the back corner. Sure enough, he does. Doesn't want to kill his teammate in the process, but Bay is gone. A 4 versus 2. Wildcard, if they can hold it for 5 seconds, they will stop the plant going down. They could do this. They get another one, but Fantasy, that diffuser is going down. They've pushed deep and got rid of one more. It's a 1v3 for Dash. I don't think even he can pull off that one. 2 kills to close.
A good couple of rounds from NIP there. Beginning of the game, I commented how I think 2 rounds were a minimum for NIP, given their attacking stats at this tournament. That's where they needed to be focusing. Anything more would have been even better, but let's be honest, the way those first 4 rounds went and how dominant Wildcard were, I think NIP would be quite happy with the way the half has ended there. It's a little bit of a steal coming and getting those last 2 rounds. And if you're only going to win 2, win 5 and 6. Carry that momentum into your defensive side. It was looking very one-sided for Wildcard 3 rounds ago, Des. It's definitely not anymore. I would even suggest NIP might be in the driving seat now.
May well be, Tim. We'll find out when this half gets underway. Bans have come on through pretty quick. The Kaid and the Mirror disappearing. Of course, we saw the Mirror for the first 3 rounds of the game. NIP then opting to take it away. On the other side, hard breach bans were all the rage for the attackers. It is the same here. Only Maverick and Habana left on side, which, not the end of the world. Habana, Queen of Hatches, as she was once declared. Very, very capable, of course, of doing that on this map where there are a lot of hatches you have to worry about attacking downstairs. Let's see how Wildcard can do that, Tim. I think NIP probably feeling pretty confident, as you say. Those last 2 attacks, very, very good stuff. I just think for Wildcard, they've got a bit of a battle to work their way through.
Hits has really stepped up for his team as well. 8 and 4 he currently sits at the minute. He really is driving them forward. The one I'm looking at, and I don't want to single people out, Fantasy 3 and 4. The reason that I mention it, Fantasy has been so instrumental to this team, not just today, but over the years to any team he's been on. I remember, I think it was SI21 in Paris, and it was like Fantasy's first big kind of international moment. And I remember when he came through, there was a couple of tweets from like European players saying basically European ranked is not safe right now because Fantasy is, and he was just absolutely ripping through the online servers before the tournament kicked off. And it was, you know, from then on he has been one of these players that is dangerous, that can turn a game on its head. And you're just looking at the minute, we quite often see it where maybe players are a little bit quieter on attack and they come to life on defense or vice versa. I'm hoping that's going to be the case for Fantasy here, and we can see him really start to get some pace behind him.
Not too sure how much you'll see him floating around on the Warden, Tim, but he's anchoring down top red right now, expecting this push to come on through. See Spiker getting to work on this main wall. That's now been made soft. They can blow it open and then start focusing on this work through. Now, we spoke about this back in the first half. NIP, at least in 1 round, ignoring this push on this side. The second round, they tried to break it and could not do so. Hates getting some good damage down to Kansan, Tim, but that really should have been a kill.
Just going to see the pressure continue from Bay on the breach here. Just again, don't want to overcommit. They've got Spiker. He's out there on the rappel. That's his job. He's got diffuser in hand, so they need to be aware of that as well. You really want him to be delivering that into Catwalk so that they can move through with it. And then start that push across. Fantasy is
Siinä ei ollut ihan reaktiot kunnolla BB:llä.
Takes down Kansan, but Spiker is there for the trade. That's it, wildcard. Need to get decisive now and start moving. Hits is still underneath, which is a problem, as Pino manages to pick up bait as well. So 4 versus 3, NIP holding on pretty well, but just keep an eye on the location of that Solis. He's kind of up and down between basement and first, and he's going to be there for a late flank, maybe a little bit of denial. We'll see.
They have at least now got the control they wanted on South Balcony, so you can see Baby Shark setting up. Hates is off a mile away, by the way, off towards Strip right now. Probably wants to get back and start joining his team for if the execute does come on through. Of course, the Solis able to see when that diffuser is going down. Wizard going low here as we're asking questions on the door, Tim, but there are still more defenders alive than there are attackers at this point, so Wildcard the ones that have got to figure this one out.
The DMR of Twitch just absolutely chewing through those Kiba barricades. None available now for Pino to be able to replace them. So once they're taken out, that defense is significantly weakened. Spiker, I think he knows that there's somebody on the peak, but does he know that it's a shotgun? Baby Shark manages to pick up hits. It gives a little bit of space because Wizard, he has to pay attention elsewhere. There's an opportunity to pick up the Blackbeard. Wildcard might just be building the momentum that they need here, Des.
It's again, we've gone from a 4 versus 2 essentially, now down to a 3 versus 2 for Wildcard.
Tämä on mielenkiintoista nähdä, että molemmat nyt tässä. Klubi on Nipin kartta. Wildcard vetää täällä 5-2.
Huge round for him and a massive one for Wildcard, Tim.
Far too many kills going down against NIP without being traded out. They are playing consistently at a man disadvantage, and it is beginning to really take its toll on them. They need to be working together. I've said it already, as a team, to make sure that they're in position to be able to impact should they lose a teammate. We saw it there perfectly how Wildcard used it. The position inside of Logic. Striker didn't push forward too soon. He waited for that other kill to come in, and he knew that it was going to turn the back of the player with the shotgun that was facing up against him, so he didn't have to take that CQC at a disadvantage against the big shotgun. Really well played, smart from Wildcard. I said coming into this it could be a battle of who attacks the better, but ultimately, I think right now, after one round of attack, that looked much better from Wildcard.
That's what makes you a little bit worried for NIP. You've just now lost the first defense you've tried to play out. Now going to Cash CC, many will consider this the tertiary site on this map, the one that you don't want to go to. Typically gym bedroom, then down to the basement, and then off towards Cash CC. We even saw it skipped in round 6 to go back down to the basement. I worry here, NIP could find themselves staring down the barrel of a 4-round disadvantage with a lot to recover. Unless they can work a bit of magic. Hates just constantly giving them something to think about. It was the Solus previously, it's the Clash in this round. He's being a bit of a nuisance, Tim, but not enough that it's really upsetting Wildcard.
Yeah, just really playing those disruptors, those operators, like you say, that are going to make it super difficult to go in and just play the game you want to play. It's something that you always need. It's kind of like having a wasp in the room. It's like when there's a clash, you've always got to be kind of aware of where it is, because otherwise it could be a problem. So still 5 versus 5 as we get ourselves 40 seconds in. Spiker's going to reapproach that breach and get it opened up to be soft at least. Baby Shark will then be able to come in with the shotgun and clear that out completely. I want to see Wildcard not over-committing to this breach. NIP fell foul of it and it really hurt them. Once you've got it done, leave somebody on there, move on to your next step.
That's the second player that's now lost half their HP to Pino, being an absolute rat on his belly, watching through the soft wall here to tag out players. First it was Spike when he was on the Maverick, like, oh, don't know where that came from. Baby Shark's then gone and got hurt in exactly the same way, and I'm just like, guys, it was the same in the first half when we had the hatch play coming out of Hates. No one spoke about it. He got 3 kills from that spot. We've just got to be aware of these little things that are happening and communicate them to each other that little bit better.
Just fighting again against that Azami utility. I wonder whether we'll see from Wildcard once they get their additional ban, maybe Azami will be a little bit of a focus there. We're going to have the Candelas going in. Toxic Babe canister really well timed though, because it's meant that that utility has been somewhat wasted. There's no ability to be able to follow it in. However, it's creating a lot of noise. It's creating an opportunity elsewhere as they jump in through the window. Spiker has diffuser in hand. He's going to try to put this down, but it's 4 versus 3. NIP, they may be able to impact it here, and they do, Des.
They've been trying to give cover from Garage, but there's only so much that he can do. Gets a double though, finding Fantasy. I don't think they realized or communicated where he was here. Now down to a 2 versus 2. These situations have been so unpredictable throughout the game so far. The big advantage for NIP is that nuisance we spoke about. Hates on the Clash. He can just park himself in a corner, feed information. So we're going to have to see Wildcard get really creative here.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to single out and kill the other player exactly as they have done. By taking down Pino, they can now double up on hits. So he's got a big problem. He's got one either side. Beautifully dealt with. Wildcard recognizing the problem, finding the solution and just executing it perfectly. Remove Pino, 2v1 on the shield, 1 from either side. Impossible situation for NIP to deal with. Great stuff.
And then Bay pops up in chat like, yo, I'm behind you. And it's the same thing we were speaking about in the first half. I said it earlier. Hates on the Ying, on the hatch, getting a 3K. There were no comms that he was there. The same thing has just happened. Bay has got 3 kills from that catwalk window, looking in towards site because they've been so concerned by what was happening on the breach, who's pushing up red stairs. It's free, literally free, and now they're at 6-2. They've won 2 attacks in a row. We said that the attacks will make the difference today, and it feels like that's exactly what's happening here, Tim. 2 on a bounce, they could make this 3 in a row.
We can see that water on our beautiful stage just swirling around. The NIP players now threatening to turn into a maelstrom to devour them, Des, if they cannot get 4 rounds in a row. Like I said, I just feel like with NIP, I've commented on the trade numbers because, you know, your trade numbers are always a really good indicator of how you're playing as a team. You know, how is that teamwork? How are those comms? How are you working together with each other? And I've picked up on that because it suggests that NIP haven't been great at that element of the game so far through the tournament. And we're seeing it live in front of us. You know, they're being picked apart. They're being isolated. The Clash needs to be dealing with that player on the window so that Pino can get that safety to retreat if he needs to. It's kind of like Pino's just moved without saying, look, this is where I want to go, this is how we're going to do this. The communication on the side of Wildcard, you could see it in action, and it just seemed a lot better.
You speak a lot about how multi-kills were only really enabled, or clutches were enabled by mistakes from the other side, Tim. In all but 1 round in this game so far, we have had a 3K or better. There has been that big player that stepped up and been the hero for the team at the moment. Normally they would, like I spoke about the hatch player, and of course in Bay in the last round. Just small things not being communicated by either side, and it's letting one player pop off and work a little bit of magic. This could be the last one though. Basement, of course, we're trying to clear our way through. Hates is dangerously low here. Pino, of course, already offline, and we've got phone calls coming online for Bay. This is not looking good for NIP already.
Yeah, I think NIP are rattled at the minute. They just don't know what to do to turn this around, and Wildcard, they smell blood in the water. They really are taking advantage. They've got a shock of their own that's going to look to go through. Bay is going to pick up the kill onto Hits. That's going to be Fantasy fighting back with a big double, as we know he can. The moments that NIP really need him, but as I said, Wildcard have a shock of their own in the water, and they're going to pick up the kill onto Fantasy. And a second 3v1 Des.
Another multi-kill, Tim. That'll be in nearly all of our rounds in this game. There has been a hero, and Baby Shark, the one. Do you think he evolves into something else at some point, goes up beyond being a Baby Shark? What does he become next?
I don't know what comes after a shark. Is it like a megalodon or something?
Something equally dangerous, I'm sure. Or just turns into normal shark. That'll be his new name next season. Cons with it all to do. He spoke a lot about how well he's played this tournament, Tim. He's 2-6 in this game. He's got a minute to hold on against 3. It kind of feels if anyone can do it based on tournament performance so far, it could well be him. But I think even this may well be beyond him. Wildcard have got all the time in the world to drone him out. They've got 3 flashbangs. They've got loads of Grimbees still to fire off. Cons has really got to slip through the net here, escape back into the ocean if they want to hold on.
I just don't see it happening. If I'm honest with you, Des, I think that Wildcard are playing this exactly right. They are just going through, picking these apart one at a time. They've got them down to the 3v1 now. They're using their time. They know where their strengths are inside of this game. Cons, he's roaming around though. He's unpredictable, manages to get one, but the problem is it takes his eye off the ball. Spiker manages to get that diffuser down. 2v1, and that is going to be it. Wildcard step up, and they manage to take map 1 from NIP.
Huge performance from them, to be honest. It's 7-2 overall. Flawless on the attack inside. It really is breaking that narrative that these two teams struggle to attack. Can't wait to see, of course, what happens on our next map, because where we're stepping into, Skyscraper, things are going to be so hard to defend. But on the attack, sorry, our break is ready. Let's go to it now and come back to you with a see in a few.
Tässä näin. Se voisi olla kova. Mikä on Valen predit? Kertokaa toki chatissa, mitkä teidän predictionit on. Meitä silloin on jostain syystä perstuntuma, että wildcard voittais. Aika kovaa kuitenkin 7-2. Mä en olettanut tää niinku mahdollisesti, että jos wildcard voittaisi, mä en olettanut, että se menisi niinku 7-2. Tosiaankaan.
Grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir.
Ja Nipin oma kartta.
Mon pays Paris.
Tää on mielenkiintoista nähdä, että Ubisoftin omaan kotimaahan menee tää International. Vaikka sielläkin kotimaa on Kanada. Ei vieläkään kissoja. Kokkaat. Sieltä vaan sataa noita päkkejä. Päkkejä 100. Joo. Secret Wildcard M8 ja G2. No, pitää katsoa tässä yksi asia toi. Yksi asia tästä toi. Hommasta. tolpöhinällä wildcard voi hyvin ottaa ne myös omaan karttaan siitä, niin se on hyvällä todennäköisyydellä toi on menossakin sinne suuntaan. Oh yeah. Meikäläinen tulos Kaijani. Ja tässä on nää toi probability qualifier SI:hin. Mitä näytettiin tuossa ennen tota peliä, mutta aika kovat silti.
Yeah, I'm so grateful about the experience and about like that opportunity. I was just trusting my teammate and yeah, I was just comfortable, just playing the game.
It seems like NIP is out of sync. What do you feel after this map?
Yeah, I think that our initial plans for their defenses was not great. I think we executed poorly and some ideas was not everything right. So yeah, for this second map we're gonna reset, we're gonna play defense. So yeah, I think it's gonna be better.
Some clear words from our players, but a very good start from Wildcard on what isn't even their own map pick. And we just spoke to Baby Shark as well, but he clearly is feeling like a fish on the water on this main stage.
No, Baby Shark was so quintessential to Wildcard being able to set the tone early on, especially that round 2 flank where they were in a man-down deficit, 2-4. He flanks up the main stairs off of his teammates' communication, gets 2 big picks, and then plays around the diffuser, waiting for the final players to try to retake it back. It was a very smart play because he knew at this point there was no way for him to run back. So he slows and plays the time.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, I mean, they had 4 roamers essentially, and Baby Shark was the one who stayed behind. Great intuition of him from understanding, playing a little bit of mind games, making them think that they fell back to sight. Once they got rid of the players, that's what really allowed him to capitalize and go for that flank. And for just being a young gunner, coming out here, still keeping up these performances, God, it's amazing to watch.
It is very good to see that on the side of Wildcard, but it isn't the only player that we have to highlight here after this first map. Spiker was also really stepping up.
Yeah, in round 7, this was a round that should have not gone in their favor. This was due to NIP getting over-aggressive, but for Spiker to understand, Baby Shark has that coverage, has that win condition by holding that map control and then needing to take German. He does a great job eliminating Wizard and then getting the revive onto Dash, where they then 3 can work together in conjunction to bring this round back into their favor, and that's exactly what they do. You see Spiker continue to get through German, takes it on to Cons, and then Dash, Baby Shark, and Spiker all in unison push on the last player of Pino, capitalizing and putting this round and putting the momentum continuously into the game.
I mean, Spiker played it amazingly well, but it's a very good showing of why NIP was losing. Even though they were able to get 5 opening kills, they were not converting rounds. They only converted 2 of those rounds. They were constantly giving back 1v1 opportunities. Spiker took advantage of that. Many of the players on Wildcard took advantage of that. And that was the biggest downfall for NIP. When they get the opening kill, slow it down. They don't need to be going for over-slaughtering Wildcard. You just need to be able to close out the round and win it.
The Spiker senses are putting the players from NIP under pressure. Elimination is on the line if they can't get the second map Skyscraper on the board. We'll talk about it after this.
Niin vaan täällä mutella. Voi kyllä hyvin uskoa, että just wildcard ottaa tosta ja lähettää jälleen kerran lataamitiimin kotiin.
When the team is doing really well, what can you talk about with them?
I'm feeling happy right now, and we are playing a very confident map. Skyscraper already won 2 times in the tournament, so we are happy to play again, and let's see how it goes.
What did you say to NIP during this break? No, let's start again. Peraí. What did you say to NIP during this break?
A gente deu uma chocada muito grande pra gente ter um pouco mais calma. Teve vários rounds que estavam no nosso controle, só que a gente não teve a comunicação ali por estar nervoso, a gente fazendo coisas assim muito, nada em conjunto, então foi mais pra focar nisso, nessa parte.
We got really shocked. We didn't have calm at all, so I just said to them to be focused on being calm.
We'll see if NIP can be focused on this second map. This is also an important one for them. We're going to Skyscraper. What do they need to do to stay in the competition?
One, they need to be focused, and they need to end this half at least at a 5-1 split, 4-2 split, because as we've seen so far throughout this tournament, their attacks, they lack heavy.
And we know Wildcard, once they get 4 rounds on defense, it's almost a given throughout their group stage that they're going to get it. And at that point, it's already going to be dire situations for NIP. So they know with that pressure, they're going to be playing to at least get more than 3 rounds on their defensive half.
Well, they need more. They need this everything to stay inside this competition. They need this second map as well. Let's give it up for our casters. We got Ace, Des, and our special guest, Fett.
Hi guys, welcome back. And look who's with us, it's Fett.
Hello guys.
I gotta say, I love the top.
Oh, thanks.
I saw it and I thought, that looks so good on the broadcast. We've now got to get you on,
Well,
so here you are.
I love you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, mate. But yeah, I thought I brought you in for a game here as well. Of course, it's an NA team. We said we can't get in on M80 because you'd stream the house down. So it feels like this is a reasonable game to get you involved in. What have you been thinking so far of what you've seen in that first map?
I think Wildcard really surprised. I think they were ready for everything NIP does. I think NIP kind of, and this is a hot take, I think NIP kind of play like the NA equivalent of Brazil. They kind of look like a version of SR that come from Brazil. So obviously Wildcard were fully anticipative of it, and it's really surprising considering that NIP took down SR and SSG.
Absolutely, and they could yet take down a third, they could go on and take down a fourth. It would be absolute madness if we get to that point. But Tim, social votes actually still really around the same. Maybe not fully convinced by that first map from Wildcard.
Yeah,
bit of a weird one.
Kind of surprised, but look, doesn't matter what the socials think, it matters what's happening. This one's about to get underway. It's map 2.
Pretty cool standing here and seeing it from this perspective, hey?
Yeah.
Does it feel weird standing in front of like these monitors and a desk? You were looking at all the tech earlier, just like, what the hell, all these buttons?
I mean, it's like I'm coaching again. I get all the POVs again.
You got a little tear in your eye?
Watching again, a little tear in my eye, except I'm just talking aloud to myself. I can hear myself in the arena.
So when you come to these events, obviously normally as a content creator now as well, like, do you look at players like this and you're just like, man, I really wish I was there again?
No, that's way too stressful. That's way too stressful.
Not too surprised by that one. Well, let's get into operator bans. They're kicking through first and foremost. Ying being taken away was used quite a bit on the previous map, and Kaid, shock horror, comes out of Wildcard.
Yeah, I think we're likely to see the second Bandit Bro or Electro Bro.
Electro Bro, get it right, come on.
I know I got that way wrong. No, it's going to be Clash, okay, taking the shield away. Of course, had quite a bit of impact in the last map as well on Clubhouse. Ying and Blitz, not too much surprise there. But, you know, look, I'm going to say the same thing as I did coming into Clubhouse, and we saw it play out. Both of these teams have struggled on attack through the tournament. That was the case. Wildcard were able to deliver better on their attacks. They won the map, simple as that. I think it's going to be the same case here, but how do you think that attacking is going to play into Skyscraper?
I think North America is one of the few regions that figured out attacking on Skyscraper. M80, you saw they had 2 back-to-back 6-0 attack caps within the North American League, and they tweeted out a little bit of a hint looking at Wildcard's attacks. Hey, who they get that inspiration from when Wildcard had successful attacking caps on Skyscraper themselves. I think we'll get something similar here. I think Wildcard starting on attack, I think it's a side they want. I think it's a side they're comfortable with. And hopefully we'll see some of the magic.
And the stats support it as well, right? They've got a 54% attacking win rate on this map. Winning more than half of their attacks on Skyscraper is no easy feat, especially having just played W7M here only a few days ago, Tim. Both teams have got like tape on each other. I've got a question for you now. Think about it, Fett. You want to try play-by-play at some point to get to do the hype casting part?
Maybe a couple rounds.
Well,
I'm a little nervous right now. I'm a little shaky right now.
We drop every guest into it as we did fresh the other day, so you're going to get dropped in at some point. I'll tell you that now.
Sounds good.
For now, though, let's get ourselves focused on this first round. It is the classic karaoke and tea to start things out. And Tim, as you might expect, we've got a few roamers out towards the other side of the building.
Yeah, Wildcard already setting themselves up towards top black stairs as well. We see them pushing Geisha on this side here, so not too much of a surprise. They're trying to create that pinch. They're trying to get themselves into Geisha, get that control, clear out the wall, which is going to be Pino. That's where a bit of pressure is going to come to begin with, and then they can look to work in from top black stairs. Whether they rotate that later on or not, we'll see. But right now, that's how they're shaping up.
Main kill right now. Target focus is going to be Hates. He is the barrier to entry for Wildcard. They need to walk the Montaigne up at him, Capital bolt at the guy, and use the Grims to ping him out. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take underneath control for that.
I'm going to lose my job at this point, Tim. He sounds like he's a fit for the part.
He really does, doesn't he? Toxic Bear Canister is going to go out, and that's Hits in this position. As you quite rightly predicted, Fett is going to come under pressure immediately, as this Monty is going to want to push forward. But for the time being, Hits is playing this well. He's using his utility. He's just holding them back. He's got a bit of barbed wire to rely on as well. So this is all a game of cat and mouse. It's about how quickly Wildcard can force him out.
Looks like they might be flipping a bit. They see, Wildcard see their obstacles. There's too much going on black side. Let's take a look over to the opposite side of the map, office side. They're getting in fully on this side of the map, and they're taking the complete half of the map for free.
I feel like they've flipped everything over here, Tim. They've been making phone calls at the same time as 3 players are pushing on the east side, which has meant this has been a really half-hearted push in from Wildcard. Still trying to play a little bit of catch-up here. Baby Shark's been a bit far ahead of everyone else. Kansas a little bit too far behind. It's more of the things that we saw of NIP back on the previous map was players playing out of turn, doing their own thing here, maybe not quite on the same page.
Important part for NIP here is that Wizard's got the diffuser down on drum stairs. He's playing around there, but he is low health, and he's being hunted by Spiker at the moment, but they're not sure exactly where he is. They know where the diffuser is, but not the player. Bay does manage to pick up Pino. That's going to be the Warden gone. Always a powerful operator to take off the board. It'll give them a little bit of space later in the round. They've got smokes in pocket that they could use come execute time.
How valuable is that Melusi underneath? I know they're looking at him, but he's not a Solus, he's not a Pulse. He's not going to be able to deny the plant. At some point, Wildcard realized it's time to hit site, and that time is now.
Apparently so. Hates him for one, Cons for a second. That Wildcard have tried to make it work, but as you say, even without Wizard being involved, they've managed to hold on well upstairs here. Final 15 seconds, Bay's got a lot of work to do. It would have been an ace to win that first round, Tim, but NIP stand firm.
I think Wildcard just spent a little bit too long worrying about where that diffuser was. It was down on the ground. They were fighting their way in, trying to get it back, but they could just never seem to confidently get in there and pick it up. Whether that was the presence of Wizard underneath that was putting them off, he was low health. They really should have just gone and got that kill, I think, and it would have freed up the rest of the map for them.
Yeah, I think one of the best things that NIP did to stop that black push was to use the Azami onto the top black door to make sure that guy cannot help that Monty coming up. The moment Wildcard realized that, they do a great flip, but that Montaigne makes a big blunder coming at that wave stairs just a tiny bit too early.
It was all a little bit scrappy for me for that first round. Again, the flip-flopping, the change of direction, the phone call being used when 3 players were nowhere nearby to capitalize. It's okay. It's first round. We'll give it a chance to reset, but NIP did show they can hold on very, very comfortably. Second round, we're going to flip over to the other side of the map. It's going to be Exhibition and Office here in round 2. And once again, NIP have got a few players scattered out towards the west side of the map. And Fantasy, Tim, we speak about it being quite a selfish operator sometimes. He's jumping onto the Vigil.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the last round. He was just kind of getting a little bit floaty, wasn't he? We saw him around top drum stairs, got a kill, moved through, got aggressive into terrace as well. And if he can start getting that sort of energy, that's exactly where NIP want him. So get him on the Vigil, get him out there. He's going to have the Bosch as well. If he can start playing with confidence, maybe pick up an entry, then Wildcard could be in trouble.
I've got a question for you, actually. Yes. Vigil, we often say it's selfish operator. It doesn't offer an awful lot to the team outside of being that rover that's out there to play his life. What's your perspective?
I think selfish operators are very common these days because of how much map control you really want to hold down. Sometimes you don't have, you know, the reinforcements to hold it down. Now, he is playing a position, an anchor position for Vigil that's very good because that Geisha kill box setup that they're doing with the reinforced walls, typically people bring the Deimos and the Grim to clear that out. By being Vigil, he's able to dodge those pings, so he's not necessarily playing a selfish position on this particular bomb site.
More in a spot to be able to counter what he expects to be brought along to deal with him in this case. And for now, hasn't been moved. We are only 60 seconds in. There is time. We've got Dash and we've got Kansan sniffing around this part of the map. You can hear those X-Kyros going off. But there we go. It's an easy swing from Kansan, who carries on his good form from the previous map, Tim.
Absolutely beautiful there, Kansan. Just taking that one-tap peek and managing to take the Vigil out of it. That frees up Geisha now. So Wildcard can start pushing across and taking more control, which they will do as Spiker takes down Cons. That's going to be the Azami as well.
Tosi lähellä paskaa.
As Warden bites the dust. Spiker finding a second. Wildcard are running away with this, Des.
What a fantastic push forward as well. They've taken control of site. They've caught the 2 players from NIP that are trying to work their way back in towards site. Excellent execute by Wildcard.
So much redirection is what Wildcard is so good at. They brought the sense, the perfect counter to that mirror set up top. Mez blocks off all the line of sights. You see that as NIP, oh my god, they're coming T. Just kidding, they're hitting your site already. That's exactly what they did W7N. Sorry. And bro, that's what they're doing now.
Say sorry. We've already mucked up many times. Don't you worry about that, man. It's all well and good. It's all well and good. Barbecue and kitchen for round 3 is where we step to then. I mean, so far we've seen a bit of a mucky first round, I thought. It's the best way to summarize it. Wildcard, lots of changing around, lots of missing utility. That round, much more coherent.
Aika ilmoittavaksi käveltiin
I think so. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. That top floor clearance coming across from the Geisha side. It was all unlocked by taking Fantasy out of it. Once they got the kill onto the Vigil, you saw them start picking up pace, start moving. We know we've got nobody behind us now. We know we've got the ground that we want, and here comes the plan. And it was just time to execute it. So really good from Wildcard on the attack there. I think it's going to be fairly similar from them this time around. But what do you think, Fair, here? Given the way that round 1 went, they're going to want top floor control. Do you think they still kind of go direct with coming through top black, come on to karaoke window, or this time do you say, you know what, we're gonna go for the whole package, get in through office exhibition, full sweep, and maybe try a little bit of a different tack?
The sheer amount of hard breachers on board lead me to believe that it could be an office across. However, I do see players getting ready to gear up black side. If anything, they want to use the ace charge to potentially go for the black stairs. They could have walked on the black stairs, ace into, but it doesn't look like
muita sponsoreita tänään.
almost every point of pressure on the map. They're all across everywhere.
Yeah, this is the way you start. Kind of star sets up where you've got all these different points being challenged at the same time. We spoke about it back on Club, how NIP was often bunching up together and trying to make the pushes happen that way. For Wildcard here, we can see this plays out towards Exhibition, up towards Shrine,
randomilla ne mulle mitään haju mikä ne käänsi.
NIP, this is a really important moment for them because Wildcard are trying to overload them. They're trying to bully them, they're trying to pressure them, and they're trying to assert dominance on the attack of Skyscraper. And if NIP allow that to happen, it is going to snowball round after round. The confidence will start to be leached away. Dash manages to pick up Wizard. The battles continue for top floor, but it's NIP overall that's losing out.
This is the big risk that you're taking in trying to push all these parts of the map, though, as you're forcing 1v1s everywhere. And NIP on their day, as you can see from Fantasy already, well, they can tango with the best, and they're looking damn good. A 3 versus 2, though, for Wildcard, as they have managed to come out of this on top, but they've still got a lot of work to do, Tim. They need that full top floor control. They need to then start looking towards the site. Still got half a round to work with, though, Fair.
Top floor control, they do get that reinforced connector wall between Geisha and Pink is kind of like a slow down for them. They're not going to be able to rotate between verts of the site quite easily, but then again, they don't even necessarily have vert operators to do things with. They have breach charges, that's about it, but you have to pick one side to go for and one side to not. Do you go black stairs or do you drop the Geisha hatch? You have to choose one.
Uniikkeä viestejä joka kerran, joka olisi parempi. Esimerkiksi toi juuri tullut toi mun käyttäjällä laitettu toi tunnusannus.
Yeah, that's the thing. We saw it from them on Clubhouse, just using that clock. We saw it in the last round where it was 2v1. Absolutely not rushing at all.
Kun se voi antaa nyt just
Fantasy almost goes for a flank there. Could have been huge. He gets a huge win con spot, but immediately gets eliminated. That opens up the black stairs execute if they want to go for that. And you see Kansan and Spiker immediately rotating over for that, but Dash has liver control, and they're going to win the round off of just pure frags.
You know what? I thought earlier in the round, I was like, oh, this is the one I'm going to make him do some play-by-play, but you took it there and you did a good job, man.
No problem at all.
I'm definitely losing my job.
I don't have the cool accent.
I'll take over the stream.
Okay, yeah. My booth is right over there.
Exactly, there you go, yeah.
Nippi vaikuttaa olevan vähän tiltissä.
But the diversity of playstyle from Wildcard is just really, really impressive. Both rounds, the first couple of rounds we saw, they go completely from one side and then flip to the other. That round they do 1-1-1-1-1.
Koska
G2 playstyle where everyone collapses 3-2-1
viimeiseen kahteen Skyhin 6-0 hyökkäykset.
And man, are they coordinated on that?
I'm always very nervous when you have that happening, but we've got attack timeout coming in. Let's
Sen takia ne
NIP's timeout.
Äkkiä totta.
Que nem eu falei na preparação pra gente fazer, que a gente não fez agora, e jogar com trap. Mano, joga full trap. Não deixa os caras ZK, mano. Se a gente vê que é uma Zizek, não deixa, mano. Não deixa. Vocês estão deixando, tá ligado? Deixa eles fazerem tudo que eles querem, mano. Ganhar todas as áreas da bomba e a gente tá caindo mano, o tempo inteiro nesse jogo splitado dos caras, entendeu? Eles beitaram ali a caçada, do nada estouraram a bomba, tá ligado? Tá. Então, mano, com a trap eu acho que vai facilitar isso e a gente jogar recuado, mas o recuado não é a gente equivar o mapa pros caras e foda-se, entendeu? Não, mano, começa avançado, pega uns drones, na hora que a gente recuar eu quero que você jogue agressivo nas posições, entendeu? Tá, beleza, fechou. Ali, Reis, a gente vai precisar ali, mano, de uma solução ali pro hold da ovo, tá ligado? Isso, é. O que você acha melhor ali, mano? Talvez uma Solis ali, mano, pra você tentar antecipar pra baixo, pra cima?
Vou de elas.
We have a regular problem in the talent team, Fett, that I'm hoping you can help with. And that is
oletko se on pelkkiä puolustukseen?
Really hoping you're going to be able to tell me you do.
Skyscraperin on hyökkäyskortti.
And that's all I got from that timeout, but it makes a lot of sense. Wildcard are going for fast, decisive entries that are really the pace of which is what's determining the round. Look at backs completely turned. They have no idea where it's coming from, and there's another, and there's another, and there's another. By having these traps, these notifications, I like to call them, around the map, it'll tell them where to go and where to contest. And I don't know what the rest of what he said, but if I had to guess, maybe he's saying stop being scared, stop their entries, go off the sounds of the traps, collect together, and stop letting them run us over with the entries, essentially.
Hopefully Maria can help us out with that one shortly, and we'll get an absolute verification on just how good your guessing skills are. Because that sounds like the sort of thing, from what you've described, is what you'd want to say as a coach in that situation is, don't be scared, be willing to challenge.
I don't know. I don't know if I could coach against Wildcard. I'm kind of washed. I've kind of fell off. A little bit old now. Pain in the back.
Less stress. At least somewhat.
Yes.
Here we go for our second quarter then. That's on the back of attack timeout. This is where you expect to see things change for NIP. But one thing we're touching on, Tim, with those two attacks, Wildcard have already kind of pushed past that 54% attacking win rate we spoke about.
Yeah, I mean, I think NIP are leaning into what Fett said there as well with the Dockerby ban. You know, let's try and prevent this ability in the early round for that call to come in and get aggressive onto the kills. This time instead, NIP are able to find the entry. Hits, takes down Baby Shark, and that's the knock. So Wildcard, they've recognized their strength there. They're trying to lead into it, yeah, but let's just take the knock. Let's hit them by surprise. NIP have woken up. They're having absolutely none of it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the moments where fire versus fire, fighting fire with fire works is when you're on defense against fast attackers. If they're worried about sprinting into the building so fast, getting in their faces, spawn pinky, that works so incredibly well, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
One of those waiting with the smoke ban on the other side. That was Wildcard saying we want to go faster, right? And we don't want to get caught up running into smokes here. But with the Dockerby being taken away, you do lose a little bit of that pace, that ability to be aggressive. And they're going to lose a second player here as well towards Hates. He has been, across both maps, an absolute headache. We spoke about him being a nuisance that couldn't do much on club, but at least here, obviously in this round especially, he has been wasting a bit of time. Half the round's gone. He's got 1 for 1. I'd say that's a pretty successful, air quotes, row.
Yeah, but again, Wildcard have done a good job there. I keep using the word teamwork for Wildcard. We can see the communication and the teamwork and the way they work together. They've recognized this as a problem. They've put several people in position. So he's kind of trapped. There's nowhere he can go without an engagement, and they managed to secure the kill. The question is, did they take too long in doing it? 1:15 left, and here comes the aggression. The Nomad is going to go in. Kansan again picking up another important down. It's effectively now 4 versus 3.
Ja siis silleen, vittu miten, ei se ole mahdollista. Peli ei anna sun valtaa itse itseäsi kuolemaan. Eli sä voit pudota, mutta sä et voi niin valtaa jonkun yli niin esim. Katolta. Tietenkin joissain paikoissa on sillä, että sä voit valtaa hatchin päälle ja siitä pudota alas. Ja ottaa liikaa damagea mennä downista kautta.
Missed it and they get the 2 closing kills anyway.
Wildcard näyttää, että on oikeasti helppoa hyökätä tänne Skyhin.
Maria though to let us know what was said during that attack timeout. Maria, what was said?
He said, play full trap. Don't let them do executions. You are letting them do whatever they want, letting them dominate every area of the bomb site. Play defensively, but without giving up map control. Start push it up and then rotate back to your positions.
You're actually pretty spot on there, Fett. Thank you very much, Maria. You were pretty close in what you assumed he said. Yeah. Maybe you aren't washed. There you go. You still got it.
Pro Portuguese speaker. I am. That's what they know me for.
Oh yeah, I went to the site throwing some more complicated stuff at you later. We'll see if we can figure that one out when we get there. But the crazy story is, of course, here we've got 3 attacks being won on Sky so far. We always consider a successful half, you know, a 3-3 for attackers feels great. They could push on for a 4 or a 5-1 here, Tim.
I really feel like Wildcard have set this up in the map banning phase. They've recognised that through the tournament, they've struggled on attack a little bit.
Ketään yhden asento, näppäin asento.
It's the one that we're great at attacking. We're going to solve that problem for ourselves
Miten sillä ei
by making sure that we're on the best ground that we can in order to do so. And it is working absolutely beautifully for them, and I'm really concerned about NIP's position at the minute because they, of course, in the second half of this, have to go on to that attack. Historically on Skyscraper, only about a 36% win rate on attack. Here at the tournament, I think they're at about 40% attack, so very, very difficult. Second half coming up for NIP. They needed at least a 4-2 on this defensive half, and they haven't got it. They are in big trouble.
almost identical setup versus identical attack. The same sort of Geisha kill box setup that is getting ace charged by Spiker right now, and the Mira on Mez with lines of sight all across this entry, and then Sense again to block off those lines of sight. Wildcard, will you this time continue to use it as redirection, or will you use it to go, just straight up push through where you meant to go in the first place?
A little bit tighter to start things off. You can see they want to try and punish these players that are roaming out towards
Tota jos ehdottaisi jossain rankerissa, miten näillä on Mira, niin jumalauta, sieltä varmaan tulisi riivää.
This sort of like vertical slice of the map is where they want to hold for now. But Baby Shark testing the waters underneath him. Maybe they come and get involved here and John towards Fantasy with Spiker at top black. I don't think it'll be too long for this world unless he backs out and joins his team, which is now done. So NIP at least are responding to the pressure.
Yeah, every time there's like a 50-50 gunfight, though, it always seems that Wildcard come away with that little bit more. If you have a look at that coming together between Spiker and Fantasy, it's Fantasy that's taken the damage as he walks away. Just absolutely beautiful sprays through that light screen. Finds his man, that dash down.
If he got the second there, I would have lost it. Instead takes a good chunk of damage himself, down to half HP as Kansan has managed to get himself inside of Geisha. But the response remains straight. Fall back a layer, work back through terrace in towards site. Happy that they've got one kill on towards Dash and can now play five players on site.
Let's force the late round, NIP says. Play the layer, fall back, fall back, fall back. Map control looked really good for Wildcard to get since they were staying off his side, but that one random spray through the light screen, perfect game knowledge, huge hit to the side of Wildcard.
That's what I do love about Skyscraper. I always say it's one of my favourite maps. I know it's a very unpopular opinion, but the layers that you get on the top floor that you kind of fall back through as defenders has always been great to see, and NIP have pulled it off perfectly. Now, Wildcard are at the front door, Tim. They're knocking, they're asking questions. Bay is straight in here. Fantasy just going to run up behind him and bring him down. Now dancing the dance of death around Terrace itself. Spiker getting one back, but Fantasy, he's having a good time here, Tim. Got himself two, but Spiker has managed to get himself a couple.
Nipiltää puolustaminen vähän niinku paremmalta mitä Hovin se 3 roundia.
Like the Brazilians should be able to take this.
Yeah, swings his way into VIP, manages to find another 1v3, becomes a 1v2. Spiker onto Pino was the latest with the headshot, and Fantasy is so low health. He needs to try and keep himself out of this fight, but in a position to impact it should he need to. Fantasy has actually run away from this, but Cons has got his back. He takes down the last man, and that is going to be NIP holding on, getting themselves a second round defensively. But Wildcard, it felt a little bit on the attack there, like they'd run out of options. It was kind of like, yeah, we're just going to have to run into small bar. They didn't really have what they needed to take that ground. It was an easy kill for Fantasy. It was a little bit of a roll of the dice.
Despite the fact that Wildcard looked like they had low options at the end, I do really like that. You kind of sense the confidence in them. They're willing to take the risks. They're standing there. Spikers on a common position outside of black, just standing there ready to take the gunfight. They're ready. A bunch of young players, bunch of rookies, stuck together, toughed it through rough times in the NAL, and now I think they truly look ready to compete on the international stage.
I remember saying it to you during the group stages as well, Tim. Like, Wildcard have been one of my top 3 favourite teams to watch so far. Like, we've had a lot of fun. Yeah, Fury's been fun to watch, of course. G2 incredibly explosive on the attacks, very fun to watch. And Wildcard have had some of those rounds where they've looked absolutely excellent. The last one's certainly not a good example of it. But that explosiveness on the attack, I think, has made them a really enjoyable team to watch. And as we said coming in, we thought the attacks might be what makes the difference. It certainly did on Club. It could yet be what makes the difference here on Sky. Heading into this last round of the half, then NIP choose to defend Barbecue and Kitchen. We'll see again if we go for this full map player you were speaking about, Tim, or go for the small slice that you need and make something more shallow happen.
Yeah, well, if NIP can come away with a third defense here, it still might not be enough because I am expecting them to struggle a little bit on the attack, but what a smash and grab it will be. Wildcard have been great on the attack so far, and it'll leave them scratching their heads, but are they going to leave NIP scratching their heads as they go for the rush and the aggression on in towards the map? They are taking ground very quickly. They've got to get all the way across, but they're doing a great job.
It was only Cons they found there, right, though, Fet. He was the one who immediately turned tail, legged it, did not want to get involved in any gunfights, and sure enough, he's back on drum. No one's gone down here, so a good response from NIP.
Wildcard fans should be troubled right now because they're doing the same thing stylistically that lost in the last round. They're doing a full over clear with no points of lurk pressure in between or on the other side. That's what NIP want. They're layering. Look how fast they are. They have reinforcements and a big setup all across the karaoke side. And just in case they need to leave that too, they can also fall down to the first floor. Right now, NIP want to run down that clock, force that execute. That's what worked for them last round. And Wildcard just to make sure they're clear on that.
Ottaako niinku Wildcardin saadaan 4-2 hyökkäyksen kaissa.
Can push up those house stairs a little bit later on. So I hope to God they've got some cover. Maybe Baby Shark can help them from down off towards Exhibition and Office, but if he can get a bit of a backstab here, he's in for some real work. Oh, that was the cover I was on about. Baby Shark needed to be able to help here.
Baby Sharkilla ei kyllä nyt näy hyvin putkia, ja sillä annetaan Deimos.
Aggressively, Pino has got rid of the shield. That was the crucial kill to get. Brilliant round from NIP.
Hits has done the damage and disappeared though. Beautiful understanding
Brilliant
from him.
round
Gets
from
upstairs, gets the
NPG.
kill, and now he's back underneath into sight and looking to support his team. NIP, as you say, have absorbed pressure brilliantly here. We saw that flash of an entry from Wildcard. They tried to get in really quickly and grab ground, but they've not been able to take anything beyond that. Canton does manage to find one, but it still leaves them in a 2 versus 3. There's one up for grabs, and he manages to pick up a second. 2v2. Could NIP be letting another one slip?
This is such a tough spot because there's so much vert above the site. At any point, should Wildcard choose to double down on the site player, anyone on NAP could just retake right onto the top floor and then have full lines of sight onto everywhere that they can possibly plan. On the other hand, if you go 1-1 on each floor, then you're leaving it up to horizontal pressure. Where could they possibly come from? You're not able to be holding every single piece of horizontal entry. Right? So what are we going to do? We're going to double up. It's 2v2 on the first floor. No one's really taking straight gunfights.
I don't think they know where Cons is tucked in right now, which is part of the danger. Hayton's onto the great job of tucking themselves away, but Camden is going nuclear. Stopped at the last second, and Hayes holds on. He's been having a great game so far, Tim, and saves the round for NIP.
Who else? A big triple in the round first, and just completely different kinds of kills. Using Solis perfectly, he gets out there on the roam, hits him on the flank, but then falls back to side. Just a great understanding of the round and where NIP are in that round. Back to support site and then picks up the last 2 there as well. Great round from Hits.
Wildcard had a lot of wrenches to throw in the system to win those first 3 rounds that they got towards the tail end of that attacking half.
Before nyt kun toi Vade heitti noin sen prediction tuonne chatti tuossa aikaisemmin, mitkä oli siis Secret, Wildcard, M8 ja T2. Niin. En oo yllättyis vaikka nyt taas kaikki 3 muuta menee väärin.
Shock horror on the bans, by the way. I feel it's been the tale of the game. Like we had a bit of a mirror thrown in there, a shield on the prime map at 1.2, but otherwise it has been, well, on this map, sorry, it was the blitz earlier on, but otherwise it's pretty stock standard, Tim. The Electro Bros being taken away as well as double hard breach yet again.
We're moving into the point now where the decisions are really going to be made on Skyscraper. I've continually commented on the struggle that NIP have had with attacking so far, and now they move into a crucial attacking half. They are, of course, 1 map down at the moment. If they lose here on Skyscraper, they are done in Munich. They will be the next team washed out of this tournament. So, NIP, it's now or never. You've got to stand up, you've got to come in, carry that momentum they've had. A great little smash and grab at the end of the first half to get themselves back to 3-3. Wildcard must be scratching their heads a little bit. It will have felt like they could have more rounds there, but they will be comfortable and confident now they've moved on to the defense.
Wildcard doing a light office roam, likely with the clash to check outside of that office breach, going outside terrace, fall back to their site layer.
What's your take on Denari so far?
Denari, I trolled when he came out because I said he would be the best operator in the game, bar none, now that Fenrir and Legion lost their secondary shotguns. Unfortunately, Denari can't do anything about people coming up staircases, so that's not the case, but there's a lot of heavy traffic areas that he does super well at. Still highly picked, so not fully wrong, hopefully, but I just like to overhype things, right?
It's only your job, mate.
Engagement,
the interactions. Admittedly, it's been more, you know, we've seen often more be the case that he draws in grenades, right? You're forcing utility to clear out those Delaris. Obviously immediate where they are, and sometimes it's a case of trying to find an angle to shoot them out. You can't do it. Instead, you turn towards nades in the same way that we used to in mute jammers on single doorways, for example. Don't take the risk of stepping up the door, toss utility, so there's still value being offered by the operator, and the fact he's got a shield, of course, being used in this round.
NIP clearing straight into that massive setup of Wildcard. I wonder how that will work out for them. They do have the Clash that will directly counter that shield and knock him back, but Wildcard look a bit hesitant to contest right now. I think they also want to play the layer. Shields will make contact.
Voi olla just, että kato, kun sä hyväksi otat sen sieltä, niin se saman tien kun se on yhdistetty sun tiliin, niin se kato aktivoi sen saman tien.
Whilst the electricity might not do any damage anymore, his sheer presence is enough
et se ei oo mikään koodi tai mikään tämmönen.
NIP not really established inside of the map yet.
En se tiedä. Mä en tiedä niistä dropeista mitään oikeastaan. Mä vaan tiedän, että mulla on niitä dropeja, siellä on jotain päkkejä ja skinejä. Se, että mitä skineitä niissä päkeissäkin on, ei mitään haju. Muistaakseni joku frendi sai sen, silloin se oli koodi. Voi hyvin olla, että se on. Mä en tiedä niistä. Se on kyllä mielenkiintoista, että näillä mä oon ihan tyytyväinen, että ne skinit ei oo mitään niin superfanssuja. Mut sit samaan aikaan on sillä, että ärsyttää, että ei niitä voi saada, sitä skiniä voi mitenkään muuten saada, koska vittu Goblini haluu kerätä ohikäärmeen Goblin Horning and shit. Niin toi, mullahan on siis tosi vaikea myydä niin mitään vanhaa, turhaa, jotain vanhaa puhelinta tai jotain tämmöstä. Mut anyway, niin toi, mä niinku ylipäätään hoardaan vaan paskaa, mä vaan niinku vanhoja asioita. Ja toisaalta jos mun puhelin, vanha puhelin on niinku rikki, fyysisesti niinku rikki, se ei toimi enää, sit se on sellainen, no miksi mä tätä säilytetään rikki, jos vaan joku hyötykäyttö vielä. Mut niin, koska mä en just prediktailla, koska mä en gambaa tai mitään, niin toi enää niin just toi olisi kiva saada silti niitä skinejä jotenkin. Positiivinen puoli, että mä kuitenkin saan niitä ihan perus droppeja vaan sillä, että mä oon tässä livessä. Periaatteessa just sillä, kun on näitä droppeja sen Kursov, Dr. Kursen aikana, niin mä sain niitä droppeja vaan sillä, että sitä riimusta mä tarvitsen katsoa. Teknisesti mä katon itteni koko ajan, Twitchin logiikalla.
They've got a lot that maybe isn't the best equipped for clearing out around the map itself, but the site, they've come well prepared.
I'm keeping an eye on the hard breacher here. What does Cons do? Where does he go? Because they've gone for the double electricity ban, so they want to be breaching. They want to be going on opening walls. They didn't really do that, you know, to begin with.
Teknisesti voi mennä. No joo, ei. Tossa noin noissa predictionissa ei, mutta niitä Twitch predictionit, niin siinä voi mennä toi kanalpiste jos tälleen. On se niinku incentive just kämpellätä.
The number one target for Cons is that wall between Geisha and Cherokee. Normally, to counter this Geisha box hold, you see to the right, the moment you repel left, you'll see that wall on your right, is a ranged hard breacher, like Ace, like Hibana, Ace, like
onko
Ace. But now he's on Thermite, it's both been away by Wildcard, they can't get in on this guy. How are they possibly going to clear him out? They have to use the sense to block off the drum holes so that they can run at him.
Niin, joo.
Again, we've got the Clash outside again. He's just being an absolute headache. They can't really play on this balcony now. Bay, he gets the one. He's still asking questions. This is horrible, Tim. How have they let it happen?
Niin toi on vähän huono, koska se on jumissa tossa balkonilla. Se ei ollut rappelissa.
They haven't dealt with the Geisha hold either, and Bay is just supporting that further. Gets back in.
Timing.
Unforgivable. How does he get away with this?
That is just insane. And he's still there, you know? How is he still alive?
Bro.
Clash is so incredibly strong.
In the right hands, that's for sure, and Bay's having a lot of fun. Fantasy trying to recover the round, but it's a 2 versus 4. Last round, they at least had Cons on the Monty to try and help out, but this one, Tim, feels like it might be a bit too much to get done.
Yeah, time is ticking for NIP now, and we know that it's unlikely. However, while Fantasy is left alive, we know that anything is possible. 2v4 becomes a 2v3 as he finds the first that they need. 55 seconds.
Niillä on vielä fantasia elossa, niin tää voi mennä vielä kumpaan suuntaan.
They've got the air jabs to deal with the clash. NIP have an opportunity here. Wildcard I think just got to play this smart. Don't overplay it and let NIP put themselves in those risky positions.
Without pressure outside Obvious, they can play anywhere, any corner on this side. This is why Skyscraper is so defender-sided. There's so many corners, there's so many rat spots, and there's no one outside the breaches to even tell you where they are.
Honestly, a round for Bay, I think, there.
If you remember at the beginning, I said, what are they going to do with hard breach? They've gone the double electrical ban, and we see the end of the round there with 3 defenders who can play wherever they want because nothing's been breached. Absolutely. And that's a problem for NIP.
Really was the clash for me. Like, he did so much work outside. And you gestured to it during the round as well, Fet. 3 of those air jabs left in back pocket could have really helped dealing with Bay, but the team were just, they were panicking almost, didn't quite know how to respond, and by the time they finally got an answer, he got 2 kills and then came back to collect a 3rd.
Yeah, they seemingly had the perfect attacker lineup. If they wanted to win a 2v4 against a Clash, that would have been it. They had the Nomad up, but unfortunately for them, I think they just kind of gave up. I have no idea how Big even got back in here. I don't even know.
But why are you playing that game, Pino? Why? You're not at all. Like,
we had a conversation about when Clash came out. First of all, me and Penguin were going at it about whether it would be absolutely broken or absolutely not. Brazil was one of the regions most heavily affected by Clash because of how aggressive and they like to play. All Clash bans or all Clash plans super defended side rounds when Clash was up. NA and EU seemed to deal better with Clash, and also now they seem to better abuse it. I'm sure we can see from that round just how oppressive Clash can be on specific maps like Skyscraper, and he's running it again. We better hope, for NIP's sake, they ban it the next round.
You know what it is? Baby Shark was like, "Babe, you got 3 kills there, yeah?" He's like, "Yeah, okay, I'm playing Clash now. I need some more." He's down 1-6. Not that it matters when your team is playing this down well. You know, Bay at 8-4, Kansan's 12-4. They're absolutely flying. Baby Shark thinks get himself involved in the action by running with that Clash, potentially being quite aggressive with it.
Rotero drones start to race on in and take away those castles, just picking that defense apart piece by piece. But let's not forget there is the Azami on side, so the keeper barricades as well can help to replace some of that lost utility. Just kind of cycling around the outside of the map at the minute. None of them have got established inside yet. They're just trying to soften up the defense where they can. They're a minute in. It's all about droning and utility so far.
Yeah, NIP playing the exact same game that Wildcard lost rounds against them too. They're pushing directly across. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they have the layer, the mid-map layer, Shrine and Drum control. Drum with the Azami and Shrine with Clash. 2 heavy slowdown points. How will you clear this out? How will you circumvent this? Will you ignore it and hit somewhere else, or will you just dump utility in it, and who will come out on top?
And they've still got to work on getting downstairs after that point. They're not even looking close to breaking through the top floor hold. Once that's done, Tim, then it's about opening up the verticals, massaging the last couple of players, going for your execute, for example. I don't think they have enough time here unless they go now, really.
They're just feeling like they had an opportunity there. To present itself. Candela goes in, but again, how much are you gaining for this utility? That's all 3 Candelas sent in. Are they making enough progress? It's a little bit of a bait as they're trying to get into sight and just trying to push them all over the map, but it's not happening as a double kill comes in. Hits does manage to find Kansan. 3v3 as it all shakes down, but all Candela's gone, and Wildcard holding strong.
Spiker just doing Spiker things though. He's had 2 brilliant maps so far. Brings it back to Wildcard side for NIP for a second. I thought they were starting to build a little bit of momentum in the round, but that has been completely neutered. It's down, I was going to say to Cons and Hates, but now it's just Hates himself. He's had a good game so far, Tim, but a 1v3 feels a bit too far.
Yeah, Hates has just kind of been running round in restaurant and storage. He ran into sight, he ran back out. He's not been able to find anybody because Wildcard have defended from above. Bates putting the plant down. He could have stuck it then. He won't know that. The challenge starts to come in from above.
Olisi voinut hyvinkin mennä.
And it's going to be Dash to pick up that final kill for Wildcard, and they put themselves on match point.
Wildcard are so good at responding to those the attacking lurks that NIP are throwing at them off the util. Right there, it honestly looked like NIP had a gap. They just walked the guy through first floor up the wave stairs. It looks like they were ready to go fully in, get a backstab, and break things open. But Wildcard, they're not holding the crossfire. They're backed all the way up. That's how you counter that aggression. You don't even hold the play for the objective. You back all the way up, you play in a deep corner, you play the rat, and then you counter the aggression. Look at how far back Spiker is playing right here. Perfect counterplay. Every single round has been like this, where NIP seem to have a gap, but Wildcard are just ready for it every single time.
Looking really impressive, Tim, and it's a good sign for things to come because we are getting to the sharp end of the tournament now, and I think it's fair to say every team left, we've seen their attacking proficiency be something spectacular. And if NIP can't quite tango against Wildcard, how could they against the likes of M80, G2, FaZe, Secret, you name it? So many big teams left that would just run over them.
That's the thing, you know, I don't want to, you know, kind of put anybody down. All the teams are here because they've earned it and they've all put up good performances. But you've got to say this matchup is the two sleeper teams, really, if you wanted to call them that at the tournament. If you were to say to me they've gone on a run and won this, I'd say, you know, what a performance. It'd be a surprise. Like you say, when you've got names like Falcons and FaZe left, it is always going to be a big ask. But this could be the start of it for Wildcard. It's been a solid performance so far. They've recognised what the weaknesses are in NIP. They've played into it brilliantly, isolating them on Clubhouse, taking advantage of that lack of teamwork at times and punishing them. And then here on Skyscraper, knowing where the difficulties are going to come from NIP, and again, completely abusing it. Really good from Wildcard. And I tell you what, there's a few teams I think that'll be looking towards this team and doing that little bit of extra prep.
So you need to know at this point, don't you, Tim? It's getting very watery, very murky around the NIP booth. One round, I was about to say one wave away, but they are one round washing over them and taking them out of the competition.
NIP.
Pretty ominous that, isn't it, really? Quite intense, actually. It's even more intense on the screen.
Oh my god.
Scary, right?
NIP have a reputation in the Brazil League for being a fantastic tactical team, a fantastic team under one condition. When the pressure's not on them. They are known to be almost like, from the other Brazilian coaches I've heard, they've known to almost be pressure chokers, right? Where we see in the playoffs when things matter the most, that's when they start to get a little shaky. They look so dominant during that group stage. Here, during the elimination games, they almost proved us wrong, beating North American Titans, SSG, SR, back-to-back, dominant fashion. Is on the stage for the first time in a while for many of these players. Is this where they crumble?
Like it may well be. I mean, Spiker spoke about it during the interview before the game. He was here to get revenge for his fallen friends, the two teams that NIP have eliminated so far. And it looks like that revenge will be complete. Yes.
Just want to say that those fallen friends are Ashen on SSG and Ambi on SR, and I coached all three of them on the same team when they were in T3.
Oh, there you go. The small links that we have.
Yes.
I wish I could understand that, but I didn't.
I didn't understand that.
I'll tell you what we did find out during the break. It was hilarious. Someone is basically, I want to quite call it a cosplay because they put on a shirt, they're bald like you are.
It's a cosplay.
But they appeared up here at the balcony to our left, and I was just like, Tim, look, this is mental. You got a picture of it as well.
I did.
There he is.
I need to get a better picture later on. I'll be out wandering around. Do come and try and find me.
You know what I'm really sad isn't happening? What I was going to do is if we got to overtime in a given map, I was going to say, Tim, stay quiet, and I've called to that gentleman to scream the line for us. But unfortunately, overtime does not look to be something we will be getting. We've had NIP had to sit there and just chew on their thoughts for a while, unable to speak during that tech pause. And now they've got to figure it out here, Fet. It's now or never.
There's one thing that you said that I actually disagree with, because NIP just banned Clash. That was the thing that was messing them up. And Wildcard also lose that ban phase because Wildcard banned the Nomad so that they could keep playing Clash, but now it's gone. So the biggest hurdle that NIP had in front of them is now gone. So I think, well, I mean, this is the last round if they do lose it, but if they do win it, it's a good sign that Clash was the biggest problem. If Clash can no longer slow them down, maybe they can bring it all the way back.
The point is it becomes a test now for Wildcard and their adaptability. What they thought was going to happen hasn't happened, so now they've got to flex. They've got to pivot. They've got to go to plan B. They've got to come up with a new answer because they can't play behind the Clash, so it becomes a really important round to see whether they're capable of doing that.
And the new plan might just be the site that we're going to as well, Tim. We spoke about this, we've seen it about half a dozen times now this competition, which feels like an awful lot, to be honest, given Sky hasn't been played all that often. But this is one of those sites that teams can get very, very stuck on. And you're looking at NIP with the attacking difficulties they've had this series. This could be perfect, Fat.
Yeah, I mean, the site call was absolutely brilliant because you've played against Clash on every other site, so you can make a new plan. Now that they don't have Clash, you haven't seen them play the site, though. But there is a Lurk v Roamer fight about to happen in Geisha. Dash walks away with it, murdering his Brazilian counterpart. He's still alive. How do they deal with him? He's wasting so much time here. If you still want to go for this player, you have to waste more resources, more time. That opening pick has got to sting.
A continued problem for NIP is the lack of trades, and they now are in that situation again, 4 versus 5, because they weren't in a position to be able to support each other. And Wildcard, they can just start playing into the time game a little bit. They've got the extra man. Mirror is going to be targeted out by that Deimos, but able to just drop away from danger. No, hits once again.
Jännä nähdä joku crazy glädi vetämässä vektorilla ilman
Hits with
grippiä.
another. Is he going to be the savior of NIP?
Could well be. I mean, getting fancy in the first place felt massive. To then get 2 back after Dash got pinched out, wonderful stuff. Hates in the right place at the right time. It did take half the round, but surely, Tim, surely we don't see a 4v3 going against them.
I love this from NIP. I've commented on the lack of teamwork sometimes, the way that they're isolated, but they're actually using Deimos in quite a different way. Wizards in the back line, putting the tracks in and just feeding the intel to Hits for him to go and chase. Absolutely love that from NIP.
This doesn't feel like NIP versus Wildcard. This feels like Hates versus Wildcard, and this guy really hates NA.
Spiker in for 1, at least getting rid of Hates and taking down the main man of the round. Baby Shark 1v3. We mentioned it before the rehost. He was 1 and 6, hasn't had the strongest map. That's okay, his team have been absolutely flying. You can't have all 5 putting up double-digit numbers, unfortunately. There just aren't enough kills to go around. This will be a big one to save for him, especially when we've no tracks left on the Deimos, gives him a chance to be slippy. But even NIP shouldn't be letting around.
No, absolutely not. In a 3v1, they've got to lock this down. Baby
Putkeen
Shark
toisella lapamitin kotiin.
No, Wizard manager, I would expected, given that he was walking into Baby Shark's line of sight, that he might lose out that one and leave it up to his teammates. But no, Wizard's actually done a great job there. I kind of commented on it during the round. He's been feeding intel to Hits throughout. Hits has been like a sort of a heat-seeking missile for Wizard. So Wizard just sits in the back line, does the track, and off Hits goes for the kill.
Okay, but the mirror on the VP wall and on the outside of the walls. Okay, both for bomb side. One thing for this off defense, Dash, put some mute gems the bomb side. Probably they're gonna go to the attack and push bomb side. So mute gems for the bomb side for a vertical, and you Shark playing the ward like in bomb side too. Start close to the bomb side, okay? If they do Geisha clear, we help you. Play the Harry Potter, you can do the Harry Potter stuff with the video. I think it's good, it's fine. Okay. Or if it doesn't matter. But I think for
tuolla noita striimaajia tuolla paikan päällä.
Shark playing their Ella with the grenades. Jake on the rune strategy, playing the mirror, VP wall and off the breach. So Shark can pack grenade the mirror, okay? In kitchen defense, one last adaptation. Shark, you're gonna play the orcs. Don't reinforce anything on the opposite side. Play orcs. You're gonna hide inside the T. If they do a full clear, you're gonna be there. The last of the daughter reinforce, you guys can do the same. Mute jammers on the T walls and the stuff, okay? One more round, guys. Keep the energy. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. One round.
Now, for very obvious reasons, we don't play the attack timeout in the arena, but do you want to share what you just heard, what you made of it?
Yeah, so a lot of Lagunas basically gave a timeout, basically calling you next 3 rounds in advance. Now, there's a lot of jargon used there because they know the names of their strats. They know their strat book. We're not going to know what they are talking about because they're saying when you run this strat, when you run 3.1, when you run A, B, C, let's do this. And we have no idea what they want to go office strat, they want to put the mirrors down, they want to do a heavy bunker setup. But the thing is, I have heard a lot throughout this tournament that when people hear those timeouts, they're very confused by them and they think they're terrible. I want to make it known to the public right now that that is a very good timeout. Teams need different things, and the public can often better comprehend a timeout that's like, wake up, let's go. Oh, but sometimes a team needs strategy, and that's what I used to do, that's what Igor does, that's what Callout does. It's a different type of coach, a different type of meta, and it's all based off the team's needs. So for the criticisms that people are confused by it, you call the next 3 rounds of Blueprint down in the future. We have an option every round, and right now for Wildcard, they just need to win 1 to close out the game.
It's something that we saw the other day, to be fair, and obviously we've seen a number of timeouts from various teams throughout the event. It's been a wonderful thing that we get to hear. Yeah, Romario, as we heard on G2, speaks very quick, but you look at his players, they're so attentive to everything that he's saying, like, they pick up on all of it as well. So although what you might hear, you think, okay, it's too fast, you can't understand that, or this thing over here feels a bit useless, you're talking about strats or whatever, what you're saying it often isn't, and you can see the reaction of the players to give you the idea of, is what the coach's saying being taken in.
Spiker, this is what was said in the timeout. He's going for a rat play, but the Vigil Scanner is going to make it look like he's still in Geisha. They're clearing out a Ghost. They're clearing out nobody because Spiker's actually on the staircase, but it doesn't matter because Ashley was going for a pick off of it.
Just fantasy being fantasy on the Ashy. It's really winding back the years. Charged through and got one, was looking for a second. Spiker though, there he is, he strikes finally. At least Alec digs up, they know that he's downstairs, but now he can move somewhere else, Tim, and cause further frustration.
That's the problem. If you don't get the kill on him in 10 seconds, he's gone. You've got to start the whole process over again, trying to track that Vigil down, and it all takes time. 4 versus 4. Kansan has taken a ton of damage there on the mirror, so that's something Wildcard need to be aware of. He's in a position where he's going to be fronting up and trying to prevent them pushing into Dragon, and he's in a dangerous position because he's such low health, and it's something that Wildcard are going to need to back him up.
And IP look like they smell water. However, on the drum side of the map, that side does not have a mirror facing them, where it usually should be if there's a mirror on the board. So it looks like with the Sense Grenade, with the Blitz, they look like they could do this push, similar to what Wildcard did in Desperation, but this time with more gumption and more confidence, because there's no util on Wildcard's side besides the Fenrir to stop it. They opted for the Vigil Rat play. There's nothing else to stop this push from going through, and it looks like with the players of NIP grouping up around Drum, they're going to go for this explosion soon.
You got Pino rotating over, of course, on the Sens. Those light screens, incredibly value for pushing in. Warden can't deal with them anymore, so there's a bit to look out for. He'll be on the display window, but if he gets picked off here, that could really spell disaster. They'll have no one able to backstab and do work on the back line of this defensive side. Here we go, though. Smoke's going on down. They're looking to charge on through. Wizard, 2 of those cusses coming in deep, and Cons is going in deep. Wizard getting rid of Baby Shark. Pino in the back line still here, blocking off the sight line from Bay, and this plan should be able to go down.
Spiker has to move, and he has to move now. He's coming across through Drum as Bay manages to pick up Pino. The diffuser is going down, though. Cons throws the shield on his back and manages, no, he doesn't. He takes a bit of damage, so he has to come off that plant, and now Wildcard in a position to fight back, but it's all up to Kansan. Manages to pick one up. 1v3 becomes 1v2, but the plant's going down again, and it looks like NIP might just hold on for another round.
Got to catch the player inside the lounge off to his left, and no, it's Cons to find him on the shield. A great round from NIP.
What's happening?
We spoke about, of course, that downtime during the tech pause. We had their own chance to have attack timeout as well, at the same time as it was going on for Wildcard, and it feels like they're starting to find something out here.
No clash, no slowdown. NIP seemed to have figured out Wildcard's win con previously that prevented them from getting the entries that they wanted. Now, NIP are just walking straight on through. Wildcard, what will you do to slow them down? You have to do something. Was it trap ops? Is it Goyo? Is it forcing the lay round and then playing the win con at the end? What is the solution? We'll find out in the next round.
I said coming in, this was going to be a test of Wildcard's adaptability. How they can flex, how they can move around when the plans change in front of them. And the answer is right now, they're not doing a fantastic job of it. They've lost that clash, and as you say, no clash, no party. They're unable to get the last 2 rounds done. NIP now within 1 of overtime. They just need to find 1 more attack. And let's not forget, this is an NIP team that have struggled on the attack, so they are digging deep right now. We talked about their ability to play under pressure, and they're showing it. They're showing that they've got it in the locker.
Yeah, and I would be worried for Wildcard right now going into map 3, because after winning that map winner, it really felt like Skyscraper was their map to take. However, NIP looking like they're back on it. Wildcard, what is their answer? They're going to run traps. They're going to run the Elamine. They're going to run the Fenrir Dreadnoughts. That is their answer with the smokes on the T side. Let's see if it works.
We spoke about it in the last map, Tim, but in all but 1 round, we had a multi-kill stacking up for somebody. 6 rounds so far. In fact, no, 7 rounds now we've seen stacking up. Every round there is that new hero. It just takes 1 player to have that moment of magic, that moment of brilliance, to see either team over. If NIP win this one, we go to OT. Wildcard take it. It'll be heartbreak for NIP because they've fought back so well.
At the moment, it looks like NIP are going to be shaping up for that office side take. So get themselves into house, office, exhibition, and move across. Try and take that middle ground of Shrine, of Drum, and try to push forward from there. There's not too much attention being paid over to Dash, who's currently on black stairs as the smoke. Position that we would expect him for the beginning, but Wildcard do have the opportunity here once they realise to maybe push their line up a little bit and get a bit more aggressive towards that middle ground where the big fight is going to be.
Last time Wildcard purely relied on the clash to hold that shrine layer. This time they know they don't have clash. It'll be taken for free. They're going to throw all the bodies over here and fight this extremely aggressively. Baby Shark not trying to give it up. However, NIP might have the same idea. They have to play underneath, and oh my god, he's going to be caught on the angle that was supposed to help Wildcard. It goes against them on the cut. The fallback to site not successful. They lose 1.
I love that from Fantasy as well. Rather than stick and try and get a second, no, Baby Shark was in the area. He immediately turns his attention towards top black, expecting someone to turn up there. And sure enough, Dash has now appeared. Shotgun at the ready. It's Fantasy very much sandwiched out a little bit here. That smoke was destined for him. You can see it all ripping off now as well. But Wildcard starting to come under a bit more pressure. Spiker remains the hero. Gets rid of Pino. That's the Candela's down, Tim.
Wizard does have an answer though, and that's something again I've mentioned. NIP on trades, they've been so much better the last couple of rounds. Every time somebody drops, a teammate is there with a response and they keep that man advantage. Wildcard are just trying to dig in deep here. They want to get this done. They don't want the extra rounds. It's 3 versus 4, 40 seconds. Wizard
oli just sanomassa, että Spikeri on niinku pidettävä hengissä, kun se taitaa olla nyt se osuja tässä näin saman tien.
They're going through a bit early, spraying at the beacons, going low, but there's a step across from Fantasy. It's a 4v1. Baby Shark can't hold on. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
Not you, the guy in the crowd.
Wildcard, no clash, they're just struggling. They gave away the last line that possibly could have won them that round, which is the Black Stairs control. I think they should have regressed there, but unfortunately for them, they give it up. They get the free plan away to the Montane, and they've got to be banging their head against the wall with that limb damage nerf. Couldn't kill the Mountain on the plant right there. Absolutely struggling with the SMG.
And the big problem that Wildcard have got now is they go into overtime, and the way that the bans work in overtime is that both of your rounds will be played with the full set of bans, meaning Wildcard, they've got 2 defensive rounds, and they've got no clash. And at the minute, no clue how to win these rounds against NIP.
And as you may have seen, as you had that little camera pan across, water now filling the entire stage. Both teams at peril because we're in OT. You feel like the tide is with NIP. They're the ones that have had for a few rounds now a lot of success on the attack. They start here on the attack. Surely they can fight through and take us to map 3.
I was wondering why the admins were wearing like the water boots.
We've got to keep them dry. We've got to keep them dry.
I didn't expect it to be real water.
What did you call them? The walking boots?
Oh, the water boots. I don't know what they're
actually, mate.
My fault. I'm sorry.
What do you call them in America?
I don't know. I've never worn them. Rain boots?
Rain boots?
I don't know. I'm an idiot. I'm not. Don't group me in with the Americans. I'm just
take you for what you are, mate. Take you for what you are. Okay then, it's going to be off towards the east side exhibition and office to kick things off in OT. Wildcard definitely scrambling here to find an answer. Very similar lineup, if not the exact same one that we saw them employing previously. It was when Spiker got away with a freebie on the downstairs, if we recall, and then disappeared back into the map. Started trying to create more and more problems for them, and they did manage to choke NIP out. However, NIP have seen this before. They will have a response.
Brett, what do you see here that Wildcard are trying to do differently? Because something's got to change.
They're just running the same default in my eyes, and I really don't see any response from them. They're putting Spiker back in that Geisha kill box. Last round, they tried to fake it out by having his sensors coming from downstairs instead of upstairs, making them clear out a ghost. Now he's there for real. NIP, they have the Montane push, no Clash to counter it, no Legion Mines, no Malusis, nothing to slow it down, no Goyos, no nothing. And the sense to block off the line of sight. It looks like this guy's dead to rights.
Surely he should be here. Baby Shark, of course, are dancing around Geisha at the same time. Has got Pino out and Terrace behind him. Not going to have the angle immediately. Wizard off on the rappel towards the far side. So it is this focus on getting the full west side clear done out. The important part for me, Tim, is let's not be losing players like we did last time around. You've seen this before. You should know what the points are where you got tripped up.
Yeah, it feels like Wildcard are gambling a little bit on a player having a big moment and getting those couple of kills, and that might be just the kind of moment they need. Baby Shark stepping around that breach, getting aggressive, taking the fight to NIP and getting an entry kill. That is really big. They've struggled on the defense so far to give themselves the advantage. They are set up beautifully here, but the pressure will mount onto the mirror. Baby Shark tries to fight but can't, and here come NIP does.
They snap those jaws, shot and catch too, but Spiker still going here. Has got himself another. Kansan collecting one for himself too. Just like that. That NIP tide, it's starting to wane, Tim. It's falling away as Kansan is going massive. Finds himself all he needs to put themselves on match and series point.
When you have no strategical answer, swing kills. Yeah, and they fixed their mistake from last round where they chose to fall back, give up black. This time, we don't want to give up the first layer. We don't want to give up Geisha. Everyone go together, power together. 3, 2, 1, stop them in their tracks. That's our answer. Get wicked with it.
So now we flip to the other side. NIP will be on the defense. It was a 3-3 half, so no major kind of inherent advantage to anybody. Wildcard did impress us in the first few rounds on attack, particularly with that playstyle of aggressively going in, taking ground, finding kills, and putting NIP on the back foot. Can they match that energy here? They've just played the perfect round, really, in round 13 in order to do that. As you said, Fet, they've played that high-energy defense right up in their faces, and you feel like they just need to carry that forward now and just sweep them away.
Attack being the better side. Well, not the even side, but the better side for Wildcard historically in this match, at least it looked like, considering Clash was gone on the defense in the second half. Now with all the tools ready to go.
1 for 1 on this one overall with how things set up. It was NIP who managed to lose it out the first time. The second round is Wildcard. And then the next time it was Spiker getting a 3K, but not enough to convert the round. They were the only kills that were found by Wildcard on that attack. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that, Tim. Someone's got to break that deadlock in this little mini best of 3 on this site itself.
It's a mirror matchup strategically wise. You see the same thing. Vigil in this geisha box. Reinforced walls behind him. Scanners on. However, Wildcard have something they don't. They have range hard breach. They can go to the Karika window and open up the wall from the rappel. But do they even want to clear over from that side? It looks like, at least from where the bodies are distributed, that's what they want to do.
Be the pressure coming in towards that geisha position immediately. The mirror window has been smashed out just to remove that intel a little bit, but it gives intel in itself because they know that Wildcard must be present out there and looking to push. We can see, in fact, that NIP are getting right up towards. They're going to bandit trick that wall now, try and prevent any breaching coming in. Shouldn't be too much of an immediate problem, of course, with the Thatcher on side. That's going to do the job, and the geisha wall will open 1 minute into the round. Wildcard progressing nicely.
I made a very large mistake. They don't have an actual range heart breacher. They had it available, but because they don't have it, Fantasy just gets to stay here. That's the biggest problem. The Buck has to be able to clear him out from underneath with the Buck charges. Otherwise, they'll make no progress in the round. They haven't cut off, though.
There's 3 of them underneath. The player on the geisha window, 1 top black. They are everywhere, but Wizard has got Spiker, and that means there is no one top black to watch Fantasy. He's been able to escape and get out to drum here, but Dash finally coming up main stairs. Fantasy arguably taking off a little bit more than he can shoot him.
He sees the man, but he cannot find the kill as it's Hits once again standing tall for NIP. He's had such a big game for them today and continues to do so. Finds the man and just prevents that onslaught that was starting to build from Wildcard. 4 versus 3, NIP settling back towards site.
This is one of those sites that is just so incredibly hard to execute now across if you have man disadvantage. There's so many corners, again, that you could sit in if you're a defender. So many crossfires to hold, and on top of that, all the walls are closed. No hard breacher in sight. 1 can opener, but they're not going to be able to get that, or they're not going to be able to get every single wall open to clear out these positions. But they might have something here on minibar.
Hates again, he's just that guy. He's always involved, he's always causing problems, he's always getting away by the skin of his teeth. Starting to bear down, Tim, but we're in the last 30 here. Wildcard, got to get a wiggle on.
It's a little bit of a standoff. Wildcard, they don't want to be aggressive. They were punished last time. They tried it from this position. Cons manages to pick up Bay. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2 as the trade is there. But Baby Shark is down, and that's it. We're going all the way to 15, Fet.
Oh my God.
To max all the
Your old news,
skyscraper.
We're going to 15, Des?
We are, yeah.
Who would have thought?
You're stealing it away from me now, see?
They switch up so fast. It's okay, you can have my stream. I'll give it to you. Oh my God, who would have anticipated this would be the match to be so incredibly exciting to watch down to the last wire? I know.
No chance, right?
Siis toi lattia, koko niinku stadion. No niin, on
playing
ihan vitun
so
siisti.
well in the second half and into OT, but this is where it all falls apart. This is where everything is decided. The NIP stay. Do we go to our 3rd map, or the Wildcard get that 2-0 that it looked like they were so certain to get back when the scoreline was 6-3? Barbecue and Kitchen going to be where we go to. And as we've seen, both teams, I think, have struggled at points, Turfet, with trying to clear too much of the map.
Now, it's not shown on screen yet, but there's a little operator pick that Wildcard have done right now.
Didn't they speak about this during the timeout?
It's going to be very, very strong.
You can say what it is, mate. Go on.
Okay. They picked Oryx. All right, and Oryx is going to be the counter to the Montaigne, whereas previously Clash was. Now, I believe there was one push where Montaigne kind of pressured the map by himself. Clash matched him the entire round, and that's how they won. With no Clash available, unfortunately, they're not able to match the Montaigne now, but now they have a Oryx to do it to try to counter him out. The only issue is if they do a full push with the Montaigne, you can't really go for a solo killer.
And I think that's the important point there. The Oryx, there's two things that Oryx I kind of look at as kind of high fantasy, and that is Oryx up a hatch onto the flank to get a kill, and that is smashing down a shield and getting the kill. And it's rare that we see those counters, but it could be huge if they're able to deliver it. And like you say, playing into the fact that Monty has pushed solo previously, it's definitely a matchup to be watching closely.
Jos nyt, mitä sanottiin just, että jos Baby Shark löytää konsin, joka on yleensä pyörinyt aika paljon yksin.
That's so much pressure. The worst thing in the world that can happen is a guy getting a kill and just leaving. Because now, how do you respond? Do we move around? Do we respond? Do we go kill him? What do we do? Do we move too much and give away the picks? No idea. Wildcard, stay steady, stay put. No overreaction for them.
Well, there's three of them stacked up on the Shrine balcony here as well. They want to push in. I wonder if Baby Shark is the player they're watching, because you were saying about the potential for the Monty to be alone and be punished by that. But as Tim said, it's high fantasy. It's all the things that we would love to see, but teams don't let that happen. Starting their push forward here as well. Con still asking questions on towards that top door. C4 out towards the window. Spiker not quite finding his man here. And NIP still with tons of time to work with in this round.
Montaigne close up on Black Door, but so is Oryx. The issue is here, you have a player behind Montaigne that can easily get the frag onto Oryx before Montaigne can go down. It'll be a trade for a trade here. 2v2, top Black to determine the match. I think of this entire map.
Baby Shark just clearing the path for himself, taking out
ollaanko menossa seuraavaan niinku seriesiin vai seuraavaan
opportunity to
karttaan?
get anywhere near that shield, but as it is, it's going to be Dash on the mute that is getting bullied by the Monty right now, but keeping him at bay because NIP, they cannot push in until they've cleared this position. Hits, he takes a lot of damage off screen, and that is a massive kill. Cons takes a big risk, and it doesn't pay off.
I mean, they had the Oryx cut off from the mute, but unfortunately for him, he ADS before his teammate was even there. But they're going in!
They're getting away with this one as well. Down to a 2 versus 3. NIP really fighting with scraps now to get the way back in. Diffuser is down, top Black covered by Dash. You're looking at the Monty here and thinking, why take the challenge at that point?
Jos Face nyt ei olisi apparissa vielä, niin tää olisi ihan vitun kova, jos nyt Wildcard pudottaisi viimeisen NA-tiimiin. Ja näyttää siltä, että kohta menossa, koska Visari on yksin kahta vastaan.
30 seconds left to go. Wizard looking to push forward here. He needs to find something. The clock is against him. Baby Shark, Spiker just sitting back, letting the round develop. Baby Shark is a mile away. Actually, this could be a problem. They are separated. There is the opportunity for 1v1s, but the focus for Wizard is of course towards 15 seconds left. Baby Shark holding a long angle.
Seuraava Siriussin lähdetään. Holy shit.
Next round of the Munich Major.
Let's go NA. Let's go NA.
That's the revenge they were looking for over NIP.
Siis se, mä en ite tykkää NAs. Mä oon yleensä vaan NA luulla aina meempulle. Mut se, että kun on viime aikoina nähnyt niin paljon Latamin dominointia, niin se on mahtavaa nähdä, että muut niinku, nyt kyykyttää niitä. Se on niinku...
It's been a great performance from them, but you felt like they were maybe just coming to the end of that run, and Wildcard, they make sure it's the case.
Wildcard have been so impressive with their adaptations. It took a little bit of a while to figure out what to do without the clash, but they figured it out. Get aggressive. That very last round, the site was below, but everything happened to that top floor. It's crazy that they stayed up there to get in their face, not give the control to NIP, and shut them down.
It's truly wonderful stuff. Of course, they move on, and we'll have some stiff opposition to face later on today. But take nothing away from either side. We have seen some great siege there. After that first map, I was very worried for NIP. They battled their way back in and gave us an excellent skyscraper to close.
I was really worried about that position for Baby Shark at the end there. He dropped so deep. He was way back in delivery, but it was just a great position, a great understanding, and Wildcard able to get themselves.
Well, let's throw it to Ian down the stage to talk to our winners.
Oh, sorry, me and Spiker were just having a little bit of a chat ourselves there. As you can see, we are getting washed away. We're nice and dry up here, but another Brazilian team isn't. They are drowned out, and Wildcard live on. And I'm standing by here with Spiker. What a performance from you personally, and you got revenge for your boys in NA.
Of course, I had to get it back for my boys, Ambi and Ashen. Teamed with them like 3 years ago. Those are my boys. Had to get it back, and I couldn't do it without my team, honestly. They trusted my voice. Everybody was calming, made it so easy. It was a great team game.
You needed that teamwork, and you needed that calm energy, especially on the end of that second map. Got a little bit scary in overtime.
Yeah, I definitely got too close than it would. I think we made a couple like setup errors in our last 3 defenses. Definitely should have gone to OT. We just need to tighten up, and I think the rehost kind of messed with our mojo a little bit. People came back a little slow, so we should tighten up for the next game against G2 later tonight, and that's all.
Yes or no? Are you going to beat G2?
Of course.
Should we go swimming?
It's a little, I don't know, it's November. It's a little cold.
All right, we'll stay up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And of course, we'll be back with our post-match very soon to explain to you why wildcards attacks on Skyscraper were key to win this game. team making it further here in the playoffs. Will it be lower bracket? Now, we'll talk about the attacks, but one really important thing as well. We'll talk about NIP making a crucial mistake on their attacks that allowed Wildcard to come away with many rounds.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of mistakes here, especially when you look into the ban phase. Not getting rid of the Clash, you just see how punishing it is that Bay is absolutely abusing the fact that they can take full advantage of this Clash, play outside the map. Obviously, with the new update to Clash, this is now possible. And to be able to further it, it only extends the reason as to why we see NIP being so slow on attack. The lack of prep going into this is removing the Bandit, removing the Cape. Why not get rid of the Clash? Why not get rid of the Azami? Make Wildcard not find comfort on their defenses, and that is exactly where NIP faltered going into the ban phase.
Even if you don't ban it out, at least bring the utility to deal with the Clash and the Azamis. That was something that they didn't do, and it really lacks in the preparation that they brought to it. And again, we saw it in map 1, the same thing with preparation for NIP. They were constantly getting the opening kill and then leaving it in the hands of Wildcard to consistently get multi-kills back. Round after round, every single time that NIP had the advantage, they could not help themselves from over-peaking and letting Wildcard have a leg back into the match, and that was the biggest issue. Specifically, once you got the defenses, that's where NIP struggled on converting their opening kills, because Wildcard could just stall, play their time off of the Clash. Once the Clash was banned, we saw the Mira. We saw different operators that they could bring to slow NIP down, and the casters talked about it, specifically Fed. He did a great job at visualizing that that was the game plan for Wildcard, is slowing NIP down.
And I'm so glad that when we look at the stats as well, the players on the side of Wildcard are relatively close to each other. It was different players that we were highlighting all throughout these maps as well to really step it up. But on the side of NIP, they'll be gone from the tournament right now. The underdog run ends here.
Yeah, it does. You know, I'm really sad because what we saw from Hates in round 6, that big clutch for everyone in Fox, we know this as players. When you're in this moment, when your backs are against the wall, game isn't looking in your favor, it is on one player to step up and have that moment. And Hates had so many rounds throughout this series, especially in that skyscraper, that everyone started to get the momentum, started to bring it back, which is why we saw this even go to the last and final round. It's unfortunate that Hates put all that effort in to just merely not be able to make it and drown in the end.
And it's unfortunate because we highlighted how well Cons has been playing and leading the team up until this point. So for him to have an underperforming game and the shields not work out for him, I would have loved to have seen him drop the shields and then rotate to more utility-based operators. That's what Wildcard did, and they came out with the win.
Yeah, and just with that, it's our second game of the day done as well, which means we can have a look at the bracket where we find ourselves so far, because now after this second game, we're speedrunning through our day. We're moving into the new round of the lower bracket. As you can see, match 7 and 8 are up for us today, and we're going to talk about M80 and Secret because it's coming up after this.
Yeah, 2 NA versus EU games. I mean, we're really going to settle it during the group stages. Everybody on the talent side will say which region's going to be better, and we'll be battling to be able to maybe win or get second place against Falcons in phase.
It's funny when you look at both these setups, M80 versus Secret, aggression. Then you look at the G2 versus Wildcard, aggression versus a more passive-aggressive playstyle. It's really going to come down to who's the better region, EML or the NAL.
Yeah, Secret, of course, already played that game earlier today, but we see M80 arriving to the venue as well. A very important matchup for them after this against Secret.
Tulinko mä takaisin suoraan mainoskatkolle?
Là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Kyllä 5 minuutin mainosbreikki. Suoraan tähän näin. paskaperse, moropana. Tervetuloa tänne Lohikirvaluolla, mitä kuuluu? Oli kyllä mielenkiintoinen 2 matchuppia tossa näin. Reloadataan täältä tää sivut. NA ja EU antoi vähän sen Latamelle huonoa. Se wildcard on menossa G2 vastaan, mikä on illalla ja saa nähdä lähettääkö. Nyt on mahdollista sitten seuraavana katsotaan, että lähettääkö NA EUn kotiin vai EU NAn kotiin. Vai meneekö silleen 1 ja 1. Se jää nähtäväksi tästä. Seuraavana lähtee tosta toi M8 Secret-peli. On kyllä mielenkiintoista, että kello on varttia vailla 5. Tää on ollut merkattuna niinku 7. Tää on ollut niinku 3:30. Nää pelit on mennyt sen verran nopeasti, niin pitänyt vähän aikataulua nopeuttaa. Niin mennyt sillä. On 3 minuutin breikki vielä tässä näin. Nyt on kyllä vähän spesiaali kommentti. Joltain tyypiltä on kysytty toi if Battlefield is going to die since BO7 eli Black Ops 7 just came out.
Yo, Richie, do you think Battlefield's gonna die since BO7 just came out? Oh yeah, 100%, bro. And not only is Battlefield gonna die, the player comp's gonna go down, but the comp's gonna go down because every half-decent and good player on Battlefield was a COD kid. Now they're just gonna go play COD. So Battlefield's gonna be dead, and Battlefield's gonna have no comp. So hey, for all you Battle dads, enjoy no comp, man, on that shitty-ass game. The real men, they go to a game that takes skill.
Real men go to play game that takes skill. Ja ne puhuu kodista. Okei. Okay. Ok, vittun Max Tier 4 eSport-peli, by the way. Vittun joke sanoi, että vittun kodi tarvii skillejä. Okei, vittu.
And you can say, oh, we sit behind aim assist. Brother, there's no aim assist this year. There's little to none. We still have it, but that shit got nerfed to the ground. Keep sitting in the tank shooting it from fucking 80 miles out. Yo, Rich. This year, there's little to none. We still have it, but that shit got nerfed to the ground. There's little to none. Skill. And you can say, oh, we sit behind aim assist. Brother, there's no aim assist.
Jotain aim assist. Ei aim assist. We are losing all COD players. Oh no! Anyway. Go to game that takes skill and is playing one of the lowest skill cap games on the market. Lamo. Ollaanko se niinku... Siis kun tätä katsoo tätä vittun gameplay tässä alussakin.
Since BO7 just came out.
Saatana niin ADHD juoksuu koko ajan crouch slidee.
But the comp's gonna go down because every half decent and good player on Battlefield was a comp.
tossa. Jotain vittu pelaa ohjaimella. Oi Jeesus. What a joke. Game that takes skill and none of you will survive Counter-Strike. TBH on mun mielestä niinku CS-säkin on ihan trash-peli, mut yeah, the skill is pulling the left stick back while shooting. Lamau.
Final on the horizon. It just got them the map one.
That's
where they were in
Penal
full
onko
control. They let FaZe
pelisuunnitelmia tällä viikonlopulla?
That's where they ended up struggling. So it'll be a big test today.
Bullies steppii huomenna.
Well, you have an incredible team in M80 in every way, but of course being led by the only person to have ever won 3 invitationals, that's on another level.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as Fabian came into coaching, he had instant improvement with his rosters. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, Doki looking all sad. That was G2 Berlin, main stage. Didn't go particularly well for them. Shas was with the team then, and he was on his way out. Fabian comes in, less than, 6 months later, they are the SI champions.
And even if you look at the other rosters, I mean, you look at PSG Talent, you look at them getting grouped in Atlanta, and then incredible performance in Manchester. As soon as Fabian joins, they upset BDS in the BO1. That's the instant result driven by Fabian.
And it's not just these 2 rosters, of course, it is M80. Think back to Boston and the 6 Invitational. M80 was struggling. They had been struggling. They'd been reaching some international events for the last 2 years now. But then they come with Fabian. They make top 6 at Munich, minimum guaranteed, and they can go further.
It's a lot on the line here for M80, but still, they're looking pretty comfortable. On the other side, Secret are already warmed up. They're ready to go, but can they carry it against an incredible NA roster?
M80 jatkaa tästä vai? Putoako se? Secret putoo. Onko se näin?
In that lower bracket against Furia, they were amazing. They simply were amazing. Everyone on that roster, especially
Saa vaikea Jume Noa näyttää just sillä, että vittu vitun Death Stare ja sitten 2 muuta tossa oli silleen, että vittu pevu happy. Vaipailee vaan. Jesus fuck.
We should absolutely mention that one of the biggest strengths of that roster is the adaptation, and so we wanted to take a look at something that happened today in their game on Chalet, and it's about adaptation. It's about finding the right opportunity. And right now, they're attacking the top floor bomb side on Chalet. What do we see here, John?
Yeah, so we've seen an extended roam. We've got a library hold here. We've got an Ella up here at the top of library stairs. Secret have seen this in the prep phase. They can also see the bar and games bomb site, or site itself, and a Legion inside of there. So they see 2 players off site. What does that mean, Leo?
It means that we have only 3 players on site. Now, Savage recognized that, and what do you do now? You want to hit site strong. Now, one thing you can do is isolate a part of the bomb site. Here, that's going to be your target, the A bomb site. The way you're going to do it, and that's the beauty of Chalet. You can get out this angle from Master here, and that's going to be no undersense. And at the same time, Jack,
Yeah, you can also jump in the piano window and you can push in the doorway and with 2 players. And when you're doing that, what you're creating a circle around the bomb site and you can collapse onto it. You know there's a maximum of 3 people on the bomb site, so if you send 5 at it, you're gonna have the numbers advantage.
At the same time, you see the sense wall, the Blitz is rushing in, abusing the smoke, the glass is there to watch through the smoke, and you can already see it, right? The way that the Blitz is pushing that Savage Skull, by the way, he plants in a really off spot here, in that smoke. So when the gas grenades are gonna come from the smoke, they're gonna aim towards the default plant, and that's the issue here. The way that Savage is planting in an off spot is actually given the victory to Secret.
And it's so important that G on the glass and Mogan on the Dokkaebi, they push themselves in as well. They commit to the cause. It's not, they get a lot of kills in this clip, but it's not actually about getting the kills. It's about taking attention away from Savage, planting in the off spot. You notice Mowgli just using the flashes. As soon as the plant's going down, that's when he's going to peak. That's when he's going to get the kills.
He's buying time, and in the end, Hurt is left alone, facing the Blitz, facing Adrian. Nothing he can do. From a single opportunity spotting with one single drone, Savage makes the right call, and instantly everyone on the side of Team Secret can do it. Now that was an adaptation on Chalet. Let's take a look at the maps that we're gonna see here in the match of M80. And let's take a look at whose pick is first.
Border Consulate Cafe.
First for Team Secret in this rematch.
Jälleen uusi kartta, vittu, let's go. Mä en kyllä tosta Borderista niin tikkaa, mutta...
They are not bottling it up against M80. In fact, these teams played in the best of 3. Secret did pick into Border. They did win that map as well. It is a
mun ymmärryksen mukaan tosta nyt Secret lähtee hyökkään Borderista ja sitten puolustaa Consulateista.
Last 9 games to Falcons. That's it. And if you look at Consulate, that one is a big surprise to me, Jack. Yeah, MAT, they love that map. It's their first preference. But what about Secret?
Yeah, Secret, I mean, it's actually their permaban. They don't tend to play it, but the reason being is they've had to ban away the lure inside of this map beta. Why have they done that? Well, they lost it up against M80 when they picked in the Vessel 3. They lost it up against G2. They don't want to go back to it, so they've had to let Consulate through.
That was a big surprise to me, honestly. Secret have not played Consulate in 4 months.
Yeah.
This is a big, big one. They were saving it for a critical moment. Now is a critical moment.
I'm going to say a critical piece as well is having a crowd that's behind you. And yes, this time Päivä is not behind G2, but you got Team Secret, the only German player that's competing on the stage. They already went earlier. And Furia, we're saying yesterday, it doesn't matter to us. We can handle it. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. There it is, Team Secret versus M80. Let's send it to Ian and get this game rolling. Thank you, Milos Germany. How we doing? We have got 2 more matchups to come here tonight as we continue to find out who will keep their head above water. Let's first welcome to the stage M80. Prior to a tough loss to the world champions, M80 blazed through the opening phase and proved themselves against some of the strongest teams in Munich. With Fabian sharpening this roster into a ruthless unit, they look like they are one of the most complete teams here.
No mun mielestä tossa voisi olla legit coachin takana, koska coach on basically 6. pelaaja. Mun mielestä se kuuluisi olla tossa noin, koska se on siinä takana koko ajan.
Their opponents are armed with a hometown hero.
Tietenkin joo, ne pelaajat on ne niinku starat, mut silti.
Munich's ready. Please welcome Team Secret. Returning to the main stage, fresh off a statement 2-0 win over Furia, shutting down one of the toughest teams in the tournament. They are riding a wave of momentum and they walk out ready to defuse their next challenge. All right, I got 2 young trash talkers with me. I'm quite excited for this. Let's see if we can get a bit of spice here. We got Noah and Gunnar. First, Noah, you must be loving the crowd reaction here, having June on your team and all of this home support. This is amazing. I love you guys, man. Keep going, guys. Gunnar, I know that you're never threatened by a rowdy crowd. What do you think? Do you think that this might affect your performance at all?
No, I just think it'd be really embarrassing if they lost in front of it.
All right, any final words for each other?
Well, last time we lost ourselves. This time, we're not going to do that mistake again.
They're shaking.
All right, good stuff. Guys, go and take your seats. Fist bump. Cannot wait for this. Flawless in phase 1. And only stopped by the world champions. M80 arrive blazing. An entire region's hopes bend with them. Nothing seems able to stop our EWC champions. Team Secret stole Brazil's crown by bringing down the Panthers of Furia.
Smiling back at Secret today.
Savage is definitely their smartest player.
M80 are so terrible. Their coach trash talks them more than anyone.
Jum is probably their best player, and then they have Mowgli. He's kind of just there.
One more opponent stands between them and the semi-finals. Time to stay above water and push forward.
Well, it's a long day for Team Secret, but the fans here hoping to go home happy. For North America, you've already got 1 victory under your belts from that region. Now you have an opportunity for the best team out of North America to go head-to-head with a team that has throughout the year looked like the best team from Europe.
Yeah, Secret have had some really big successes over the last couple of months, but this might be their biggest challenge, Parker. They've already lost to M80 once, back in Swiss. That was the one game that they lost through those first group stage, and now we'll have to see them here in the lower bracket. bracket. The loser goes home. The winner will make it to the lower semifinals tomorrow, where they will play the winner of our next game coming up after this. But there's no doubt about it, this is where the pressure gets the highest. This is where we get real intense siege.
And we're going to have a tale of two fragging groups here. Joom obviously has been the standout performer, not just on his team, but at this event. On the side of M80, they've honestly all passed around that fragging mantle. You've had great games from Diffuser, you've had Kino, you've had Gavin as the statistical best player coming out of nowhere. When you think of guys like Diffuser, you think of guys like Gunnar to be able to carry the weight. Kino having one of his best international performances as well. And while on the side of Secret, we'll talk a lot about June. Savage was the player earlier today who made a statement showing up huge in big moments, high impact frags. They're going to need the same out of him here against M80.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Parker. A massive 4K to start this lower bracket run from Savage, and he needs to channel that with the rest of his team. The young captain coming on for Secret, maybe a bit more experience on the other side, with the captain being filled by hot and cold. One of the most experienced players that we have here at Reload.
About as close as you can get on the social predictions. Let's take a second to ask you, do you agree Team Secret will win the matchup? A little bit more muted than I thought.
Maybe.
Are there some M80 fans in the building? Is that why?
They might have been louder.
Okay, well, we've got map number 1 here. Team Secret's second matchup of the day. Do they have what it takes to topple M80, or does another NA team move on? We'll find out now.
We will load right on into Border to start this series, a place where all of the good teams can struggle at the highest moments. This is a map where we really get to see the fragging potential of these players come out in full force. We see a lot of early gunfights. It can be really aggressive from the defenders, and so it really comes down to these operator bans on how you want to set the pace. Azami is going to be the most common band operator that we have on defense, and that's immediately taken off the board from Team Secret. When you look at attackers, there's a huge variety of operator bans that we've seen so far through Munich, but Blackbeard has been common. Ying would be the other primary operator to get banned out. Leaves up some strong operators. Glaz still going to be available here. Demo's still going to be available. Monty still going to be available. Lots of tools still from Secret to work on this attacker-sided map. Top floor bomb site's always going to be the one that you expect to win as a defending team. M80 need to come out strong in this matchup. They won't have the crowd against them, and they're not going to be as ready as Team Secret, who've already played a full best of 3 here. And frankly, Parker, they looked really good in that best of 3, going up against the former world champions in Furia, smoking them through 2 maps. They're going to have, I think, a lot more energy right at the start, so it's important that M80 don't play timid.
Furia has obviously had some struggles as a team at this event. They went down 0-2 very early on, had to make that lower bracket run in a manner that many people kept counting them out. Some of those people here in the on-air team thinking there's no way Secret's gonna, or there's no way Furia's gonna make it and then beat Secret. Well, Team Secret did make Furia look very mortal earlier today.
Yeah.
The guns on the side of Furia went completely silent. Not a single fragger on the side of Furia went positive because they kept getting shut down by this Team Secret team. M80 also has these same offensive threats. If Secret can replicate their success against M80, it might be a very quick day for this NA team.
Gunnar thinks he knows about something, but I think he was caught on a drone just there, so he's not going to be able to get anything aggressive. He does retreat back to the
Olisi kyllä mielenkiintoinen spawn-pick tuosta,
it's going to
jos
get
olisi
into
saanut
that
otettua
early
sen.
aggression. Something important to keep in mind during this game is that Secret have already played Border 3 times here in Munich, so a lot of their strategies, a lot of their attacks are going to be well known by M80. It's really important, especially on a map like this, that you can vary your strats coming into this big game.
Border's a map where pugilism is of the utmost importance, and I mean, Noah will start things off taking down Gunnar. 2 separate players from M80 inside of the security and by extension break room portion of the map. Gavin's last one there now as he watches his teammate die. It's quite the lead as now Kino will gamble with a Boss G shot, missing his opportunity. But his presence is known and he'll get pressure from 2 different spots on the map.
Oh, he's a tough spot by the east stairs, and his teammates are falling around him, so he needs to get a big pick with this Boss G. Does he know the second player?
Ei saa
No.
yhtään.
June, a double kill, just walking through bathroom.
M80 putting up almost no resistance here as this has been answered so effectively. Now it's Gavin and Diffuser. Far off sight, being hunted down. Deathmark will come in. Diffuser watching. Gavin will stop this from being a flawless round, but it does not get any better. 4 players on Secret involved in the action. Only Savage held off of the score sheet. And Secret starts off with a hot lead.
Yeah, what a statement to start this series, right, Parker? You talk about a team like M80 who didn't get that game earlier on in the day, who maybe don't have that crowd on their side as well here in Germany. They're going to be starting a little bit colder than their opponents. It's okay to lose your first round. You know, you essentially get flawless, not ideal, but they got to get the ball rolling relatively quick in this matchup. Team Secret off to a very dominant start there, and I really like the way they were able to capitalize on some of those player positions. They work out Gunner from security, they work Kino over towards East Stairs. They seemed very aware of all the positions on M80.
When these two teams did battle on this map just a couple days ago, it was a very attacker-sided border, which is not abnormal by any stretch of the imagination. So Team Secret starting off with a victory on the side that they dominated on in what was a very, very close matchup against M80 just a couple days ago. Does bode well for the European team. There's always a thought process when you play a game earlier in the day as to whether or not you come in hot or you come in tired. Some teams will tell you by the time map 4 and map 5 rolls around, there's exhaustion setting in, and the set of fresh legs on your opponent's bench tend to perform a little better. Or if you're an experienced team, you say, map 4, I'm just getting started.
Yeah, it's especially nice when you have such a strong win, right? To start the day, you're Secret, you're here in Europe as well, so you're not as jet-lagged as maybe some of the international teams coming in, so they should be feeling themselves at this moment. It doesn't seem like they're tired coming through this first round, and that's exactly what you want to see for the major champion hopefuls here representing the European crowd.
It is just one round, so I might be well ahead of myself, but it seems like Jube is not cooled off at all, which is very nice to see. He led the way on his team against Furia. He was +9 with 23 kills. It was the highest in the lobby. See what he's able to muster today. He's already 2 of the way there. Oh my goodness, closing the gap so fast.
Yeah, he's going to be in a bit of a solo position down to the bottom floor. Going to work some of those vert angles on the Deimos if he gets the opportunity, but Mowgli is the real spearhead of this push, already inside a break room and hunting over towards offices. There will be players over in that direction, but he's got to be careful. If he crosses this, Kino should be able to get the kill.
Mielenkiintoinen on tämmönen nopea check, että missä se on.
Kino's been able to get out of the way and will now protect himself with the mute jammer on the
Missä se kaveni on sillä välillä?
Deathmark comes in, it will fail, just making the info game on the side of Secret a little bit more challenging. Mowgli's advanced his position as a bevy. A targets Jum on the board first. Kino shuts down Savage as Adrian gets one, and now Kino falls at the hands of Mowgli. Another round where everybody on Secret seems to be involved in this action. Still half the round to go. Jum almost getting a 5th. Gavin gets away. It's all up to him and Hot and Cold now to ride out this storm. Hot and Cold finds himself in the midst of the bomb site, Jesse, and now it's a waiting game as Secret needs to get ever closer.
Yeah, they pump the brakes for a moment. It's a great top clear, and I really love how Mowgli was able to push through that hallway, get the second kill on Kino after he took down his captain of Savage. Gives them that man advantage now, and they can start to work this verticality. You start to wonder where the plant's going to come in. Your 2 options are going to be this hatch right in front of Noah now, or going down the east stairs, but just based on the positioning, it seems like the hatch is the way they want to go.
It's not maybe the right idea. Adrian punishes him for that.
Ei tuli puhelu läpi.
He has a read on one of the remaining 2 players. The second will drop. Gavin knew where they were, but knowledge is only half the battle. He wasn't able to execute on it in Secret. Will take the second round.
Something's very clear for these first 2 rounds, Parker, is that Secret are playing as a team. You've got a couple of squads that have come here to Munich, and most of them are out at this point, but they play like 5 individuals. That has never been Secret's MO. They're one of the biggest teams when it comes to trading back kills. They have the highest team trade percentage here in Munich. 17% of their deaths end up getting traded within the next 5 seconds, which is absolutely a crazy stat coming through, even higher when you isolate to the entries. 17% of the deaths get traded out. 19% when you look just at the 2 entry players of Mowgli and Noah. So when Secret go in, they go in together. And even though this round is not as dominant, they lose a couple players, there's always a response. Savage maybe dies top east, but then Mowgli is sprinting in that direction so he can get the kill back onto Kino. It's a really well-coordinated way to play the game, and M80 are going to have to find some answer to it at some point.
What really does separate a good attack from a bad attack, or even sometimes when you're defending as well, is your ability to refrag.
Yeah.
If 1 in 5 times you are immediately refragging your teammate, it is incredibly challenging for good teams, let alone the bad teams that were here at this event, to find some space. A big part of why we track opening duels so often is because that advantage that comes early in the round can be exploited. It's like the first snowflake that causes an avalanche. It might not seem like a lot at the time, but as the round goes on, you find that advantage becomes small, big, large, and now it's a yawning chasm between you and your opponents. So if Secret can always keep that close, that's a tough thing for any team to get over.
And Gunner's always going to be a focal point for the entry pick on this defense. A lot of the push is maybe focused over towards the east side, so it could be Kino as well. Gunner swapped his operator around, no longer on the tube route, going to run that Fenrir instead, but it absolutely seems like Savage wants to take this to Kino. They know he likes to play east stairs. He's usually so good in this position, but hasn't had the best of days, and very quickly falls back to offices, conceding the space to the Monty.
Joom so far averaging 2 kills through both of these per round. Through these 2 rounds is quite the tally for him to find. If he can keep that up, I mean, we say that the high water mark here is usually 1 kill per round. If you are always trading yourself out, that is excellent value. At this point in time, Joom is taking down 2 players of M80 through these rounds. Now, I don't expect that to remain, but if Joom's gonna break 20 kills and we go into 10 rounds, that's 2 per round.
Been loving the demos. Could be a target in the bans after this round ends, but they have to deal with it for now. Here's Gunner in a potential opening pick, and he loses the duel. Parker. Mowgli strikes first.
And he had that Demos track on him, so he was trying to outfox Secret. It did not work. Now this assault over at top east, but it's being watched. Kino could have made some serious noise. He assesses the shield, fires away, knowing that Gavin, just within arm's reach, is now the one being hounded by this Deimos gadget. We're a little bit over a minute to go, and slowly but surely, Secret is finding greater map control. It's swing or be swung for M80. They're coming up empty-handed.
Yeah, Savage
finally on the board. Secret speed running their way to a perfect 3-0 start, but hold on. M80 might have something to say about that. Hot and cold with 2 quick kills to equalize.
Savage is in the site in a plant spot, but Noah is so far away. He can't really support his Monty. He's got to group up with his team.
And slowly but surely, these 2 remaining M80 players closing in. Noah's been boxed out of his bomb sites. He does manage to tag down Kino. Savage will have that information. Hot and cold, last man standing. He had gone below to try and deal with the post plant. Now he'll rotate around through security. He might be able to catch a blind spot here, but he's worried about that diffuse plant going down. Still getting pings from inside the bomb site. Time not favoring either team more than anything, but Savage has no idea where Hot and Cold is. On the read, the Mira making an awful racket. They finally spotted him! Hot and Cold dealing serious damage! 3 kills so far for Hot, and now he'll play keep away. It'll force Noah to grab the case and get Diffuser down. But he's right in front of a bulletproof camera. This intel will go to Hot and Cold. Playing the time, knowing that he's got a way to run away with it, but it's a much closer fight.
Rellulla vielä lopetus. Holy shit.
Noah pulls out the sidearm and breaks the hearts of M80. It's 3-0 Team Secret.
Hot and Cold doesn't make mistakes like that often, but here under the pressure in Munich, he can't find the kill. You're planting on 000. That should be a free win coming in from Hot and Cold, but he's a little bit too slow. He picks to vault in through the window, and that just gives the slightest opportunity to Noah. A massive clutch coming back on the Lion, and I think he played so well alongside his multiplayer in the midst of that round. A huge moment coming out from Noah. Noah's best game of the season came all the way back on May 13th. He went 15-5 for a big game.
Comfort guns, fucking do that. Meet the Monty up. You can even fucking play Oryx in books. But guys, you know what we're doing? We're just giving up, and we're giving up all the space in the extremities and letting them have it, and then we're surprised that they're walking over us. Are we even contesting anything extended and then falling back and layering it? No. All we're doing is we're sitting in our positions where we're supposed to end up later. And of course they're gonna pick us apart if we do that. Have some fucking balls now. Listen to the communication, and you decide which fights we take. Don't let them do that. Because all we're doing now is sitting back, sitting back, sitting back. Fight them with each other, for each other.
Flash. Let's do the armory one where you...
Get this fucking down now. Turn this around. Have some fucking balls. Come on.
You need Shoddy.
Fabian, the most accomplished person in Rainbow Six Siege, knows what it takes to win in tough moments like this, and he's absolutely right. It's been too slow of a start for M80 in this game. And again, when you're going up against players like Joom, players like Noah, it's always going to be difficult. As I started to say before that attack came through, Noah's best game came all the way back at reload, and that was against M80. He put up a ridiculous stat line coming through in that matchup. 193 EPS, 15 and 5. If he replicates anything close to that in this best of 3, there's no hope that M80 can win this series.
Unequivocally not the start that M80 nor any team really wants, and when you are Team Secret, making deep runs in both Stage 1 and Stage 2 of the EML, constantly giving it to some of the best teams in what looks to be the most dominant region at this point in time. We did say before we got into this event that Brazil looked like an incredibly dominant region. There's only one Brazilian team left at this time. It's FaZe Clan. They don't play today. They'll be in action tomorrow. Ninjas in Pajamas and Furia, the two teams that have been sent home thus far. But Secret cutting their teeth in now the most dominant region based on what we're seeing here in Munich. And if you allow them to settle in, if you allow them to get comfortable, and Fabian was spot on. Team Secret are setting the pace here of every single round. It doesn't matter if you're M80, doesn't matter if you're Falcons, doesn't matter if you're FaZe, doesn't matter if you're any of these teams remaining. Secret has the tools to beat you, and that's exactly what the scoreboard reflects.
Well, we're 4 rounds into this game, Parker, and we're seeing top floor for the 3rd time, and another opening pick goes the way of Secret. It's Kino East Stairs, the same position and the same operator he's played every single time, and again, doesn't really work out for him. Mowgli, the French entry fragger for Team Secret, has been having an amazing time getting these opening picks, and it just seems like the successes are not stopping.
I mean, Border is an unpredictable.
Tuolla oli kyllä aika ilmaiset 3 hyökkäystä Secretillä, mutta Secretin hyökkäykset, niin kuin Vade sanoi tuossa aikaisemmin, on ihan vitun kreesää.
But it does appear that a lot of times these M80 defenders are playing to die.
Yeah.
You can have maybe one person in a suicide position. You can't have 5. You need more like that.
Wow.
As Gavin finds an opening and exploits it. Both Noah and Savage are put in the ground. Gavin showing some restlessness in his position, but a third is there. On to that Frenchman that you discussed who blew this round open moments ago. All 3 kills on the side of M80 coming from one player at this point.
And finally, there's the energy. Finally, Gavin's woken this team up. They've got to find 2 more kills to end out this game. Adrian and Joom, they're both on the east side of the map. One goes north, one goes south, and Adrian jumps in office to find a fight.
Disoriented now. As the Guzman mines from Gunner strewn about will make it more challenging. Adrian does not care at all. Down goes Gavin. A player not named Gavin on the side of M80 will now need to start racking up some kills. Secret hoping for a 4th round here with a minute to go. They are outnumbered by M80.
They got to pick up the fuse kit. It's all the way in break room, so it'll take some time. That's why they're droning out Gunner at the moment. He's playing inside of security. Lots of information being gathered right now. They've got to pick that up and then somehow find a way to plant despite the fact that there's a clash on the board. Hot and cold, very healthy at the moment. Playing on this operator, it's going to be really tough to get past him.
They've got a good read, but will require this M80 team to get restless themselves, as we saw Gavin do just before that. You saw his foot for a second there, Adrian. He's down on the ground, encroaching upon him, but the sight is completely blocking and still winning the duel. Time the bigger issue now for Secret. They need to break into this armory bomb site. Defuse kit being held by Joom. The 2 remaining players on Secret combining for 9 kills. Adrian's done and dusted. Joom in a 1v2. With the clash still
vähän huono, kun sä vaihat just sen kulma ja siinä on Bulletproof antamassa koko ajan live-info.
Round win for M80, a massive round for them to get the momentum back in this game. And of course it comes from Gavin. What a tournament he's had so far in Munich. He's the 2nd highest rated player here at this event. And we finally got to see a little bit of that coming out from him. A beautiful play from break room. Takes everything in his own hands. Had some good opportunities too, because his teammates were doing a great job distracting. They were a little distracted with Gunner inside security. Little distracted, of course, East Stairs, but doesn't even matter. I mean, Gavin just does it all. Stared at by the Monty and still finds all 3 of those kills. You saw Mowgli looking away for a moment. That's what I'm talking with, a little bit of distraction, and that's where the team play comes in. Huge 3K from Gavin, but the whole team coming up clutch in the end.
You've noticed that every single time M80 is holding this upstairs so aggressively, they have done so with a lot of intel, bulletproof cameras in particular. The side of the lineup on Secret is not running a lot of explosives.
Yeah.
So unless you can get into the site to deal with the bulletproof cameras directly, which obviously is the hard part, because if you have site control, you've probably got other things going for you at this point in time. Team Secret are doing a pretty poor job through 3 rounds now, 2 of them which they won, but through 3 rounds of taking that intel away from M80. Now, M80 are once again going to bring those bulletproof cameras. It has become a staple of this defense, and I imagine with this being a Vents Workshop bomb site on the main floor, there will be quite an effort to hold this top floor from M80. But I'm going back to Fabian's words here. Don't expect a passive defense. A more active defense from M80 is what Fabian was urging them to do. We saw shades of it in the previous round, but it still hasn't fully materialized. They do some damage to Adrian, necessitating an adrenal surge, so maybe there are the teeth that M80 needs to show.
Yeah, this is going to be where it starts to get a little trickier because the map is bigger now that they've gone to the bottom floor, right? They can hold the top floor and the bottom floor. Makes it a little bit less predictable where these players are going to be. Kino often on east stairs in those previous defenses, backing up a little bit. Diffuser here in Archives, a position that he's going to be playing for the first time in this game. So a lot of changes now as we swapped up the bomb site. Makes a little bit of pause for Team Secret. They've got to be a little bit more careful because they don't necessarily know where these players are going to be at.
Adrian will attempt that window yet again. Nope, he thinks otherwise. It's a dangerous spot for him to be in an engagement that was relatively easy for M80. I do think, Jesse, Team Secret came in very warmed up, and it's caught M80 off guard.
Yeah, but this is their chance to kind of get the momentum back, right? You've won 1, now you can chain it into 2. A lot of this push is already starting to give up on the mid floor or the top floor. Savage here through the front door is going to be able to find his way into the bomb site. Could go for a plant, but his teammates, are they here to cover?
Smokes will go out. June leading things off. He baits hot and cold into that position, steadily firing away. Down goes Noah on repel by Gunner. They look like they had the all clear over to the Vents portion of this site. That does not bode well for 2 of these M80 players who are far removed. Down goes Gavin. Kino will fall shortly thereafter. Joom finds 2. Not less before he's taken away from Gunner in the same spot. Gunner finds a 3rd in this position. Unshaken, but here comes the Monty. Gunner needs to pick his target. Adrian is there for added measure. Diffuser alone on the stairs. The shield will be in a fight against him as Adrian presents himself as well. Diffuser needs to stay alive for the next minute as the Monty will breathe down his neck. Case control for Secret, but kills will be the focus. The Monty in the site. Savage giving information. Adrian with no adrenal surges left. Not much to do other than fire away, and it's Adrian to hit the shot. What an impressive round by the Finka.
Yeah, it really was a big round coming through from Team Secret. They had pressure down towards the bomb site. That started to draw out player positions. M80 got really worried, and it led to Gunner getting some massive kills. He played so well in security. I'm glad we finally got to see him coming alive in this game, but it wasn't enough when his teammates fall like flies all around him. That bottom floor pressure really crumbled as soon as they saw that Monty coming through. Great opening pick from the Vents window as well. Got a critical frag in that round. Gives the 4-1 lead over to the Europeans.
This is the exact same predicament from their matchup a couple days ago. 4-2 halves for the teams that attack, mean that if M80 can win a second round here, we find the exact same scoreline for technically the 3rd round or the 3rd side in a row on this map. It was an 8-6 victory for Secret in overtime on their own map, doing so by winning on attacks, clinging to life as defenders, and then winning outright in overtime. History is slowly repeating itself here, but I will say, in that matchup, M80 looked a lot more competitive in a bunch of those rounds they lost. That same M80 has not showed up yet.
No, that's 100% correct, Parker. The M80 that we saw all throughout groups, I would argue, hasn't really shown up again in playoffs. They lost in the upper bracket back on Wednesday. Now they're here for their last chance against Secret to try to survive through this tournament. Play again tomorrow, move on, get a deeper run. This M80 organization have been waiting for a deep run. They haven't really had it just yet. You'd think by picking up major champions from last season, that would be enough to get it, but so
täällä
far
katsellaan näitä pro-pelejä. Tää on mitä? Illan 3. matchupia. Katsotaan putoako jenkkitiimi vai NA-tiimi. On vielä illan viimeinen G2 vastaan nyt viime pelin voittaja eli Wildcard pelaamassa vielä illan päätteeksi. Tää väli on hyvä sanoa Ville tästä mahdollisuudesta, että pääsee katsomaan näitä ja höpöttelemään tässä samalla näistä.
really cannot ignore, especially with how he's playing in this
pitää
match.
semmoista epävirallista katspartia jossain omassa Discordissa.
Seen how those duels have gone throughout this game. You know, still on that boss G, playing more towards the bottom of the stairs where you can better see to the bomb site in case anything explosive does happen. Secret really yet to enter the building in any meaningful way. They're all still outside.
Äänet ei kuulu striimiin.
I have not liked Kino in this position, and Jesse, I'm about to not like it again, I'll be honest with you.
Ja sit vaan niinku reagoi siihen
Scared away, but they must know that there's an opening down below. Savage and
porukkaa
Mowgli striking first.
jossain
Kino and
subatoneissa
Diffuser
esim.
both
elokuvien
die.
kanssa.
Gunner and Gavin with the two players off site.
Antaa
Gunner finds one. It's Adrian and Gavin steps over. Knows there's another on East, but they dogpile him. It's through that 90 soft wall that they managed to capitalize. Leaves Hot and Cold and Gunner alone, and Mowgli is just there for added measure, I guess, tearing through everybody. Hot and Cold will hit the fadeaway, and Nitro Cell goes out. It's a little bit too late. All the while, Joom is at this point in time unguarded. Houghton almost getting him, and it's Joom to save the round.
Jesus. Ei ollut kaukana, että se haulikko olisi saanut siinä, mutta ei ole ländännyt tarpeeksi ne haulit siihen.
2 rounds away from putting their own map into the win column.
That's exactly what you wanted for the first half on your own map. Pick a 5-1 lead, and it comes off a great top floor clear from Team Secret. Spent a lot of time outside the building, finding out the drones, opening the castle barricades, dealing with that utility, but then it's a sweep through from east to west. Mowgli gets some incredibly important kills pushing through that hallway. They get the picks on east stairs, offices, and they just flood through with those kills. At the same time, they're dropping the hatch. Hot and Cold's on the other side of the map. Metal stairs when that plant starts going down. So really just picking apart that defense on the side of M80. Secret have looked really good all day long.
M80 expects somebody to push aggressively on those east stairs, on that balcony window. That's why Kino is there, and he's obviously got the follow-away, as you can see, through the floor, so he could get somebody through the doorway if they do chase him, because a lot of times you're not looking down, you're looking at what's ahead, what's next. Secret are prepared for this. A huge part of this M80 strategy is to get that pick and then allow Kino to rotate, but Kino cannot do that if he's not securing that pick over towards the east stairs doorway. And more importantly, Kino can't do that if he's dead, which is what happened most of those rounds. So Kino was a non-factor time and time again on that vigil. You saw the very stalwart defense over on the side of security. But again, Team Secret would give them no quarter. They were not aggressively hunting it. They were waiting out M80. Again, it goes back to what Fabian said. You need to be aggressive. I didn't see that much. I saw a little bit, sprinkles of it, a light dusting.
Ihme tolleen coachillekaan ei anneta mitään jakkaraa, se joutuu niinku nököttämään tuolla laavikyykystä ja vastaavaa. Eli kyllä ainakin varmaan jalat puutuu.
Like Savage, like Adrian, who's actually top fragging in this matchup. Those are fearless players who will gladly bring you the fight, and if you are not punching back, you are going to be down, and that is it for the round. And as you can see from the scoreline, that's exactly what's happening. 5-1 for Secret, as now they have the more onerous task of going on to defense.
This will be where they got to put all that behind them, forget about the 5-1, just take it round by round, and they might have a bit of a boon coming here onto Border's second half, because Team Secret have not been the best team defensively here in Munich. Their attacks have been amazing, 57% coming into this game, but then only 46 on the defense. This has been their weaker side. Is it lose all 6 rounds week? I don't know.
Lähti saman tien Mohti ja Jingi pois, mutta kun mä vaan hyppiin.
Just provoked this team to go to map point. It is really quite striking how bad Secret is on defense, since right now most of the maps we're looking at are pretty securely defender-sided. You should have a positive win rate as defenders just because of the way that these maps go, but has not materialized yet.
It's been great seeing Joom. He's playing the east stairs position just like Kino, but he's having so much more of an impact. Gets that opening pick with a jump out, so much more aggressive than what we saw from Kino's Vigil. Now they get a second pick too as Gavin falls over towards the west side of the map. This is starting to get real bad.
Whenever we get to this point in time and now only 6 teams remain, you always want a competitive series. And today that has not really been the case. Our very first matchup of Furia versus Secret was over in a hurry. Wildcard Nip did have the 1 map go to overtime, but beyond that it was quite dominant too. We could be seeing the same thing happen here as now Secret finds themselves up 5v3. Mowgli being hunted down, Joom flushed out over in break room. That's a good pick by Hot and Cold. It wasn't his intended target. Both of these teams keeping mute jammers in pocket to deal with the Deimos until you can get to the point where you can ban him out after the 3rd round of this half.
But with Savage retaking East, I mean, they haven't even gotten much map control off that, Parker. They're happy to just give up these kills. This is what I'm saying. Savage is in a power spot.
A drive-by onto Kino, leaving Houghton and Diffuser in very familiar territory, which is M80 trailing, fighting for their lives in these rounds. Secret being quite aggressive with the numbers that they have. They could be sitting and waiting, but they're feeling something mighty good. They've dropped Diffuser, and Hot and Cold will need to win a 1v4. Mag dumping away, but you can see it was M80 who accused Secret of the shakes, but I think it's the other way. Map point for Secret.
And it's been crazy how fast M80 have lost control of this series. They're drowning on Team Secret's map pick. Down 6-1 now, they're gonna have to be incredible. And I mean, you go back to that opening pick coming through from June, the hometown hero, the one German player left in this tournament, and it's night and day from that East Stairs position. Jumps out the teller's window to get that opening pick. And I think it all comes down to confidence, Parker. We've seen it from this guy since the start of the tournament. There was a great piece of social media put out on R6 socials, and it was an interview with June, it was an interview with Baby Shark, and the very first question was a very simple one. It says, are you the best player in Rainbow Six? And I've never seen such a fast and simple answer. June says, yes. Yes, I am. And it's one word, and it's very decisive, and it shows what type of player he is, right? He's full of confidence. He's playing in front of his hometown crowd, in front of his family, and he's playing lights out.
See the tides on the side of our beautiful LED stage. What our production team has been able to do with this has really been quite profound and excellent. I went so far as to say I think this might be the nicest overall stage that we've had in our esport. The visual components are great. You'll see the waters slowly but surely rising on the side of the team about to be eliminated, and that hint of red lets you know that there is blood in the water, and M80 at this point in time is bleeding. They will get the leadoff pick in this round. There's some salvation here, Jesse. Down goes Savage, the soulless roaming. That is a huge operator to get off of the board early.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of an ego swing from Savage, of course, on the break room door. Kino shuts that down. It's important to get those kills when they come your way. It's a really cool Denari setup being played by Team Secret here on the top floor. You saw some of it in security, some of it break room as well. They've got a lot of utility that M80 will need to have to problem solve. Part of this does come down to, can you clear through East Stairs? Give yourself a second dimension when you're pushing into that break room part of the map. That seems to be the game plan early from M80.
When it was the Vigil holding this part of the map on the side of M80, got the smoke there for Joom, and now he'll get pinched very assertively by Diffuser, who's only been able to muster a single kill up to this point. Offense has been a major issue for this team. Wow. That was a beautiful flush out on the top of East. Joom and Noah both dying with not so much as a single bark back. And M80 now find themselves in a 5v2 with so much time to spare.
All right, certainly this is M80's chance to get back into the game. They shut down a spawn peak. They cut out some of these aggressive players as well. Stairs is there. Just Adrian and Mowgli playing back in the bomb site and over towards 90. Getting these players down quickly is key.
They know Adrian's position. Hunted by that death mark, Mowgli baits them in, finds one. A second has been dropped, but Mowgli needs to go. Isolated from the buck. That Scorpion spits out bullets in a hurry, but not always the most damage. Hot and Cold gets it done with the sidearm. And M80 will stay alive for the time being. Quite a hill to climb for them, or, dare we say it, a long swim back to shore for M80.
Well, Parker, in that round, Mowgli got a great down to the Diffuser just outside Locker's wall, so that all of a sudden became a very winnable round for him, but unfortunately they had so much time on the side of M80, easily able to lock him down. Nice composure in a round like that, and I think that's going to be kind of how the rest of this game plays out, right? It's going to be, can M80 isolate these picks, don't let them get their trades back, which is what they've been so good at this entire tournament. Can you make sure you get those kills cleanly? Can you get them early on? And then once you're in the 5v2, I mean, that should be easy pickings from there.
Ei oo.
Brilliant shots coming through from the captain just at the end. You don't see Hot and Cold on the Deimos too often. That's usually Diffuser's main operator, but shows the flexibility too when you've got such a veteran of the game. Hot and Cold, this is actually his second time playing Team Secret in a finals bracket. The first time was back in 2018 at DreamHack Montreal. when SK Gaming went on against Secret and beat them, I'll tell you, in the quarterfinals. It's been a long history between these teams and these players. Team Secret in particular, one of the longest standing orgs we have in Siege.
Did you go to that event?
No, I went to 2019 DreamHack Montreal.
I know, you and I worked that together. That was actually the very first time we casted together.
That was. Wow, what a throwback.
I hosted DreamHack 2019. I didn't even cast. I think I casted twice because I was required to, but I was the host. It was a position that I was thrust into. I learned from my good friend Hassan to prep myself for the moment. And it was very fun. I do like the supplementary events that we've had.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously a very different look for Hot and Cold and his team. That was when he was still a fragger, and then he became old, and he went over to Mirage, and he was on Hard Breach, and then they moved him off, and then suddenly he was the best rated player in the NA League.
Yep.
And now he's found salvation on other rosters, and here he is. He's a major winner in Europe. In Manchester, over a year ago, this M80 team, with the exception of Kino, were able to hoist a trophy. So they know what it takes to do it on European soil.
Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, though, Parker. Every game is always going to be tough, and so it comes down to you break more of these defenses. Savage in the site faced the first bit of action from Passport, missing his shots and takes a bit of damage, but more information goes his way.
Joom early death yet again, Jesse, does not bode well for this Secret squad, but it has not been the Joom show. I know that we want to keep referencing him because he has been such a terrific player, but he's been mortal. Noah, Mowgli, Adrian, their kill totals around Joom's, in Adrian's case above, but the impact here has been huge. The shield of Hot and Cold bursting into the bomb site. Savage now down, but not out. Mowgli finished off. Noah and Adrian, the only two players still upright. Nitro Cell gets lined up, caught!
Wow.
A devastating position for Adrian, but Noah's there to pick up two very quickly. He gets slaughtered by Gavin as there's a crossfire established, and now escaping the vicinity will be the bigger problem for Secret. Adrian circling around, he'll give his position away, and Gavin is just so good. A human tripwire, some would say. Unable to free themselves of his clutches. M80 now firing up, winning 2 rounds in a row, and Secret might be priming their timeout for this round or the next.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes with these teams, of course. We'll have one opportunity left to talk to the teammates. I believe we'll get a quick tech pause before that does come through. So, I mean, it's important to note just how nice of an execute that was from M80. Very objective focus, gets that defuse kit on the ground. Coming into today, Hot and Cold led the major for most plants. He had 8 plants throughout the group stage and that first game in playoffs. Now, Team Secret actually stole that away. Savage now holds the record with 10 plants after their first best of 3. So, both these squads can be extremely objective focused when they want to be. Border doesn't always lend itself to that style of play, but it's nice to see that still coming out from M80.
I'd like to remind everybody that it's Friday in the afternoon, so the crowd is still growing in numbers. And I mean, if you're the hometown favorites, you need the crowd at your back. We've heard over the last couple years how good crowds can be and how much that can actually matter to the teams from that region. I mean, obviously Gunnar came in and they said, well, what about the crowd being on the side of Secret? And he said, it'll just be even more embarrassing when they lose. But the fact is every single team, if they're being honest, wants that crowd buff. They want to hear people cheering for them. It motivates them. It keeps them in it. And tilting is obviously a very real thing. If you're Team Secret and you were in the inverse here, if you were down 3-6 and you win a huge moment and you hear that crowd roar, not only does that help you from a confidence perspective, but it immediately switches your mental focus. You go from being mad about the game result to, did you hear what the crowd said? We can do this. Let's work together. We have this confidence. M80 obviously now starting to level up as we see a very attacker-sided Border come out ahead of us. I imagine that this tank pause that we're in has something to do with the coaches' headsets. Jesse, I don't know if you've...
I've not heard, but I would guess that that is correct. Seemed like they might want to take a tack timeout, and maybe we just get the headsets figured out. So it could be a tech into attack, but we'll keep you updated as long as we know. Some thumbs up there. And again, these teams, they're kind of used to being against the crowd, aren't they, Parker? M80 when they were Beast Coast in Manchester against the crowd in that game. Back when Secret were playing against G2 in the finals of EWC as well, most of the crowd was going for G2.
Let's go, Keku. Keku.
can't hear
Ei sieltä taktiikka.
Okay, no. Guys, quick one here, okay? Once they were trying to isolate those skills into the beginning of the rounds of the last game as well, they struggled into clearing deeper areas onto the map. Either you guys bring more intel so we can make more of the plays onto them even outside, even like aggressive back or any shit, or we just go back and try to play the turtle strap with the triple rank bars, you know? And try to bring it back into players. Maybe a little bit more of castle, because they remove the Melusi right now. They don't want to deal with those traps to make the clears, you know? And might struggle with those information over there.
Let's just do the triple reinforce play with like the mirrors, all you guys like they open play.
Round by round, guys.
I play mirror? No, no.
Round by round.
I play the mute.
Roundi
That's
kerrallaan.
Twister, the head coach of Secret, of course, one of the most experienced coaches that we have here in the scene, maybe only second to the guy across the stage from him. And a very different tone to when Fabian took his timeout, right? A lot more calm, a lot more understanding, and the most important message, round by round, just take it one at a time. It's so critical that you don't get it in your own head at this point. You can't think about the scoreline. You can't think about how, well, the scoreline was just looking a little bit better for you. Now it's 6-3, M80 on a bit of a comeback. You cannot think about that here. Round by round, get it done.
The way that first half went, you expect now that a team will win one defense. That's it. That's the expectation where it's been set. Secret's already hit that bar. They hit it all the way back in round number 7. And yeah, to your point about the timeouts, no swear jar needed from Twister. Maybe we give one for Fabian. But I mean, it depends also on how your players react to that. Maybe the MA players are brash. Maybe they're okay with that kind of talk from Fabian. Let's not kid ourselves. We know what Fabian is like. If you're picking Fabian up as a coach and expecting him to be nice,
yeah,
I got some beachfront property in Iowa for you.
No, it's important to know your players, and these two know their players better than anybody else. Sure, it'll be important to have those words coming through for this last quarter of the game. We got a couple of operator bans through that. Deimos did get removed. We saw Hot and Cold using it a little bit over the last couple of rounds, so important to get that off the board. Melusi, too, removed from M80, so should allow them to speed up some of these pushes a little bit. Bomb site goes top floor once again as they start to clear in from down below.
Mielenkiintoinen sen jälkeen.
Everybody making big impact on the side of Secrets. An uncharacteristically bad engagement by June. That was one where he seemed to be shaking on his shots. Diffuser walks away with that kill. The attackers doing such a magnificent job of striking first. Secret was able to run their attacks. Now M80 repeating that same level of success.
It's crazy, honestly. Like, we saw every single opening pick go Secret's way in the first half, and now we've seen back-to-back-to-back entries go the way of M80. 2 in a row from Joom now. He's got to be sharper in those early engagements. It feels like on Border, more than any other map, the opening picks are critical because it's just so frag-focused.
Every single opening duel has led to a one round by the team that got it, except for one time, and that was in round number 4. So opening conversion, really, really strong. And again, it just comes down, I think, on that first half to how passive those defenses were. If the attackers are always getting the first pick, you don't have a lot of space on this map. It is small, it is condensed. There will be action on your doorstep at a moment's notice.
Yeah, we see a lot of pressure. Noah finally does go down towards security. He was facing a buck down below. He got hit by an air jab from Gavin. There was a lot of pressure his way. We were staring at Savage as well, who was nearing an engagement, but didn't get into one off his side. But a Fuse Kit right now is outside of lockers. It's just being held by Hot and Cold in the security hallway. So that seems to be where this push is going to go through. But with Mowgli holding behind a mirror window there, it's not going to be easy.
And now M80 will clamp down on this bomb site around this office portion, and a nice swing as they get the job done. Gunner breaks it right as Kino gets the kill. Savage, the only one on the board right now, and you'll need an even bigger round for him as Diffuser finds his 3rd kill in the round. Savage backpedaling over towards Fountain.
No jalkareet on nyt vähän
On the side
brutaalit
of
tähän.
M80 now searching for this final kill. Hot and Cold using this opportunity to get Diffuser down. Savage's position found out as Kino survives a slug blast. Savage is trapped in this position. Pick your poison. M80 throwing everything in Savage's position after the case goes down, and it's another round from the North Americans.
And it's another converted entry pick too, isn't it, Parker? We see these opening duels have so much of an impact late into the round, and I think M80 did a great job of capitalizing on the different positions that they had with that early lead. They had a bulk of their players pushing in through archives. You watched them get a couple of kills on that side of the map, but Diffuse Kit was always over towards lockers, so they had this real pinch come in towards the bomb site, forcing those secret players to look in two different directions, and it just wasn't going to be an easy defense for the European team. Good round that we see from Diffuser as well. Probably his best round since this matchup began. I go back to that reload game that they played Secret versus M80 at the start of the year. That was Diffuser's worst matchup that he's played all season statistically. Was a little worried we might be seeing more of that in a rematch versus Team Secret, but feels like he's back to being fired up.
He's just an offensive player, that's really it, right?
Yeah.
Siinä skeletonkin vaan
Kino's been having a really good run of it. When this roster was first assembled and Kino was brought on, I guess as Spirits' replacement, if you want to say.
Sure.
There were doubts about Kino's abilities. There were doubts about Kino's roles. How comfortable would he look on shields? How comfortable would he look with a team that 4 players all have synergy and you're now the new guy on campus?
Yeah.
Well, he slotted in and he fits the team like a glove. Here at the event, he's the second highest rated player on M80, which is very rare for Kino. Usually on his role, you expect him to be way down your depth chart with a much lower rating. Kino is plus 17. That is crazy again for his role. They're calling on a rehost. It looks like they are gonna get it. Yes, we will go to another tech pause. Noah crashed, so you can't play down I guess one of your teammates, so back to the drawing board we go.
Maybe a bit of a good luck with that crash, you could say, because M80 were prepping for a very fun strategy. Didn't get the chance to use it. We might see it again after the tech pause does end, but it's a great point about Kino, I think, the support duo from M80, Kino and Hot and Cold, because after they kind of made this team, right? And after stage 1 didn't really go their way, they made a small role swap. It wasn't big, but they just swapped around who was hard support and who was flex support between Kino and Hot and Cold. It's resulted in Kino playing a lot more of those shield roles, something that he has been maybe criticized for in the past, but he's been really good on the shield so far through this game. We know Hot and Cold has played the shield as well. They were both selecting on a shield before we got the tech pause, so they can definitely flex around in that position, but I think letting Kino be a bit more flexible, still play the SAS on defense, play those shields on attack, and then allow Hot and Cold to be a bit more of a fragger, do some of the hard breaching, do some of the planting. It's ended up in a really nice dynamic for M80.
It's a team with a lot of depth. Both of these squads have players that at any moment can break out. Savage is not usually the guy that you expect to lead the team on Secret. You've got too many other threats there, and if they're having a bad day, well, usually Secret is as well, but this team did not get that memo in their matchup against Furia earlier. The supporting cast on Secret really showing up big, and that's been the story for M80 too.
Yeah.
It's the guys who you are not used to performing the best who have shown up in the big moments. The one thing you could say about both of these teams is that when things go south, they both are resilient from a mental standpoint. It wasn't long ago that this M80 team had some players who had maybe a small history of collapsing when big moments emerged, but that hasn't been the case. Whether it just be team synergy, whether it be coaching, whether it be preparation, M80 are able to bounce back from really bad circumstances, and Secret's been exactly the same.
Yeah, and I think a great example of that is Gunnar. You know, he's had some tough moments in the past on previous teams where maybe that hasn't been the case, but you go back to even the Manchester Major where he was a major champion. He started that the first event with a negative KD. You go through his first 3 games of group stage in Manchester, he's really not putting up big numbers. He's negative most games. By the end of that event, he's the tournament MVP. That resilience that he showed in that major is going to be really important coming in through this event as well. Has started a little bit slower for this M80 team. He's one of the lower rated players on this squad. If he can heat up towards the end of the tournament, just like he did in Manchester, that can make the difference.
Gunnar right now, the lowest rated player in the lobby.
Yeah.
And I mean, Gunnar does play a very feast or famine style of gameplay as well. I mean, there was a whole period of time where he was on that old Sonics roster, where there would be games where he would just light it up, and then you'd have 2 games that followed where he would be first one in, first one out. And if you can't rely on your gunners that are entering the building to get at least a pick half of the time, if you were just constantly walking in and dying, giving up that first pick to the defenders, you are in a hole round after round after round, and that's amplified on a map like this where the attackers have not just been exceptional at drawing first blood, but have translated it to a victory all but one time. Tech pause is over and we can get into the action. From what I know of the rules, they can completely blow up their composition here, Jesse.
Yep.
So we see a complete swap out from this M80 roster, and the spiciness is unfortunately a little gone.
Well, we swap bomb sites too, so you look at round 12, we might get that back, but you've got to get there first if you're M80, of course. For me, the eyes are all on Joom. He has been the opening def back-to-back rounds. It's been a big loss for Team Secret. He's playing on that smoke once again. He likes to play this operator over towards East Stairs. It's not a huge surprise to see him rocking this op, but it's going to be really important that he plays well over towards East. Usually that's on Azami in that position, but Azami gets banned quite often, so smoke is really common in this spot as well. You will sometimes see a sentry in this spot as well from some of the Brazilian teams that we have here in Siege. And Kino, of course, rocking it with the Vigil. The meta towards East Stairs has been really interesting to watch over the last couple of months. And there's almost nobody better than Joom to play that spot.
You have to wonder what we could see over in security and top east if an Azami wasn't perma-banned on this map.
Exactly.
So, again, it just comes back to the stylistic differences. Do you bring a Vigil? Do you barricade it with a Mozzie? Do you deal with it with a Mute? Do you put a Malusi over there? There's lots of operators and tools at your disposal. Some of those that I mentioned have been in use today. And I know that we wagged our finger a little bit at what Kino was able to muster. Now, what did we say? The thing to watch, first blood being drawn. Team Secret strikes first here. Kino answers right back, though. Joom might not have been the first to die, but he is the first to die on his team.
Yeah, and that's still a big moment. That's more space being taken for the attackers. East Stairs should be a little bit more free to walk into, and that's right next to the bomb site because it is Bathroom and Teller. So M80 will know that. They'll get another big pick onto Savage, and things start to crumble for the team that got the opening.
Oh my goodness, Diffuser walks in, murders two, leaves, refuses to explain. Secret had quite the advantage for about 45 seconds, and it is evaporated. Mowgli and Noah are the only ones remaining. And they're off site. Noah was spotted for a second as bullets whizzed past his head, playing inside of customs. Mowgli now upstairs on completely separate floors, and Mowgli could actually be the difference maker here. Narrowly missing out on a second kill. He takes down Gavin. Kino could have been felled as well. Turning his attention towards the window where Hot and Cold is situated. There is a bulletproof camera from Secret watching in that direction.
Crazy for Mowgli. He's in sight, he goes up east, he flanks for a kill, almost two, right back to sight. I mean, that's a ridiculous play by the anchor. Now he can sit in there and let M80 waste their own time. They've got more of the map to try to clear out. They know that there was just a player up on the top floor, so they've got to re-drone it. They've got to take their time. We know Mowgli went back to the bomb site through the hatch, but they're not going to know that, so they've got to be so careful clearing up above, and they just don't have time for that.
And I have to wonder where those air jabs went. You know that there's going to be a flank at some point. It happens with Secret all the time. Where did the air jabs go that they proved utterly useless? Now it's Kino on the hatch. Time running out for M80. They have clawed it back, but there's still more to go. Noah and Mowgli at full HP, and it'll be a brawl with under 10 seconds left. Half the server still alive. The call coming in from Secret to get up to the Capitao. Mowgli sitting there.
Et sä puukota siinä.
Just saved the round, and he does it.
Et sä vittu tee tolleen.
Endings that could have happened materializes. Secret take their own map 7-4.
Mowgli, an incredible performance to end things out. Not had the best tournament so far, Parker. A lot of people were talking, would this be Mowgli's first time going negative at an international event? I don't think so, not with the way he's playing. Ridiculous repositioning in the end of that round. He's in sight, he's above the site, he's back in the site, and then he wins it in the smoke. Unfortunate for M80. 10 seconds for the execute, and they just can't get it done.
Well, Team Secret came to their map, and they got the job done, even if it looked shaky at times. One map away from advancing as Team Secret goes up 1-0.
Jumalauta, tommosen kävelee vaan sinne kyykyssä ja puukottaa. Semmonen 5 minuutin breikki. Käydään katsoa tuolla dashboardissa, missä vaiheessa meillä tulee noin. Tulee vartin päästä, vaan sitten verrataan ne nyt tohon noin 3 minuuttia. Ei tarvi sitä sitten pohtia sitten siinä hetkessä. Bro, mulla näkyy, että mä voisin koputtaa tai knock tolla bikiniboardille sillä holop. Hetkinen, mitä? As a part of our campaign with Black Ops 7, Kappa is currently being replaced by the replacer. Kappa will return around 10 a.m. on Saturday, November, and replacer will come a new emote, Kappa replacer, for additional month. Hetkinen, jos mä kirjoitan Kappa chattiin, niin se ei ole Kappa. Kyllä se on Kappa. Paitsi tuolla se näkyy erinä. What the fuck? What is this? Bro, älä laita tällaista. Älä laita tällaista. Vaihdellaan tämmöstä bullshitia. Black Ops 7's campaign is being compared to brain rot. Oof. Ai perkele. Muistakaa venytellä chattei. Mulla on saatana niskattiin naksahtineet. Tässä venytellä paljon enemmän. Hetkinen, toi otti ton klipin tohon. Otti legit ton klipin tohon holshit. Jaa. Mä taisin nyt toi... Ei näy täällä, what the fuck. Nämä mun kikkiviestit ei näy täällä. Täällä ne näkyy kuitenkin. Ihan hyvä.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Munich Major, and my God, I cannot believe it. It almost slipped away from Team Secret with M80 fighting back, but Border goes the way of EU.
They had too strong of a lead. It's just what it is. Look at the views of the shield here. I just think that Savage, once again, I know he doesn't show up in the frags specifically,
so good, though, on the
but so good on the shield. Creating the space, creating the movement, the ultimate chaos that causes the other players on M80 to just crumble. If you look at them moving around, every single player on the side of Savage and picks up kill based on his shield usage.
Border is such a close, small map. It's two squares that are stacked on top of each other ultimately, right? When you're playing a shield, what you do is you force your players to be around you and you create movement in the opposition. It's why shields are so strong at the minute. But when Savage, there's a master on the shield, when he's doing it, he forces his teammates to play with him and he forces that teamwork on the attack. During Fabian's timeout, we actually heard you guys are not fighting enough for each other. You're taking fights, but you're doing it individually. You're not doing enough for each other. That's why Secret got the 5-1 lead. Savage was abusing the shields. Secret were playing around the shields, and M80, well, they were not playing as a team. Realistically, when you've got that kind of scoreboard pressure, any attempt at a comeback, and to be fair for M80, when they got into their attacks, they were doing okay, but any attempt at a comeback is going to be giga hard when you're having to do 6 rounds in a row to get it done.
And it's so impressive, the disparity in entry kills. If you look on the right side, Secret were leading most of the time. And it's on the back of those entries. When they get the man advantage, they can then snowball. And obviously, the attack side was just completely crazy. Too much of a lead to come back. M80 started giving me hope a little bit of momentum. And that was ended with that beautiful, beautiful end of the round. Can we just see it again? Please. I need to experience that again. I need to see Mowgli just lurking around that smoke towards the end. He never gave up, by the way. He was the one finding the opening kill in that round. Must have only when he was down to the 2-4, he then finds another clip. And here Jack. That final knife into the smoke to deny the plant. That's my Frenchman right there.
For any clutch to happen, you have to make a play when you're the person attempting the clutch. But I have absolutely no idea what Hot and Cold was doing by smoking himself and trying to plant inside the smoke.
Everyone knows he's there. Why do you smoke yourself?
You know, if he had that round over, I think he would have gone very, very differently, and I gelled his team very, very differently.
If anything, it means that there's an opportunity still for M80 to bring it back on map number 2. That's Consulate. We'll see you after the break.
Tää on vähän mitä mä en dikkaa. Tässä on 5 minuutin tauko. Toi ja sit uusi 5 minuutin tauko. Joo, ehkä parempi, että ei oos niinku suoraan vaan 10 minuuttia, mutta toikin on vähän tommonen. Miksi pitää ottaa 5 minuuttia tohon?
Mon espoir, j'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris, parle toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Jotenkin tää musiikki tästä on ihan hyvä, tää on chilliä ja tämmöstä, mutta tää on jotenkin vähän semmoinen, ei sovi matchien väliin. Tää sopii hyvin niinku sarjojen väliin, niinku match-upien väliin. Niinku tai karttojen väliin, tää on vähän turhan rauhallinen. Ei niinku tuo sitä hypeä tohon seuraavaan niinku karttaan. Sinä mä kyllä tykkään tästä niinku toi vesiteema, mikä täällä on tässä meneillään. Mä meni tonne Secretille toi äskenen. Holy shit. Ei sit. Saatana. Mistä et perkele menkää sohvalle. Minä sain pikku apulaisjuontajan tänne. Haluuko hän sanoa hei?
Secret is doing pretty good, huh, today? But now we have a Consulate, a map that we have seen that much from you. What can we expect?
We have been working on Consulate since we had this Sperma before, and we were saving it for a moment just like this one. So I'm pretty happy to be able to play it right now, and let's see how it goes. I'm very confident.
Konsulateen seuraavaksi.
For this exact moment and a perfect play from Twister, as always.
Toi näyttää vähän ne seisoo joku tyhjän päällä.
That if they would leave it open, MAT would pick it. Is their first preference. I think this is a trap, a great trap set up by Secret. One map they had in the bag. They're gonna start in defense. They've been playing aggressive so far. I think for me they close this to 0.
Leo, I absolutely love disagreeing with you, but I'm finding it hard to find a reason to disagree. The only thing, if you're an M80 fan, is some of those attacks on border were pretty good. Other than a blunder in the late round, they could still be making that comeback. If they can get 2 or 3 attacks onto Consulate, maybe even 4, and you know, it's a very defender-side map, but if they can put in a strong showing, they can have the momentum to see it home in the back half. So for M80, you're hoping that they can do something on the attack.
The numbers are saying Secret, the analysts are saying Secret. It's Munich saying Secret! You heard it right there. Let's send it to our casters and Tara Jesse. Take it away.
Well, thank you so very much. Team Secret have supposedly hidden this map. That does give us some information. This has been a hell of a run from a team that, frankly, doesn't stand among the titans of their region. When you think about Europe, you almost never think about Secret, but things are slowly changing. The tides are slowly turning, and they have an opportunity to advance to the Final Four and lock in a 6 invitational spots. Jesse, we're gonna go to a map that we don't see much out of Team Secret. Consulate is on deck.
M8:lle menossa konsolille. Onko näin?
It was the Frenchman who clutched up big on our last map, and he's going to send us to the French consulate here for map number 2. And you're absolutely right, Parker. Twister says they've been cooking something up for this map. They haven't played it in 4 months, and they haven't won it since Reload. So we have no idea what Team Secret are going to look like on a map like Consulate. You'd expect M80 then to lean towards the most traditional bans, but we start off with a Fenrir ban from M80, and we follow it up with the Smoke. A little bit interesting. Usually on a map like this, you see a lot of Clash, you see a lot of Mute, you see a lot of Azami bans, so they are going to go a little bit out into left field. You wonder maybe they got some scrim reports, maybe they've been practicing against Team Secret and they have seen this map, or maybe they just know what they don't like to play against.
No, and I mean, it's immediately going to bring an operator that we didn't see in map number 1, Azami, into the field, supplemented by that Tachanka as one of your saving graces for your anchors. There are a couple anchor ops that function similarly here on this map, especially this upstairs bomb site. There is a little nook by the window of office where we tend to see most of the plants go down. It's where the Tachanka of Adrian currently is, and he'll shoot out the floor. One of the most default plants in all of this esport is to go through that window, fire or smoke off, the way for the defenders to get to you and get the diffuser down. Well, Tachanka has one thing going for him that a lot of other operators don't. You can bank his gadgetry. When you've got that Shumika launcher out, those Molotovs can arc. You can hit them off of walls, and it can do serious damage. But also, if you've completely shot out that floor, it allows you to play freely downstairs. I suspect that we are going to see Secret holding quite aggressively offsite.
M80 played this map on Wednesday up against FaZe Clan, and it was a loss, but it was close. It went all the way to overtime, 8-6. The problem, though, were their attacks. M80 won just a single round on their offensive side, and that came on this bomb site, but they failed it a few times as well. So you really got to wonder, how have M80 worked on their offense? The desk said it. This is an extremely defender-sided map-up, which gives the edge to Team Secret, but what can M80 do to break that narrative, break that trend? It looks like they're going to focus over towards the admin side of the map. They want to clear from this side over, maybe ignoring one of those CEO plans to start us off.
A couple operators we didn't see on border. First Azami, first Tachanka, first Zero, an operator, Sam Fisher, for those of you that are familiar with Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
But his pick rate is in the basement. I am amazed that M80 is bringing this operator here.
Yeah, usually Gunnar would bring the Grim on this bomb site, so you can see it doing similar ideas. He's tossing some utility into the map. This time it gets him some information with the cameras rather than the pings, but it still does a similar job. Gonna be something that Team Secret won't be expecting, so sometimes as well, those can be kind of silent, those SAM cams. You can get an unexpected angle.
You also need to keep mind of secondary utility. If you're not gonna bring a dedicated hard breacher, which you see M80 is not doing, you're going to need to bring a second operator with those can openers to use them in safer ways. You can't just have one operator do it, and in this case, I think the decision was, let's just bring the Zero. He's got that secondary utility, he's got a decent gun, and he will gain us very valuable intel.
Yeah, I think the early game has gone pretty well for M80. They're happy to take that admin control. It was really just being held by Joom on that clash, and Joom's happy to give it up, so they're not really going to be contesting this too much early. It's very obvious where this push is coming from, and all eyes from Secret are trained eastwards.
Yeah, not really too concerned with that default opening. Savage goes down at the hands of Gunnar, who works his way in, and for added measure, will now use one of those Argus cams to gain information. All 5 players from M80 will be active in this execute. Nobody dead yet to watch those cams, though. Gavin taking a beating. He's on the bottom floor with Diffuser side by side. Noah gets them both! Diffuser and Gavin blown up again. Secret holding off sight. Gunnar finds his second kill. He's been the entire offense for M80. Kino's found his way into a corner himself, and the A-bomb site could go for a plant, but is a little concerned. And now, Secret will get ever more present. Kino finding some protection. There on the cross is Gunnar, who finds his third. A fourth and a fifth lined up, but Gunnar gets out of that position. This is a very prolonged execute here, Jesse.
Yeah, but they get it down in the end. They leave Joom and Noah to try to do it all here to clutch things up. Noah already 2 massive kills in this round.
Still had some intel in pocket for Gunnar, as there goes the last Argus cam. Noah will attempt to long arm this, and it's Joom standing side by side. The Blackbeard getting closer. He just needs to buy enough time. Noah almost had it. Joom had to pick his poison, and this is a very winnable round, but Kino says, not today, Junior. M80 starts off on Consulate with a big round victory.
And it's so important to get that first attack on Consulate. That's a statement coming here onto your own map pick. Says we're not going to make the same mistakes that we made in the last matchup on Border. And you really did see that, right? You got the admin overside push, and hot and cold, he's got the Capitao, he's got 1 smoke. Does he use it to get the plant down inside the smoke? No, that screwed them on the last map. So he throws it over towards the top of Spiral instead, stops any potential flank coming in through the hallway, and he does a great job getting that defuse kit on the ground. Of course, you got to focus on Gunnar for opening that up as well. Not a crazy play, just use his own hard breach to get in through the balcony, make that extra little angle that the defenders aren't really expecting, and gets 3 kills because of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got your attention turned elsewhere, there are opportunities for attackers to flank you quite effectively. Even though it wasn't a dedicated flank from Gunnar, he just walked into the bomb site, got a kill and walked out. you still need to have your focus all over, right? And Team Secret were so invested in what they thought would be a default B bomb site take over in Office that I don't think they knew well enough how aggressively M80 would sweep through Visa and admin side and then continue to move towards the back of that projector bomb site.
Well, and I think part of it too is because they had that extra dimension down below. We saw 2 M80 players below the bomb site that round. Noah goes down, has the biggest flank of the round. That should have been it, but they just didn't expect Gunnar to come in with that 3rd extra angle. So there's layers to this thing here on Consulate, and already it's a good start from M80.
Well, if M80 is able to blunt any kind of momentum from Team Secret, going on to their favored side on M80's map pick, if Team Secret really have concealed this map as they claim, and they've been practicing and ready, they have now been given a huge gift by getting that starting side that they supposedly prefer. If Secret don't really show enough punch back over the next 2 rounds, I will get a little bit concerned. The scoreline doesn't really reflect how close that round was, though. Joom almost clutched a 1v3. He did have the down, but he could not outduel Kino, so finds an early pick on Nikino. He will have the last lap. Gunnar on the board. Diffuser goes down. What is happening? Everybody coming to blows. Gavin gets 2 for his trouble. 4 players left with 2 minutes still left in the round. This is early action across the board.
Pure chaos on the yellow stairs, and the cutoff's being held by Hot and Cold. Sees them both pass by, but he can't find any kills. Savage on very little HP, but the angle is so tight for Hot and Cold, he's just not able to find the frag. That is okay, though. They've still got the 2v2. Can't really open the wall because those bandit batteries and or Kaid claws are still keeping it close, but plenty of time to try to problem solve that.
They have smokes, so you can call an audible here. You can go towards the back of the bomb site. You can even walk down main stairs. If you don't think there's any intel from Secret, then why not? But here's the greater issue. Those Gishmat mines from Mowgli are likely put in positions you are not expecting, and now Mowgli has moved over into server, and he is just an inch away from Gunnar. My goodness, they are close.
A very dangerous miss drone, but Gunnar's patient pays off.
Jos olisi arvannut oikein lähtenyt oikeaan suuntaan, niin
find himself up against Mowgli, but
olisi voinut olla iso nappaus siitä.
His captain of Hot and Cold. They managed to get the bandit
toisaalta Defu on Hot and Coldilla, eikä toisaalta siinä olisi vähän.
The smokes will be here. It's going to be a plant-focused execute to come through from
Savut vaan suoraan siitä.
Logic bombs go off, and that will keep Savage at bay for the time being. They also spot Mowgli. Hot and Cold and Gunnar will now work together to get these final 2 picks. Neither with Diffuser at this point. I imagine kills will be the focus. Gunnar itching for something, but that yellow barrier, it is preventing the Ella of Mowgli from being spotted. Killer play. Gunnar will now attempt to flash out yet again, so Houghton can capitalize off of that. No! Hot and Cold with the inadvertent team kill. He's managed to down 2 in this position, but now we'll have to do battle against Mowgli, who's still over on this yellow pillar. Hot and Cold totally redeems himself.
Siellä lähdettiin
Matthew Stevens, what a clutch to come through. That was a smart play coming out because what he did, Parker, is he went into the breach, he smoked it off, and he dropped the defuse kits. So when the Solus is inside the bomb site and using her scanner, she sees the kit just on the main breach and she thinks that's where it's going to be, but no, rotates over to yellow. Unfortunate chain of events with the TK, but it doesn't matter in the end. Clutches up the 1v1 on the radio side of things. Really nicely played by the Hot and Cold.
And M80 off to the races now. Here you could see the frustration starting to spread across the face of Savage right as that round ended. I mean, what do you do if you're Savage and Mowgli? That was played so perfectly by M80 to trip them up, give them false hope. It was a bait and switch. And now we go into another critical round for Team Secret. If they go down 0-3 defending on this map, now look.
Kyllä hirveän paljon tullut katsottua tuota Skyboxia
tästä. A quarter of the year, a third of the year, half the year, a year, 2 years, however long you want. And you can feel good about it in scrims and unofficial matches. But every team will tell you that that is a poor substitute for an actual game day match, especially on stage, especially with the pressure of an elimination game. These are not the perfect settings for Secret to unveil a map that they have kept, as their namesake suggests, a secret.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk they had to take. They knew it was going to be tough like this coming into things. How many times in Siege have we seen that? Oh, we're saving strats. We're saving the map. And then, well, you show the strats, and it's like, maybe there's a reason we weren't playing this map all season long. Still plenty of time to bring this back. If Secret can get a 4-2 half, I mean, they're honestly fine with that. This can still be a good game for them.
A lot of information now being brought from Secret.
Siis
Ella
toi
is a lot
äsken
of
oli
things,
niin
but she
lähellä,
does
että
function as
tuosta
an intel.
melkein
Those
kuuluu
Guzman mines are proximity-based mines,
Secretille.
so if somebody's coming upstairs and you have a Guzman mine there and you hear it go off, that's information.
Mielenkiintoista, että Mosilla tuodaan edelleen pepperonia kommandoisia.
See exactly what this plant wants to do. They're going to go CEO side, Parker. They want to try to jump in piano window, and here it comes.
And Gavin executes Joom, who's been okay, but nothing really remarkable. Diffuser going down. No, hot and cold will peel off. He'll attempt again as Adrian is down below giving calls. Gavin shut down by the Solus. A Solus and a Pulse on the board.
Nyt se näki
will
sen
make
just.
this difficult, but hot and cold pulls it off.
Ei vaan löyä sitä
Now
oikeat
it's Savage on the flank.
paikkaa,
As you
oikeat
can see,
operaattoria.
Gunner is waiting for him. Nitro Cell goes off. Noah finishes Houghton with his sidearm out. The advantage for M80 now as they wear down 15 seconds on the clock and continue to do so. Noah and Adrian will double up. No real time for intel, so it's just fighting inside of the site. Gunner eliminating Noah, and now it's Adrian to long arm, but he's not going to get away with it for very long at all. Diffuser hot on the case, quite literally. The North Americans off to a 3-0 start.
What a great push coming through, too, from M80. They had all different angles being covered. There was a pulse down below, and Adrian got a little distracted by the other player in the bomb site. The entry coming out from Gavin ended up really catching him off guard. Looks like we're going to see another little play coming through after this little issue. I mean, we really do have to see Secret coming back alive on this defensive side, right? That pulse play from Adrian just wasn't something that we expected to see from him, and I don't think it's something he's got a lot of practice with. Again, maybe in scrims, maybe in some of those other unofficial games, but we haven't seen it from him in a big moment like this, and so when your pulse isn't able to spot out that plant, information's not flowing, and you're being hit from up above, you're being hit from the front door. There's so many different dimensions to that M80 push, it becomes really, really tough to get through that.
And one player who was holding his own very effectively on border was Mowgli. He is at the bottom right now in this team's ratings in terms of kills. He's at very minimal impact. And a player like Mowgli thrives as that lurk and flank role. Now, Consulate's a big map. It's not as linear since it's been reworked. There are ample opportunities for you to get a flank and backstab, as our good friend Leo on the desk often talks about. But Mowgli has just not been very effective at all. It looks like we're going to see a Secret timeout.
Guys, so we can make up the plays before they actually go for it. First and second round, we're perfect onto that. We just needed that actual information, and we need to keep talking onto that. It's easy to do the last 3 rounds, but we need all of you guys focus on what you guys want to do next, you know? Because the reading is there. You guys know what they're going to do. So how are we going to retake? How are we going to make the positions? They are having a lot of information, so we can use that to bait as well. You know, the flanks, and then they stop their play. So use that into your favor, and it will be good, guys. With more traps, I think it's the same thing. They're trying to split up a little bit, and if we can just pick up more traps, it's just easier to us to make up plays on them as well. Okay?
Yeah.
You guys got this. Round by round, guys.
Come on.
Communicate, please.
Let's give everything, guys. Come on.
Can you take Falk, Jim? And I'm gonna take Towerao here. No, it's by default.
Another 3-0 timeout coming through from Twister, doing what he can to try to get his guys back into this game. It's not been the start they're looking for. Hoping to catch M80 off guard a little bit, play a few more of those trap operators, punish them for playing quickly, because M80 are playing quickly. We saw that in just the previous round. Operator bans came through around the same time too. We did get a Deimos ban from Team Secret. Going to be banned out up against M80. So we're going to see kind of what that comes into effect for. Kino played it in round 3, but we didn't really see a lot of Deimos before that.
No, and I mean, Secret's read is largely correct, and it's the complete opposite, or it's the complete same thing we saw on Border, just obviously opposite teams here.
Right.
The big mark against this M80 squad on Border was that they were too passive as they were defending. They weren't bringing that engagement to Secret's doorstep. On a map like Border, you've got so many opportunities to do that. It is a frag-heavy map. You get boxed in very quickly if you don't try to land a first punch, or at least a counter punch, should the attackers be particularly quick. The same thing has happened here from Secret. I have liked the looks of some of these Secret defenses. The Solus Impulse in the previous round, the Solus the round before that. But M80 are reading into them so spectacularly that they're not finding any value. So what does Twister say? We need to bring more traps. We need to slow them down. We need to meet them at their aggression.
Toisaalta
It's easier said than done. M80 was not able to do it.
tuosta ovesta hyvin usein juostaan ulos.
Well, it's going to be a new look from the North Americans. They're going CEO side, Parker. This is what we were talking about right as this game was beginning. Going to be trying to get in that CEO window, get a plant down. Hot and Cold going to be on that Capitao to do his best, and then Kino will be covering on that Glaz. It's a deadly combination, but they've got to have some distractions elsewhere as well. Gunner right back to the old balcony where he got his first multi-kill of this game. Huge impact, 3K in round number 1. Going to be pushing that same dimension. Similarly, you're going to have Diffuser likely over towards yellow stairs. You're going to potentially have a player down below as well. You can't get denied from the bottom floor. That would be devastating to this execute. So they've got to have some kind of pressure in that direction too. And that is a devastating loss. Joom runs out to find Hot and Cold.
Probably on Repel, and that's Diffuser down too, and yeah, that looks exactly like the case. Not the Diffuse case, but the cases in the actual game itself. I know these words obviously are interchangeable. We already did the phase versus phase thing. And then
yeah.
Ace is the caster, and Ace is the operator. And Ace is getting 5 kills. I don't want to repeat myself here. I don't repeat myself too much.
Well, I mean, we might have a repeat of the flank. Last time we were on this bomb site, it was Noah with the big flank. This time it's Joom who's in that position. He just tossed out a Nitro Cell, didn't get much, and it might be a little late as the flank comes thin.
This is a very brazen swing by Kino. Down goes Gunner. Joom having a fantastic go of it, but a double back from M80 as they've equalized these numbers. The Tachanka of Adrian held at bay for the time being. Case has been surrendered.
Tossa ei muuten näkynyt yhtään siitä tätä niinku tosta sidesta. En tiedä oliko Observer bugi vai mikä homma.
What a terrific round from the Brazilian.
Kino lets him know.
Kino rising to the occasion. Secret still held off of this scoreboard. We saw domination from the Europeans in map number 1, and now it's time for the North Americans to do the same.
These maps have been so dominant, but yet still so entertaining. Kino expertly on that Glaz, and that wasn't a clean round by M80 either. They had some problems. Hot and Cold going down immediately was a big issue for them, because that's the whole thing that's supposed to enable your plants. These Capitao firebolts, the smoke bolts to allow Kino to cover. They got to go to a backup plan there, Parker, and they do so perfectly. I love Kino getting back in on the Repel. This is that first issue that came through with Joom, having a big first moment, got a second player down below. They then realized, okay, we cannot just plant. We've got to be able to get these kills in the execute, so why not push up with the Glaz? Beautifully played by Kino.
You know the most
devastating thing about jos ei tasankkaan valmiina tohon noin pala niinku taikkeen välissä niin sanotulla connector-alueella. Niin.
Surrounding Hot, and they track Stingered off the yellow door.
Yeah.
Swap that around. Joom dies to the
Claymore. Se oikeastaan saa bouncattu niitä mitenkään järkevästi se ikkunalle. Niitä Tsushima.
But it's just, it's funny to see how 3 anti-flank gadgets,
Tsushima launcher,
2 of them are lethal, one of them just kind of hurts a little bit. And it was the one that hurts a little bit that ended up going where the flank came from in the run out, and M80 will kick themselves over that one, I'm sure, but they still won the round, so hey, move on.
And it shows that M80 are aware of what their problems with these pushes could be. It's not like they got completely caught off guard by that flank, like they never expected it. Like, obviously they know someone could run out yellow and cause them problems. The solutions they had to that problem just didn't really work out for them, but they still clutch up. They still managed to have a good round out of it. Now they're going to go back to the basement. We have another repeated site, as it doesn't seem like Secret want to try that Tellers and Archives bomb site that can be popular with certain teams. They'll run it right back, go to the bottom floor, and have a relatively anchor-focused setup. They had a couple of players towards that mid-floor. They still
Secret
do,
on vetänyt 3
most notably Mowgli, but
ihan helvetin kovaa suoritusta 3 kartassa. Kannattaa just sille, että nää on niinku jotain botteja.
Yeah.
So very quickly, M80 has realized that the top floor is theirs.
Onko se vaan tää kartta?
Logic bombs will give away the 5
Mitä
players,
tapahtuu?
some of which off-site, but none holding this top floor. Kino's been playing exceptionally well, but he will have an escort in Gunner, both of them with 6 kills, topping not just their team, but holding a tie for the lead in the lobby. Not a lot of utility's been expended at this point in time. Noah's on the board first. Down goes Gavin. Noah will get traded off by Diffuser. Mowgli falls as well, and suddenly M80 are the ones trading out very effectively.
Yeah, really nice clear through that mid-floor. They still got to deal with Savage, who is still deciding if he wants to play up top or not. Rotates back down those stairs, so he is going to be inside the site now for the 3v5 hold.
You have to coalesce around this bomb site to ensure you have the best fighting chance when that Diffuser gets walked in. There's still smokes in pocket. Only one, but Kino can use that to either obscure himself or as a distraction somewhere else. And as you can see, There's no bulletproof cameras. There's no warden. There's nobody to see through that smoke. So if the smoke does conceal them, that's going to be a problem for Secret.
No thermite though either, right, Parker? So we're not going to get that main breach open. If you do, it'll just be a can opener, and that's not going to be the greatest of angles. So they want to try to go down these staircases, work the verticality with these secondary shotguns, get a couple of picks before they go crazy deep in for this. A lot of the push is coming yellow stairs.
And right now, you have the numbers advantage on the side of M80. It does not appear that anybody on Secret will flank. So that allows that main floor player on M80 to do some serious work. Will it have much of an impact? Kino has found an opening now through that yellow door. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. Time will start to run out for M80 if we haven't already gotten to that point. This is a Secret defense quite entrenched, holding multiple locations. Nobody going for the flank, but Joom is completely repositioned. He spotted the guns working out for M80, but they're running out of time. They just need to find Adrian. Gunner will be huge in getting 2 of those final 3 kills, and he does it on the complete opposite floor before he drops at the final moment. Secret still held off of the score sheet. M80, 5-0.
And what a push that was, Parker. You've got multiple dimensions. Once again, Diffuser doesn't even get a kill in that round, but his push down spiral forces some players back towards hot and cold. Kino's making the distraction. It's a low time execute, but it's executed perfectly, and that's all that really matters in the end. Really good push coming out from M80. They didn't have the same breach. They didn't give Secret the same look. 5 rounds, and we've seen 5 different attacks from M80. It's pretty rare, but when you're as experienced as M80 are on this map, you're gonna have a deep strat book. Excellent from Gunner to play that hatch. Knows he's gotta drop down, help his teammates in the 3v1. They close that out beautifully and have started to run away with this map. I mean, 5-0 lead on attack. How do you ever come back from that?
I know, and Secret chose to start as defenders, which means that either A, they think that their attacks aren't very good, or B, their best hope is to run up the score in this first half defending, and that has not been the case at all. This is the risk of concealing a map as long as Secret has. They can come in here and say, oh, we concealed it, we hid it. We're prepared for it. We're ready for it. There's a reason why you haven't seen it. Now we're gonna catch you off guard. And I mean, I will be honest, this scoreline is a surprise, but not in the way that Secret had hoped. This is a surprise because M80 has been absolutely dominating Secret.
And I don't mean to scare the European fans in the audience, but map 3 is Cafe, and that's the exact same decider that we saw these two teams play against one another back during the group stage, and we all know how that one ended. M80 walking away with the overtime victory, so it's not going to get easier on map 3.
It was all told a closer best of 3 up to this point, though. So map 1 was won more dominantly by Secret. When these two teams last played Border a couple days ago, Secret won, but they did it in overtime.
Yep.
They cleared that by taking it 7-4. Map number 2, though, was Layer, and that was a 7-2 scoreline for M80. They could actually beat that as well here, even if it is a different map.
Well, Parker, for the final attack on Consulate, M80 are going to run back round 1. It's going to be a admin side pushover as they try to clear from the east over towards the west. Last time they had Gunner going in from the balcony and 2 players down below. We can see Team Secret still anticipating there might be some players down below. Joom willing to play down there on the Clash, but really this hallway is going to be the main focal point.
Oh no, that could have been a devastating lead. Savage dodges it. Right in the nick of time, he and Joom side by side now watching Noah, the first one to die. Diffuser is on the ground, bleeding out, could be secured by Savage. It works. Finally, a rare lead for Secret as they find 2 kills and have a numbers advantage. They trade back and forth, both teams losing 1 piece, but if Secret continues to trade, they're in excellent shape. Joom is wasting a ton of time, and they are all trickling in as Mowgli comes alive.
Alkaa se Secret heräämään. Ensimmäinen roundi piste.
This game is finally on the board.
He was the hero on map 1, Parker. He stopped the comeback. He won Border for Team Secret. Can he be the one that can make the difference? It's still a mountain to climb, but getting at least 1 defense gives you a chance in this second half. Really smart to read that push. I thought it was an admin side push, just like what we saw in round 1, but the Diffuse could actually drop yellow stairs. They were going from multiple dimensions, multiple angles on that execute, and Team Secret read it really, really beautifully. big game coming through from Mowgli. He's not had the best tournament so far, Parker, and that's kind of rare to see from Mowgli. This is his 11th international event, and he has never in his career gone negative at a tournament. He went even a single time, he went +1 at a single time, but he's never had a negative event. Coming into this event, coming into this game, he had quite a negative KD, I believe -25. So for him to start to have big moments, this is where he really needs to have them if he wants to keep that stat record alive.
It is quite bizarre. Mowgli, a very, very talented player, and through these 2 maps, you don't see Mowgli doing as poorly, largely because of how well he did on border. He is technically the highest rated player on his team at the moment, and he is a +3 through these 2 games. But you're right, his rating is in the basement. He is the lowest rated player on either of these teams coming into this matchup. Very abnormal on his role, very abnormal when it comes to his potential. There were lots of times when he used to be on that old Wolves roster, Jesse, where he would be the lone bright spot. Where if Mowgli didn't show up, the whole team would collapse, or Mowgli could win it with a 3K or a 4K. That Mowgli showed up on border. But everybody showed up on border for Secret. Those were great numbers across the board for the European team. The struggle has been very real for Secret on this map. As you can see, not a single player at this point in time is positive in their KD. I mean, when you're down 1 to 5, that's to be expected. But it's not abnormal, Jesse, to see, say, you know, you're down 1 to 5, but one guy's still picking up 2-3 kills in desperation. No, these have been very lopsided rounds for M80, and all the numbers on the side of Secret look bad.
And to start the second half, M80 willing to do something that Secret were not. It's the split site to start off these defenses. Archives and Tellers being the bomb site choice for M80. You go against a team like Secret, who aren't very experienced on this map, and throwing them a curveball like this could just be the best move that they could make. Gunner on the Solus finds a couple of players sitting up on the roof. Probably won't be able to immediately capitalize on that, but that's good information to feed to the rest of his teammates. They got Kino as well on this pulse, so loads of information that M80 can play with.
Based on the starting sides and the expertise on this map, the expectation is that the defenders will do better. Kino had an opportunity, and he does an awful lot of damage to Savage, but not clearly enough. Diffuser, the only one able to muster up some energy, and Savage on a single point of HP almost gets 3, but 2 will do for now. Diffuser feeling himself. The ascent for Secret up yellow stairs. Very hot pursuit of these M80 defenders, trying to clamp down on them before they can get away, but they managed to scamper off, and M80 lives another day.
I have no clue how Diffuser is alive. They had him dead to rights, both yellow and top spiral, but he sneaks by somehow. Important that he doesn't overheat. Give the man advantage back over to Secret. Now he can play with Hot and Cold and Gavin closer towards the site. They're all currently in the bomb site or inside of Tellers. Lots of time for Team Secret. I do like their position still. Lots of hard breach that they probably won't need, but they can use these drones, use that last logic bomb as well to find these players, and then decide, are we going to plant inside of Tellers, or do we want to pressure the basement by opening one of these hatches?
Pretty respectable weaponry on the side of both of these teams, so killing will not be a problem. The strategic element now will be the greater issue. You see Joom taking his time with just a little bit below a minute to go, opening up a way into that A-bomb site on the main floor. If you're going to do that, your concern will be what's down below. There is a nitro cell in pocket for M80. If that's not something calculated by Team Secret, it could blow this round wide open.
Just the bulletproof, though, for Intel. They lost their pulse and their Solus, so they might not know where this plant's going down.
Logic bombs will go off. That will stop these defenders for the time being. Joom will take matters into his own hands, pushing the bottom floor, trying to buy time for Noah. There goes the nitro cell, but Hot and Cold dies before it can go in. Joom might have just saved this round, but a flank from Diffuser, good enough for one. He's got all the kills for M80. 2 remain. Gavin gets shredded. Diffuser will need to clutch out in a 1v2. This would move them to map point. Flashbangs go up the stairs now as Diffuser is shaken off of his position. He'll have to ascend the stairs and take a direct gunfight up top, making noise as he runs in. But Noah's just too good. Gets Diffuser down, gets upstairs, and then gets Diffuser the player in the process. Team Secret showing that they might know this map a little bit more than we gave them credit for. The gap closing ever so slowly between these teams.
Yeah, it's a great effort to string 2 in a row here on Consulate on both sides, and they really do a great job with that plant. Again, I was worried about the bulletproof camera. It seemed like there was information for M8 to deny that, and we saw the nitro cell get tossed out, but at the last moment, Hot and Cold dies, and you gotta kind of wonder, is it worth risking the entire round just on that? The flank from Diffuser was quite late. He didn't really get into the fight until after the Diffuse kit was already planted. Gunnar wasn't really an impact player in that round. It felt like he was just missing until he died in the post plant. So you really gambled it all on that one Nitro Cell from Hot and Cold. Yeah, really didn't want to have to rely on that, but they still made that decision in the end. Secret were a good team for countering it.
Joom does not get that kill. That Nitro Cell kills both of them.
It does.
M80 takes their 6th round, and this looks even worse for Team Secret than what we have right now. The read from Joom to walk in, flash those stairs, keep M80 guessing as to where that Diffuse kit is going to go down. As you pointed out, no pulse, no Solus. So if the Diffuse kit is going to be planted, conventional wisdom suggests it will be on that main floor. But suddenly, Joom's assault on the bottom floor, the flashbangs, that's prepped M80 for a potential quick push into server. If Joom goes down, gets a pick, and they control that portion of server and the stairs, you've got your ability to plant wherever you want. M80 has to expect to pivot. And when the pivot doesn't come in and they hear the sound call, there goes the Nitro Cell, and Joom saves the round. So not only is he able to distract them, but then he gets one of the most critical picks to not just buy time, but keep both him and another player alive and in this, and that wins the round for Secret.
Well, M80 played a lot of basement defenses the last time they played this map up against FaZe Clan, and they're running a very similar lineup. The only thing that they haven't really shown before is this Solus that Gunnar is now running. A lot of these other operators will be known and expected by Team Secret, so how are they going to use them differently to catch the Europeans off guard? So far, it's been very anchor-focused, with the sole exception of Gavin and Gunnar, who are running around top floor. Fuse is actually up there as well, so it is quite a bit of a heavy roam there on the top floor now. Hot and Cold and Kino are left with the difficult job of locking down the site for anything that might come in fast, but they've got the right tools for it, Parker. You've got the electricity to keep the wall closed, you've got the two-brow in case they do start to open things up, and now Diffuser is taken position up inside a piano and will have great verticality if they want to go for a quick plant.
He's gotten a call that they're clamping down on him over towards Zulu. Flash goes out and he has no choice but to swing desperately. Savage handles him with relative ease. Logic Bomb's assisting Secret to gain information. Gunnar guns down Noah, but there's a second there. Gunnar in a fight for his life in this position. Quite the standoff, quite the duel. Kino elsewhere has punished Savage. Kino drops. Secret trading out very effectively. They get Gunnar as well. This is why you can never count out this Secret squad. Look at that gunplay. Hot and Cold, the lone anchor. He was down on the bomb site to start off this round, and now he has the task of retaking the main floor, because if he sits in the security of that bottom floor bomb site, it's relatively easy to flush him out. That was the idea. Hold on a second. Hotton will punish with DMR in hand. The Demos now with death marks. This can make the job for Hotton so much more challenging.
Murigans to nearest airport.
The Demos rushing up. We know how hard that DMR hits, but there's just too many for him to account for. A target-rich environment for Hotton, but he doesn't find either, and it's another round for Secret.
Yeah, a big round from Joom, finally getting back into the series. Feels like we haven't talked about him in a hot minute because he went a little quiet towards the end of Border, and now finally showing a bit of life here on Consulates. Look at an M80 tack.
There, Matt. Force them to execute because they don't know how to play. The only thing they do fucking know how to do is to fucking clear us.
I'm gonna kill this guy yellow.
But the one thing I think we also can lean into is more information. More information, because they're very fucking straightforward, right? They're not doing they're not everywhere. A pulse, for example, in servers and on any bomb site really would be probably very strong against them. Because they don't know how to clear out everything. And they just be reactive to help each other. But more execute-wise, try to see how they do that with that. Because right now they've only been fighting us and we've been giving them the fights.
Yeah, I still think you go Vigil here.
Remember, Demos and Grim are both up, okay? Demos and Grim are up. Man, you have to go make
just keep composure, guys. Keep composure. Let's get this done. Come on.
Matt, make sure low, okay?
Yep.
Reassurance, but also confidence coming through from M80. They know that they can play this map better than Secret can. They don't have that history, and so I think it's a right call from Fabian. You've seen a lot of relatively basic pushes. They're all going to be focused on the roam clear, play the site, force them to do the difficult job in Siege, get the execute down, get the plant down. Secret can be really good at this, but we haven't seen it from them on this map, so why not test them in that angle? That's really what Fabian's trying to stress in that tack timeout, and it might make the difference.
A very different attitude from Fabian too. His timeout that was called.
Secretilla on varaa ottaa yksi.
Dad scolding his son.
Tällä vielä.
Yeah. He was not in
kirjaimellisesti karttaa, että roundialla.
This time around, much more complimentary. We know what we're doing. We know how to do it. This is our map.
Vaatii 3 niinku hyökkäystä putkeen. Aika lailla. 4, jos ne nyt haluaa ottaa tästä 7-5 voiton.
It might be packaged in a different way, but that same concern for map 1 is still present, Jesse. Fabian is still saying they are doing an excellent job of clearing us.
Yep.
That was the problem for these M80 defenses back on map 1. Those same issues have now crept in here. M80 just not showing what they are capable of by defending. Far too passive for their coach's liking, and Fabian is hoping that this time around, M80 is actually able to do something about it, because if not, Secret's gonna keep picking up rounds.
Very close nitro from Gunner. If he holds that a little bit longer, probably gets the pick on a Mowgli. Taking Fabian's advice and bringing the Pulse in on this round. Last time they played this site, Kino was up on the Pulse, but that allows Kino to flex over to the smoke now. A little bit more of that Planta now that can come through. Flores doing some work on the Spiral Skylight. This will be expected by M80. Very common to see that come through. Clear out both the barbed wire as well as just the desk position at the top of Spiral. Can be really awkward to clear out if you don't have that Flores. Most of this push, though, does look like it's going admin side. Gavin on the Vigil will be the first point of content.
The mute ban is going to empower this Flores an awful lot as well. The singular best counter against Flores on this map because of the narrow door frames. Joom will find that out in unfortunate fashion on a narrow door frame. Leading the way on his team with 8 kills, tied with Savage, who's had quite a bounce-back game after a slow quarter, but he wasn't needed. Gunner decides to ego challenge Noah, and maybe not the right plan there. I'm not sure what the idea was, but the whole reason behind you bring the Pulse was for information. Now you have none of it for a minute 40.
Yeah, I thought he'd get a free pick. He
Gunnar on kyllä pelannut aika kovaa täällä.
But he just doesn't find the head, so now Gavin's got to get aggressive instead.
Drones being used to get Gavin out of his position. He had backup, but they don't want to engage. Waste the timer, waste some utility, keep Secret guessing, and live to fight another day. That's the goal for M80 now as we just passed the halfway mark.
So we're going to go back towards the site execute now. Looks like the roam clear is done. They've got the admin side control of the map. There's not a ton to deny this plant. There's no C4s. We do have the smoke and the Tachanka, but a lot of those are going to be focused more towards CEO. Hot and cold in particular, very far from the potential plant spot. If they kill Kino, then this is looking like a very possible plant. That's why he's got gun up right now. Very worried about that balcony position that Noah is playing. Got to be very careful with this hallway too.
The drones have been very effective for Secret. They have been able to pinpoint where these defenders are playing. Kino might be a man hunted and wanted by various players, but as he thinks Savage is encroaching on the site, Diffuser is there to say no thank you. Noah finds yet another, but Kino immediately trades that one back. Mowgli getting Diffuser down. Adrian now rushing in to help. Nobody on the side of M80 seems to be aware of this. Now Kino's been dropped, Mowgli dies, but Kino and Gavin manage to double up. Kino a kill from the grave. And M80 moves to map point.
Vaikka mä sanoin, että siellä on kierros niin ottaa alla, niin mä en tarkoittanut, että pitää ottaa saman tien.
Going down until the last moments, but it's just enough time to swing out with the shotgun. The coverage isn't quite good enough, and Kino perfectly plays that position, tucked up close to the door with the SAS shotgun. It's a spot that he has played so many times now. He's such a good SAS player, and I love the way that he ran that.
Deimos and Vigil both taken out on the next set of operator bans. That Vigil causing some serious issues for Team Secret. Team Secret's been bringing intel time and time again, whether it be the Dokkaebis, whether it be those XS drones, because Twitch and Flores have goals when you bring those drones. If you're a Twitch drone, take out whatever utility you're able to see. Black eye cams, those Goyo canisters, whatever you come across. Pop some mirror windows.
Yeah.
But it also gains you intel. And Twitch is able to bring, because of that, 4 drones that don't have an expiration. Flores obviously functions a little bit differently. One of the best operators, if there's no mute on the board, for clearing out utility that is hard to reach. And while Flores gains you intel, those drones don't last a long time. So it blows up, you go back to the drawing board. Secret are obviously very uncomfortable with the way that M80 is setting this up. They need those intel ops to get into the building successfully. They're bringing a different way of doing that this time. They've got an IQ for intel, and they'll bring the Dokkaebi. But this looks like a much more shield-forward execute from Secret that will revolve around a quick clear, an early pick, and then pressuring M80 into uncomfortable positions after that.
Yeah, Savage, of course, playing on that blitz. Going to be the tip of the spear when they go for this execute. My eyes are on Mowgli as well, though, Parker. They banned out his Deimos. He was the guy that was playing this operator through most of the third quarter. Now he's got to find some other way to get the job done. It's going to be the IQ, one of the best guns in the game with the Commando. Really effective gadget to spot out some of these Valkyrie cameras being brought by Hot and Cold, the pulse scanner from Kino. It's actually an excellent operator lineup to be bringing that IQ against. So really looking to see what Mowgli can do in this round. He could have a massive impact if he spots the right utility with his pistol.
Typically, you want to keep the pulse alive past the minute and 30 seconds, so a minute and 30-second mark. So let's see if M80 is able to muster that. Gunnar maybe just thinking that he had an opening onto Noah last round, but amazingly, M80 was still able to persevere, even with their info severely hampered.
First logic bomb gets popped off, but they're stalled momentarily by the Lucy Banshee. These top floor players are very scared about what this shield could bring to them, so they've got to be very careful. Bait him into a crossfire before fighting.
And Mowgli takes down Diffuser. That's the Malusi who's gadgets are so effective. Juma
swept
in now. Houghton was not prepared for that. Savage in a great spot up top. Gavin on the board, so M80 will fire back, but still the lead right now for the Europeans as they cling to life here in map number 2.
Yeah, now you start wondering, are M80 going to be forced to get aggressive? They have still site control and just above the bomb site, but they don't have the numbers. That's why we see guys like Gunnar starting to make a bit of a move. Gavin as well, starting to creep around, praying they can get a freebie.
Any flank you have will now be hampered by that logic bomb going off. Mowgli shredding through Gavin. Gunnar was in a similar spot. He's managed to quiet his device, so it's just Kino now who's being heard as he's got a nitro cell for the shield over by Yellow Stairs. Savage heard that rip, he'll fall back. And a nice pre-fire. Kino almost gets a second repositioning on the run, using that bulletproof camera to his advantage. Secret outnumbering M80, but right now it's the offsite play. Gunnar takes another one down. Savage keeping himself alive at this point in time. Gunnar on 1 point of HP. Out he comes now as Kino is out-handled by that secondary pistol. Gunnar with nitro cell will go off. It takes Adrian down, and it's Savage and Gunnar in a 1v1 with 30 seconds to go.
Toisaalta Gunnarilla on 1 HP, pienikin piarsu sillä pistoolella.
Cafe now, Cafe later.
Hyvää yötä.
For M80. Savage falls off of his position. That mirror of Gunnar making an awful lot of noise. It'll be a dance now around this bomb site. Gunnar's going for a full runaround. Savage is in pursuit, wasting time. Gunnar will continue to get away. I don't think Savage is getting to him in time. Run! Continue to move, Gunnar! Run as fast as you can!
Oh!
Savage will come up empty-handed!
Oh no!
Pushes us to map 3!
Miten Blitz ei saa Miraa kiinni? Mira on 1 speedi, Blitz on 2. Onko se vaan se kilven hidastus ihan liikaa tohon, kun sit kuitenkin pitää vielä ADS lopettaa se juokseminen. Toi oli siis vitun gigabrain Miralta.
Dodging the spot, perfectly played up against Savage in the 1v1.
Both of these teams dominantly winning their own map. We've got a best of 1 to see which team moves on and who goes home up next.
Seitsemään 3 se sitten meni, mutta meni vaan M8:lle. Viimeksi oltiin 4. Pieni pyörii, lappu siinä hyörii. Bark. Hot dog ja hotterä. Ja laikku tosta dronesta oikeesti lähtis vitun bark noisesta. Ossu sinun tassun jälkeen nois vitun. Mä en tiedä mitä noi on nimeltään noita bumpsit. Holy shit. Kuitenkin mitä? Aikamoista niinku pelaamista honna. Ei vittu mitään, herra jestas. Joku twiitannut, että paid for an elite ticket price to break my neck when I wanna watch the game. Tai sit on tää kulma, niinku, että oot sivukulmassa, nyt yritä tästä kattoo. Tuossa on toisiin peleihin peliä KPF:ssä ja se on kun porukka on niinku Twitch-striimin tai Twitch-kattojen mukaan, mut sit kun kattoo tälleen Players Right Now joo. G2 on siellä vähän roustailemassa jo. Doesn't matter who we get, we are taking the W. The illusion of free choice. Nippi vai? Ovat kumpi lähtee kotiin, N vai lataamitos? Joo, Cafe ollaan menossa seuraavana, joka on mielenkiintoista nähdä, että miten tää tulee päätymään. Oi vei. Oi ei. Oi vei. Mut joo, saas nähdä kumpi tästä nyt lähtee kotiin ja kumpi lähtee semifinaaleihin. Niin, sehän on wild cardi, kuka sieltähän on G2 vastaan.
My parents.
So, what was that? What we just saw?
They said he's chasing for kill, and I ran for my life. Like, I'm not fine to blitz, bro. I'm not fine to blitz. I just ran. I was juking him. I'm on skates.
Yeah, you're right.
He just running. Jack, we're saying M80 can bring it back.
but it's going to be tough. It has to do with their attacks, and yet here it is.
Yeah, what do we know about the game? Mr. Alfama, because we thought Secret were going to show us something. They've been hiding it, and I will say, M80, clean attacks. I think it all comes from this hot and cold 1 versus 2 clutch. It was a really clunky 2v2 clutch, actually, or 2v2 play that actually took over a minute, but in the end, he finally got there. He got that kill, got the 1 versus 1 ultimately in the end with Mowgli with the drop shot. It's a man to my own heart, doing a little drop shot there. And I will say, I thought M80 were able to kick on the attacks from that clutch.
I still can't believe that he team killed his teammate there. I don't know if you saw it. He actually injured his teammate, then goes for the hipfire, and luckily gets it. And that, I think, is the mental crusher to get them started. After that, it was just pace upon pace upon pace. I want to check round 2. Take a look at the time right now, and take a look at how many gunfights happened in the first 30 seconds of the match. Absolute madness. Both Secret and M80 were trying to control the pace by going extremely aggressive. Now this is on round 2. But if you look at round 7, exactly at the same spot, and the roles are reversed. M80 this time in defense, same pacing. Everyone is going extremely aggressive here, Jack. But one big difference maker. When we needed one fragger to step up, who did we see stepped up? Gunnar. Gunnar was there from start to finish. And I think the finish especially was special.
Some say he's running to this day. Run, Gunnar, run! Let's take a look at the clip one more time. You heard it from the man. They're calling, he's chasing for kills. Get away from me.
He's called himself Gunnar, but really he should be called Runner because he was out of there. What was he doing? Incredible game intelligence. And like you said, I'm on skates. There's no way I'm fighting a blitz. Absolutely intelligent play. Team must have been, I wonder how his heart was going during that.
Look at that. He almost tripled his EPS and his KD from map 1 to map 2. Look at this guy, the gunner that we needed, the fragger that M80 needed, and that's how they're back into place going into the 3rd map.
There's a lot on the line here between these two squads, and pretty much on equal footing now that we finished this 2nd map. However, Cafe Dostoevsky awaits. Our teams are getting set. Let's take a break. We'll get back to it in a minute.
Mäkin pieni mainospäät vähän näin. Katsotaan hetken kuluttua. Sillä välin pukäkkät. Pätisakat, pukätäkät. Sillä tällä, siinä on katte. Look at it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the BMW Arena here, the park in Munich, and we are set for a rematch on map number 3, Café Dostoyevsky, between M80 and Team Secret. But what can change compared to the Swiss bracket?
Well, the last time that they played, it was an extremely defender-sided Café. Actually, we've seen 2 maps so far inside of this best of 3 that have been reasonably attacker-sided, and actually, these teams have been good for attack across the whole tournament. So for me, it's whoever does the best on their attacking half is going to have significant advantage.
So the pressure right now is on Secret, right? They lost the last map, and they're also starting an attack. As you can see, M80 is waving towards Secret. They're taunting them. They've got the momentum with them. What happened the last time? Well, it was frag heavy. On one side, Gunnar dropped 15 kills. On the other side, it was the likes of Doom. On one side, the German. On the other side, the American. We need the 2 of them, the 2 fraggers, to step up right now and carry that team.
We absolutely need that. We also need the energy from everybody here with us in Munich. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you think it'll be M80 taking it? Is that Team Secret? It's going to have to be cut on Café. Let's send it to our casters. And Daryl Jesse, take it away.
Well, thank you so very much. It goes back to the map that they settled the score on before, but the stakes are a little bit different this time. Team Secret ascending up to this point. Do they come crashing down? Does M80 pull off the reverse sweep, or does Secret bounce back, swimming against the currents that seem to be getting stronger over time? Café, our last map between these teams. Let's load in.
Café Dostoyevsky, known for 3 things: delicious pastries, fantastic coffee, and the grave site for one of these 2 teams. We just don't know who it's going to be yet, Parker. Operator bans rolling on through, and Azami, the most commonly banned operator, so good up on that top floor to see get removed. So Secret say we're going to have none of that. Monty getting removed as well for this first phase, and we line it up with a Capitao and a Castle ban. We've seen a lot of Azami Castle bans. 40% of all halves have actually started with those 2 operators getting banned out here in Munich. Makes it really easy to play from those window positions, outside on the rappel on Café, getting some of those angles from inside the map when sometimes you're going to be a little bit less exposed to defenders.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that we're going to see very little Azami over the course of this map. It will echo what we saw in map number 1. So just as we started with no Azami on border, I suspect this operator will be out of action here on Café. We know for the first 6 rounds that will be the case. Whether M80 takes the op-out or not, we will wait to see. One thing that we will be keeping an eye on is the adaptations these teams have made in comparison to their previous matchup. The last time these teams did battle in a best of 3, it was just a couple days ago. M80 won that, and that's what allowed them to exit the group stages, the Swiss stage, undefeated. Usually in the rematches, the team that lost the first time tends to have a much better chance of winning the second. Secret and their fans will cling to that, because the Secret we saw in map number 2, despite their assurances that they'd practiced and prepped this map, that Secret that we've seen all event was not there in map 2.
And it was a great point by Fresh on the desk. The last time they played this map, it was very defender-sided. You might think that gives the early advantage to M80, but both teams have done a great job at attacking through the first 2 maps. So it really is anyone's game as we start off on Café for M80. They're currently on a 4-game win streak on this map, the last one being that 8-6 victory over Secret that we saw during the Swiss stage. So lots on the line to try to keep this alive. I think M80 on paper would be favorites, but the pressure gets a whole new dimension.
It is a little funny to look at the way that both the border and consulate maps shook out, because the defenders were so passive on 2 maps where you really don't need to be. Immediately, M80 is a lot more aggressive. Joom takes 1 down before he's traded by Gunnar. Kino dies. You've lost your smoke with 2 minutes to go. All right, you got Joom down, and that's the Dokkaebi, who is a huge hindrance for the defenders, but no smoke is not ideal when defending this upstairs bomb site.
Important to see Gunnar still willing to get active and take some gunfights. He didn't need to in the final round of Consulate, running around the map to win it out for his team, but still very confident in his mechanical ability. Goes in, gets that trade against Joom, critical to keep these numbers even. Top floor is the bomb site, so there's not much more space that Secret need to take. With a lot of their players here over on the cocktail side, they can provide a lot of back pressure during this push.
I don't know if they've drone Diffuser out of this position, but his patience right now, Zen-like, as the Blackbeard of Savage just within reach, and he did a bunch of damage to Hot and Cold from that angle. Hot Cold will lick his wounds now as we at the halfway point of this very, very pivotal first round.
Gunnar is below the site. Don't forget about him on that Solus. Could be a massive factor late into this round if they don't clear him out. He could go for a run out too, Parker. Looking for a Claymore first. It's clear.
And he's going to try to get the Blackbeard on Repel, and he does. Savage is cut down, and he'll have to do some calling from the afterlife. Hot and Cold claiming Adrian with the Nitro Cell. Hotton finds another with the gun in hand. Savage had an opportunity to punish Hotton earlier, and all he did was make him even angrier. It's like thwacking a hornet's nest with the stick, but not actually getting it off of the tree. All you've managed to do is make them far, far more annoyed at you. So now Noah will have to pick up the pieces here. And it'll be a triple swing from the side of M80 now. 3 of these defenders all sitting and waiting. Make that 4.
Yeah.
Everybody hunting for the final kill. Hot and Cold will find 3 that round. All inside of that back bar. They knew he was there the whole time. Savage's failure to collect him earlier ends up dooming the round for Secret.
Yeah, confident end round coming out there. They don't overswing. They make sure they set up the crossfire in 4 ways. Hey, that's better than 2, better than 3. Really good job from Hot and Cold in the site, but it's really enabled by Gunnar down there on that roam. Trades out his roam partner on the white stairs, goes for the run out. If he kills that Blackbeard, I mean, that's a huge pick. The fact that he didn't miss those shots, the fact that they didn't get a shield into the bomb site really did take away all the teeth from that push. Team Secret hoping to get something a little bit better than that going forward for the rest of this half, but it's a really nice aggressive defense from M80. Not something that we saw from them back on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, they were far more forward at the onset of that defense, but of course Cafe allows you to play a bunker setup on that top floor. All 4 bomb sites on this map will likely emerge. We say likely because Cafe is one of the few maps where there is a comfort level on the top floor, on the 2 middle floor sites, and then in that first floor, or as a lot of Europeans call it, the basement, in kitchen. No longer bakery. I always trip myself up with that one.
Kitchen service and kitchen cooking. Run out from Gunnar to start this round. Excited for more after it worked so well in the previous.
He's waiting for the sound of the rappel. And my, Gavin gets picked apart by Joom, who's miles away from this map. Joom is still in a very strong spot here, and if somebody decides to ego challenge him on the side of M80, it will be to their doom.
I think they're pulling off from the aggressive plays for now, Parker. Understanding that they lost one, they can't afford to lose another. And honestly, I really like their defensive setup. They've got a lot of information with this Valkyrie coming through from Hot and Cold. Gonna have some more of those Mozzie pests potentially as well if Gunnar's able to capture any of those drones. Of course, one of those bulletproofs inside the site. So they should have the information to stop an aggressive push when it comes forward. Team Secret, they look like they want to clear the top couple of floors. This is what you always see, right? You want to clear these top floors, get the roamers out of the way so that you don't lose to that verticality. Less so maybe on mining and dining, but it's still important.
There's a sound call there, my goodness. Mowgli drops and gets surprised by Hot and Cold. The jump scare is now Diffuser's been dropped. Hotton to the rescue, but Noah secures too early. Now that information needs to be relayed to these remaining M80 defenders so that they can get their foot back on the accelerator. Team Secret had a rough first round, but they are in a much better position here on round 2 with a numbers advantage and still half of the round to go.
And you're seeing the strong window play, right? This comes off the back of that Azami castle ban and allows them to fight these players from outside of the building. Makes it really tight for M80. They don't have a lot of good positions to play inside of the map. Now they're in a man disadvantage. They'll concede the top floor, allow Secret to waste their own time as they clear through this. Thankfully, Hot and Cold did get that one pick onto Mowgli, so they're not in a dire situation just yet. Almost lost that gunfight, but it's okay because he did eventually win it out as he was supposed to. Worry about that one player down below. Hot and Cold's going to play a Nitro Cell from inside of Kitchen. If this push comes really late from Team Secret, that could stop the plant and win the round.
There's a defender inside a reading prone behind the table. I don't think he got droned down. No, it's Gunnar. I don't know if his position is known right now.
Of all the players to rat in reading.
They just got it on the second clutch drone, so now Joom knows he's there, and they can begin to hunt around this bomb site, Jesse, with still plenty of time to pull this off. I really like Secret's odds at the moment.
Yeah, but they don't have anybody down below just yet, so they're going to have to worry about that eventually, or try to plant somewhere where the Valkyrie can't stop them with a Nitro Cell. Hot and Cold can play on the red stairs where he currently is positioned. Kino, another C4, and Gunnar 1-2. They've all got explosives.
All of M80 is rotating right now. Kino is the only player who is positioned in a spot where we expected him to be. Gunnar now downstairs with Hot and Cold. Nitro Cell from Kino's already gone out. 20 seconds to go in a vault in. They think they have B-floor bomb site control. Nitro Cell in hand, Kino has died. Gunnar looking for the lineup. This is the only thing he'll be able to pull off, and he misses the throw. It gets caught on the roof above. They know he's down on the main floor. They know he has to come up through the stairs. They've got 4 players there and a relatively swift end of the round as Secret looked so comfortable.
Doing their best to try to win on that time. I mean, it reminds me of the Archives Tellers defense we saw from M80 back on Consulate, where they're really reliant on that Nitro Cell coming through and stopping the plant. Once again, Secret don't fall for that. They're aware there could be somebody down below. They know what the defensive lineup looks like, so they plant into one spot where you really have to be precise to stop it with a Nitro Cell. It is very tough to chuck it through those bars, and so you can't just go right down below. He is technically on a hard floor, so difficult way to try to deny that plant. They put it all on that strat, and it doesn't really work out for them. Means we've got a competitive start to this game. Parker, 1-1.
And I want to say that even with that Nitro Cell, there were still enough forces on the side of Secret within range of that defuse kit that all hope would not have been lost. That was the only real win condition for Gunnar. But I just don't see that materializing. Secret still have 3 players. 1 is in close position to him. When the diffuser goes down, that's when you scamper off. In the meantime, you stick around your diffuse planter because while you understand that somebody should be downstairs, there's no guarantee that Secret had that intel with great certainty.
Cool drone in the prep phase, actually. Mowgli gets his drone really deep into sight, and he spots out Hot and Cold, who was trying to hide the fact that he was playing Valkyrie. It allowed Noah to confirm the IQ. He was already hovering it, but he locks it in now, no doubt about it. We'll have all that information to try to counter out this Valk. They've also, of course, got the Twitch coming through from Adrian as well, who can start to hunt for some of those Valkyrie cameras, spot him with Noah, zap him with the Twitch. It's a really powerful combo to deny this information away from the defense.
IQ is going to get a ton of value here based on the defending lineup. IQ is more of a reactive operator. You're not bringing her. If you see smoke on the board, if you see a castle on the board, that sort of thing. If they're not bringing any real electronic gadgetry with them, it's a bit of a wasted op. Yes, the gun is obviously good. People do like the Commando a lot, and IQ does have frag grenades back. Admittedly, maybe not as strong as they used to be, but you're going to bring this operator solely so you can play off of what the defenders have brought, and it is a great counter to M80.
Well, there's no roam game at all from M80, so it should be a relatively quiet first 2 minutes of this round. Let's just talk a bit about the utility. The Valkyrie cams should get spotted out. These shouldn't result in any aggressive plays. Hot and Cold is toying with them on white stairs, but again, if they're smart on Secret, this should be something they're aware of. These Kaid claws maybe are more of an issue. On the hatch and also on the single wall could be big.
No, it was armed
Sieltä varmaan tulee niinku nopeat infot sit Ronasta, että Hot and Cold on swingaamassa.
The main offense on this team. He's got 4 kills. The rest of his team just has 2. Kino, Diffuser, and Gavin are still scoreless at this point in time. And yet it's still a 1-1 game.
A little surprised Hot and Cold wanted to go for that. They very much had info on him. It was a great drone to come through, but in the end, sometimes you got to take gambles like that, especially when they already know your Valk cams are up and away.
It might have been a concern that he would be pushed from delivery down below. If that's the case and he thinks he's going to get pinched, you've got to swing your way out of that spot. That might have been the call for M80.
Always possible, but now your move looks towards the bottom floor, right? You've got to start clearing out these Kaid claws. They haven't found either of them just yet. One of them's going to be in coat check. That's how they've electrified that one single panel. It makes a really strong angle if you can open it up, get the vert right behind it too. So that staying close is going to allow a little bit safer rotation from the player.
Mitä näkee pro-pelaajilla, että ne tietää,
Team Secret more
tästä
focused
ei
on
ole
this white
pääsyä,
stairs.
niin
They
ne
know
vaan
Kino's
hyppää
going to
pois
be inside
kamerasta
of
antaa se
VIP, and playing on that
kameran
super route, it's
tuhoutuu.
going to be really tough to get him out of there.
Another standoff now on Brown stairs as Gavin assesses somebody is nearby, but does not want to overstay his welcome in this position. So back behind the bar, he will go. Mowgli will continue to just shoulder check this. I don't think he's aware of somebody over in VIP. No, he does. He does know him. Kino takes down Savage. Mowgli still in this position. Gunnar finds yet another. Everybody but Mowgli involved in action on the side of Secret. The gridlock's been held in place at this point in time. Secret at risk of bottoming out. Down goes Diffuser. Joom will follow. The advantage still there for M80, but Adrian and Mowgli coming together to leave Gunnar in a 1v2. The keep away from before will not add. Mowgli collapses on him and Secret.
Se jäi kyllä törronit siitä tosi tiuhille.
Another late round from Mowgli, where his positioning is just perfect, Parker. He's aware that the VIP player has caused such a problem, so he doesn't run in through the window and just fight Kino on the door that he's staring at. He goes deep into the White Hall. He goes around through VIP, through the other doorway to get that frag, and then just collapses alongside Adrian towards the bomb site. They play that extremely well in the 2v1. They don't give him any opportunity. Slightly mistimed maybe, but still managed to get the trade out. Still really good stuff coming out from Secret.
As the Let's Go Secret chant dies down inside of the venue, we were approached after map number 2 by one of our stage managers and asked, "Is there anything I can get you?" And I said, "Yeah, how about a competitive third map?" And she said, I'll see what I can do. And so far, we are being treated to a more competitive start than we experienced in maps 1 and maps 2. It's one thing for you to win your own map, it's another to do so quite so dominantly. Team Secret bulldozing M80 through border. Console comes about, M80 completely annihilates Secret through that first half, and got a little shaky there in the second half, but still managed to stick the landing, a little bit less dominant for M80, but just by a single round difference. And now here we are. When these teams did battle before, we saw 2 other teams. We've seen none so far. Our hope is that we get to see it here on Cafe. When you get to a best of 3, Jesse, and it's one of the last matches of the day, you want the crowd to be in it. I don't want to see a stop.
No, absolutely, and this is why we play best of 3s in Siege, right? Map 1, maybe M80 weren't so hot yet. They were a little cold coming into the game. Map 2, Secret, well, I haven't played that map in months, so didn't exactly have the best time on console, but map 3 is the even playing ground. This is where both teams can show their best. And we'll get to see that duel play out throughout this matchup. Reading Room will be our next bomb site, and so it's a full 4-site rotation from M80. You already touched on the fact that we'd likely see every bomb site played, and it did not take long to get there. Changing map!
6 teams still remain here at the Munich Major. We'll go down to 5. We are in the lower bracket, so Secret or M80 will go home. Both teams that have been shown the door today from Brazil. Started off with Secret beating former world champs, not defending world champs, but former world champs, the defending reload champs in Furia. Team Secret now playing their second best of 3 today, and while there might have been some questions in map 2 about exhaustion, Secret still look like they're on point here. Ninjas in Pajamas were sent packing by Wildcard, who will be in action later today. Our final matchup will come on after this game is done. G2, the European team, going up against Wildcard, and then we'll have our final 4 for tomorrow.
Pressure applied to Gunnar inside the bathroom. He's the most forward defender right now for M80, and he's got to stay alive as long as he possibly can. A lot of the fire being thrown around him. The Goyos have been popped, but they haven't been able to root him out of this position. He's fully reinforced inside a bathroom, by the way, so his only way out is through the hallway. He's got Diffuser and Gavin up top to try to support him. Diffuser and Cocktail and Gavin not far away, just in the back bar.
Much more hesitation here on the side of Secret. Not really as quick to get in towards these bomb sites as we saw in the first 3 rounds. The stack up right now will claim Savage his life. Diffuser not just the 1-2. Gavin dies at the hands of Mowgli. Oh my goodness, look at this patience from Gunnar. He allows Mowgli to get away, finds Noah in the process. Diffuser down but not out. Mowgli will secure, but Gunnar is there. The Phantom Illusion on the side of M80, and now it's Joom, a player talked about, hyped up so extensively throughout this major, and for good reason. Joom has been one of the best players in the world this year of all regions. But a 1v3 up against a team like M80 might just be too much for him to handle, especially with only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, he's had some big moments in the past, but here in his home country, he wants to get even more. 1v3, he can't really plant, he's got to go for kills.
It was very kind of M80 to just completely give these bomb sites away, but there's one inside of Laundry. Hot and Cold will spring out, take him down, and we say goodbye to the final player on Secret. 2-2 the scoreline.
And how about that roam game from Gunnar and Diffuser up on the top floor, 2 kills apiece. The 2 youngest members here on M80, but extremely experienced former major champions alongside one another, and I thought they played that perfectly. Diffuser inside Cocktail, he's taking the brunt of that action. He's watching them drop the skylight, taking those initial fights, and then after he gets downed, it's Gunnar who takes advantage of that, flanking through the White Hall top floor, tries to get some better angles up against his opponents, and does just that. Perfectly played from those 2 aggressive players on M80, and that's what you need from this team, right? You need the aggro players to be forward.
I saw that sign trying to encourage Fabian, but you have one small little correction. I believe he prefers the term God Emperor. Not just Emperor, that's not good enough for him.
No. God
Emperor is what he prefers the most.
And when you win 3 hammers, you can make demands like that.
Yeah, at the point, what can't you get? Exactly. You get whatever you want in Siege. What I'm sure he would like right now is M80 to be one of the final 4 teams qualified for tomorrow. I referenced that G2 versus Wildcard game. That will be our final matchup here in Munich on Friday. The winner of that game goes up against this winner.
Yes.
The loser of the G2 wildcard matchup goes home. It was a stunning result against Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that has sent all of the NA teams home up to this point. Nip could have sent a third North American squad onto a plane back to familiar soil, but wildcard avenging the region. It's the second event in a row that wildcard will get to a point where they could make top fours. They had a sensational run and reload.
Secret, different approach this time. They don't want to go top down and deal with VIP. This time they're going to go bakery side, Parker. They've got a lot of pressure over on this side of the map. Diffuser just playing in behind the door, and then Hot and Cold inside of Prep, playing behind that reinforcement. It's all about, can you work a pick onto these players? It's really difficult, especially without verticality, to get a guy out of bakery. He's just got so many different angles to peek you from. Now they're starting to rotate a little bit. Maybe if Mowgli can move up on the top floor, the drones are discovering that there are, once again, no roamers at all for M80 on the second or third floor. So if you can take that for free, use it to your advantage, dodge these C4s, ideally, and then start to work something vertically, I think it could work a bit better.
I'm curious what intel they're using to guide that Nitro Cell's detonation, because as you see on the side right now of M80, there's no bulletproof cameras, there's no dedicated intel ops. Valkyrie's obviously been banned out. You're not running a Solus, you're not running a Pulse, you're not running a Maestro if you want to use him in that way. Echo, another operator that is used quite often, especially on these bottom floor bomb sites.
Yeah.
Not present whatsoever for M80, so you're gonna have to just play off of instinct or sound as that Nitro Cell is still there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good opportunity, so many angles, but doesn't find anybody on the vert just yet. There goes the explosion. Nobody dies to it, so good from Diffuser to try to be patient. You see the Nitro Cell from Gunnar just barely miss, and it leaves everybody on Secret alive. 60 seconds to go, Parker, and everybody's still up on the board. You gotta wonder, where's this plank gonna come from? Currently, June holds it red.
Oh, and Gavin catches him inside a coat check. Mowgli shredded through. That's a very important part of this map for the attackers to hold. They get so much potential inside the site. And now Secret hastily trying to find some new footing. Savage gets dropped. Adrian buried as well. All of the shovels on the side of M80 firmly in their hands. No one will wait out the fire. Tino's on the other side of it. Very easy for the Brazilian player on M80 to capitalize. But they're going to let Noah linger for now. Gunnar easy on the kill. Joom the only one on the board for Secret, but it might be completely fruitless as Gunnar will send them away. M80 wins back-to-back rounds and they gain the lead again.
And a big round from Hot and Cold, the 27-year-old captain on M80. He's just playing close on the brown stairs, knows that a couple of players are going to come his way. That push from Team Secret had a lot of dimensions. They wanted front door, they wanted red stairs, they wanted brown stairs, but Hot and Cold close with the shotgun was able to take down a couple key players right at the beginning of that, and then even after he gets traded, relying on his teammates to get the counter trades, play around VIP and Whiskey. Really nice defense from M80, where they don't overextend and they don't overcommit.
Best Secret can do is tie things up with a third round here and send us into the second half with both of these teams on the same footing. No timeout has been taken just yet. That's in very stark contrast to the first two maps that we saw. If you're not taking a timeout in the first half, it stands to reason that you are comfortable with where your team is at. If you're Team Secret and you suspect that the defenders have an advantage, a 4-2 scoreline favoring M80 as they defended first is par for the course. The troubling sign for Team Secret would then be on the side swap. If Secret struggle to defend, that's when Twister pulls out that timeout.
Attackers are heading out.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. Secret still within 3 minutes of tying things up. If we see a 3-3 first half, Jesse, I think the likelihood here, oh my, is that we go to extra innings, but M80 have immediately knocked Secret off stride. Adrian rushing to the building. He's gone down in the first 15 seconds. And M80 with the opening pick very, very early.
Yeah, and that's really tough because Secret want to go in with a Ying execute. It's the first time we've seen this operator brought on Cafe, and it's something that Secret would want to go in probably 5v5. Won't have that opportunity now as one of their players already goes down. Rough start to the map for Adrian, the Polish player on this team who is MVP back at EWC, one of the most talented players that we have here in EML and in an international stage too. It's going to be up to this team to get the plan B now. Go through this top floor and see what you can find.
Adrian was coming equipped with both claymores and frag grenades, so 2 valuable explosives no more available for Secret. They will have to rely entirely on the 2 in pocket for Mowgli. Mowgli seems to be very eager for a confrontation here. He might die with those nades in pocket. Explosive potential is not necessary when you look at this lineup from M80, but it would certainly help, especially if you're trying to clear out some of those Banshees on the way to the site.
Good information, the verticality, it's not quite there fast enough. They just missed an opportunity to equalize the man count. And maybe you can see that all of top floor, very odd for this bomb site, but they've done it because they've got such strong reinforcements. This red wall, or the white wall, fully electrified off by Kino, and the hatch as well over towards Train.
Nitro Cell will go. Hard to tell if it did a little bit of damage to Savage in this position as he stares down there into Laundry. He's got the Candelas primed and ready, but Savage has already used almost all of them, and with shotgun in hand, he's looking for an opening. Why not do it without the Candela at your disposal? Down goes Gunner. Now Reading is being held by Secret as they take a numbers advantage themselves. Diffuser and Gavin prone on the ground inside of A. Reading control is great, Jesse, but that's not where the bomb site is. Mowgli finds yet another on the hot and cold. Down goes Diffuser. Gavin dies as well. Secret with a clean sweep through the bomb site.
Oh.
Neither team able to shake one another. 3-3 the scoreline moving into the second half.
And exactly what we wanted to see between these two teams on map number 3, and great Ying play. They save it for their final execute. They don't bring it once through the first 5 rounds, but Savage says, I know exactly what will tilt the scales back in our favor. Brings out that Ying, uses it perfectly, despite the fact that they lost the opening gunfight to a spawn peak. They used a lot of those Candelas early to ill effect, but still the shotgun is powerful, their positioning is powerful, and that last Candela to clean up the anchors was perfectly timed. There's no telling who's coming out on top of this game, Parker.
I mean, you gave them praise for how entrenched they were in that dining bomb site, but it turns out it was a tomb. It wasn't a place for them to make anything serious work. They just got buried inside of it. Once you got control of white stairs and you could move on to that second floor, you knew there was nobody inside of Laundry. You'd assess there was nobody in Reading. Just do some basic math at this point. Somebody might be playing Pillars. Somebody is almost certainly going to be over on Train side. There's going to be at least one player inside of Dining, maybe one in Mining, and then the 5th player would be down below. But as Secret started to figure out where these players were, they knew that M80 was boxed in. And when you are inside of a bomb site, no laser gates, obviously. Aruni cannot be played, but no Jaeger, no Wamai, any type of disruption. Concussions, flashbangs, smokes, any of that is going to have such a dramatic effect on you. M80 were just playing to survive, not to win, and they were ran over by Secret. And now we've got ourselves even footing for the second half.
Felt like almost everybody on Secret got their flowers through that first half. We saw big moments from Mowgli. We saw a big round from Jumin there. But for M80, it really was a 2-man show. Gunner and Hot and Cold combining for 16 kills. And then Kino, Gavin, and Diffuser, just 4. So a really lopsided first half. That's not inherently bad, but it maybe makes you a bit more volatile. If Gunner and Hot and Cold slow down for even an instant, is there anybody else in this map who's going to be able to pick up that dropped ball?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, and I don't know what's going on with these players. I mean, Gavin and Kino entered this series as not just 2 of the highest rated players on their team, but potentially 2 of the highest rated players left in this tournament. Joom has found himself outside, running back in. A nice nade dropped by Gunner, and Anvil onto the head of Joom. M80 need that confidence. They need the motivation to get back in this game. That might have been a kill just to get the job started, but not finished.
And the thing is, Parker, with Joom, he's always going to take those aggressive plays. It doesn't matter if it's a big game like this where you're playing for elimination, you're playing for a spot at SI. Joom is still going to go for those plays. Doesn't work out this time, but gives his team an opportunity. Savage gets one back onto Gunner on the brown stairs, and that's going to equalize us to 4-4.
I have to wonder what Gunner was thinking as now Diffuser walks in. He's cut down by Mowgli. Maybe M80 having some deficiencies with their own intel gathering. Mute is on the board. Entirely possible that Secret are able to keep that info and that knowledge away from M80, and then they can capitalize off of it. That's been a strength of Secret's.
Gavin's watching a flank, but I mean, they're in the 4v3. Secret are not going to make a move. They're happy to just sit on this top floor, wait for you to push into them. Good utility still being played by them. I'm sure there's mirror windows still up looking into the site. There's a really good anti-nade with both Wamai and Jaeger being brought to try to lock down Pixel or Bathroom. This is a tough nut to crack, and with only 3 players, I don't know how M80 do this.
I feel somewhat vindicated mentioning both those operators on the previous round and how instrumental they could have been for M80. They'll be brought by Secret, so no mistake being made from the Europeans as they find yet another kill. Down goes Kino. It's all up to Houghton and Gavin now. Houghton has been great, but the supporting cast on M80 has had very limited impact on a number of these rounds. Utility, sure, but killing is the bigger issue at the moment for this M80 team, especially when you look at their overlying numbers. This is a team that has no problem getting kills, and it doesn't matter at all. Team Secret pulverized the final 2 players, and Secret takes the first round of the second half, and they regain the lead.
An excellent attack to come through from them on their first one here on Cafe. Once again, this team's a great attacking lineup. They're one of the best here in Munich. Their defenses have been a little shaky, but their offensive power has been so great since this tournament began. Defense, I suppose, coming through here to start off the round. Still a big moment for them. Maybe shows the tides changing a little bit as they can find these big value moments on both sides. Thought it was great play from Noah inside the Bathroom that round to have some really big impact, stop them in the mid round from dropping in, getting aggressive onto him and shutting down that part of the map.
Timeout being withheld by Fabian. You saw the frustration and anger on his face as he maybe lightly reprimanded the players in between the rounds, but he's yet to call the official timeout. I think he trusts the process on his team and hopes that M80 can put a better foot forward in this round. I mean, they got Joom early. M80 had the lead,
5 seconds to insertion.
and yet it was the mid-round that there was where ultimately the undoing occurred. So Team Secret have these weapons. It goes back to what we touched upon in the previous round. Usually if you're M80 and you lose Houghton or you lose Gunner or even you lose Diffuser early, you've got Kino, you've got Houghton, you've got Gavin there as insurance. Same goes for Team Secret. Joom dies early, that's fine because Noah and Mowgli are having excellent games right now and they're playing more aggressive, less sheltered role. M80's been really struggling to find that supporting cast.
Kaverilla on Kynolla aika huono, samoin itse Diffusereillakin on aika Gunnari taas ja Hotan Golli taas paukuttelee kantaa aika lailla.
For on the side of M80, at least for these next couple of rounds before they get the opportunity to ban it out. Such a power positioning. Sure, they've got the Capitao, maybe you can smoke that off. You've got a lot of nades as well, 6 of them brought by these 5 players, so you can try to force him out of that position, get him to move, but it's always going to be a use of your resources, quite a bit of time investment as well.
This is a very quick move by M80, well orchestrated across the board to try and narrow down these defenders, one of whom Adrian has already found some serious damage. That was not a fight Kino should have lost. Secret doubling up on kills, and now a run out, but Mowgli pinned down by Diffuser. Gunner almost losing his life in the process. Hot and cold with case in hand and still some utility there on the Capitao. I don't love this for M80, Jesse. Team Secret look like they've figured out these attacks. I fear that M80 might need to burn their timeout at the end of this round.
Well, they still don't have top floor control. Don't forget, Adrian gets caught rotating back down, but Noah is still up on the top floor in a position where he can go for a big flank, and there he capitalizes.
He's got another 2. It's long range, and that Vector is not the gun you necessarily want in that engagement. He'll try for a second time now as Diffuser toiling over on the floor down below. Diffuser's too smart, though. He punishes Noah from that position. Now Joom and Savage find themselves stacked up on the same spot on red stairs. Caught on the wings by Hot and Cold.
Oli menossa niin Secretille ja nyt tää vaan Hotan Gold ja Diffuser vaan sulattaa näitä.
He's got 2 over on white stairs. He'll run into 1, seeing the gridlock. He's given his position away. And this is going to be a pixel fight, Jesse, as Joom backs away, allowing these attackers to take up space by the A-bomb site.
Very important he plays this position smart, Parker. He cannot overextend.
All he can really do is stop them from getting into position. He's lost the crossfire, firing through the wall. He's on limited HP, but he gets hot and cold. The coverage from Diffuser not good enough. A nade goes out to flush him out of this position.
Jume saan. Oh my god. Jumalauta Jume. Vittu mitä pelaamista. Täällä on kova naatti.
And Secret's lead grows by one.
And in true German fashion, not an ounce of emotion on that face. He's got a job to do.
You need to get EMPs to deal with the Miras and play the Hibana. We talked about this before the match, guys. We need to clear them out slowly and sure. We're not clearing. We're just trying to gap them. And fuck me, guys, if we get the advantage, we have 5 versus 4. Let's not go chase frags. We talked about playing slow, so let's do that. Pick them apart. That's how you win. Use flashbangs, use EMPs, and get rid of these fucking mirror windows. Calm down, slow down. That's all I'm gonna ask of you. Because it's in our own hands now. You guys know how to play this game and you know how to attack this map. So slow down, take the tempo, take control of our own fate. Take control of the game. Let's get this fucking done. Get some energy up.
Come on, boys.
You're fucking dead
our
right now.
decisions literally aren't making sense. Lock the fuck in and let's win this.
My. We saw the scoreline just a little bit there on the screen. 19 kills between 2 players on the side of M80. The rest of the team at 6. And the same frustrations that Fabian has been saying in maps 1, map 2, and map 3 are now still present. You need to play your own game. You're letting Secret control the tempo. Stop that.
And there's no doubt that Fabian's one of the best coaches in the world, but his hack timeout feels a little bit minimized when there's an arena of fans cheering "Let's go Secret" around these players. They've got to lock in and just focus on the words of their coaches. Joom has given an incredible amount of life into the Team Secret on the stage and all of their fans. But there's still more work to be done. The scoreline is only 5-3. The job is far from finished. And if this one finishes the way that we saw it in Swiss, we've got plenty more of Cafe to see.
This is one of the powers that a home crowd has. If you've noticed, every time M80 has called their timeout, the crowd has gotten as loud as humanly possible. Whether that's an intimidation factor or it's to drown out their opponents. I say opponents because most of the crowd here might as well be the 6th player on Team Secret at this point in time.
Yeah.
It might be working to throw a little bit of nerves on the side of M80, but again, this is a team that had the crowd against them in Manchester. It was a year and a half ago, mind you. But you're kidding yourself if you think the crowd was favoring that Beast Coast roster. No, no, no. And yet the adversity only seemed to fuel the rise on the way to winning that championship.
And this is critical. They immediately pop one of these mirror windows. That's something that I've been talking about this whole half and something Fabian touched on as well. They know how to counter this, right? They talked about it before the game, apparently. Bring the EMPs, bring the Hibana, the Twitch as well from Hot and Cold to clear up one of those 2 positions. Noah loves this operator on this map. He's playing it non-stop on Cafe. They've got to find ways around it.
If you've got a Mira available, holding this top floor becomes an awful lot easier. Just as we see when Azami bans don't occur and Azami slips through, you can see how an extension there to the piano portion of this map pays off so well. Joom seems quite intent to start things off round after round after round, and has not been the most successful. He gets punished yet again. An early pick, and M80 now has half of the round with the lead.
He's a risk taker, Parker. There's nothing that's going to stop him from playing aggressive, and that's what you need from one of your entry players. On the window, Mowgli gets it back.
Challenge!
Nice frag onto Gunner. Now it's back to that 4-on-4, and Secret still with lots of life.
How does Mowgli determined to take that fight? That seems like a lost cause. Savage blows up Diffuser. Mowgli is answered back by Gavin, and now a 3v3. This seems to happen an awful lot. Early action. We pause. Neither team with a decided advantage.
Watch out for Noah. He's tucked up on Trash Wall. I'm not sure they know he's there, Parker. They're looking for their corners.
They flash themselves somehow wandering in, potentially to their doom. Down goes Savage. Looking the other way for Kino. Adrian is there. Noah hits with the backstab. Only able to get it down, not secured. It's all up to Adrian as Gavin will likely be retrieved. The job gets a little bit harder. They might bait him in. He's got a good read on the Hibana. Adrian misses his first set of shots. Kino keeps moving, repositioning over by White. He has to link up with Hot and Cold. Case in the hands, successful Diffuser plant for M80. Adrian will drop, taking a drone along the way. M80 has a good idea as to where he will be. Pings coming out from Team Secret to aid their only player still in this. Ring around the Rosie, yet again, potentially. Hot and Cold shuts him down. No match point for Secret. They'll have to dig a little bit deeper as right now, 1 round separates these two teams.
Yeah, and you've got to give even more credit to Hot and Cold. He's played so well this whole map, but that round in particular, I love his decision making. He knows that everybody else in the server is top floor. It's going to be Adrian hunting down Kino, who's trying to pick up Gavin. All of these players are negotiating over towards the hallway, figuring out how can I pick up my player, how can I stay alive. Hot and Cold says, I don't care about any of this, I'm going to plant. I got one job, I'm holding F in the bomb site. And it plays off perfectly, right? Because it allows Kino to then just play around those hallways, play around his life, and make sure he stays up, wasting Adrian's time.
And to that point, a less experienced team or a less coordinated team would not have Kino play that the way he did. He was under fire from Adrian. They got the secure, and Kino continued to do the job he needed to do. Escape on the Hibana, do not turn around to try to make that engagement work. If Kino had immediately pivoted and lost that 50-50, Houghton is not able to plant with the same confidence in the bomb site.
Yeah.
And even if he is, there's a high likelihood that Adrian is able to get there faster to cut you down to size. So Kino playing that one so well, and even though the contribution, Jesse, doesn't appear on the scoreboard, a big part of that round going into the win column for M80 rests on Kino's shoulders.
Well, M80 played 4 bomb sites in their first 4 defenses, and Secret will do just the same. They go down to Kitchen for their final defense of this, final bomb site of this half, and Savage has decided he's gonna rat on this Clash. He's hidden it through the prep phase, so M80 will not be aware that this is coming their way, and if they'd known, they might not have brought Kino on this blitz. Clash is an excellent shield counter for the defenders because you slow down that aggression, you make them stop in their tracks, you allow your teammates to set up for a crossfire. M80 have brought a lot of verticality operators too. You've got Gunner and Gavin both on these soft breach ops. With really no roamers, they should have a pretty easy time. One thing to worry about is going to be Mowgli. Lurking around Pillar, lurking around Mining. He's the one guy that might be able to get a kill and stop some of this soft breach. Ooh, I say that. Adrian wants to get involved too. Okay.
As you gave praise to Joom in the previous round for how fearless he tends to be, there's a lot of fearlessness on the side of this Team Secret squad. Some might call it hubris, others might call it a calculated decision, but either way, if you can be aggressive, it's something that the defenders have not done an exemplary job of so far today. All 3 maps that we have seen, defenders have, for the most part, been favoring these anchor-style entrenched defenses where you allow the attackers more map control than maybe they deserve.
Yeah.
It's been tough for these defenders to wrestle with that. M80 very quick on this middle floor. Half of the round has gone by, tearing through, taking away the security of those defenders down below in the bomb site.
Gavin does a great job dealing some damage onto Joom, playing the Maestro, deals about half HP, and kind of forces him to stick inside a bakery. That's 2 defenders now playing from that position, and they're going to have a tough time getting back into the bomb site if the vertical coverage is good on the side of M80. The plant here, of course, will come down from the hatch. It's going to be covered by those Sens walls, and the goal will be to get it just tucked inside a freezer. I say all that, they're actually angling towards bakery, so this is a bit of a twist.
They are almost certainly setting up the idea that it's going to be a freezer drop, and they're answering it with utility right now. Secret seems to be aware of this, but you've got Noah in a powerful position. Oh my goodness, blowing his chances up. An unfortunate team kill. Mowgli's down for the count, and it's an advantage for M80. Things were rough from the initial push, but they are very much back in this because of Secret's missteps.
No, that's not the Nitro you needed. Now it's just Adrian and Savage. The 2 support flexes here on Secret to lock down the site. M80 taking their time, droning these positions. Their push is going to come in full force.
And the last 2 players on Secret still stacked up in the bottom of this bomb site. Adrian losing his vision, swinging away through that wall, but not able to hit anything. Gunner's now dropped. They know that the Clash is pushing up. Savage is given an early grave, and shortly thereafter, Adrian will join him in the afterlife. M80 have dug deep, tied this up. We'll need all 12 rounds in regulation, but I suspect, Jesse, we might need a couple more after.
Fabian's stack timeout has eliminated the lead, and we'll get one from Twister too.
guys, I'm enjoying a lot the way that you guys are playing. I even think I like the mining defense as well. Let's just make sure that we are playing on them, as Savage said, once they are in the map, okay? We are having good info onto that. We just need to coordinate a little bit better for the reactions to be on time. You know, like for example, I'm pushing small, I'm pushing something, so we can react out of that a little bit better,
Let's just
okay?
predict it, guys.
That's
like the first 2 rounds when we were doing that, especially, you know, like that was perfect. You know, like do the same thing every round. Yeah, guys, predict them. Like try to make a play before they make it on us.
No, this
their
was
resources will be fucked, guys. They will be splitted because they need the floors and the nades to clear all that stuff that we're putting inside of the map. So by that, they need to push into something for free, you know, and we'll be able to read them. Let's go round by round, guys. Okay, let's enjoy it.
Let's get the shit.
Let's go.
No, can you actually play Masha?
By round 11, map 3, it is all mental here in the server. There's important strats coming through. Remind your players of these things that you practiced before the game. Both Fabian and Twister doing a great job of that. But having that calming voice, settling things down for a minute is going to be even more important to win out these next 2 rounds.
This game has tightened very quickly, and the supporting cast on the side of M80 has woken up. We were critical of them. Diffuser almost breaking even in terms of his kills and deaths, and it's been instrumental in setting up this team, doing a ton of damage along the way, though not securing those final kills. Doesn't look good for the stats, but still helping mighty to allow M80 to close the gap between these teams. There was a little bit of a worry on the side of the North Americans that Secret would run away with this, but as fate would have it and as skill would show, these teams far more evenly matched than the round count was showing. They won their own map so dominantly. Now we come to a single map where no team should have a huge advantage, and that's why I said, Jesse, I think OT is on the cards.
Well, Parker, I gotta say, it wasn't so relevant on Kitchen, but now that the Mira's been banned out, holding top floor is gonna be a little bit more awkward. Noah played that operator on all 3 bomb sites that weren't the bottom floor. Now he's gotta flex a little bit. He goes to the Jaeger, can still be very effective in locking down that bathroom position. That steals the operator away from Adrian, who then hops onto the Maestro. A new look for this top floor bomb site.
The question mark for me is, what do we see from Joom? Does he play a more aggressive role, defending like he has multiple times on this second half? Or do we see him play a more conservative style? He's been good in both cases. Maybe not so good in the early rounds when he's playing aggro, but on other maps, he's been terrific. He's been answered by M80 here, so he's not able to run roughshod over these attackers, so it certainly looks like a more conservative style defense for the Mute.
Yeah, and I think M80 are super happy for that, right? They're not going to give Secret the opportunity to take these early gunfights, because look at their lineup. They've got Grim, they've got Capitao, they've got the Blitz as well. When this execute comes in, Parker, it's going to come extremely loud.
Grenades tossed in through the skylight.
Googlilla on Vamai Noalla Jaeger. Jota on otettu tosi paljon juttuja pois.
But he was sitting over by the Evil Eye cam and almost every ADS, I think it was, situated around him by that new bow.
Wow.
Look at that. All 3 ADSs, a Mute Jammer. He's got intel from an Evil Eye cam not too far away. 1 frag grenade. If all those ADSs are down, we'll clear it, but that's not going to happen.
Watch out for Mowgli in an aggressive spot. There's a run up from Savage as we say this too. Just outside of Bakery, they know he is here, but he's not moving anytime soon. Mowgli does go down. Aggressive inside of Piano, shut up by Hot and Cold, so it's even more important this flank works.
Kino being tased away by that Maestro cam, and he gets dropped as Joom is there on Pixel. Diffuser, the next one, fed into the meat grinder. Down goes Noah. Savage will die too. M80 doubling up on Team Secret. Winner of this round moves to match points. Joom is last man standing, being watched as M80 all shuffle their way towards him. Joom has made his job a little bit easier and now has to take all of these remaining engagements isolated. They've read him from the spot on Skylight. Joom still keeping himself alive, but Gunner sees his shoulder. M80 move to match point.
The North American mental looks unbreakable in the last couple of rounds here on Cafe. The lead that Secret had 5-3 up has slipped away through their fingertips, and now they're on elimination point for the tournament. Secret need to win this last round just to force the OT. M80 did exactly what they wanted to in that round. They got aggressive with the swings. They made sure that they could get that full man execute. All 5 alive when they rolled into the bomb site, shutting down the flanks at the same moment, catching 2 aggressive players off. That's exactly what they needed to start their push. M80 full of confidence, 1 round away from moving on in the bracket and the 6th Invitational.
The guns have completely gone silent on the side of Secret over the last 3 rounds, Jesse. This has been a really rough offensive affair for this Secret team. After we praised the depth on the supporters and the supporting cast of Team Secret, they have not been very effective. Credit to M80 for the way that they are punishing these off-site players. Early picks help greatly. Tearing through utility really early as well has allowed M80 to flourish in these mid rounds. And again, they struggled in that mid to late round at the beginning of this second half. Whether it be because of the timeout, whether it be because of their own confidence, because do keep in mind that when Twister calls his timeout, Fabian's allowed to talk to his team a second time as well. This M80 team has leveled up. And because of that, they are primed and ready to make the top 4. Winner of this matchup moves on. But additionally, the winner of this match guarantees a spot in the 6th Invitational in France in just a couple months. Both of these teams, even when they lose, are still almost guaranteed, but almost isn't in. M80 with a victory here, not just move on, but also qualify for the biggest event of the year.
The tides are rising and Secret are barely keeping their head above water for now. Somebody's got to be a hero this round, Parker. Somebody needs to step up and give them a lead. Who's it going to be? Noah on the Clash is unlikely to be that main spear point that gets the first frag. Adrian looking to get aggressive here on the cocktail balcony. A Nitro Cell could do it, but doesn't commit to it just yet. Gunnar, his target is far away, so unlikely to land.
Remember the last time we saw an engagement over by that white stairs window? It was Mowgli challenging it. It was a head scratcher because that is a very risky engagement.
Siellä on blitz-saitelu.
M80 will go for the knockout punch, storming into the bomb site, rebuffed immediately by Secret. Savage finds 2. Diffuser the only one to get 1, and he grabs a second as well. Now pinned down, getting shot away at by Pillar. All the while, the rest of his team not in position to capitalize off of this. It was an isolated rush, and now Secret can fall back and regroup.
With their 2 flash operators dead, they can't commit to that execute. Diffuser does a great job equalizing the man count, but now they need to slow down. Find these last 3 players before they commit. Adrian falls, and it's just Mowgli and Noah.
Good news, though, that you've still got 2 great operators on Secret. Intel from the Pulse, and you've got an operator and a half on that Clash, Jesse. The shield acting is almost as if it's its own operator inside a B bomb site now. They think they have it for the taking, and a sweep will come in right as Diffuser looks away. Diffuser about to go down, shield planted.
Diffuser vaan juoksee,
He's got every kill in the round so far. Gunnar will deny the ace, and it all falls on Adrian. But Gunnar will strike twice, sending the favorites on their own soil home. NA wins again, and M80 make it to the top 4.
Oli rikki, siellä on
Rookie of the Year, stepping up and showing exactly what he can do in the server. Didn't have the best game against FaZe in the upper bracket.
Nyt on G2 parempi saatana voittaa. Me ei nyt lähetetä vittu tässä vaiheessa kaikki paitsi palkossa ja kotiin.
Becomes the hero for M80, locks it down in both the early and the late round. What a mental from M80. What patience to be able to hold that one down after so many things could have gone wrong. A 5-3 lead evaporated from Secret.
The most frightening part of this M80 team is not what happened inside the server, it's what happened in their heads, Jesse. The ability for them to dig deep and make that comeback work against one of the best teams this year. We might be saying goodbye to Team Secret, but boy, oh boy, did they win your hearts or what? I guess not.
I guess not.
I guess they're fair weather fans.
It's a solemn moment, Parker. I mean, you can see it from Fabian against his home region. He knows how much it hurts to lose in moments like these because he's been here so many times before, but there's no doubt Secret will be back. It's been a great tournament from them, and they're an amazing team.
Now an M80 will be in action later in this event. They'll await the team that they face, as that'll be coming up in the G2 wildcard matchup.
Tuntuu jotenkin paljon nopeammalta operaattorilta nykyään. Joku Dokapin pelaajia. Tässä jotenkin, se on nopeampi.
We get to hear what he actually has to say on stage.
We do indeed. The secret is out. M80 continue to ride their wave here in the competition. I'm standing by here with Gunnar. You said it to me as you walked up here. Inevitable.
I mean, Secret, they love going up early on us and then shitting their pants, and we come back every single time. So I'm inevitable against those guys, I guess.
I mean, you proved it there in the server. You've got no fear when it comes to becoming public enemy #1 in front of an audience. Does it not concern you a little bit that this crowd might turn against you even more as the tournament rolls on?
No, honestly, I heard a lot of cheering right now, and I feel loved, so I don't know what to say. I feel loved.
You know what, if I could give you and your team one piece of advice, it would be that Fabian needs to swear more when he's giving you direction. What do you think?
I mean, I would love that, you know, when Fabian gets mad, the little fist bumps get harder and harder. I'm like, oh, fuck, like, you know, so I would rather the swearing than getting, you know, beat.
I love
Fabian
that. Listen,
näyttää jännältä, kun sille
congratulations,
partaa.
what a performance from you and the team. M8T live on, and of course we still have one more series to wrap up here tonight. Who will continue to keep their head above water? One more to go when we come back.
Yksi match-up vielä tällä iltaa. Tässä ollaan oltu jo 8 tuntia. Kiijo. Toi nimi, vitun sivun nimi oli tossa liian lyhyen aikaa. Ubi, please. Aivan vitun liian vähän se. Jumalauta, Jubi. Jubi bubi. Ei kai taas voi muuta sanoa kuin herranen aika. Oi moi. Herra jestas, mitä pelejä tänään kyllä on ollut. Eli M8 on ensimmäinen tiimi, joka tästä nyt jatkaa tuonne semifinaaleihin, ja kohta nähdään, kumpi lähteekö G2 pitämään EUta pystyssä siellä vai ottaako toinen NA-joukkue sen, joka tarkoittaa sitä, että se olisi 2 NAta, 1 Latami ja 1 EU-tiimi. Vielä on 2 EU-tiimiä, mutta se, että lähteekö nyt tästä vielä kotiin toinen tiimi, niin se jää nähtäväksi. Jää tästä nähtäväksi. Jos löytyy jotain mielenkiintoista meemuja. Meemuja näistä tuolla interwebsissä. Ei löydy oikeastaan meemuja, mutta täällä on alkamassa nää. 15 sekuntia vielä täällä niin, että vaikka tän hetken katsoa kahtia. On rullalla kuin mikäkin rullakebappi. Lukette rullakebappi. Tämä kyllä näyttää tältä rinkeliltä tai jo vastaavat.
My friends' dreams are made true here at the Major M80 with Gunnar hugging the family all together. That is M80 making it forward, taking down a massive hope. Yes, Fett, you were right. I will give it to him, and what an incredible way that M80 are able to bring it back on map 3 and take down the European giants.
What an emotional match. What it means to these players, it's always something beautiful to watch, and you can see Joom exiting the arena here, obviously disappointed. He wanted it for his family, for this crowd, for his country. I think he put in a lot of effort into this, and I think we can praise him as well. Team Secret were only a few rounds away from making it further. It was already a beautiful battle, but wow. What a match.
Another crazy best of 3 between
these two teams.
There's another world where this is really a final of a tournament. We've been lucky enough to see it twice
tarkemmin siellä ne muutamat pienet jokit. Samoin tuossa kafessakin pari jokia siinä tapahtui.
Making sure that the entire squad is all locked in together. It seems like whenever things get tough, you get someone to bring it back.
And it was Gunnar once again. You look at him here on Consulate going absolutely crazy, dropping 13 kills, bringing his back into it. And I think he was really the motivator behind M80's success here. I think every time they needed pep talk, every time they needed someone to step up, every time they needed someone in the server. Back and with that crazy runaway, it was Gunnar. If it wasn't for him, M80 would not be here. And he continued
se mikä tekee sielläkin just mahtavaa on just, että kaikki pienet niin kun asiat merkitsee. Ja just se, että niin ne pienet virheet, mitä vihollinen tekee, niin jos siitä ei saa kiinni otettu, niin sit sä teet ite virheen kanssa siinä.
I was thinking it, and you've just said it. That's crazy. Yeah, no, this call obviously it's a similar vibe where they're managing to find rounds where strategically they don't necessarily win them, but they find pockets where they manage to find their way into, get the kills even in the very last round where they got it over the line. They had no right winning that round. And Gunnar himself played a lot of Cade inside the cafe. You know, he's not like he's getting to be on all of the big explosive ops. You know, there's no Tubrow, there's no Fenrir, nothing like that. He's playing some Cade, playing some shotguns, and still managing to drop numbers like that.
Positioning is key on all the maps that we've been in this series, especially on Cafe Dostoevsky, but at the end of it, it's just pure performance, raw teamwork, I have to say, from M80. Though, let's take a look at our bracket and update you on what's been happening so far. Team Secret already defeated Furia, so those are out, but also Secret knocked out by M80. We are left with one final best of 3 for today, gents. Look at which one!
I still cannot believe that Furia and Secret are both out for me. They were absolute favorite. Now G2 and Wildcard, I'm super excited. I want to see a European team succeed today. I want to see G2 go further.
We were looking very, very strong for an all-European final, and you know, Secret getting taken out there. G2 are obviously still in the low bracket, still in jeopardy. It might be all hope on Falcons come tomorrow.
Well. We won't have to wait, though, till tomorrow to get an incredible matchup. Maybe you can put a bit more into it. There's G2, there's Doki, and they got themselves stumping. They're getting ready for their matchup, and they're playing against Wildcard. All that after the break.
No tämän breakin mä ymmärrän sen, että ne se tappailee noita juttuja, niin siinä, että ne kerkee sen kaikki tämmöiset tehdä, mutta muuten on vähän silleen, että what the fuck.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il invité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir.
Tässä on nämä muutamat kohtaukset tässä klipissä, jotka mä hiffaan. Saas nähdä, päästäänkö sitten noita Six Invey millään tasolla kattelemaan sitten helmikuussa. Who knows?
You've come to the most dangerous planet.
Aha.
Hunt an apex predator.
Nyt mulla tuli Twitch-mainos tähän näin. Okei.
We might not
All
be
right.
alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
8 tuntia tänään ja aikaisemmilla päivänä mulla ei kertaakaan tullut Twitch-mainosta. Mielenkiintoista. Twitchin vaan oli vaan silleen, tähän väliin mainos. Sentään ei tuu matsien välissä. Siitä puheella mä itse asiassa laitan pyöräytä itekin tosta noin mainokset. Niin, meillä ei tuu sitten toi... Ainakaan ensimmäisen kartan aikana ei tuu mainoksia. Tuolla Twitchin puolella. Taas. Look at cat. Kyllä tää tälleen kun 8 tuntia näitä on kattonut tässä näin, niin kyllä tää nyt alkaa tuntumaan jo pahalta. Yleisesti se on... Siis huvittavintahan se on, että niinku tekee siinä samalla jotain, sit se tuntuu paljon. Esimerkiksi just silleen kun on tuotannossa, niin kun se katsoo vaan.
By some of our wonderful content creators out there, and we thought, why not team up with Xbox Game Pass to make something fun out of it that you can be a part of? Take a look.
Uh-huh. KKV time. Bro. Ensimmäinen 1v1. Jesus.
1v1 now, brought to you by Xbox. Game Pass is coming to all PC players 18 and plus, and you can all play in your individual regions in December to qualify. The top 4 in the world, of course, number 1 in each region, NAL, EML, SAL, and APL, will be going to the Invitational, all expenses paid, to Paris to compete for the title of world champion in 1v1s, and I cannot wait for it. We saw it in Reload, how fun it was. We've seen it all over the world with players playing at home. This is gonna be a lot of fun, Fox.
Absolutely, I mean, it's a completely different battle when you go into 1v1s, how to use your utility, how to get information. It's a completely different beast, and when you get to experience that compared to regular ranked, regular siege play, you have a good time, especially when you know you're better than the other opponent.
I was gonna say, I think it's harder than even being a player, having to do it with 5-man on your roster, having to be in those moments where you have to pick and choose your utility, how you treat the 1v1, and then the caveat of it, you get to qualify for SI and then participate in some of that. I mean, it's definitely gonna be quite the experience.
Gunnar versus Jinxie Grand Final. There's a lot that we can imagine in a moment like that. Right. Though, my friends, we have to move on to our final best of 3 of the day. G2 takes on Wildcard, another NA hopeful to go against G2. Let's have a chat about this team that have really taken the world by storm in more ways than one, but we need to see more success on the stage.
I mean, we do. If you look at the way that they went through the group stages, they beat 3 APAC teams today. The only game that they've really looked that dominant on was in their matchup against Secret. Because the way that they play is a very double-edged sword. They have a lot of ups and downs when it comes to the way that they find success. They're one of the worst teams so far when it comes to opening kills. But Doki is one of those players that has been the lifeblood for G2 at getting those opening kills, maintaining the advantage for G2, and he is the main player that has been finding entries.
Yes, I mean, Doki has been very instrumental for a lot of G2's success.
Kyllä
Not just even inside the server. What we've talked about time and time again with him, he gets very animated. He's hyping up the team, and you need someone like that to be able to step up in moments, whether your back's against the wall, whether you're just dominating the team, but to keep reiterating and hitting the nail on the head that you are the better team. You're making the better plays. That only cultivates the moment and lets everyone get behind that, build off of it, and why we're seeing them back on the main stage trying to bring home another title under the G2 name.
That's Big Daddy Doki, but he's also been known to be someone who kind of flip-flops between the two. And in general, G2, you never know which G2 you're going to get throughout those games. That double-edged sword is always there.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their game specifically against Falcons, they were consistently losing those opening kills. And the only match that they actually ended up winning was Lair, which was the most noticeable loss of opening kills. It was 5-10, and the reason they were able to win that was because they have such big individual players. They have the most amount of multi-kills, the most aces in the tournament, one of the fastest teams at getting those entry engagements, and that's a double-edged sword. You will lose people early on very quickly, but you have so many amazing talented players that can clutch up huge rounds.
I think that's the key thing with when you're looking at this G2 roster. They can switch on a dime. They can change that play style at any given moment, and I think that's an important thing to take away. Sure, they might not be getting some of these opening engagements going in their favor, but that does put the pressure on them then to highlight each individual's performance to be able to take it up, take the space, or just take control of a certain scenario by not having that man advantage going in their favor. So going into this game versus Wildcard, you're going to look at that. You're going to look players like Doki, players like Stomp to really step up, walk away with that opening kill, and keep it going in their favor.
Now, one team I personally enjoyed watching a lot through Stage 2 and here at the Munich Major has been Wildcard, and they're up against the wall here, but you love to see this team just putting numbers on the board.
Oh, you absolutely do. I mean, I don't even want to call them an underdog at this point, given the performance that they've had. They've gone toe-to-toe with some of the biggest names here, but just recently, I mean, their game against NIP, where we see time and time again, these players being able to step it up, and I really want to highlight players like Baby Shark and Bay, again, this being their second S-tier event, coming to the main stage yet again, just like we saw in Reload, and dominating the stage, being one of the best players on this team and leading it ferociously.
I mean, I really love seeing how good they've been in the trade department. They're the best team when it comes to trades, and specifically in that NIP match, Baby Shark was one of those players that was so elusive on the roam, constantly setting the tone for his team, being able to never have a round counted out if you're Wildcard.
Well, if we want to put
Wildcard under the microscope, I think we have to take a look at things in detail. Laxing, can you help us out a bit?
Yeah, we absolutely can. I mean, we've already highlighted time and time again, Wildcard hasn't been the strongest in terms of their attacks, but we would see glimpses of that in their NIP match, specifically on round 7, where we would then see all of Wildcard be in an unlosable, in a situation where they should lose, but due to Spiker's IGLing, understanding the position, we definitely see it fall in their favor. What you will notice here, you have Baby Shark holding down the Master Cross to alleviate the pressure from Spiker, not having to worry about construction, so Spiker can just focus on Logi. And as you can see, as this plays out, Baby Shark plays this perfectly, takes the cross onto Hates, alleviates that pressure from Spiker. Spiker now knows he can move and encroach upon Wizard, which then puts them into the win condition here, where Baby Shark now is applying pressure all the way into Master, into the bathroom, while also feeding information if someone is pushing into that main hallway, which then allows Spiker to go for the revive onto Dash, where they then flip the win condition and put it into their favor. As you continue to watch, Baby Shark still applying that ghost pressure, makes Khan's question if he can play it. Pino holding for that gym window, Dash gets back up, Spiker understands the players playing in the main hallway, big 1v1 engagement, it is won from there. Spiker now understands due to process of elimination where Pino can be. This is where Spiker's calling is going to need to be so important, especially in this game versus G2, is they understand Pino is stuck, pinched, needs to be done. It comes from Dash, it comes from Baby Shark. It is a 3-way pinch, and you can clearly see Spiker's not getting overzealous here. He's waiting for Dash to be able to move ahead. Spiker then pushes through the main hallway. Baby Shark gets traded out, Spiker gets the trade, and this is where we can see Wildcard really start to come alive here, but it's definitely going to have to be even better going against this G2 squad.
Absolutely will have to be in a case like this. Thank you very much for that, Laxing, but a lot of pressure on Wildcard. Spiker has the great moments in this, but you have to move on and see what maps we're going to play in this final best-of-3 series for day number 1, and that's Wildcard to pick up first. We're going to go to Haven. Let's go!
I mean, that's a perfect pick for
Duplikaatti
Wildcard.
Cafe, Duplikaatti Sky. No, aika lailla itse asiassa kaikki muut me ollaan käyty, paitsi Lairi. Sitä me ei ole tänään käyty.
We've talked about it. The 3 best maps for Wildcard are the exact 3 maps that have been picked into the decider of Skyscraper.
I mean, even just recently in Cafe, we saw them go against FaZe. That's where we would see them come back, because that's where the momentum shift came from. Spiker making the call, let's play aggressive. But I do want to go back to the Nighthaven Labs. They're starting on defense, Fox. This plays into G2 playing a little bit of a mind game, showing that they can not only beat them on their strongest side of being on defense, but like I said, that mental game. If Wildcard can't find their footing on defense, already talking about they struggle on attack, this could easily be a 2-0 sweep from the side of G2 if they get in the heads of Wildcard.
Yeah. These are the 3 best maps for Wildcard. This is absolutely an ego map ban phase from G2 to get some little mind games in when they're going up against them, and it's specifically on Labs and all of the maps going forward. We know that Wildcard, if they get those 4 rounds on defense, the map's already won for them.
Is that what has to happen, or are you in general imagining, okay, map 1 is going to go to Wildcard regardless? What's your prediction?
Due to the ego challenge, I'm going to say the first map does fall in Wildcard's favor, but again, it really is going to come off the backing if they can at least end that half in a 4-2 split.
Yeah, I think it'll at least be 4 rounds. I agree, first map will go to Wildcard.
Very excited to see it. I don't know if that's going to be right again or not on this one, though. My friends, it's time to kick things off. Wildcard versus G2. Ian standing by. Let's walk them in.
Munich, are we ready for one more series tonight? Tears of pain and joy have flooded this stage so far on Play Day 1 for the finals weekend, but one more ship must sink tonight. Let's welcome G2! G2 arrive with their young gunners firing and their World Championship winning veterans locking in beside them. If this blend of raw talent and proven experience clicks at the same time, then they can absolutely run through anyone here in Munich. We know exactly what they are capable of, and this crowd will be backing them, but looking to flip the tide. It is Wildcard! The definition of a wildcard is an unknown or unpredictable factor. This team defies that. We know exactly who they are and exactly what they're going to do. They are going to fight to stay alive here at this major. All right, I'm standing by with Bay and Doki ahead of this final clash here. Bay, I'm going to start with you. How's the stamina? You've had to reset and get ready for another tough challenge here.
Good. We prepared for the game well. I mean, we're ready to go into it. I mean, really, it's on them to win. The pressure's against us, so.
The pressure's against them, they say, but I'm imagining, look, you've been here many times before, Doki. You've got to be feeling the heat on a personal level to deliver here for your team and this crowd.
Yeah, that's giving me Montreal vibes. You remember? Same kind of setup. Yeah. The G2 armies came to watch their home team. We're going to deliver. We got this. Don't worry.
Have you got any concern about the crowd here? Because they're going to be against you, that's for sure.
I mean, same thing with Nip. G2's going home tonight. It's the last game they're playing here.
All right. Fist bump. This is going to be electric. Munich, are we ready? Let's get into our last match of the night. The brightest prodigy in Siege. G2 have fought their way onto the main stage as they look to spark another lower bracket miracle. 5 young prodigies keep the dream alive. This team feels ready to recreate the miracle of Manchester.
I can't even remember who those guys
Confident.
are. They're at the tournament anyway.
G2, they're a free win. Their RGL is probably hangover anyway.
The potential is obvious, but potential alone does not build greatness. Only one team here can secure a place in the semi-finals.
Well, what a way to close out the Friday here at the Munich Major. G2 versus Wildcard. G2, the sensation led by an American for Wildcard. A run already so far at this major where they're making waves.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this matchup. The crowd very electric in favor of one team.
Well, that's G2, of course. No surprises there whatsoever. Wildcard, of course, already played earlier today. They knocked out Nip. Now for G2, of course, benefactors of a double elimination bracket, did lose to Falcons not that long ago. They get their second chance now against a Wildcard team that, having already played today, might just give them some kind of advantage. They've already experienced the arena, the stage, the vibe. They already know they're the villains. They're ready to go.
Does that translate to fatigue? If we get all 3 maps in this series, the desk anticipating Wildcard to win out map number 1, Cafe, second on the agenda.
That's
G2,
the big map.
G2 are incredible on that map.
That is the big map, right? I think we were talking a little bit about it before we went live. It feels like that's the 50-50 map. If that goes the way of Wildcard, it gives them the best hope possible. But if it does go the way of G2, they might lock it up into.
Potentially so. I mean, a lot on the line for both of these teams, right? G2 looking for silverware, finally trying to culminate something. This organization has been working so hard for a project to translate to results. Wildcard on the flip side, they're still looking to add their first trophy to their cabinet.
And don't forget, for Wildcard, earlier this year, back in Rio at Reload, they actually made a pretty decent run. This is not their first foray, but certainly the biggest opportunity and biggest run for this roster. For G2, it's really trying to get back to former glory, led by the young sensation in Stompin. How do you think he's going to go in this series?
I mean, so much expectation on him to do well, but we've seen throughout stage 2 of EML, and even here at this particular event, he's been performing well. They've injected youth into that roster. Despite that, G2 have such a significant advantage in experience at this particular moment. Over 550 matches played between those 5 at this kind of level. Wildcard at about half that heading into this afternoon.
Well, the crowd's certainly going to be on the side of G2. For Wildcard, it always does feel like maybe the deck is actually stacked against them. But I think they relished that challenge. I think they love coming into this matchup as the underdog. It puts all the pressure on G2. That is now further magnified by the fact that we just saw Secret get knocked out. If G2 fall here as well, for EML, there is only then one team remaining going into the Final Four.
pretty insane that we may have more NA teams remaining than EML at the conclusion of this matchup. But I think G2, we have to frame them still as favorites, and we're not getting drawn in by the bias of the crowd. They still go in as favorites based on statistical analysis, etc. They have such a phenomenal roster, but Wildcard, they have that aura about them at this particular event that they could do damage. They continue to be that dark horse threat.
There is one player I wanted to quickly touch on. He was on the stage not long ago. It's Doki. What a tournament he's been having so far. 11th so far at the Munich Major in terms of EPS. He has been a top dog, plus 29 KD. He's the 10th fastest player as well in terms of getting entry kills. So clearly he has been at his best. So with G2, with a tough matchup coming their way. No surprise to see who the favorites are.
Yep, G2 66% backing them into this matchup, and I think that is right on the money.
For Wildcard, they must overcome this European juggernaut that has been building steadily so far throughout the year. The lower bracket, second quarterfinal, it's on the way. As chants of Let's Go G2 ring out around the arena. Wildcard fully now know they are in hostile territory, but it should not faze them one bit. They come to their map pick of Nighthaven Labs to kickstart what is looking like a dream fairy tale lower bracket run.
Starting out on defense as well as the bands roll through for these first 3 rounds. It's looking like it may end up shaping up through double denial, double hard breach. Pretty typical on a map like Nighthaven Labs in a similar fashion to Club. A lot of emphasis on the exterior hard breach. We do see some switch up though, at least on the side of the defense. The Bandit is left up, replaced though by the Clash.
A 70% defensive win rate on this map over the last few months for Wildcard. They will be difficult to break down, but credit to G2. Their attacking win rate on Nighthaven Labs with a 5-1 overall record is at 74%. That is unheard of. Out of 23 attacking rounds on this map, G2 has won 17 of them. For me, in this series, this feels like the most 50-50 map. This will set the tone for this elimination lower bracket quarterfinal. Win and you go through to tomorrow, lose and your time at the Munich Major comes to an end.
And so as expected, it's top floor for this opening round. And with Wildcard starting out on defense, they must get off to the best start possible. I believe Desk framing this as needing to be something akin to a 4-2 in favor
kun G2 pelas, ne choukkas
and then put them in a position in which they can defend against it on that attacking half.
So Command Server first up, top floor, the best defensive site when it does come to Nighthaven Labs, will set the tone early for Wildcard. Quite fitting we go to Nighthaven Labs surrounded by water for what's been a water-themed event so far.
Niin, siinä on se, että saadaan. Onko ne harjoitellut tätä karttaa vai ei?
When the going does get tough and the pressure gets applied. G2 on the attack.
Toisaalta niille annettiin monte.
In this opening round. A double shield setup does mean they can get pretty comfortable, safe entry positions. Doki and Alamau playing the Blackbeard and the Monty.
Yeah, double shield for the attack, and so U2 will be critical defensively. Triple Nitro in play for Wildcard, so keep an eye on that, especially for the mid to late round. May even be a world in which the defense pivots and plays below potentially as well. Great contest potential through Con. Currently though, Loira is lurking below though, so that's something they'll need to be mindful of. The Deimos, really powerful operator and clearing the anchor on this objective.
3 Nitro cells available for Wildcard will help them in their quest in dealing with the double shield setup from G2. Meeting side push at the moment, not a lot of pressure over towards IT. Still reinforced, still electrified, and it allows Bay to play Rafters quite comfortably. But this slow push from G2, they've manifested that themselves. This is the way they want to play the round, and it's playing out in their fashion. Alamau gets up to electrical, can start to peek in towards the site, garner information.
Heitetään puukotuksia ilman ja sieltä niin.
The demon from below
catches
one above, and Dash though does get the
trade. Mutta kova avaus.
That damage, that opening kill from Loira. But a way to kickstart this match in a 4v4.
Hyvin usein kyllä näkyy, että täällä Krimillä amputaan himmotuksia tuolla vitun launcherilla.
Blaz will rotate towards Rafters. But a big pick onto Doki. The black bit goes down and a couple more to follow. Wildcard in a flurry of kills give themselves the 4-on-1 advantage. Alamau by himself on the multi, little to no chance. As amazing as Alamau was not winning from that position. Strong defense to begin from Wildcard.
Yeah, in that 4 versus 4, G2 still with double shield up, but as they look to transition control from Con into sight, the Volt animation leaving them vulnerable. Sharp shooting from Wildcard, good read, able to dismiss it. No trade on offer either. And the North American outfit off to a good start.
And a couple of categories as well between these two teams coming in. They've got quite contrast between them. For instance, G2, the 3rd best attacking team at the event so far. But for Wildcard, they've been the 4th best defensive team. And then you flip that around. Wildcard have only been 11th for attack, and for G2, only 10th for defense. So clearly both teams have their strengths. For Wildcard, they must get these defensive rounds, especially on this map in this half, to not give G2 the advantage. And it would certainly then test G2's own defense, which has been lacking at the event so far. If Wildcard get 3 to 4 rounds here, well, it puts G2 on the ropes going into the second half. Big statement from Wildcard. And we head over to basement for the second round.
10 seconds left before
and following up very briefly in terms of contrast, the plant win condition for these two teams is approached in a very different manner. G2 are ranked 13th at this event, Wildcard 4th for the frequency of plants that they get down. So more often than not, they aren't seeking to get that kit on the floor.
Well, it's because G2 just naturally won the lobby out a lot of the times. They're actually the top team when it comes to multi-kills. They've had 33, which is almost double Wildcards. They're just a frag-heavy team, and that's the strength for G2. And a map like Nighthaven Labs, if you play it well defensively, you can limit them what the attack does in those multi-kill sort of rounds. Stay more tucked in, play the sides, play the close angles. Don't allow G2 to get a lot of map control.
So Castle's a long way away from the objective here. Wildcard wanting G2 to grind out map control. Again, shield in play, Alamau. And the util to deal with this, but it will be a time sink for the attack.
And Wildcard looking to contest a little bit towards Cafeteria. At the back of these castle barricades, it has allowed them to play a little bit more on this first floor. But Stomper now looking to take effect, and he does land the kill onto Bay. Looking for the one tap as well down the end of the hallway. Well, it doesn't follow. It is the opening kill that goes the way of G2. And that's the risk that you run in Wildcard situation by opting to try and defend on that first floor.
And now Wildcard will be looking to adjust their risk factor in the round as well, sensing that a player down in the basement, if they peel back, they'll be under a lot of pressure from a squad that is so good at trading out picks late round, as we highlighted previously.
Dash, by the way, is top blue at the moment. Now he's running Nitrocell, so you'd like him to maybe be basement to try and deny those vert positions on the first floor. He will make his way down blue. Still a slow push coming from G2, backing in their system, not wanting to go in too aggressively. Dash now on the move. Kansan losing his battle in Lounge. Dash would be close by as well, but he too lost his life to Stompen. A huge round from G2 to unlock this defense of Wildcard.
Monty
trying to steal with Alamau. Double nitro from Spiker. But it has also come with a casualty in Baby Shark. He'll go and retrieve him. And the kit at the bottom of the stairwell now proves to be a difficult position for G2 to deal with these last two players.
It's such an awkward round now for G2, but with manpower, they should still be able to trade out this round. Plenty of time.
They are bullying them on.
Second, Blaz over towards Assembly, and he just lines them both up. The double from Blaz secures the round for G2. A round that should have always gone their way after the early and mid round. Spiker through. Well, a wrench in the works. But G2 get the result, 1-1, both on the board.
And rewarded, having to grind out that map control. The castle utility made it tough. Stomper did a great job over towards 9. He got the pick. Deathmark's providing value to the mid to late round as well. And obviously, Diffuser did drop, and it got a little messy for the side of G2, but able to pick themselves back up and equalize that scoreline 1-1.
Well, it's a big round win for G2 to get rid of basement. Certainly one of the more main sites on Nighthaven Labs. To get one nice and early in front of the home crowd as well. maybe settle the nerves for G2 coming in as the favorites. Wildcard, I don't think would panic too much though off just one round, but they cannot allow this to snowball. They need the defensive round wins in this half.
So tertiary in play, storage control. The pulse brought into the composition for defense. And a side with so much verticality on offer, Dash has a critical role in gaining information for his team and enabling the quad nitro in play for Wildcard.
What I like so much about G2 so far, it's only 2 rounds in, but just they feel very in sync on their pacing, entering the building, really utilizing that Monty shield of Alamau to allow him to go in first, get information, get deeper positions for others to then follow. Does make me wonder at the conclusion of this 3rd round, whether or not Wildcard will ban out that Monty. Loira, another opening kill for G2.
Yep.
Make that 3 straight for a team that has been below 50% in that metric so far this tournament. But they're top 4 when it comes to conversion. So if they really get on top in the entry kill department, that's going to be a big help for G2. And a worry for Wildcard that it's now happened 3 rounds straight.
So the pressure now once again on Wildcard to consider playmaking, taking a risk, trying to equalize. But it's tough with the pulse down. They will be starved of information unless Kansan on the Valk has been able to place some really valuable information. Again, no IQ on the board for G2, so they may find it tricky to locate it.
One in storage, one in warehouse. Both of those Valcams still up dash, cycling through them. So some information at least for Wildcard, even without the pulse. Rotero in from Stompin. Still over a minute remaining. The pacing from G2 has been so impressive. They've secured IT. They can go for that storage hit if they so choose. And right now for Wildcard, everyone's first floor. I mean, Baby Shark's even in basement at the moment. Kansan has rotated back up top floor. Could be the point of difference later in the round for Wildcard. But the way that Alamau's posturing with Kit inside control room leads me to believe they're not going to go storage. Bay at the window, wanting to swing, take the fight, doesn't hit the shots, now has to fall back to cargo. 40 seconds left, Wildcard look like they're stumbling. The pressure from G2 is mounting.
And Alamau has been incredibly patient, not giving away his life for free. As we enter the last 30 seconds, G2 still with advantage.
Spiker does still have a Nitro cell, but they lose Kansan. Plan to go down, indeed inside of control. Watched by Loira, committed now by Alamau. The Nitro almost eliminated his life. Bay has to win this fight, and he does. And then Baby Shark follows up with the quick second. We may be in a post-play, but Wildcard now have the numbers.
Doki up above has the vert to play off, just needs to defend blue stairs.
Doki watching top blue, Stompin separated. He's over to warehouse. They could not play together as of right now. Doki being at a second as well. Even to back up numbers no longer an advantage. And the death mark activated by Doki puts all the pressure now back on Wildcard. Another for Doki. It's been his tournament. Baby Shark will sit and stick and will have to now pray. And there are no prayers answered in Munich.
Sakeli Dogilla on iso hirmattu.
Another massive multi-kill for the side of G2 here at Munich. Great position from Doki, had vertical control and was mindful that blue was going to be the position immediately contested. Wildcard tried to trade, but Doki too good, height advantage. Stompin played his role nicely over towards warehouse, and overall a pretty well executed final attack there.
Well, my concern's a little bit here, guys, looking at that round. It's 3 opening kills straight now for G2, but more importantly, they actually got a plant down. You mentioned that statistic prior to that round. They're only 13th so far at the event for being able to get a plant down, so forcing that post-plant scenario, not something we've seen a lot of from G2, and then throw in the multi-kill from Doki. Another one, the best team at the tournament. When their players are able to find so many multi-kills, it gives them such an advantage in so many rounds. This time it was Doki, and other rounds it can be...
Good
so
boy.
Much firepower on this G2 roster. Unfortunately, a little pause here, but I do see the site of Kitchen Cafeteria hovered
Tech pause.
And Doki has not only been so active inside the server, but even, well, he's been very vocal as well.
And as we enter round number 4, Mira and Monty taken out. We've seen Alamau on the Monty frequently throughout this matchup. It's aided them in especially these long map clears, so we'll see how G2 adjust.
So 2 rounds straight for G2 sees them take an early lead.
Sieltä viimeistä nyt lähti se Monty, huomattiin, niin ihan syystä. Yleensä porukka pännää noilta ekakosilta ton Monty ja Mira. Ihan looginen, ei tarvi miettiä sitä sen kanssa. Eikä se on helppo diilaa. Ei tarvi sitäkään vähän diilaa.
Well, it's been played 56 times in Tier 1 competition throughout the year. For reference, second floor sits at about 570 play times. That being said, this side, oddly enough, is a straight even 50-50 attack defense.
Well, if G2 can make this a 3rd round straight, really puts the pressure on Wildcard. May even then force out an early timeout in a pivotal half. Have to remember, this is Wildcard's map pick. And Baby Shark gets their first opening kill of the half. Gets rid of Blaz, so no ram, no boogie auto breaches, and less damage to those floorboards.
Really now limits the vert potential of G2. Blaz trying to enter over towards Con to get working with those auto breaches.
Stompin's got one as well back, so 4v4. And that was Bay on the Vigil. So less roam power now for Wildcard on the board, and all evened up.
Still, they can't help but feel it's a trade in favor of Wildcard. Without a buck to follow up on the vert, this is still going to be challenging for G2 to maybe go for their original game plan.
Might have taken away the Monty, but the Blitz is still available, but no, not for much longer. Blown to smithereens by Kansan. The Nitro Cell from below connects. Wildcard will take the lead back once again in the round. Stompin at the window, positions, ready for a cutoff. 2 more gas babes for Dash as he unleashes the first one. Has good information, and so far Wildcard do lead the round, but G2, the masters of the multi-kill, can certainly bring a round back quickly. Doki went for the spray around the corner, but did not connect. Stomping from behind. Well, Doki was the one that basically drew the attention of Dash, but it was Stomping from behind. The team synergy from G2 will pay off.
Dash doing the best he could from that particular position, drained some time and a bit of util from G2. And now evens out. 3 versus 3, minute 10 on the clock. No smokes remaining for Stompin. That could be a potential difference maker in his ability to play make for the remainder of the round.
I don't think it's going to matter with the way that this kid's been playing so far this event. Oh, Kansan, big shot though onto Loira. Re-establishing that 1-player advantage for Wildcard once again in this round with still so much time remaining though. This particular duo of Stompin and Doki have done it so many times this event. But now it must be Stompin to do it alone. In the 1 versus 2 against Spiker and Baby Shark, he's got 40 seconds to navigate this situation.
G2 have had so many clutches at this event. Can they add to the tally?
And can Stompin add to the tally? He's already had so many highlights. What's one more? What's one more on the main stage as well? Can't get through the doorway. A different route is now required. Stompin though runs straight into Spiker.
Ei yhtään ollut oletusta, että se on siellä.
No highlight reel play this time from Stompin. Shut down. Wildcard get their second.
Tällainen tech-paussi ja tech-paussin perään.
Doing enough at some of the key points around the map to make that attack really disrupted. We saw the initial kill. Con took the Boogie Auto breaches off the board. Dash did a really good job to absorb util over towards lobby, and despite dying, it left Stompin with a lack of utility late round as well. And then don't forget as well, the reposition up above was really, really good for Baby Shark. Super disruptive in the latter portions of the round.
Well, unfortunately, Dash keeps having issues, and so another tech pause in play, 2-2. We're going to go back to command server now, though, guys. This really does, to me, look like it's must-win territory for Wildcard. You cannot be losing top floor, not in the lower bracket quarterfinal, out of major. This is the most defensive side on the map. Wildcard need to make it 2 rounds straight, get to at least 3 rounds. 3 rounds might put them in good stead, at minimum. And so ultimately, the importance of this round may be higher than the others. And now the tech pause, though, does delay. But it does not delay the inevitable. One of these two teams will be going home tonight. Poor old baby shark. Well, I don't know what he's done to deserve that, but anyway.
Well, he did get the opening kill last round, so they're probably not too pleased. That is the one and only opening kill, though, for Wildcard throughout this map. Something you highlighted earlier in terms of, in fact, both of these two teams running below 50% in terms of opening kills thus far at the event. But the big difference maker,
G2
conversions.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, G2 will typically convert when they get their opening kills. They just don't get a lot of them, and so that's where, for Wildcard, they need to at least dominate that category. Otherwise, G2 are very good at converting. They've done so already in this match. The other thing as well, we've played 4 rounds, 2 multi-kills from both Doki and Stompin so far for G2. So they're getting a lot of the metrics that they've been good at so far at this event going their way, G2, and even tapping into some of the metrics that haven't been their strongest. But yet Wildcard putting up a strong show defensively, and then now get to go command server, which would set them up nicely to close out the half in the 6th, likely on basement.
Certainly not to overshadow Wildcard, though. They have had 15 multi-kills at the event so far, and actually heading into this matchup, G2's numbers are somewhat skewed given they've played, I think, close to double the amount of rounds than them heading up to this particular point. So they have firepower, they can be dangerous, not to be underestimated, and that's why they find themselves in this very position right now against G2.
His pause is not helping either in terms of which team can build momentum. There is none so far in this game, and that's kind of the beauty of it. 4 rounds played, we've seen elements of G2 at their best.
Ei ne voi olla
Striking power, multi-kills, getting
koska niillä on
opening picks.
kirjaimellisesti
Wildcard as well,
johtavissa
to be able to withstand a lot of that on certain
toi
sites.
Active Noise Cancellationin teho.
I mean, this is the map that where, for me, again, mentioned at pre-show, 50%. Whoever wins this particular map, certainly for me, becomes the favorite. There's a lot of pressure on this one. And then you add in tech pauses, and well, it just compounds.
To be fair, though, the road doesn't get much easier, especially for Wildcard. Map 2, Cafe, G2 with a phenomenal record on that map. So they're hinging a lot in terms of the overall veto, finding success here on Labs. If it falls apart here, there's every world in which G2 could run away with it.
I mean, but you look at Skyscraper, and that actually looks like a pretty decent map for Wildcard, doesn't it? So naturally for Wildcard, if they win this, they might then back themselves in to be able to get it done in 3.
Mä tiedän, tässä vaiheessa, jos tulisi kauhea kusihätä,
end
niin
of the tech pause.
Lord, I don't want to play below anymore.
Voi olla kyllä mielenkiintoinen tilanne joutuu pidättämään.
To play the push below. I want you guys like see like how is the composition. So like Doki also like they can play for a reinforcement comp. Okay, so like you see like they have Bennett, like maybe you ping the cap, so like you have the cap to burn him. Okay, if you remember guys, like then we don't play for Lora below, and then we play like for Gokon, and then like Lora can decide like, if you're gonna split Garage, probably Garage because in the prep was weak. Okay guys, and look, if they run storage again, the same strat, because it was a close round, I want like a Plasma. You play Termite, and then you open box, and then you open basement, and then Doki go below and then at C4, and we do exactly the same, just like with Blade run, and then we plant storage. Okay guys?
Yeah, okay.
Let's go guys. Let's go guys. Let's go guys.
Let's go.
Well, an aggressive timeout from G2 to take it at 2-2 in the first half on their attack. Rather than saving it for maybe when things later in the second half aren't going their way, they're using it to actually instill the confidence that if they can get a couple more rounds here on their attacking half, it sets them up the best to close out the map later on. So I like that from G2 on the front foot. Even though it's only a tactical timeout, every little thing counts. And a lot of the times we know, for the team that takes their tactical timeout, there is a small percentage jump in round win. It is there. But this is going to be a site that's very difficult to win for G2.
Niin alemmandalle
Back to top 4, command server, 5th round. So far, nothing separating these two teams.
5 seconds left. And so we return, to this top floor, and with the Monty taken out, banned for the final few rounds of the half, we do see a pretty significant pivot from G2, and they'll need to now navigate around that, how they want to try and take space. Do they maybe put emphasis a little bit more this time around on warehouse side? They have both that Grim and Capital combination. Could be valuable in dealing with Bay. With the Azami still up, his position on that quarter of the map will be very, very difficult to disrupt.
I mean, it's going to be a very difficult side, G2. How are they going to play this one? Again, last time out was meeting side. Not a lot of IT pressure. They did flip it a little bit late. Certainly got deep electrical. Wasn't much from the blue side of the map where Spiker currently
Ihan
holds on the
vinos.
smoke for wildcard. And Blaz to open up Con. Baby Shark in there close. And Alamau close by as well. Baby Shark will get out, but he did lose some damage. Falls back to electrical. Baby Shark opted to try and get aggressive as G2 were opening up Con wall. Came out for the worse. 3 nitros available for wildcard.
And that drone economy being chipped away at. G2 with some semblance of map control over towards Con side, but it was last time out that transition in towards site on the vault. The fights over towards electrical, etc., that really started to unravel for them. So that'll be a big focal point in the second half of this round to try and tidy that up.
Not a lot of switching though on the attack from G2. It's still largely focused on this meeting electrical side push. There was a drone from Blaz into IT, but again, the way that G2 are posturing, it's pretty one-dimensional. Loira's droned out Garage as well. Nitro activated by Kansan, ineffective. Air jab to go out from Alamau.
As it stands, there's no serious split pressure here from the attack. No one moves side. That said, Alamau able to just drive his way forward.
Well, why not just go direct, says Alamau. Indeed, not a lot of split pressure. Loira might come in on the blue side of the map, but still so far not much towards Rafters. But Blaz, last second, rotated back around to IT. Played the open angle and got the kill onto Dash, and G2 now on the verge of breaking through on this site. It would be huge. Drop shot though from Baby Shark was not needed at that moment, and it's flawless from G2.
Flawless attack. Oh shit.
Utterly flawless. Gives them the lead. They take the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. Doesn't get more crucial than that. That is a huge loss for wildcard.
And what a moment there for Alamau, his first opening kill of the map thus far, but it's opening kill number 4 for G2, dominating that metric at the moment. And with the lack of split pressure at that very moment in time, it was reliant on somebody on the front line making a play and executing it as well as he did.
That was the opening kill, and again, for wildcard, it's not like they had an abundant amount of pressure. They still had Rafters control. Technically, IT not fully opened up, but Blaz had an angle that he was able to play through. Just a huge round from G2. A lot of direct gunplay, but you know what? That's playing to the strength of G2. They backed themselves in to take those contact fights. We head to basement for the final round of the half. Dare I say, this feels like a must-win round for wildcard, or they're going to be up against it going into the second.
Well, the desk framed this is likely needing to be a 4-2 half in favor of wildcard, and that opportunity has already been extinguished. 3-3, their best possible outcome from this point in time, but still very much possible. We have seen glimpses of really good siege in this match so far from them. It's about culminating that now for the final round of the half.
G2 have played incredible on their attack. Goes without saying, hence why they lead. Wildcard now need to withstand, take out basement. Last time out was the first floor contact. They lost that battle. That opens up the site, makes it much more comfortable then for G2. They've not won this site defensively, wildcard, and must do so now. Bay will find the opening kill. Over towards Rafters, shuts out Loira, no Dokkaebi. A big hand for wildcard. No logic bombs available. They can maintain the roam a little bit longer without the threat of the Dokkaebi.
Really does bolster now these defenders off-site. Spiker, the only player from wildcard down on that basement currently. 3 players, pardon me, 2 on the second floor at the moment. So G2 forced into the clear. They have the tools to do so, but with a player down, it's going to be a real challenge to play any kind of trade game.
Shield up for Alamau. Doki over towards Vending. Avoids a bit of damage. Doki trapped on the stairs. He's got company down below as well. Wildcard starting to retreat players back towards the site. They know that time is starting to dwindle. Making good progress though is Alamau towards Exo. And with Doki on the Vending stairs as well, G2 are starting to posture for this site here.
Been a good peel from wildcard, able to bolster their positions on site, and Alamau under a ton of pressure, but Doki behind him finds the kill.
Big kill from Doki, and Alamau's now slipped into the site. He will go for the plant. Nitrocell in hand from Spiker. needs to get this lineup correct. Alamau off and then on, and then Stompin finds a big pick onto Baby Shark. Advantage G2, still Alamau not feeling comfortable enough to stick this plant.
Well, they can't with Bay above, not contested. 45 seconds, G2 still in an awkward position.
Stompin might be on the move, and indeed he is. Deathmark from Stompin, making his way to take out Bay. But Doki does more work on site. Spiker got one with the Nitro, but Bay now the only one left. 30 seconds, more than enough time now for G2 to grab Kit, reposition, and keep pressure on Bay. Taking the battle against Stompin. Looking for the peak Vendetta shot. Stompin doesn't land, but he no longer needs to peak. Bay has to now make the push. He has to take the fight and clear this out. You've got to go, Bay, but it's Stompin in your way. A fourth attacking round for G2 has set them up perfectly in the first half of Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, really clean attack there from G2 towards the tail end. Doki aiding the Blackbeard. And then despite Bay having positional advantage in storage, Stompin finds the Deathmark, forces him out of that position, immediate pressure, opens up that route towards the objective, and despite a good initial roam there from Wildcard, it goes unrewarded.
Well, it's early days. It's only the first half. It feels like it's been a long one. A couple of tech pauses will do that, but G2 just looked like they've got too much firepower for Wildcard. I mean, for the series as a whole, Wildcard, are they maybe not up for the task of a juggernaut team like G2? They've had a great run so far. And for the North American team, not the half they were searching for. They needed the defensive rounds. They fell well and truly short. Now must do it the hard way. Attacking into labs against G2.
And so as we enter the second half, the bans, of course, have played out. Monty, Nomad, Kaid, Bandit. Now this is only the second time at this event G2 have taken the Nomad out of play. To me, that suggests that we are going to see a roam-heavy G2 looking to play into their strengths.
Well, can Wildcard set the tone early? You come in first half of the second half, or sorry, first round of the second half, and you go and get an attacking round on the top floor as well. Well, it sets the tone. It says, okay, maybe game on. But if G2 take this, top floor, as expected on defense, a 5-2 scoreline might then be too much for the North American team to handle on their own map pick.
5 seconds to go.
Cafe to follow after this is
Tässä on
not
vähän
potentially going to go well for Wildcard. They need to get themselves back into it here on Labs. An aggressive early from Loira.
I like the composition though here from Wildcard, the Nook in particular. Baby Shark has a critical role in the round to be able to lurk around and find a playmaking opportunity when it arises. Often on this top floor, it's a small window of play where you need to try and hit, particularly on that split push style. He has a big responsibility in this round.
I wonder how much leeway Stompin gets playing blue as the Warden. Can he get aggressive, go for swings, or is he just there to really hold? Kansan might just test him early. Has taken a big chunk of damage though on the Blackbeard, pushing towards top blue. Walks into Alamau, collects yet another opening kill for G2. Wildcard are able to answer back themselves. Vault into IT will come through from Spiker. Bay and Electrical. Baby Shark needs to get involved over towards meeting. Stompin will hold and try and deny this IT push, and he's got some help from Alamau.
Some information for the attack, but Spiker pinned.
Big kill onto Spiker, he will fall. Bay needs to win the fight from Electrical. Baby Shark though comes in, lends a hand, but now needs to go and do it all himself. Alamau, the goat, says no chance whatsoever. Top floor held strongly by the defense of G2. A 5-2 lead.
And it's another big multi-kill for G2, their third in this map so far, and from 3 unique players. It all started out over towards blue, Alamau rendering assistance to Stompin, then peels back to site. They play off one another so dynamically as well. It was almost impossible for Wildcard to get any kind of foothold in towards that objective, just under so much immense pressure with nowhere to go.
Well, starting to feel like for Wildcard, they are drowning. They need a life preserver. They need someone to come and save them, but the only one that can save them is themselves. On the attack of Nighthaven Labs, they will have to pull off something miraculous to get back into this map, otherwise staring down the barrel of defeat. G2 required just 2 more rounds to take the opening map of this lower bracket quarterfinal. And while it was a contested top 4, came down to the 3v3, G2 were just so well poised in the clutch. And again, as you said, another multi-kill. So much firepower on this G2 roster.
I just love that final phase around there from G2. Instead of sitting back, playing passive, allowing them to take space, maybe even think about a plant, they completely revert that mentality, push forward, deny area, and well rewarded there with the round win. 5-2 scoreline. It's such a tricky path now for Wildcard.
I mean, it really is. I mean, I was not expecting it to be this much of a blowout. I mean, that's the credit I think that deserves to go the way of Wildcard and the way they have played at this event. Certainly came into this map with expectations, but G2 are smashing those expectations. Doki, again, another big game from Doki for what's been a big tournament. Let's Wildcard know all about it inside of the chat as well. Stompin', searching, thinking about this push towards Electrical. Pulls out the SMG, wants to take the tight angle fight. Now maneuvering around against Dash. It's an easy headshot for Stompin'. He goes double digits and it gets Baby Shark up close in the face. He was indeed not blinded by that light. And G2 with a significant man advantage here on basement. Stompin' running rampant up above. Bay will put an end to his shenanigans.
Ainut roundit, milloin Stompin on kuollut, on roundit, milloin on hävinnyt.
Bay and Kansan so low on health.
Roundit, mitkä Wildcard on voittanut, on se kun ne on tappanut
Stompin. Up against it
Stompinin.
here in this 8th round, surely for the duo.
Yeah, massive health advantage to the defense. Doki with 4 keeper barriers
sitä,
available,
koska
3
Stompin
gas
kuoli,
waves as well for Blaz.
niin
Everything's
Kansan
still
ja
pointing towards a G2
Päivä
round win.
Blutsotan.
But I think we've seen rounds thrown in worse ways
Upean
before,
takia
so
kyllä
we'll
tosiaan
have
on
to
heidän
just
puolellaan.
take our time and let it play out.
But the way that G2 have come into today, they don't look like the G2 that sometimes go about shooting themselves in their own foot. They're playing some incredibly strong, well-coordinated siege. Good news for Bay and Kansan, they still have 1 minute. But that 1 minute feels almost daunting, and for them it will probably feel like 10 seconds. And even with this time for Kansan on the buff, and Bay as well with the Boogie Auto breaches to try and get some vert control. They so far finding nothing. Alamau, Doki, Blaz all falling back. Over towards Exo. 40 seconds, still nothing found for Kansan and Bay. Desperately seeking to gain a kill before the drop. Into Animus goes Bay with the kit in hand. Still 30 seconds. Able to vault in, but lost that partner in crime. All down to Bay. Still has time. Wins his 1v1 against Doki. Must now do it against Alamau and Blaz. He will opt for the plant.
Needs to try and isolate these picks that were fake.
Ooh. Wants to go for the peak, now must go for the kills. Bay trying to bait out these swings. Nothing happening from Alamau though. Does not move, not just yet. Takes the fight, wins the fight, indeed he does. Well, Bay tried to make it interesting towards the end of that round, but he was always up against the tsunami of G2. They've now got themselves 4 map points here on Nighthaven Labs.
Shaping up to be a dominant opening map for G2, but it's a timeout to Wildcard.
That's good, guys. That's good. It's not good. Like, damage is like not that high. Focus a little bit on this other thing. Let's change a little bit the pace, a little bit more faster. We are not communicating that much better, like with each other. So for you, Jake, like if you're like start bomb side 3-2, like you can be the one like take it the responsibility right now. You know, push that along the hallway. The same way you go top floor. Doesn't matter. If the count beats, I know that Dash play this, but take the responsibility. Spike, you can like run for him. For base, for start, if you do the like play to leave strategy, like walk that bottom garage, but like focus on the opening kill, guys. Talk about it, this opening kill. We are disconnected, guys. We're not talking to each other, not getting the kill. So make sure, okay, we're gonna get the skill. What's the next step? This skill, okay, heard about it. Okay, let's get skill. How we got the kill? It's not about strategy, guys, but about communication, guys. About communication behavior. Okay, focus on this. Let's learn from this and next map. Then we can do even better. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, heard next map in there, so I mean, it's probably not good signs if you're already thinking about the next map, but the wildcard 4 rounds needed on the attack of Labs against the G2 team.
Harvoin on kyllä jo ihan mikään paras, jos pelaajat miettii jo seuraavaa, tai kautta coach miettii seuraavaa peliä.
Very much down to the last few cards here on Nighthaven Labs and would need to hit something crazy to bring this back. Really, what these last few rounds for Wildcard need to be is a form-building moment. Even if they get 1-2 rounds fall short, take that form then into the next map. Cannot get 7-2'd here by G2. The demoralizing effect of that going into Cafe, the map pick of G2, might be too much to overcome for the North American team.
And what a change of fortune for G2. If you look back at this head-to-head at Reload, G2 used their extended mag, expected to absolutely smash Wildcard. They themselves on the receiving end of a 7-3 victory, going the way of the North Americans, of course, on Consulate, different map, and certainly months ago at this point. But G2 formulating their revenge here and an opportunity to really lay a solid foundation in this best of 3.
I mean, they've been so good. Feels like they're hitting form at the right time. And that a team like Wildcard is simply just in their way to what the true quest is, which is a major trophy. Bay immediately swiped. Another opening kill advantage for G2. They have dominated this map of labs. Solely
Alko se mental warfare sieltä? Ei kyllä oikein alemana on kyllä nyt loppujen lopuksi.
G2 punishing Wildcard. It's another opening kill. There's only been one example. It was the opening round where G2 did not convert
muutama
this
roundi
very
ihan hyvin
advantage.
pelannut, mut
So it feels like
overall
we're
vähän
getting closer and closer towards them taking the map.
And a player like Bay as well, someone who can certainly unlock rounds for Wildcard. Eliminated early on the Ash, less firepower. Taking their time, but down a player. Wildcard need something to go their way, and that is not what they need. The Dash has been having problems. Tech pauses earlier, now come back, but mid-round. Wildcard are down 2 players. Now need to try and save this map in a 3 versus 5.
Mikä ongelma oli?
Cancer pushing connector, clearing out
Vittu pelaaja
electrical, but it's not fully clear.
Servulta.
Spiker gets Doki and Kansan wins his one against Alamau. But Stompin still has something to say in this match point round, trying to hit the red ping, but already moved off that position. Loira, the demon, gets one, then falls, and now down to Kansan. Can he accomplish this 1 versus 2 to keep this map alive for Wildcard?
Doesn't look like Wildcard have a ton of information to feed towards Kansan, so breaking these 2 apart, Blaz and Stompin, is going to be quite the task.
Stompin labeled the king. Doki airing his name inside of the chat, says to Kansan, you've got no chance against the new king of EML. 40 seconds remaining. Does have the diffuser. Throws out a Salma mainly for the audio cue. Drops in towards storage. Needs to isolate and create the 1v1s, of which Blaz and Stompin are separated. Plant into storage. Blaz now making the move. But Blaz gets the intel and now knows that Kansan is off the plant. Stompin will hold prone. If Kansan overpeaks this, he will lose his life. But now with 10 seconds remaining, needed to make the move, but the king will take his crown on this opening map of the lower bracket quarterfinal. G2
tällä kertaa ne ei joukannut tuolla.
Wildcard now looking like they may be the team who finds themselves underwater.
I hate to say it, but I needed it. We're not great.
You've come to the most dangerous planet
Bro.
to hunt an apex predator.
Bro.
We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Oh, fuck, what's tää? Tää on niinku... Ne reworkkaa Thatcherin ilman mitään hyvää syytä. Voi vittu. Sen jälkeen kun Thatcher, niinku legit, kun Thatcher otettiin se, että se ei tuhoa niitä gadgetteja, vaan se vaan disabloi. Esim. Bänditaku jne. Et se ei vaan completely tuhoa niitä. Thatcher on balanced. Mun mielestä niinku täysin balanced. Se on vaan vitun strongi, mut se on balanced strongi. Sulla on hyvät aseet, tälleen. Se ei oo liian nopee. Ja näin, se on niinku... Siihen ei tarvi koskea. Mutta Ubi päättää koskea siltä. Tää on mekin pieni PRP tähän.
It's a perfect scenario for G2. You are playing really aggressive. They're playing slowly. You get a lot of opening kills, dominating the map. What do you think?
I mean, I feel we were very confident on this map. The prep did really good. They were just like doing what we expected from them. And the rounds that let us comfortable, we closed it out perfectly. And yeah, that was a really great show up from us.
Dash, what are the struggles you are facing right now in the game?
One round I could not communicate with my team because my headset stopped working. The other round, like my game crashed, so like 2 rounds we lost, and I could do nothing. But yeah, like talking about the game, I think like they were very prepared for this map, and we're gonna be prepared for the final as well.
Koneen lahoa
The
alle.
from G2 has
Kuulokkeet
absolutely
lahoa.
worked on this very first map, gentlemen. But we were talking about the kind of spread out play, that double-edged sword from G2, and they managed to make it work.
Oh, every single round, but specifically in round 5, you could see where it came alive, specifically Alamau. Getting E-Box control, gets the first pick. On the other side of things, you see Blaz playing all the way inside of the tool cupboard, and then on the other side, you can see somebody hitting Aqua Stairs for the flank as the whole team swarms the site. They overwhelm Wildcard, and there's no one direction that you can look at. If you lose the 1v1s, you lose the man control, that's where you lose every single gunfight, and Lawyer from the back end cleans it up.
I mean, it speaks to the individual prowess of each one of these players. They don't necessarily need someone to be able to tackle behind them. They can take those gunfights head on and then be able to converge in the sky and constrict it, as we see G2 do time and time again. And then on the side of for the wildcard, I mean, you have to look at the opening engagements. Only 2 of them going in their favor were on the side of G2. They have completely flipped the coin. Now they're getting the picks. They're getting the win condition based off those picks where we already talked about they weren't converting some of those. Now they're doing it.
Well, we got 2 youngsters doing work on their own sides of these 2 teams, Stompin and Baby Shark. Okay, how does this look?
Listen, we got to make some noise for King Stompin because he's clearly here to play. He's came into this event still being a top 10 player, and I don't think that's going to tremble anytime soon. You heard Xenox say he was coming here to take the crown. He absolutely has. Now it's just a matter, once we get into map 2, that he takes the throne.
I mean, love him or hate him, you're going to be watching. He is so pivotal for G2's success, specifically coming alive on the main stage with the crowd behind him. It's only amplifying him, making him that much better. And now the whole team from G2, previously in the group stage, it was only one player here and there, usually Doki. Now everybody's waking up.
Exactly. At the right moment, it is G2 that wake up for it, and they demolish their opponents at map 1. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, number 2 for the series begins.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you if you can make no need, and no. And promo. No bullshit promos. Tuossa ulkona tulee lunta. Tärät niin tyhjältä. Mä kaadoin lonkeron mun tuoppiin. Tää on niin kun tyhjä. Puolella. Ei ole. Tää ei oo koilonen.
You were 4-0 in Cafe. How do you plan on keeping that record and not losing this map?
Yeah, we did a good prep by then. Like they've shown already like twice, like the cafe here. So like we're just prepared like enough. I hope it's gonna be enough. And also we are one of the best cafe teams in the world, and they need to ban like Killer against us because like our map pool now is so strong. So yeah, I think like we are confident for our map pick, and that's it.
I would love to know, but you just talked with your team.
We talk a lot of like about the energy. Like this first map we were disconnected, like the communication was very bad. So like trying to figure out about that, like talk more on defense, create more plans, create more plays. Because that's the thing, if you are disconnected, we can't win rounds, and consequently you can't win matches. So that's it. Like it's more about behavior, not strategy thing. It's about behavior and bringing that energy back.
Two different teams, two different regions, and the one combination, they both have Brazilian coaches. There's something about having them behind you that really helps out. Of course, Ramalho and Lagotinus on the other side has a ton of competitive experience, and part of it is knowing how to get your teammates rolling, how to get that energy moving. Maybe it'll help out Wildcard.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, Lagotinus has really shown a lot when it comes to the timeouts of how he's talking to his players. We saw it and we spoke about it, especially the casters in the previous matchup against the NIP, where he doesn't scream at his teammates to get the energy up. He tells them exactly what they need to do, what they need to fix. It worked out in the NIP game. G2's a different beast.
I mean, I think something to take away with what Lagotinus was talking about and realizing that nobody was talking on the side of defense. And that's such an easy thing to do because you have the blueprint. You understand where things can go wrong, where you need to swap, where you need to move around. That's the struggle about starting on defense when you don't have a strong half because you don't work on those comms where we couldn't even get a start on their attack. So it's really even more imperative starting defense here on Cafe that they are talking.
Gentlemen, it's time to ask the tough, very short question of is this going to be a map 3 or not?
The way it's looking, not really. Wildcard really needs to figure out what they're going to do if the Clash is banned. How are they going to slow down the opposition? We saw them struggle with it against NIP. They struggled with it in map 1. What's their response?
Similar to the same thing where we saw them versus FaZe, it was about momentum. It was about bringing the fight to FaZe. They need to do the exact same thing here to G2. Don't play passive. Play aggressive and learn to be able to dial it back when need be.
Wildcard's back is against the wall, and G2 are breathing down their neck. Let's get into our matchup. Guns and Xenox, take it away.
So we head to Cafe with G2 taking the map pick away from Wildcard. They now return home to a map they feel so comfortable on. For Wildcard, it's not been good history whatsoever. G2, the home favorites, can they get the job done? So only a 5-4 record for Wildcard on Cafe this year. It's not been a strong suit of theirs whatsoever, Guz.
Absolutely not. On the flip side, however, G2 this year, 7-1 record. It would be quite astounding if they lose this map.
It would be choke levels. They're that strong. They played so well on the opening map. Now to finish the job on Cafe, Wildcard teetering the line between progressing in this tournament or being eliminated, as Doki lets them know in the chat once again that they are on the edge of elimination, that maybe they have some fear within them coming to Cafe. Wildcard cannot have any fear.
The bans for this opening half on the side of defense, Azami and Valk, and the attackers of Monty and Dokkaebi taken out as well. Nothing too particularly unusual. Losing Dokkaebi will potentially hinder G2's ability to garner some map control and information. We'll see how much of an impact that may have, but casting our minds back to Labs, they leaned into that Deimos really heavily. It rewarded them well. And as well, with the Blitz also up, expecting that duo to be impactful.
And don't forget, 2 days ago in the upper bracket, G2 so dominant on this map in particular against Team Secret, a super high caliber opponent. They won that 7-1. Absolutely cleaned them. The good news for Wildcard is they had to, of course, play recently and found success. A 7-3 win a couple of days ago against FaZe Clan on this map. Both teams coming in with their previous match of Cafe being successful. But only one will walk away, making it 2 straight. As we head into this second map, must win for Wildcard or their time at the Munich Major comes to an end.
Fireplace mining for the opening round, and as you could see, some good initial drone work already from G2, garnering information in towards that objective itself. And they spearhead with a red drop early on in the round.
And Wildcard need to make sure they don't go too much in one camp. Can't play ultra defense, but you also don't want to go too aggressive against a team like G2. Alamau bringing the aggression early, straight into mining. Forced off it. No longer in that plant position, but now has to move. Nitrocell almost found the kill. Smoke will now plume. Glasses will activate, but Kenton knows it's not safe to swing out. Wants to take the battle at the window. Alamau will stick the plant. It's a full-blown rush from G2 that's finding success. Now Wildcard must respond and do so quickly.
Alamau is very low on HP, so needs to be mindful. It's still possible for Wildcard.
And there is still a Nitrocell as well for Wildcard. In the hands of Spiker. Big kill though. Stompin gets involved on Cafe. Huge advantage now for G2, looking to take an opening attack round on Cafe. Stompin again. The King will get involved. Leaves poor old Baby Shark by himself as GG called from Doki already. G2 want to get into the heads of Wildcard and see what it's made of.
Beautiful opening attack there from G2. The red drop straight into sight, directly going for that plan and baiting out utility well and truly within the first minute of the round. A couple of simple crossfires being held and Wildcard unable to deny plant. And then any ability to retake completely swatted by Stompin.
It's not looking good for Wildcard. I mean, the opening map decimated. Second map pick of G2. You lose defense Cafe first round. Nothing is going their way. Where is that going to change for Wildcard? It's like they're just stuck in a current being swept out to sea. G2 have full control of this series. It would seem staggering to think it may flip because there's no indication of that happening.
Bay and Kansan are the 2 big names we look to for Wildcard, and they've performed well over the last few months. Unfortunately for them, and I suppose the squad as a whole, not a single player in this series firing above a 90 EPS. Never mind 100, not even 90. So they are well and truly trailing in this match. And G2, I'm sure, will be wanting to just speed run them here on Cafe.
And Stompin now 16-3 across the 2 maps with a 173 EPS, has been the MVP. No one from Wildcard looking close to matching that. Someone will need to stand up and put on a heroic performance of Cafe if they're going to have any chance for the North American outfit. G2, they're pacing. The control of this series has been their strength. Wildcard need to try and get a grasp on that and try and fight back early in this half. Otherwise, if that lead slips away, as it did on Nighthaven Labs, it may be the same result. Into mining now for Stompin. Through train and early pressure again, imminent from G2. Laura activating the Candelas. G2 want to go fast towards the site. They want to bring that pressure early and see if Wildcard may handle it. But at least they handled the initial foray of this attack. In fact, Wildcard finally getting a grasp on a round. Ready for this onslaught from G2. Wildcard stand tall. That they will not go out of this series quietly. Finally successful Wildcard, flawlessly at that.
Intriguing idea there from G2, trying to activate Stompin in that round. We saw the flood of util, the Candelas from the Ying to disrupt the mirror, back them into a corner laundry. But the fight doesn't go their way. Wildcard snowball the round. Can they build, though, into something bigger? That's the golden question.
Well, that's the question. They need some momentum. They need some form. Only found the 2 rounds back on Nighthaven Labs. They were stumbling all over the place. An early defensive round on Cafe might just stem the tide. It certainly will stem the bleeding. And for G2, though, they'll feel like it's just straight back to the drawing board, no problem. But so far, 2 rounds and 2 rather aggressive rounds from G2. Will they switch it back up and change the tempo?
Potentially. It is top floor to follow up. Typically, again, as naturally is the case on Cafe, tends to go one side or the other in terms of how aggressive the attack really is. You have the ability to go direct and really activate early in the round if you so wish, but you can also try and grind out the round, fight for map control, clear utility, etc. And given this lineup from G2, I think they'll likely lead into the latter.
So top floor, third round. Bar Cocktail. G2 again have brought early pace, but this is a site that doesn't necessarily always match it, unless you go wildly aggressive. Oh, stomping dead early. Baby Shark starting to feel it. He's now 5-1. He may be a difference maker for Wildcard in this series. Couldn't quite activate to the level we have seen of him so far at this event on the opening map, but no one on Wildcard could. An early opening kill. Puts the pressure back onto G2 now in this third round. Nitro turned early from Kansan, but a slip into VIP kept Loira safe. Spiker though connected with his, and Doki big chunk of damage down the hallway. Wildcard maintained their advantage.
And now the pace will slow. G2 will need to try and gain more information. Try to isolate somebody on defense.
This also means there's no pressure on the repels, no pressure top floor right now. G2 opted for a little bit more of that map control rather than the direct. It means Dash can still hold shot. Baby Shark comfortable in washrooms. They've got really solid positions in this round now, Wildcard. And with Doki so low on health, the Deimos can only be so aggressive.
Doki can try and gain that information, relay it across, but
top red clear, but Dash and shot. Spiker playing stacks, Bay into Freezer, and Baby Shark in washrooms keeps them all close together. Dash will play the aggressive position towards shop. Loira on the white stairs repel.
Ei olla vaan ihan BRBs.
What is he going to do now to get involved? There's still over a minute remaining, and G2 clearly formulating their plan of attack without panicking, not rushing anything.
Oli vaan semmonen, että huomatte, että yhtä postattiin, että on niinku lunta ulkona jo etelässä, piti käydä itekin kurkkaamassa. Niin muuten jumalauta on.
Dash was lurking lounge.
Täälläkin minun leerini luona.
Got on the repel, found the kill. Now makes it a 3v3. The patience from G2
Kyllä paljon, mutta kyllä sillä sitten
they seem eager to try and work a cocktail side plant. With the Rayora gate utility, it is possible for G2.
LML on the white corridor window. If Spike or Baby Shark are not careful with their positioning, could get caught on the cross. Doki though, he goes straight into bar. Aggressive. And then this clear onto Spiker is beautiful from Loira. Baby Shark should get one, and indeed
oh no. Vittu jos tosta ois.
Can he find a way to clutch this round for Wildcard?
Jos tosta ois jäänyt, niin.
Versus Baby Shark in the 1v1, but the demon will be in Baby Shark's nightmares all
Vittu jos toi ois niinku tohon jäänyt toi Baby Sharkin clutch-yritys, niin holy shit.
Wow. Massive round from G2, crawling their way back. It didn't look great. The early portion going the way of Wildcard, but able to grind it out, find information, find playmaking opportunities. The Rayora, the value from her was phenomenal in that round. And then able to lock it out in the 1v1. It's yet another clutch for G2 here at Munich.
And yet another round that Wildcard really could not afford to concede. Timeout for Wildcard.
They did the attacks that we didn't study, and right now maybe they're going to start doing the attacks that we studied. So maybe an ace play. Okay, one thing that we can do, let's go mining. For you, Kenza, play the echo on bomb site, you know? Like, if you can play that shotgun, it's beautiful, the mining compact, okay? That we can make you leave top, okay? Just play the shotgun, doesn't matter, Kenza. Just get it information. To understand if they're doing the nades right now, we can pick the white window. This is important, okay, guys? What do you think for basement? Maybe we can go basement, probably gonna do a quick clear to understand about the, if you wanna like play more to fight Spiker, you can follow the more room strategy, or like, if you like doing more the bunker, you wanna play to the retakes by the stairs, right? But for me, like we can do the more extended one and help each other top, guys. Don't let them go for the execution. Okay, guys, help each other right there and be careful with the reception gap.
They're putting on money compact, guys.
Not a lot of panic in the camp of Wildcard, but I think you can clearly understand from the language that they know how important these next few rounds are. They cannot allow G2 to just go and establish another significant lead. They know that was a winnable round. I wouldn't go into the throw territory, but certainly winnable.
Sieltä alkaa jo
vesi. 50-50 to G2. Yet again, a couple of those went the way of G2 on Nighthaven Labs, and that was a determining factor. And if you can start a round with an opening kill onto Stompin, you should go on to win it the majority of the time. But credit to G2. It was that switch up from Alamau. And the read that G2 had on the defensive wildcard was sensational. And despite all that, came down to a 1v1.
I think the key takeaway from that timeout to look at now for the rest of this half is the messaging that we need to try and disrupt the execute. Try to prevent G2 from going for set plays at the end of the round. So anticipating Wildcard now defensively to play a little bit more aggressive, to play a little bit more disruptive, try to whittle down numbers before the end of the round.
Baby Shark aggressive at the window once again. 7-2.
Tää on kyllä just sitä, mitä Wildcardi vaatii. Tuommoista aggressiivisuutta.
Baby Shark. The Frenchman doing it all.
It's the Deimos taken out alongside Wamai. And so with the Capitao and a lot of utility available to the attack, expect the util dump to be very strong for these next few rounds. If G2 try to flush out these key power positions, it's going to be very tricky for Wildcard to withstand that util.
And playing a lot more of the map this time on the mining side compared to the first. That Nitrosol's gone too far and below. Alamau able to avoid it. A missed opportunity there for Wildcard to find the opening pick onto an influential player. Blaz will clear out white. And Stax is on fire. G2 again just going about their business nicely. Clearing out utility, forcing Wildcard to change positions. Good drone work. And now getting established control towards top white. Alamau swings in. But it's been cleared out. Wildcard forced now second floor.
Yeah, we saw a big investment of utility there from G2. The bolts and the flash grenades. Frags as well. Doesn't necessarily net a kill, but now gives them a fortified position to work the rest of this push. They have the vert potential from Stompin. They have the flank watch as well with the gridlock and nomad combination.
There was a bit of information guarded by Bay on the Mozzie with his drone, but that was subsequently just shot by Stompin. 60 seconds left in the round. Still no opening kill. 5v5 heading into the last minute. Dash is low on health. Baby Shark holding red stairs. There is another drone over towards Pillar on the second floor for Wildcard on the defense courtesy of Bay.
And he's going to lurk below Nitro for the plant denial threat. That could be a huge difference maker, especially in combination with Kansan on Echo.
There is a big emphasis here for Wildcard to play from below, but only the one Nitro in the hands of Bay. He'll need to maintain that position. Kit rotated now from Blaz. 30 seconds in another crucial round. Wildcard must gain the advantage quickly. Baby Shark will hold red stairs and needs to win this fight comfortably to then get involved in defending the site. Forced down by that flash grenade. 15 seconds, rotates towards Kochek. The push now for G2. Coming to fruition. Into train goes Blaz, looking for that mining plant, and it's a triple stack kill from G2 to gain the advantage. Baby Shark does get one. They need to deny Blaz on this plant, but Baby Shark can't get there to do so. But it is going to be Wildcard that steal it at the death. The Yokai to save the day. The Echo does his job, and Wildcard still a crucial round that they were all but certain to lose.
Wow. I mean, that's always the threat when you leave it so late in the round to execute. If the Echo is up, if there's a Nitro up, for instance, it can be pivotal in the round. G2, they found picks, they found control, but weren't able to clear that piece of utility. Massive difference maker.
Wildcard are just hanging by a thread. These pivotal plays are keeping them alive, keeping their heads above the water. 2-2. But it was such a flurry of kills, and again, showcasing that firepower of G2. But Kansan played his role perfectly as the Echo. Didn't get involved in all of the fighting, had the Yokai well prepped, and finds a way to win the round for Wildcard. And they need more defensive rounds here to the North American team. Kitchen we go for the 5th round. They are holding on.
It's now back-to-back rounds as well, where the opening kill has not been converted. A massive strength of G2. but it goes astray there back in round number 4. Even scoreline now. Wildcard to bring the Pulse into play. Looking for more potential playmaking opportunities with the Nitro cells, but Dash elsewhere gets the first.
So, Wildcard take an early player advantage in the round. LML will sit the rest of this 5th round out on the sidelines watching drones. Starting to get a little bit on top in the opening kill department is Wildcard on Cafe. Something they really faltered with back on Labs.
Periaatteessa tuossa Alemano kanssa ei menetetty mitään spesiaalia, mutta kuitenkin aika paljon.
Gets involved as well. A tournament of his caliber now deserves a strong main stage performance. Plans to walk through into Pillar. Player trapped in the corner, looking to get swung on, but it is Dash that wins against Plaz, despite being in the inferior position. Stompin found an important kill. Needs to find one more. Almost a wallbang.
Baby Shark will retain position. Minute 30.
Doki can't win the swing battle. Stompin moved at the same moment, but shot down by Baby Shark. Wildcard have taken the lead here on Cafe. Despite all the momentum of G2 from map 1 to start map 2, Wildcard starting to fight back.
G2 timeout.
And we need to make 3 here. Let's look. They're gonna go bar or they're gonna go reading. Like I think like we can just like watch execute, cook, then use the Hibana to open the walls. Okay, they're not bringing Kate, so like let's play more together to take these kills. Okay, like let's not try to rush. Like let's like step by step. Okay, Doki, like maybe like Plaza Doki can bring the capital. Like so if they hold pixel, like we kill this guy. Okay, so like let's like play more, communicate like which one we're gonna kill, and like and for open the walls. Okay, guys, let's play slow, open the walls. Kill Pixel. If you can't kill Pixel, can also kill the Vase. Okay, guys, let's go, guys. We need to have 3 here. Let's go. Let's put our heads back in the game. Okay, guys, let's go.
Let's go, Zach. Well, 3 of the last 4 rounds going the way of Wildcard has given them the slight edge in momentum. G2 would not be panicking just yet. It is only coming into the 6th round, and a 3rd attack would go a long way for G2. Back to top floor. Bar Cocktail. Another crucial round. Not a lot of love for Wildcard in the crowd and even maybe for their fans, but you have to give them the love to the testament of their ability to not go down without a fight. They looked a little down and out after that opening map, their opening map. Now on G2's, Wildcard still giving a fighter's chance. Bar Cocktail. Wildcard seeking a 4th defensive round to give them a buffer against G2 into the 2nd half.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
So the mirror in play for this final round of the half should bolster power positions, especially through washrooms, backstore, etc. Make the lounge side hit really difficult for G2. We did see, though, G2 a willingness to fight for map control. What the hell was that?
Baby Shark lighting up the arena with that opening kill onto Blaz. He's now 10-3. And dominating for Wildcard here on Cafe. Another opening kill goes the way of the North American team.
And with that, he doubles his kill count from Nighthaven Labs already.
Confidence brewing. Wildcard posturing. Can G2 overcome this little momentum gain for their opposition? They need to try and fight back now to close out the half. Down a player once again. 4 of the last 5 rounds, Wildcard have found the early advantages. They are right on top in this match. But G2, they don't panic. They hold the repels, they search for free kills and information from their drones. Not phased by the loss of Blaz.
Sting is active.
And again, with that Wamai ban, they have the ability to try and dump utility. Plenty of flashbangs available to try and create those playmaking opportunities. Stompin' Red. He's probably one of the players to really watch from this position if he can try and unlock the round from shop across.
Canton on the Mozzie, along with Dash on the Fenrir around Pillar on that 2nd floor. So a 2-3 split right now for Wildcard. 3 up, 2 down. Canton, big kill from that second floor
Oh,
position.
fucking
Captures out
ole.
Stompin. Wildcard, 2 players up. And Alamau, well, that drone doesn't go in. He indeed will. Straight over the balcony, pushed up close though by Bay. He shuts down the self-labeled GOAT. Bay wanted to tip out that Nitrous cell, but pushed by Doki. Loira gets involved as well. Behind you though, Doki. Behind you, surrounded. And Loira now in the 1v3. Can he make this his moment?
The Miralla, niin
of today.
Loira ei tiedä
With
sitä, että
40
Miralla leikkää.
seconds, the demon is always capable.
He's so far away though from that diffuser. It has to be kills from this point onwards. 30 seconds remains.
Dash will hold washrooms. Kansan close by. Barstock, Spiker in cocktail. Needed to win that fight quickly against Dash. Does not do so. Back into shot, then back out. And Dash was waiting. Wildcard. They win out the half 4-2 and are 3 rounds away now from sending this series to the 3rd map.
And the 3 wildcard supporters in the crowd very pleased with that particular result. But they've made it competitive. I cannot believe we're in this position. I really expected G2 to show dominance.
Well, where's that G2 noise? They need it right now. Down 2-4. Wildcard seeking that 3rd map.
Well, the crowd comes alive as the bands get played out here for the second half. The Monty and the Castle unavailable. Castle so popular on this map.
Puolten vaihtoehtokin otti, että Keiko kun ne olisi kyllä ottanut ainakin
those repel positions,
3-3.
making it trickier to establish those crossfire positions. The
Ei mennyt
follow-up,
ihan.
the Ying and the Azami as
Jingi ja
well.
Monty-bännit
A massive second half now on the way. G2 go defense. Will that be their solace? Will that be their safe haven to close this map out and get a round string of wins? Wildcard. Well, can they come in and steal the thunder in the 7th round, go 5-2 up and put G2 to the sword? You win this series, you move forward to Saturday. You lose, your time is done. And for G2, that 3rd map, they certainly don't want to test fate.
Bomb located by attackers.
Can Wildcard hold their nerve then in this second half? Looking across at that composition, and it's significant change-ups here for round number 7. A lot of the game plan here likely to be centered around that blitz as Dash will look to gain space. I love the inclusion of Thinker as well to try and up the tempo in this round. Do Wildcard try to bring that explosive nature in this opening round just to try and maybe catch G2 off?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. How is Wildcard going to want to play this? We know that G2's style at times will be that switch up in tempo. They'll play the slower style, and then at times, and we saw it in the first couple of rounds of Cafe, they do like to play aggressive and fast and go for those pre-2-minute executes. Right now controlled though by Wildcard. Reading Fireplace, the first site of choice by G2. Bay has been a little bit quiet, but we know at any moment he is a capable fragger. But let's be real at this moment, 10-4, Baby Shark is the man to get the job done for Wildcard.
Go on, Red.
Utility dumped by the Grim. We'll see what the follow-up may be from Wildcard. The blitz!
He got caught. Baby Shark and Dash make their entries, and they do so swiftly. Pistol out once again by Dash. In the corner, stuck was Alamau. Had help from Kansan. And this swift attack from Wildcard has been oh so clean. That plant will be successful and stomping. Now must win a 1v4 post-plant in a lower bracket quarterfinal, and while he may be the king, at this moment he does still not have that crown. Wildcard go 5-2 up and are now 2 rounds away from forcing map 3 against G2.
And that round, a really good demonstration of just how powerful attacker repick can be. During that prep phase, they identified that route towards objective. They exploited it nicely. A lot of it centered around that blitz, pinching positions, flooding the site, and G2 succumbing to the pressure.
I mean, where's Doki? He's been a little bit quiet inside of the chat. We haven't heard anything from him. Wildcard all over G2 right now. Very much doing a decent job of really controlling things. They set the tempo that round, probably better than any round they had done so in the opening map. Decided that they had the right pinpoint locations to hit, and as a team, very coordinated and in sync, found success. I don't know if that's slow-mo or if they're just actually doing it quite slowly. Well, it is trickling. This map teetering. 2 more rounds for the North American outfit. Can G2 now look to pull off a comeback?
So it's Kitchen in play for round number 8. And the belt of late round utility here from G2 could be a difference maker. Echo, Goyo, Smoke, the Zodos for the sense drop as well. On that freezer side hit, they have all the tools here defensively to deal with Wildcard.
I mean, it's just all Wildcard to watch right now. G2 are reactive. They're playing into what Wildcard is now doing. A nature of being now 5-2 down. But G2 needs to try and flip that mentality, get on the front foot, try and deny some of these entry positions, go for these early contact fights. And if they can find a kill onto Baby Shark nice and early, well, that would go a long way. He has been incredible on Cafe, and why not keep on going? Another opening kill from Baby Shark. Information, though, from Alamau. But is there anyone that can play off
Blaz?
this intel?
Oh, misses the shots.
Oh, Blaz, you've got to win this one, and he cannot! The Shark is swimming right at G2, and he is hungry. On the verge of finding 4 map points now, Wildcard. Alamau, Stompen, and Doki need to steal this round.
And with that, the VIP side of the map entirely unlocked for Wildcard to exploit. It's up to the defense to find playmaking opportunities, to take risk now for the remainder of this round. Otherwise, they will be overwhelmed.
And it's up to Wildcard to not rush this. You've got 2 players up. You can overload certain positions now. The numbers advantage is yours. You've still got the ROU from the Sens. A logic bomb activated as well. Stompen holding front door. Is he tucked in enough? Getting cleared. The timing is perfect. As Bay was throwing the nade, Stompen went for the swing. And now on the move comes Dash, Canton, and Spiker still with that player advantage. One coming from the front door. Stompen, you've got to be careful. And he was not. Shot in the back and down to just Doki. 40 seconds remaining for Spiker and Kansan to confirm this round.
Can Doki, can G2 clutch again here at Munich? This is another golden opportunity.
If Doki wins this, Wildcard will indeed hear all about it. ROU thrown out from Spiker. Shield screen will go off. Blocks the sight of Doki. The Warden not able to help this situation. The Nitro indeed will now creates the 1v1 as Doki looks to create his moment. Spiker gets off the plan. Now into red time and Mao must find the kill.
Doki boy! Korveeti.
You are so talented, my friend. Clutch the round, save the moment. G2 keep their heads above water on Cafe and deny Wildcard that match point.
And add it to the tally, another clutch at this event for G2. And now the mental challenge for Wildcard. Can they recover from that? Will that plant the seed of doubt now for the remainder of this map that they can close it out?
I'm sure that Tom J. Sherlock's in the crowd somewhere getting that Doki chant going.
Suomalaisittain, let's go.
2-round deficit now looks a little bit more doable, doesn't it, for G2? Does Doki G2 find theirs? So much pressure on the main stage. Down 2-5. Numbers advantage. Doki. Ice in his veins. Can G2 ride this wave?
Onko käynyt pelaa vähän sielläkin?
So we return to the top floor. Successful for Wildcard last time out.
Vastattu.
aided by a Baby Shark entry, which has been a trend throughout this match. He's had 4 successful entries. The last round, no exemption, but of course flipped by G2. Wildcard struggling to convert.
And this is where Wildcard can't get shaky after a round that they know they probably should have won. Got to stay locked in, cannot mentally switch off, cannot have that fear and that doubt in mind as to what may happen if they were to lose from a 5-2 advantage. Stay focused on the task at hand. They've been playing so
mulle ensimmäinen niinku arttimarkkinoiva posti mun YouTubeen.
And outside now, Loira, can he find his way back in? Puts good pressure onto Dash. Wants to try and get back in towards Pillar, expecting reinforcements though. And will they make their way in enough time to get this kill onto Loira?
What is Loira doing?
Indeed it will be. If Loira had got a second there, boy, that would have changed the complexion of this round. But at the very least, while losing Spiker, they do get rid of Loira. The Soul is now off the board.
Certainly not the worst trade for the side of the attack. By losing the Solace, G2 may find it a little bit more tricky to read this push, identify information, open up potentially playmaking opportunities, especially from below, for denying that plant.
Kyllä kovasti näyttää kyllä Wildcardin kafeelta tämä. Ja mä en välttämättä haluaisi viedä näitä jenkkejä tonne Skyscraperiin. Ja niille se on Attacker Skyscraper. Attack Sky.
And they got a lot of time to do so, and with Dash on that blitz, the execute on that top floor will be still viable behind that shield as Dash now makes his way up top red stairs. Baby Shark will follow suit. Deathmark onto Doki.
Doki falls back after making contact with Dash. He'll relay that to the rest of the team that Wildcard are pivoting.
Triple stack push through top red and through Cigar Shot. Stomp it, Big Nitro onto Bay. Doki wanting to take the contact. Dash taken very low on the blitz. G2 control in this 9th round. Wildcard now up against it. And it feels like all of the pressure now falls onto the weight of the shoulders of Baby Shark. But he's shut down by Stompin. Canton 2 at White Stairs can't do nothing, and neither will Dash. G2's back, baby. They did not wave that white flag. In fact, Doki leads the charge. The rest then follow suit. And with that now, only a 1-round differential. When not that long ago, they were staring down the barrel of defeat.
And the energy in the crowd rising. The Grim and the Solace to be taken out for round 10 onwards. G2 looking to equalize that scoreline. Last round out for them, well played. Wildcard with, I think, a sound pivot over towards shop side, but we saw Doki get that information, relay it across, stomping in a flank position. They had all the pieces in the right positions to deal with exactly what Wildcard wanted to try and execute.
Well, it's getting a little bit too hot inside of the building for Wildcard now. 2 rounds straight for G2 has seen that 5-2 lead evaporate. G2 are making their march to try and take this second map and close out this series, booking their place in a lower bracket semi-final tomorrow. A few more rounds to go to see if they can overcome Wildcard, who has played far better here on Cafe, but now the going has gotten tough. Can Wildcard then therefore get going?
5 seconds left.
Reading the side of choice. And Wildcard to reintroduce the blitz. For the 4th time this half. Can Dash be enabled maybe a little bit more so here on this particular attempt? Will be a valuable tool on that roam clear. I highly doubt Wildcard will go for a similar set play flood like we saw previously. G2 are clued in at this point and should be ready for it.
Kyllä yhtään osaa sanoa, mitä tää tulee päättymään. Ei kokonaan voi niinku voitan vielä tiedä.
Certainly it feels like their momentum has now been quelled. In fact, so much so, switched sides to G2. They have the momentum right now. They look stronger and more proactive on the defense. As you said, getting Dash involved on the blitz and having him be the lead frontman needs to be part of their identity in this 10th round.
G2 though eagerly contesting, and it's Doki again on the front line. Here the drop red goes for a peek. Very aggressive.
A little off angle here from Doki. And goes even more aggressive to Bay, who was not ready for that swing. He wanted to play utility. But Doki wanted to play a gunfight, and he wins it. Another opening kill for G2. And there goes the Shark. Landed on the beach. Stomping low inside a freezer, but stays alive, maintaining a strong advantage for G2. Kansan trying to eliminate Stompin'. But even on 1 HP, this man is so deadly. Dash though, timely swing. The flash connects. He gets the kill and the clear. One more start here in Cocktail. Loira found one. Dash cleared out Alamau. 3v2.
Loira continues to run around, hunted down.
Gotta get this kill, and he cannot.
Bro.
That was must win for Dash against Loira. And even though Spiker has a minute, it feels like that minute isn't enough. Drop Skylight, contact made. A flurry of shots ring out. Loira low on health, should go down. Spiker though himself taken even lower. He's crossed left though. Spiker up against it. And struggling to even win this 1v1. Still 2 more players elsewhere, and one of those comes in to steal the thunder. It's Doki. It's 5-5 as G2 have now strung together 3 consecutive rounds.
And as this half continues, the read from G2 continues to just get better and better. It feels like Wildcard are testing the waters with a couple of different ideas over the last few rounds, but those win conditions are never coming into fruition. G2 are doing a great job contesting a large portion of the map. Not afraid to retake when they find gaps of space as well. We saw that in particular from Loira in the last round. Of course, as we backtrack, it was Doki to get that excellent opening kill, catching Bay off guard as well. G2 are the ones commanding this match now.
The beauty of an 11th round with the scores tied at 5-5, it becomes not just a test of skills inside of the server, but a test of the mind outside of it. Mentally, for Wildcard, they don't have that first map to fall back on. They know full well they're 2 rounds away from being eliminated from the major. For G2, they know they're up here. They have that safety blanket of a map 3 if necessary. Doki letting Baby Shark know that his hot start has indeed cooled off. And Doki's cold start has certainly heated up. Win this round, OT secured, and map point along with it. Wildcard have allowed G2 to string off 3 rounds. They must put an end to that now.
And whilst Baby Shark has cooled off, he is still the only player for Wildcard in this series with a positive EPS. It stands at 114 at the moment. Second best, Kansan 93. There's a rift at the moment, 100%. On the flip side, Stompin 141. Doki has the license to talk a bit of smack, 122.
G2 on defense can just sit, wait. They don't have to do too much here, especially on Kitchen. Hold your default positions, force Wildcard to clear into you. Decent work, by the way, Baby Shark on the Twitch. He's been able to get a couple of these Vulcan canisters early in the round, eliminating some of that plant pressure. Doki very deep inside a bakery, fully horizontally across for G2, with Loira in VIP as well.
Yeah, vert control currently for Wildcard, but that double stack VIP could be critical in holding this defense together for G2 and counter the likely sense drop freezer that we typically see on this site.
Well, Alamau has slipped out of VIP. He goes over towards Bar.
Oh, yeah.
And still a lot of time for Wildcard to get to work with this skeleton key of Kansan. Open up the floorboards, put the pressure on. As of right now for G2, no one going for a wander up to that second floor. They hold their first floor positions. They allow for Wildcard to play the vert. Zoto canister to deny the fireplace hatch being opened up into freezer. Fuse charges placed down by Dash. As they explode, not much happens. Zoto canister still up, now gone. No more in pocket for Loira. That hatch will be opened soon for Wildcard.
And that lays down the groundwork now for Wildcard. The round now hinges on their ability to drop site and work that default plant position.
I haven't found a pick. And as you said, it hinges on a complex play. They need pressure bot white to swing VIP if they are indeed going for that freezer drop. And Alamau has snuck back into VIP. Baby Shark trying to hold. If Loira opts to push out, Baby Shark is then ready. 30 seconds in this round, still 5v5 in the crucial 11th round. See who can get that map point. Dash though into Freezer, able to survive the majority of that Nitrocell, then flips on over into sight through the gas babes, finds a safe position, and it's a double kill from Wildcard to set the tone. Dash will get this plant down successfully. But at what cost? He will lose his life. And now G2 starting to retake advantages within this round. They've got the numbers until Kansan gets a crucial double. Stompin and Doki, again, it feels like it's always them.
Kansan with top floor control, second floor control, key position to maintain.
Doki, Stompin playing together. Doki will be entrusted to hold the vert while Stompin will stick the kit. And the young king cannot survive the whole way. Now leaves Doki in the 1v1. The down onto Kansan is successful. It means that for Baby Shark, he needs to try and play this out, but he's still alive. Baby Shark's not down. Doki's gonna go for the stick, and the shark comes back.
Oh no, what the fuck? Holy shit.
I'd thrown my hands up. I thought it was over. Baby Shark able to keep himself up. Map point, Wildcard.
By the skin of their teeth, the North American roster will book overtime as the safety blanket, but now a map point opportunity to see if they can send us to the third and decisive map for the final series of today's action. Pressure on for G2.
What a round though from Wildcard. Spending a large portion of it establishing that vertical control, laying down groundwork for the final push. Dash survived that initial nitro, able to vault across, get that plant down, good coverage, then from above in the post. Doki, he's had several clutches at this event, some big ones at that. Almost added another to the resume, but it didn't quite come off in the end. And Baby Shark continues his good run of form here on Cafe.
I mean, he's been the reason why they are in this position right now. Not the sole reason, but the main one. An opportunity to steal the second map. The map pick of G2, the map that every metric and statistic says G2 should be winning. And that third and final map of Skyscraper, well, G2 have an average 3-3 record on it. Wildcard 4-1. They will feel confident going into Skyscraper. G2 need to try and force overtime.
Such fine margins in that prior round. And with that, now one away from closing out the map. You can see the frustration for Doki. He thought he had that one in the bag. Not to be, though, and we'll see if they can bounce back here.
So match point round, or map point, I guess, because Wildcard still need to get a map in this series. But they've got the opportunity to now do so here on Cafe in the end round of regulation. You get one chance, and then overtime if you cannot convert. G2 desperate to avoid that third map. They'd much rather just close it out here and now on Cafe on their map pick. And Baby Shark will have to be the focus, surely, for Wildcard at this point. 14-8. The Dash and Kansan has started to make headways as well. There are other avenues presenting for Wildcard. Bar Cocktail for G2.
Aika clean drop.
Kyllä, se trofi on vitun clean. Particular site.
And did so pretty comfortably.
Twitterissä just sen jälkeen jatkaa niinku laittaa sitä e-sportin niinku standardia trofeille. Tällä kerran ihan vitun sick.
He'll take an early fight.
Well, Doki wants it.
I mean, he's just testing the defense there. Are they ready? Indeed they were. Both Doki and Elamau opted to swing. Tiny, minuscule amount of damage onto Bay has forced him back towards top red. Loira on the lurk will play second floor.
Doki as well vacating that position underneath Skylight, rendering assistance over towards Wide Stairs. G2 now able to
mä olin silleen jo tuossa äsken, että niinku toi G2 on niinku ready menee matchpointille ja serious pointille. Ei, Wildcard vei meidät matchpointille. Katsoo tästä, että ottaako tässä näin vai meneekö overtimelle.
Less about map control, more so about dealing with the obstacles on the site itself. Lawyer lurking, white stairs now, no longer around reading and pillar. So he's changed his position. Baby Shark thinking about the lurk over towards New Belk. He wants to try and get a wide position to see whether or not Alamau. Oh, it's a run out jump out, and it's a 1-for-1. Dash with the frag grenade kill onto Alamau as well. Advantage for Wildcard and a sick position too. Now it's only down to Blaz. Started with 3, with 2 now still up. Baby Shark though puts an end to him, end to this match.
Bro, what?
Plenty of aces within the deck, and they pull one out on Cafe to send us to Skyscraper in this lower bracket quarterfinal. All 3 maps are required here in Munich.
We did not see that one coming. G2 are so good on Cafe, but Wildcard this afternoon proving
Let's go, G,
that they
at quickly hitting the brakes.
Performance from Wildcard. See Skyscraper be needed to see which of these 2 will rise above the tide and move on, and who will go home.
Let's roll G2. Herra jestas. Change it. Vitun. Mitä tää XD drone? Kun XD drone. Missä tää meillekin? Also, tämä klippi. Niinku. Tämä klippi.
His position, that mirror of Gunner making an awful lot of noise. It'll be a dance now around this bomb site. Gunner's going for
Tää oli silleen, että mitä? Sit vaihdetaan Savage, joka on ihan perässä.
Wasting time. Gunner will continue to get away. I don't think Savage is getting to him in time. Run! Continue to move, Gunner! Run as fast as you can!
Toi, jos tossa olisi osunut, niin connectan, oh no.
And Gunner pushes us to map 3!
Se oli 6-3 tilanne. Jesus. Ei jösses. Ei mulla ole hirveän paljon kyllä mitään sanottavaa tähän näin. Niinku, what the fuck? Also, mä en tykkää tosta toi... Thatcherin reworkista ideastakaan. Mä tykkään, Rauskikin on saatana siihen. That's so fucking dumb, bro. Holy shit. Joo, niinku, miksi? Siellä on paljon muita operaattoreita, mitkä vois sen niinku ottaa sen hyödyn. Also, Xbox Game Pass tuo RSX 1v1 Now turnauksen.
How's the energy of the team right now?
The energy is really nice. We just need to pick up some more kills in the beginning of the rounds because we're getting first picked a lot. So I think if we fix that problem, we'll be fine for map 3.
We need to talk about Lagoni's timeout. After that, a lot of rounds in a row, you just adapted really quick to the game.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for Lagonis to tell what's going on because he's like watching us rather than actually playing. So whenever he says stuff like he did in our timeout, it's like, it's very eye-opening to us, and it's a lot easier for us to like adjust and do what we need to do to win.
It is incredibly important to have a coach behind you to really push you and get your head right back into the game. And we are back on the desk to break things down on this map number 2, Cafe. My God, what a back and forth.
Yeah, I said the momentum shift going into this match was they need to bring the fight to G2, and that's exactly what we saw in these opening kills that you're displaying. Keep in mind, these opening kills came within the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round. Clearly that shows Wildcard came into this ready to bring the fight to G2, and that was the decider and the momentum shift that Wildcard needed to push into.
Yeah, they absolutely matched the aggression, and that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see Wildcard have a response if they're not going to be able to slow G2 down, and it was matching that aggression and getting right into their face.
There was an inflection point. Baby Shark is doing God's work in that 1v1 that brought it in for Wildcard.
Yeah, it was a beautiful round 11 for Baby Shark just to be able to win the round for his teammates. I mean, you can see it went back and forth, trade there, but the diffuser getting put down for Wildcard was the saving grace for them. Kansan did his best up top, got taken down, and then Baby Shark just playing the time. He knows once the time gets too low, he's already won it. He just needs to run at the player who's defusing, clean it up. So great play from him to be able to stay alive, and these are the two players that you're going to want to watch going into map 3, Stompin versus Baby Shark, the 2 carries for both of their teams. Nothing more to say.
It's funny, we talked about Stompin taking his crown, and then on the other side we see Baby Shark this performance retaking that crown. Now it's
vielä on yksi kartta tulossa. Toisaalta paremmalla aikataululla kuin mitä oletti, koska tähän aikatauluun oli, että se olisi alkanut vasta, että sitten olisi ollut se mahdolliset kaikki 3 karttaa.
Get your head in the game to keep it above water. All of that from F3 after the break.
Lisää breikkejä. Yippee! How are you doing, actually?
But I needed it.
Tässä on tää traileri taas tällä reworkki tuossa.
But I had a request. Make it more precise. Now, I'll show you what an old timer can do.
Että on niinku, ei oo enää vaan semmonen blasti, vaan se on niinku aalto. Okei. Okay. Nick. Ootko homo? Aika huono, mä opin nyt tosi Mä en tykkää tossa ei oo mitään hyvää puolella. Onko homo? En tietääkseni. Ota mä kysyn mun tyttöystävältä. Andels. Nyt kuule mua. Andels. Mä kysytään täällä chatissa, että onko mä homo. Koska sä vastaa mun. Hän ei kuulemma ole tietääkseen mies. Hänen tietääkseen mies, eikä minun tietääkseni hän ei ole mies, niin en ole homo. Mut joo, mä en tykkää tosta ideasta. Niinku mä puhunut jo aikaisemmin, puhunut muidenkin kanssa, niin mun mielestä Thatcher on ehkä balansoitu operaattori tällä hetkellä siäkessä. Se on strongi, mut se ei oo liian strongi. Mut sit kun se on hidas, niin se ei oo mikään niinku ass main no brain, heittelee paskat ja go brr. Se on hyvät aseet, mut ei, what the fuck. Sitten sillä, että sulla on tulossa uusi ase, niin tarkoittaako se uusi primary, on vähän sen tunnettu, eli saa vaan sen secondary machine pistolin, mikä on sinällään fine, koska kaikilla muillakin SAS-operaattoreilla on, niin sinällään se on niinku, I guess fine. Toi gadget rework, niin mä en vaan ymmärrä sitä. Mä mietin ihan samaa. Niin. Onko Krasmi what? Ootko homo? Aika huono, mä opin nyt tosi pään tykkää tossa ei oo mitään hyvää puolella. Ootko homo? En tietääkseni. Ota mä kysyn mun tyttöystävältä. Mun mikki kuulostaa kyllä aika muffledulta. Nyt kuule mua. Andels. Mutta joo. Tää chatissa, että onko mä homo. Koska sä vastaa mun. Okei, mä oon niinku mikin vieressä tossa. Kun mä kysyin ton. Mut mä en puhunut mun tohon mikin suuntaan. Hän ei ole mies, niin. Mä en puhunut tohon mikin suuntaan, tosta ei vittu kuulu mitään osaa. Minkä vitun takia mun ääni on kuulostaa noin muffled? Mitä hilvettiä?
Let's use these learnings for the next map.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit late night siege hours. It is between our two squads going all the way up the elevator to Skyscraper. Let's just keep it short. Who takes it and why? NA is on the line.
Look at the track record. Space Station, W7M, NIP. Has to be wild card on Skyscraper.
I'm believing in the wild card. I don't know. When it comes to G2's playstyle, it's all based off confidence.
Hello.
After losing a map like
that, mun oma korvaa tää kuulostaa kyllä ihan niinku okolta. Mä ainakaan. En mä tiedä, ehkä se on vaan, että mä vähän puhuin kevyesti ja sitä kautta vähän muffled. Mut joo, siis iso kiitos klipeistä, iso kiitos myös tulla, että niinku toit tämmösiä ongelmia. Toi huomioon. Mutta Skyscraperin en yllättäisi ottaa wildcardille. On G2 edelleen. Ei edes 69%.
But for this third map, G2 will now need to overcome wildcard on a map they've been playing so strong as of late.
Nyt kun tää meni tänne, niin mulla on vähän semmonen tunne, että tää saattaa kuulkaas chatti mennä siihen, että Kulta Kakonen lähtee kotiin. Joo, mut ottaa huomioon, että Skyscraper on ihan helvetin defender-sided. Ja Wildcard tänään löylytti nippiä hyökkäyksellä. Eli Wildcard oli hyökkäyksellä ja ne löylytti nippiä. Melkeinpä.
But in that crucial 12th round, Wildcard just got the job done to squeeze through to this third map. This is simply now a best of one. You lose this and your time at the major comes to an end. You win and you progress to tomorrow, to Super Saturday. G2 Wildcard on Skyscraper. Let's get this one underway.
Double hard breach ban from Wildcard. They'll be aiming to make these attacks from G2 as tedious and as slow as possible. G2 on the flip side, trying to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. They take out the Kaid and the Clash in response. And you mentioned two names before, Stompin and Baby Shark. While they head into this third and final map, the top-rated players from their respective teams. So looking at them once more to produce some results here.
Not just them though, but who's going to stand up maybe in place of them if they do not perform. You need more soldiers in the army. For Wildcard, we saw Dash start to bring some life. Maybe this could be the map of Bay. Kansan played well on Cafe. Largely a solid team effort alongside Baby Shark leading the way. For G2, Stompin's been amazing, but Doki's had his moments as well. Could Loira be the difference maybe on this map? Capable for sure. And this is now when mistakes get punished. Nerves are
Let's
tested.
Go G2.
Simply one map to determine your fate at a major. For G2, we know their pacing can be slow and even more than further compounded on a map like Skyscraper. I'm not expecting super fast flashy plays, but that might be what Wildcard is expecting as well.
Vigilillä on muuten G2 skiniä siellä. Joskus tuntuu, että kun on katsonut pelejä, että Stomfin pelaa 1v9, mutta toivottavasti siellä on nyt keskusteltu. No ei välttämättä ihan 1v9, mutta joo, aika lailla on ollut vähän sillä, että tuntuu, että Stomfin vetää yksin. Nuori hosuja siinä.
G2 are trying to put some direct pressure on. Alamau did go for that vault in.
Ja hyppää sisään ja kuolee. GN.
G2 slight advantage. Courtesy of both Doki.
Ois kyllä ollut tähän näin, kun toi Spiker ois ollut sille bot-chattiin. Vittu Alemaan ois varmaan lähtenyt henkseleistä. Ihan vittu varmasti ois lähtenyt henkseleistä.
Huge kill. Glass is activated, expecting the push. Falls behind the bomb chassis. Baby Shark trying to get involved from Lounge, but Stompin was already in. Pistol kill from Stompin. Re-establishes that player advantage. Spiker, can he get involved now? Started Geisha, now holding drum. But it leaves his teammate in Kansan by himself in exhibition to try and handle Stompin. Spiker getting pressured. Blaz trying to get into his face now.
Blazilla 8 luotti ja unelma.
Diffuser has been collected. 45 seconds now for G2.
Kansan is on an island in sight. Spiker will rotate through Dragon. Spiker, though, able to stay alive, and Kansan wins his battle on sight. Now leaves it down to Blaz. He can't do nothing against Spiker. Wildcard flipped around. I mean, despite a strong showing from G2, they walk away with nothing.
G2 getting drawn into the roam late round. There was perhaps an opportunity to maybe be a little more direct on objective and start thinking about that planned objective. But as we have seen time
kun taas nyt aloin seuraamaan tätä enemmän niin Pro-liigaa, kun mulla oli aika pitkä tauko yhdessä vaiheessa. Niin toi... Just mä vaan kuka vittu tää Stompin on? Siis legit, mä olin vaan kuka vittu tää on?
And it's a nerve settler as well for Wildcard. You don't want to come into Skyscraper, a map that you've been performing on very nicely.
Vade selitti mulle sitä, että se on sen Jynksin joku kaveri ja G2 sitten pikkas, niin sit mä vaan silleen, okei. Toisaalta mä en välitä vittuukaan Jynksistäkään, niin...
Now move to the second main site here on Skyscraper. 3 kills from Spiker and a huge round from him. What a decent tournament he's had so far as well for Wildcard.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
As expected, Wildcard head us to karaoke for the follow-up. The second round of this half. And some key defensive operators to try maintain control of this
Jynx olisi huono creatori tai huono jääkiekkoilija tai mitään. Mä vaan sanon, että mä en vaan välitä hänestä.
And you look at the Goyo as well, Baby Shark, and his ability to stall out space and make this push really tedious for the attack.
Voi olla se, että löysin hän, tai sain tietää hänestä vasta kun hän niinku räjähti. Niin se on tuonut sen, että se on silleen, että I don't care. Koska mä en hirveän paljon seuraa oikein ketään niinku massiivisesti isoa striimaajaa tai creatoria. Creatoria on huonompi, se on striimaaja on enemmän se. Että just jotain creatoreita, niinkun YouTubeajia ja jne tämmösiin. Joo. Sitten niinku striimaajaa en. Eikä välitä Jynx yhtään, mutta jotenkin on tykännyt kuitenkin Stomfin. Stomfin on niinku toi ihan chilli. Ei sinällään niinku just hyvä pelaamaan selkeesti nuori hosuja ja tälleen.
He does not have the kit, but now in a position that may not be known to Wildcard to be playing such a close, aggressive angle. Has cleared out. Good intel, good side control, and now the opening kill as well. So far, this has been an amazing attack by G2.
The diffuser so far away, though. It's now opportunity now for Wildcard to try and get back into the round. There's the
ja Loira siellä goldissa silleen kukku.
Kansan had no idea that Loira had already slipped in, but a good nitro in response from Dash. We keep going back though, trade for trade. Maintains the advantage for G2. Logic Bomb rings out from Stompen. Spiker now
niin, Blasi oli se kautta, missä toi defuseri on. Kun oli kuitenkin saitti oli hallussa tossa tuolla alema olleen Loiralla. Just, että missä Stompen ja missä Blani on.
Stompen's over towards delivery. He's first
Nämä se on tuolla niinku Shrinin ulkona. Ja nyt se on sitten Shrinin lahse defuseri.
Back over towards the hallway. Catches out Baby Shark. Huge kill. Down a Spiker now in the 1v2. There's not a lot of time remaining. Doki great
Hetkonen, ne ottoi vielä.
Mezzanine shoots him in the back of the head and G2 recover in the round. Their fast start certainly did get stalled out, but he recovered.
Enemmän se ei ollut se, että missä se viipyy, vaan niin kuin ylipäätään missä hän on sillä hetkellä. Et onko se siinä lähellä, onko se jossain perseessä, niin kuin, släkkää jossain ihan Narniassa. Onko se siinä backstairien ovella vai missä se on. Niin se oli vähän silleen, koska se Observeri ei näyttänyt sitä, missä se menee. Ja seinien läpi ei näkynyt niinku toi outlineit. Koska kukaan ei kattonut sitä päin. Mut joo, siis joo, vähän oli semmonen niinku, missä se viipyy tilanne. Ja koska me ei tiedä, missä se on, niin teet missä se viipyy. Et joo ihan.
Wildcard slowly stabilized, kind of brought the round back into contention, and while they ultimately did lose, it's a surefire sign to say they're not just going to be overrun easily.
10 seconds left.
They introduced the Solace then for round 3. We head over to the tertiary side of choice. It's Kitchen.
5 seconds left.
Tänään on kyllä tullut vähän herkuteltua. Sanders osti tosta. Kävi ostamassa kakun. Syötiin se. Se oli aika pieni kakku. Niin, hengitettiin se. Tai minä hengitin se. Ja Sanders söi sen omansa. Ja näin vedettiin vittu juustonaksui tosta ja nyt vähän longero.
2 rounds played, no kills yet for Baby Shark.
Mä en muista. On pakko sanoa, että mä en muista. Kummin päin ne meni. Taisi olla.
So pressure early over towards makeup. Keisha from G2. Spiker will be the one to play inside of Keisha. Baby Shark in T-room. Dash as well. With Bay over towards Drum, that's 4 top-level players for Wildcard. Only Kansan will play Kitchen, will play Side.
Questions to be posed, though, over towards Drum. As Bay under assault from drones and the utility now to follow. Stomping looking to try and clear this castle barricade with the frag grenade. Lawyer with follow-up Candela in hand.
It seems like they're getting ready for an execute over towards this drum position, maybe even Geisha. Bay sensing that the pressure is mounting in front of him. Kenzen though now down below on the Solus. Holding the vert angle to try and deny the push through the doorway. A rotate now from G2.
Giving up on that drum side, Lawyer rotates. Looking to pivot. G2 eager for this T-room control.
Vlad still on the rappel, outside of Karaoke. Doki finds the opening pick onto Dash. The castle will go down. Good position over towards top. Black stairs now established for Doki. Spiker in a tough spot. Good clear from Loira. And then Doki gets rid of Baby Shark as well. Wildcard are now under that pressure that has been building.
Jännää, että Loira kuitenkin käyttää pistoolia. Haulikkoja ja pistoolia. Eikä Machine pistooli, Ripperi.
Completely overwhelming Wildcard's defense. And they take the lead now on this decisive third map. 2 early attacking rounds. Bodes well for the home team.
Exactly, it's a storyline beaten to death here on Skyscraper, but 2 rounds typically considered more than enough, more than defendable in the second half. So G2 off to an amazing
start. Mute ja Jingi pois.
Just breaking down this defense.
Suoraan tactical timeouttiin.
Like Holy Gate is beautiful. One thing for you, Shaq, play them in Lucy. Okay, I know that Rare is difficult, but play them in Lucy. Use your impact grenades to open the rotations, okay? Spike, one thing for you, like, let's play a little bit more the Valkyrie. It's important. Let's ISO the skills, okay? Play Valkyrie, Holy Geishas, but you can play more in the Brown Stairs.
I need to play Vigil for the Geisha hold though, but I can do it for the other two.
But don't play inside the Geishas, play in the Brown Stairs. You can play like Desert Eagle, just play outside, like, not in your default position.
I can play Valkyrie.
You can open the rotation, okay, so that's fine. Other thing, guys, for the T defense, of course, you guys can call the Matrix or the room, but play the game, guys. Don't beat the Matrix. Yeah, don't pop in the position, guys. Play the game, move a lot. Remember, if they're doing splits, it's good for them to like just into the default positions, right? Play the game, move like non-information, guys. Talk about it. They are not more up here. Like they're free. So non-information. Okay.
Well, the noise levels rising inside of the arena as G2 have taken the last 2 rounds and forced an early timeout from Wildcard. On a map that is the second most defender at the tournament. G2 have already got 2 attacking rounds and putting Wildcard to the sword early. Exhibition offers coming up next. Wildcard cannot afford to give up a 3rd straight round.
Well, we've seen the Ying in the last 2 rounds and its impact evident. And so for the final 3 of this particular half, Wildcard to take it out of play. G2 to ban Mute.
Mute bänni, mutta sieltä lähti saman tien Jingi bänni. Musta tuntuu, että sieltä alkaa Mä vähän mietin, että sieltä olisi tullut Deimosta, mutta alettu saman tien pelaamaan, mutta ei, vaihdetaan Glasiin.
Do we see perhaps something a little bit more direct in this particular round from G2? We know that the Glaz can lay a really good pressure over the balls that Samurai window position. But of course, it can be a useful tool elsewhere, even on that initial map clear, if they desire.
Well, across all 3 maps so far, there's only been 3 rounds in which G2 got the opening kill, but did not convert. That has been a strong category for them, not just today, but also throughout the tournament. If G2 keep finding these opening kills in this first half on Skyscraper, they are going to be very difficult to stop. Wildcard need to get on the front foot, get aggressive on defense, find these early contact fights, force them, try and get these opening kills. Baby Shark will do just that, and look at that. You net the reward. A double push out though with the smoke, and Baby Shark almost got the second.
Ja alemaana putoaa sinne.
Wildcard finding this aggression here in the 4th round when it was oh so needed.
First pick for Baby Shark, able to fight ahead of the smoke.
Ei swingaa kuitenkaan. En olisi yllättynyt vaikka jos Baby Shark olisi swingannut uudelleen.
Still a run out threat. Shots elsewhere. Minute 45 and G2 will not go down without a fight, but it's such a tricky position.
Plaz? Well, he's been a little bit quiet so far in this series, but has made some noise now in this 4th round to bring it back to a 3v4 and give his teammates an opportunity. There's still so much time
niitä aikoja, kun Suomessa oli kova e-sportti.
For G2 to recover, reposition, find angles, and Plaz gets a second. But then very swiftly after that, Wildcard put an end to G2 before they could get rolling. Huge round win for Wildcard to tie up the scoreboard 2-2 apiece. But it was Wildcard getting on the front foot that set them up in that round.
Certainly should instill Baby Shark with some confidence now as well. Fighting on the exterior of Guiche, played in front of the smoke, gave his team the advantage. And G2, again, you can never count them out, and the numbers at this event suggest so. But doing a phenomenal job to complete that round, and in doing so, it's a successful tactical timeout conversion as well. Equalizes that scoreline to apiece and keeping G2 honest in this half.
M80, of course, awaiting the winner tomorrow in the lower bracket semi-final. Will it be an all-American showdown? Or can G2 rise above and take this series where they have certainly now been tested? Oh, so comfortable on the first map, a struggle on the second and falling short. Now on Skyscraper, all tied up.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
But these attacking rounds for G2 could certainly go a long way. Wildcard need to keep stacking the deck. They need to keep getting these defensive rounds. 4 almost feels like a requirement.
Puhujan mukaan Vade vetää huomenna perseä, että laulaa karaoke. Sieltä vielä BM.
At a major is oh so embarrassing for Kansan.
KKKK.
Oh, Doki would love that one. And so will G2. Now they've got yet another opening kill.
Go.
Such a significantly high conversion rate. It puts the pressure right back on Wildcard on this main side of Tea Room Karaoke.
Alamau outside, patient, relaying information to the rest of the team. G2 likely wanting to isolate Dash here on the backstairs position. Has Nitro, could have impact, but droned out. G2 do now need to act off this information. Bay, though, is protecting.
But you can see that Wildcard are trying to get aggressive. They want to keep Alamau at bay or maybe even punish him if he oversteps the mark. But G2 have stalled, they've slowed. Baby Shark, he went for the vault out. He lost his life to Doki. Went for the double push alongside Bay, the old 3-2-1, but Doki got at least one. So limits that frag, keeps the advantage with G2. And this Monty that still needs to be dealt with. One Nitrocell from Spiker could be the difference.
Minute 30, and Alamau now makes his move into Karaoke.
Well, who can stop him? He's got really strong position. Loira's also taken top black stairs. Blaz on the rappel. Alamau is in a very safe position right now.
Tuntuu välillä noilla casterilla enemmän infoa, mitä pelaajilla on. Niillä taitaa olla 2 näyttöä, mistä ne näkee 2 Observerin feedit. Kun me vaan nähdään toisen.
Round is back alive, but Loira gets active. Pushes forward and finds the kill onto Dash, and Alamau will now go to the safety of Tea Room. And with Bay's death now, Spiker, Nitrocell needs to connect, and while he does, he doesn't do so
Defulla
in
meni
time.
maahan, mutta Spiker sai kuitenkin kilven alas, joka on hukea. Hukea, sanon minä.
He does have some information, but this is going to be a challenge.
Had the bulletproof camera to watch the push back in towards Tea Room. Blaz in the hallway, wants to go for the swing towards the doorway. But you don't need to swing at this moment. Spiker, that's one! Looking for the shot onto Blaz, pulls the pistol out, needs to make this push and make this his moment, but it's the bailiff from Blaz!
Pistooli ja kaista, saatana.
Well, 3-2 to G2, another attacking round win. And from a 1v1, where the pressure is at its highest, it's G2, it's Blaz that come out on top.
What a 1 versus 1. Both players scrambling to try and net that final kill. But it's G2 out on top. Started off well with the shock drone pick. Had the advantage. Alamau then providing value on the Monty. Initially they teased Karaoke, then when Stompin lost his engagement below, they pivoted. Unable to deny plant. Spiker in the 1v2 had some information but couldn't quite land this kill.
So crucial. Such a 50-50, so winnable for both, but it's Blads that holds out, and he's had a very good skyscraper. Well, Doki, you did actually get a round of applause, but the match was, of course, live. He would have been locked in after getting that opening kill with a shock drone. 7-3 from Doki.
Ja siellä oli.
And this is the good thing as well for G2. It hasn't been the focus of Stomp, and others have stood up. Loira, Blaz, Doki, the three best performing.
Drones activated. Kitchen and barbecue, the final objective of choice this half, and absolutely critical for wildcard.
Absolutely must win right now for wildcard. They need another defensive round just to stabilize going into the second half. So far, every opening kill has been converted into a round win on this map of Skyscraper. 3 of the last 4 rounds now have gone the way of G2. They are building momentum, but it's Baby Shark that gets the opening pick onto the Glaz of Loira. What ramifications may that have into the round? Alamau, aggressive on the blitz. Well, his flash did not connect. It was the Nitrocell from Spiker, Doki. G2 are continuing to just try and bring the pressure and overwhelm Wildcard. And even though Wildcard got a few kills themselves, it's now 3v3. Doki on the move, catching out Bay. And now down to just Dash. G2 so aggressive in this 6th round. Dash still has gas babes to help him out against Blaz and Stompin. Throws the first out but does not connect. The second neither. Stompin's plan will be successful. And now needing to deal against this Blackbeard, this becomes so difficult, but quickly deals with that Blackbeard. Now forces Stompin into the 1v1. The question is, does he stick? Does he stick the whole way? Dash will indeed maintain control.
Broidi, miksi sä oot räppelis soolossa? Miksi sä oot 1v1 räppelis, bro? Mitä sä teet? Oh no!
We are tied going into the second half. Wild card with a wild way to end the round.
Wow.
Nerves of steel to stick that.
Got awkward at the end there. Stompin got isolated outside. Very difficult then to find that counter defuse. Dash commits. Rewarded. 3-3 scoreline. It still does tilt statistically ever so slightly towards G2, but Wildcard within arm's reach.
Tämä olisi ollut niinku helppo toi 4-2, mutta mentiinkin 3-3.
Wildcard, 51% attack win rate on Skyscraper in the last few months. 70% defensive win rate though for G2. Have they done enough on their attack? 3 rounds acquired for the EML team.
Jesus.
And had Wildcard lost this round, they would have been so up against it. Oh, what a play from Dash.
And Stompin just unable to play off the Blackbeard. We actually have a call in with Fox. Let's throw it over to him.
Hello, everybody. I mean, Wildcard's in a very tough position. They usually win if they're able to get 4 defensive rounds. They're staying true to what got them the map to win, which is matching G2's aggression. But when they get to attack, we need to see them play it slow, reel it in. They get the opening picks. They don't need to go chasing for anything more. Play together as a unit and match G2's aggression with defense.
10 seconds. Thank you very much, Fox. Dapper as always.
5 seconds to go.
And wonderful insight
Niin, toi
from a well-respected former pro. Now,
G2 oikeasti olisi halunnut sen 4-2 ihan vaan sen takia, koska kuinka kovaa Wildcard otti ne hyökkäykset Nippiä vastaan. Joo, Nippikin on underdog-tiimi. Kuitenkin Skyscraper Attackeit. Niitä ei pitäisi tapahtua monta, ja niitä tapahtui ihan vitusti liikaa sen aikaisemmin. Herra jestas. Se legit oli attack Skyscraper. Sen ei pitäisi olla asia.
Bay's actually currently lurking down below. Wildcard may hit soon.
Oh, Bay. Speaking of nerves of steel, what about the rush of adrenaline? But Stompin knifes
Stompin on valmiina, mutta
a quick explosion of trades leaves us where we begun. Evened up in numbers, but Spiker will fall, so does Doki.
nyt on Alemano 1 ja siellä on 1-6. Kahta vastaan, kahta AR:ää vastaan ja pitäisi löytää. Toisaalta siellä on Nevermind.
The adrenaline pumping through Wildcard sees them explode into the sight, and G2 were not ready. Wildcard are 3 rounds away from knocking out G2.
Great little pocket play there. Getting value from the Amaru, throwing the defense into disarray, maintaining the trade game, and then able to isolate Alamau. Love that from Wildcard, gives them the lead and keeps things very, very interesting.
It just adds that element of nerve as well, maybe for G2. Okay, it's only the 1 round, but what happens if it becomes a 5-3 scoreline on home soil in front of the crowd that is cheering and supporting for them? Surely G2 cannot let them down. But that's the quest, that's the goal for Wildcard, to be the villain. And seeking of that top 4 position for a roster that many maybe didn't consider to be capable of doing so.
5 seconds remaining.
And whilst it was immediately traded, that last round out, the only one so far where the opening kill has not been converted. Certainly something to keep our eye on as this half progresses.
Well, the Wildcard just go fast again.
Tää niin jännää, mun on pakko käydä pusatas väliin. Nukusen housu.
For the 8th round. The good news for Wildcard is they've now already put that into the thought of G2. G2 are now aware of the fact, hey, they can go fast, they can play quick tempo siege, even on Skyscraper. That they now need to be wary of this. Blasto shuts down Bay. That's what G2 needed.
Love that little bait. Catches Bay. 2 and 7 here on Skyscraper. And G2, one of the best teams at this event for opening kill conversion.
Well, they didn't do it in the last round, but to be fair, it was a quick trade and certainly a very different kind of round. Frag grenade thrown in by Dash. Logic bomb activated as well, but the Nitro Assault from Doki hits the mark. Here comes the Shark, but he's grounded by Stompin. G2 on top here on Tea Room Karaoke, fighting back against Wildcard.
Loading new mag.
Surely can't lose the 4v2 on one of the main sites of Skyscraper. They are now well poised to tie it back up 4-4 from here. Spiker Kansan would need very much to pull the ace out of the deck if they're going to win this round, and it's oh so statistically unlikely.
They have plenty of time, but no map control to show for it. Some drones available, but pretty limited at that. G2 lock down these rounds. It will take a mighty effort from these two to wrangle this one back.
Playing the time. Hoping that G2 will peak. That they will make a mistake that could be punished. Stompin though holding nerves inside of makeup. Kansan makes his way in. Spiker though could not make entry. And what Kansan could, and he got one, thusly traded. G2 get the job done. All tied up now 4-4.
Well, a more conventional round then from Wildcard. G2, good read, good execution. Back to an equal scoreline, 4-4. Exhibition, we return.
So they go the repeat. After losing it in the 7th round, at this point though, G2 would probably think the Wildcard will not go for the same play, that they will now have to play this site in a more conventional manner, similar to Tea Room Karaoke, which G2 had a very strong handle of.
Really just phenomenal work in denying
Tasoitettiin
any
kuitenkin 4-4, joka on hyvä.
Initiated by the exterior mirror, followed up on that Geesh side as well. Great defense from G2.
So hard to split right now. You always will lean onto the side that's playing defense, Skyscraper, naturally. That means for Wildcard, they still need to keep running up against that wall.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe Shark will switch off the Deimos. In fact, rather few switches now for Wildcard. Minds will be changed. They will bring the Sens and the Ying combination.
Is that indicative of another overload Another direct site hit. The attack, though, largely spawning on the opposing side of the map.
And they've also got 3 Nitro Cells as well, so if you go with that Sens play, you can't put full trust. I mean, the wall's not going to really help if the Nitro Cell gets thrown over from the ROUs. G2 certainly have the explosive utility to deal with Wildcard when they eventually execute.
Reload!
It's just initial hard breach for now. The secondaries coming into play on this Geesh side. Lurk as well employed. Baby Shark given the license on first floor to maybe eventually make a play backstairs or connect up main. Castles to impede progress though on this side of the map.
Yeah, and Alamal playing close
On
by. You
aika
see the silhouette in the hallway.
Aika jännä
Will he rotate
peli,
off?
mitä hilvettä.
1-7 at the moment for Alamal. Hasn't quite been his game just yet, but maybe his moment to come later on. Keep a barrier thrown up to block the wall.
Huomaa vois melkein vetää semi-open watch partin tuolla Discordissa.
Stompin close by Enshrine. So there are numbers here for G2 defensively. Alamal continues to hold inside a drum. Baby Shark edging closer. And Alamal thought maybe for the soft peek. Blocks it off with the keeper barrier. 90 seconds in the round remains.
He may be going 1-7, but good stall out this round from Alamal. Wildcard now looking to respond.
Keeper barrier was prepped. Candela was thrown. It will go off. Alamal is full white. He makes the run, but he cannot get away safely. Great solo clear from Dash.
Alemaana taitaa olla vähän tiltistä ikuaikaan.
The Nitro Cell thrown at the feet of Dash. Only opens up a hole in the floor. A minute remains. Wildcard with the advantage.
Time though now. Does it become an issue for Wildcard? Stomping with a very clean shot onto Spiker. Nitro ripped, now falls back.
Thought about the Nitro Cell. Popped it against it. Now goes one more time, throws it out, but misses. The ROU went out as well. 2 more in pocket still for Kansan. Logic Bomb will expire from Baby Shark. Stompin cleared on the water, an advantage again for Wildcard. In this 9th round, when no one has been able to really get a hold of this map. Another crucial, pivotal end of round to come. Blaz, Loira, and Doki. Outnumbered, outgunned, but will not go down quietly. Blaz inside a VIP. He's been so strong on this map. Doki clears out the Russian Kansan, but then 2 more fall. It's only down to Blaz. 7 seconds remain. The win con is to deny this plant from Baby Shark inside of offers, and as he repositions, Blaz does not get there in time. Now the post plant.
Tuo Castle huutos yhden damage. Hirveä huuto.
30 seconds though. He can slow it down a little bit, has the chance, but Baby Shark had the momentum on the swing. Wildcard, make it 5.
G2.
And for G2 now, staring down defeat if they can't get momentum of this map. 2 more rounds required now for Wildcard.
Wildcard really chipping away at map control nicely, clearing drum, dealing with Alamal. Stompin looked to play for his life. Dragon again got caught, and nobody on site able to then trade that out, unable to bait that attack in and actually capitalize upon that position. Then snappy on the execute from Wildcard, 1v3, well converted. G2, timeout.
Like just like exact play like you play the Valk Zach and then like last play the trap. So like we have traps, we have Valk, and like as we are 3 above, like if they like go play for top floor, we try to get the pick and then fall back and then like play execute. Okay guys, or the thing. But you guys think it's better like fight or is it better like play the 3 above? Because if you better fight, like just better do the 4 above and everyone play traps. Okay guys, so like keep that in mind. I think also after like still we go for karaoke, bro. Like we need to win exhibition, bro. I think like it's the time for like we play compact and play below, like to create chaos on them below. Okay, guys.
Okay.
That might also for.
No, but I disagree. They already rushed, bro. We should do the face hold again, no?
Okay, can do also.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Let's go. Communicate the operator.
Okay.
So out of the timeout, G2 down 4-5, still on defense, still in a strong position, but now we'll go tertiary. Barbecue, kitchen, Wildcard. So close to knocking out this EML juggernaut, this home team. And I've been somewhat surprised in the way in which Wildcard are doing it, guys. I thought they would be stronger on defense, but they're winning attack.
Keikokas olisi pitänyt vetää 2-0. Mä oon vähän sitä mieltä, että Keikokas olisi pitänyt vetää 2-0, koska ei tuu voittaa tätä matchupia 2-1. Mulla on vähän semmoinen kutina.
It's easy to look scared on Skyscraper, a very intimidating map to attack into, but at the moment they're doing their region proud. And they're well and truly with a great shot here to pull off quite the upset against G2.
5 seconds to go.
Tertiary
it
site.
It would be an upset.
And tertiary site now in play, so perhaps we could see Wildcard get match point on this particular objective.
So Barbecue Kitchen, G2. Just 2 rounds. 1 for them inside the last 6. It's been largely Wildcard. Alamel won 8, but could he find a way to activate? I need him desperately.
Aleman pitää herätä, vai onko Brasiin vähän tiltissä? Sinne meni drone, EQV. Okei, Fairbailläkään ei oo mennyt mitään parhaita, mutta koko muulla tiimillä menee. Ja samoin Penkin pitää vähän herätä. Toisaalta Päivä pelaa supporttia. Thatcherit ei termaria tällä hetkellä. Niin. Alemanakin on pelannut kilpeä, se on pelannut supporttia siinä paljon, mutta ei se oo saanut hirveän paljon sillä aikaiseksi.
And can be self-sufficient with those keeper barriers.
Tämä näyttää vähän muun tronetukselta.
Try and punish Wildcard on this very entry, but the smoke covers still gets the kill.
Joo, sai hyvän niin ison tapon termari, jolla on vielä yksi exotermitti periaatteessa takataskussa. Mut toisaalta mieluummin ehkä olisi saanut Baby Sharkin tai Spikerin. No sinne Stompfina ottaa Baby Sharkin nyt pois, joka on vittun kova, koska Baby Shark on 8 tappaa. Kansani on iso. Onko se 10? Holy shit. Mulla on vittu hikka. Röyhtäyttää samaan aikaan. Miten perseet.
Wildcard desperately need the next kill, or we are looking at 5-5.
Tää menee niinku puoli ja toisin. Tää voi hyvin mennä luotella. Toki nyt älä oo liikaa. Ja alapuolelta vielä tosta kulmasta. Holy, mä en oo nähnyt vittu ees saanut.
Map 3 is tied at 5-5 here at the Major. It doesn't get much better than this.
Let's go T2. Let's go T2. Let's go T2. Let's go T2.
So into the 11th round, the crowd starts to make its noise in favor of G2 to steer them home here on Skyscraper. Round 11, who can get OT secured and get an opportunity to send the other team home.
Insane shot there from Doki, did his job so nicely, Drama, and then stomping with the 180 to all but confirm the round for his team. Great hold from G2. Up above on that second floor, Wildcard getting nowhere close to that objective.
Doki now 5-0 on entry kills so far in the series, a 130 EPS, 33-21 KD. Only beaten by Stompin. Those two have been so incredibly sensational for G2. And it might fall on Doki and Stompin to get the troops home. On the flip side for Wildcard, it has been Baby Shark and Kansan as the top performing duo across this series. 5-5, pivotal, 11th round coming up.
Holy shit.
And there's just no room for error from either team. Opening kill conversion has been incredibly strong. 10 rounds played, only once has it not resulted in a round win. Early pressure has proved to be pivotal.
Wildcard posturing on Geisha's side for the initial clear, finding it challenging though, even to just open up that first breach. The Mute Jammer to stall that particular piece of utility out. Baby Shark once again to lurk down below, and maybe they'll look to formulate a plan here. Drone work good from this particular attack. Pings available. Can Baby Shark maybe cook something up here?
Seems pretty safe as well in this position. No one playing first floor for G2.
Mielenkiintoinen toi Emppi. Mä tiedän, ehkä se oli koittaa saada Stomfinin osumaan, että se ei voisi käyttää sitä Vigilin juttuja on.
That's massive for the North American outfit, and the Logic Bomb rings out from Baby Shark. Maybe they smell blood in the water.
In the tuck, but the Blackbeard protected.
And the Nitrocell, while thrown, does not explode. The cover was there for Dash. Wildcard playing so well as a team in this round. Doki has been sensational, but now must rise to a new level. 15 and 7 in the 2v4. A reloaded drum might give him the ammunition needed in this 11th round to turn the tide.
Nyt on vähän loiraat, nyt ei saa katsoa lattia, koska...
Doki falls, and with that the hope as well for G2 is now firmly in Loira's hands. But the Jesters are making a mockery of the Kings.
Se on mahdollisesti roundin päässä siitä, että Falcons on ainoa EU-presentationi tässä enää, koska G2 lähtee kotiin. Toisaalta niillä ei ole hirveän pitkä matka, mutta silti.
And for G2, they have invested so much time, so many resources into this project. They want to get back to being the best in the world. Imagine being knocked out by Wildcard. Okay, it wasn't meant to be BM, all right.
Well, you may laugh, Munich, but guess what? If G2 lose this round, they go home. They need your voice now more than ever. Down 5-6, facing elimination. Wildcard, indeed very well, may knock out G2 and book their date in that lower bracket semi-final tomorrow. G2 looking to not allow that. To hold strong on defense, to fight one last time,
huomenna
to stay
lähtee pelaamaan 2 NA-tiimiä täällä lowerissa.
Well, let's get ready to rumble.
Jos Wildcard siis nyt tästä voittaa, ottaa 7-5 voiton. Vähän samalla tavalla kuin otti äskeisestä kartasta, tai kakkoskartasta, kans 7-5 voiton. Tää teki sillä, että koska G2 on nyt puolustuksessa, sen ei pitäisi tapahtua. Se on kuitenkin Wildcard, ketä vastaan ne pelaa. Se voi hyvinkin mennä siihen, että se on Wildcard ottaa sen. Nyt legit ei oo varaa yhteenkään joukkeen.
Having a bit of trouble here with the castle barricade. Fortunately, no real pressure in this position.
It's Blaz and Alamau to contest this half of the map. A key role in stalling out time. Alamau 2-9. Is this the round he steps up?
Spotted, and the reload spotted as well, but Dash can't find the kill onto Blaz. Tucks the corner, does not miss. Trade from Alamau is swift. Was required. While Blaz loses his life, so does Dash on the Hibana. But still 2 Salmas available, plus a tin can opener for Spiker.
Plus reikä on niin silti kuljettavissa siihen Coldista.
And Stompin to reposition, maybe to aid Alamau on this extension.
Ei oo pleikkaa.
Up close.
Stompin holding the window, but
kun Kansani ottaa sieltä vitun reiästä, minkä mä just mainitsin. Saan nyt tietoa, että siellä on vielä rummus yksi. Doki saa paina. 3-3. Nyt Aleman otti ison. Oh my goodness.
Baby Shark, Spiker, what have you got?
G2 bringing it back. They are showing us what they've got. Spiker now needs to make this his moment, but Alamau says no. This is our moment. This is our arena.
Jesus. Siis tätä ei kestä legit kattoo, vittu.
G2 force overtime in
oh
map
my
3.
god, vittun OT tähän. Mennäänkö kaikki 15? Et Satana, eikä oikeesti tulee tässä niinku kylmät väreet.
side, it feels like maybe G2 have escaped the brink of elimination. And all the pressure now back on you, Wildcard.
And with the crowd against them, Wildcard on attack. Now it has been a very balanced map thus far in terms of the attack and defense split.
3-3.
But in OT with the pressure mounting defense, typically more comfortable, especially here on Skyscraper.
And G2 know the relief, the utter relief surely for those players facing elimination. The opening kill to Wildcard, everything seemingly against them. But some old heads rise to the occasion, and Alamau was so crucial towards Mezzanine.
10 seconds remaining.
G2, they overcome the first obstacle. But now that finish line is in sight.
I'm reloading. Attackers are moving out to locate
Over to Exhibition then for the 13th round. What do Wildcard have to show? Double primary hard breach for this opening attempt, the Maverick and the Ace combination. And so they shouldn't have too many teething issues if they are to go from Geisha across.
Exact same site, exact same lineup from G2. They are quite literally running it back. Same comp, same positions, same mentality. So it's up to Wildcard to show adaptation here in overtime.
We saw how pivotal that hold from Alamau over towards Drum was in the last time out. Wildcard likely to invest big time to try and clear that particular position and start unlocking the map.
Every move so careful, every wall that gets opened up has threats potentially on the other side. Loira lurking inside of Kitchen, but it's Alamau that loses the battle. He went for the door peek. Now he was restrained last time out, he held further back, this time he peeks, but Loira with the Nitrocell kill onto Kansan, who's been incredibly strong for Wildcard. That's a big loss for the North American outfit.
And in the meantime, G2 electing not to retake position. They will consolidate on the site itself and maintain Loira's presence down below on the first floor.
A solo Nitrocell in the hands of Doki playing office site. Loira still below, now inside a bathroom. And while it's all tied up 4v4 and still loads of time remaining, it's hard to get a grasp on this round other than to usually back in defense unless Wildcard can change that. It's on them. The onus is theirs to shape this round. Baby Shark stalled out by the first gas babe of Stompin', 2 more in pocket.
Stompin' tricky to clear, VIP, shotgun close. Doki as well with Nitro and Zodos for stall out utility. 1 minute now remaining for Wildcard to try and problem solve this round.
Spiker with a kit over towards Drum. Options are still open for Wildcard. But G2 not giving them much of an angle, but a small
Mistä vitun kulmasta se nappasi Dokin?
hits the headshot onto Doki. Stompin', Loira, and Blaz. 40 seconds to decide fate here in this first overtime round. Stompin' will fall back and says to Wildcard, you must now clear through me.
30 seconds, can G2 hold on?
Loira, flank betrayed. 2v2 into the final 25 seconds. Stompin's position is revealed by the Grim Bees, and Spiker finds the headshot onto Blaz, and then the second as well onto Stompin. Wildcard going, do it again. Backs up against the wall. It does not mind for the Jesters. They thrive on the pressure. And now
Jesus
have 2
fucking
opportunities once again to send G2 home.
Kun nää keycapsit.
Wow. Silencing the crowd. G2 trailing once more.
Jesus.
What? I don't think they've silenced anything, Munich. G2 on the verge of elimination. Need your help once again. And they must do so on the attack.
Hei G2 kuin L2.
But this is what this G2 roster was built for these moments, for these high-stake pressure moments.
Stop peeking.
But 2 rounds
Toisaalta
straight required
swing or get
on a map
swung.
that's being quite back and forth might prove too much for this roster.
Sharpshooting at the end of that round. Wildcard
Tää on huono, kun on niinku... Sit kun se ei oo vaan Grimille paljastettu, vaan se on koko tiimille paljastettu.
Top 4 in sight for Wildcard. at a major.
Left before insertion.
M80 sitting back watching to see who they play tomorrow.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Exhibition office for this particular round. Wildcard back in the first half, successfully defending this site choice twice. They have good history on this site. G2 need to break the trend.
Well, a decent start from the clutch drones of Doki on the Brava, but let's be real. The drone work from Doki is not going to be the most important factor in this round. It's probably his fragging power. 17 and 9, throw on 6 assists. Has been utterly sensational.
Well, they have the Rayora this round. There's potential for G2 to shape up direct here. Samurai could be a potential playmaking position. Alamau and the Monty has that diffuser tucked under his arm as well, already gathering info from Breach.
Wildcard have been able to get 4 of the last 5 round opening kills. G2 need to change that now. They need to get the early advantage. Are they thinking about an early rush with the Rayora to block the side door? The gate goes out and closes. Gas bait was thrown in response. 1 more remains for Dash, and still with 2 minutes on the clock, that's decent utility that has now been
Kyllä decent, että 2 kaasua saatiin pois tosta.
Wildcard don't have Spiker lurking all the way on the other side of the map in
Siinä meni viimeinen kaasu, Monti kävelee saitelle. Ovi kiinni, se että saa hetken auki.
But can he get that
Hätsilä se on muuten kiinni.
finds first blood. Minute 30 on the clock for G2.
This might be the end of G2's time at the major. Baby Shark
mikä
takes
kulma.
out Doki and leaves now. So much to be done. From Stompin, Alamau and Blaz. Stompin can't make entry. These Jesters are not here to fool around. G2 on the verge of
Blaz ja
elimination.
Alamau vastaan 4.
Must now combine. But it's the Monty. Alamau will have to either think about plant or pistol. He can do neither.
Oh no.
G2 may have been considered the kings. Wildcard the Jesters. But in this instance, it's the Jesters that have stolen the kingdom. They take the crown, and with that tough log, glory awaits them. A battle against their North American rivals in N80, booked in tomorrow and Saturday for G2. Their run at the major comes to an end.
G2 left shell-shocked. What a day for Wildcard. These boys have been grinding so hard. They show promise of reload, and now here at Munich, they are making their opportunity count.
Päivän molemmat EU-tiimit lens ulos. Päivän molemmat Latam-tiimit lens ulos.
Dominated, absolutely dominated on the opening map. But Wildcard, they thusly responded. And to their credit, they did it the hard and the long way.
Hän sanoi, ei G2 ota tästä 2-1 voittoa. Pitää vetää 2-0.
I could do anything. I mean, they are the wild card for a reason.
Maybe NA can go all the way, but what a performance. Again, they had to do it the hard way. The numbers were stacked against them. It all pointed towards a G2 victory. However, Wildcard just able to grind out round after round after round and rewarded.
Jesus.
Well, for G2, their run comes to an end. For Wildcard, it feels like it's not just beginning, but continuing, gaining in momentum. What can they do against M80 tomorrow? Can they continue to run the bracket? You will have to tune in tomorrow to wait and see.
Helvetin hyvin pelattu Wildcardilta. Ja helvetin paskasti pelattu G2.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. As the G2 fans
Vittu nää tekee. On vähän semmonen niinku tilanne tosta. Ne ei vaan, ne otti niitä gunfightteja, mitä niitä ei olisi pitänyt, ne hävis ne.
Because let's be honest, the Jesters are no joke. They just knock out a fan favorite and a tournament favorite in G2. What's your immediate reaction to what you guys just achieved?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even surprised. I had faith in our team. I mean, we can take out every team here.
Not even surprised, bro.
And that's what we were today.
Do you think you've been slept on? Do you feel like you've been overlooked at this tournament?
I mean, pretty much even in our entire stage too, every game, like people just predict us losing, and then we just keep winning. And I don't know how long until we become the favorites.
Well, you're going to have it up against you. I know I keep talking about this crowd, but you've broken some hearts here tonight. Do you think that you'll be able to win them over going into the rest of this tournament?
Hey,
holy
our
shit.
team loves Munich. Baby Shark is from Europe, so hopefully you guys love us. So.
Baby Shark is from Europe.
Matchup tomorrow against M80. What are your thoughts going into that matchup?
I mean, we've played them so many times. It's just going to be another matchup with them. But I mean, it's very important for us. We're going to give it our best, and just like any other day, maybe we'll win, maybe we'll lose.
Well, it's been a long day for you and your team. Of course, you took out NIP earlier on, and now G2. You need to go and get some rest ahead of a big day tomorrow. So best of luck, and thank you once again. Congratulations to Wildcard, commiserations to G2.
Nää pelaa ei oo se nää pelaa heti aamusta. Ja heti aamusta tai päivästä pelaa Base ja Falcons. Sitten on M80 vastaan Wildcard, joka most likely on Wildcard lentää vittuun siinä. Most likely. Ja sitten pelaa sen matsin voittaja vastaan Falconsia ja Basein häviää. Holy shit. Ei tähän voi parempaa vitun lopetusta. Pitää vittua G2 ja ulos vitun Munichista.
A little bit too much of an ego
GN.
to give 3 of Wildcard's best maps with a little bit of time. The coaches help Wildcard fix all of their mistakes slowly but surely and close it out.
I don't want to jinx it, but my God, this is giving me Manchester vibes all over again. We remember how incredible that was. What a map we had on Skyscraper.
We did, and we have to highlight this round coming out of Dash. Being
Siis
able to bring this
Dashin ei olisi pitänyt voittaa tätä. Dashin ei olisi pitänyt voittaa tätä.
Now realizing that Dash could go for the long arm. And you're going to look back at this. You're going to look at this round and see you had every piece of the puzzle on the side of G2. All you have to do is play a little safer there. Don't play so
Dashin
on that
swing
shield,
up
and it
läsi.
doesn't fall into your favor. But then Alamau, I mean, we got to give him credit. He was having a hard series. Big 3K to push them into the max overtime, but it just simply wasn't enough. Wildcard persevered and showed why they are the kings on Skyscraper.
And they needed it bad. They needed that 3-3 split because we talked about Wildcard successfully winning games if they got 4 rounds on defense. They didn't, but their attacking half, when they started to bring the Dokkaebi to manage the aggression from G2 to be able to slow it down.
Siis vittu mikä villipeli. Moro vadet.
And that's why Wildcard's been so good during the whole Munich major is just trading. Their trading has been absolutely phenomenal.
Mulla on vähän semmonen, että mä haluan olla vielä tässä 20 minuuttia livässä kuitenkin, että toi... 12 tuntia. En olisi ottanut ikänä G2 häviää, en mäkään, siis niinku legit. Legit. Niinku. Mä en ole ottanut yhtään, että G2 häviäisi tonne. Mä oon vähän sitä mieltä, kun mä näin ne kartat. Mä en sanonut sitä silloin mitään, mutta kun mä näin ne kartat, eli Skyscraper on decideri. Mä olin jo siinä vaiheessa, G2 pitää voittaa 2-0. Ne ei tuu voittaa 2-1. Niin, ja se olisi pitänyt olla kafessa ja ohi. Mä olin siinä vaiheessa, kun mä näin sen Skyscraper, mä olin silleen, joo, jos se menee sinne, niin Wildcard voittaa. Sunnuntain grand finaali on best of 5. Mä en tiedä, onko siinä Infinite Oatet. Me ei valitettavasti voida sitä pystytä striimaamaan tätä kauan. Mutta huomenna jatketaan Face Falcons, Wildcard M80 ja sitten To Be Decided. Abauttirallaa siinä. Mä aloitellaan abauttirallaa tohon 14.30 aikoihin tai jossain 2 aikoihin mahdollisesti. Koska just meidän Suomen aikaan, niin toihan on 3:30. Tämä on semmonen vähän tunnin punteroisen matta siihen. Kerrotaan jäppäällä vähän se, kerrotaan mitä vittu tapahtuu ja jänne. Ja se on myöskin huomenna minun osalta viimeinen striimi tätä Majoria valitettavasti. Sunnuntaina ei kerkeä striimailla. Tai en pysty. Se on minusta johtuva, ei Uvilta. Ja iso kiitos Uville tähän vaiheeseen. Iso kiitos kaikille kattomisesta ja tälleen. Jos nyt hyppii pois, niin otetaan tästä tämmönen vähän stream-jäppäily tänne mainoskatto. Kuitenkin mulla on vielä tässä Longeraa hyvin saatavilla. First official 1v1 turnaus. Lähteekö Vade osallistumaan 1v1 turnaukseen? Iltaruokaa, eikö? Niin ne finaalit on niinku Six Invitational 26. Adidas Arena. Oishan se kova vade, jos sä lähtisit tonne noin vähän se näyttää, mistä suomalaiset kusee viinaa. Mä tiedän vittu. Mä oon ihan vitun shokissa tossa pelissä, koska ton pelin ei olisi pitänyt mennä tolleen. Mut ois se ihan vitun imba. Jos teikäläinen lähtis sinne. Joo, se on päivän noin pelit siinä. Oi vei. On kyllä vähän semmonen, että en absolute cinema vittu. Mä tiedän vittu. Vähän semmonen pieni trolli siihen selkeästi. Fucking wildcard, mitä helvettiä. Mut joo, eiköhän meiti pudota ne. Joo, huomenna jatketaan taas näitä juontoa. Huomenna ei varmaan toivottavasti tule näin pitkää lähetystä, koska meillä on vaan 3 matchupia. Ne ei pitäisi tulla ihan näin pitkään, mutta toisaalta ne alkaa paljon myöhemmin. Joo. Eiköhän mekin tästä kohta puolella lopeteta. Tulee se 8 tuntia täyteen, niin onhan se aika kova aika olla livessä. Huhhuh. Mitäpä vade? Ei fucki, Uno laittoi käyttäjänsä myyntiin. Fuck that. Vähän epäilen, että pro-pelaaja myy accounttiaan. Mä en usko, että myy accounttia. What? What? Mitä vittua? Ei hitto, että se voi nyt myyä sitä niin paljon historiaa muistaa siinä käyttäisi. Jotenkin mulla on vähän semmoinen, että what? Mitä vittua? Siis olkoon X-Pro, mut silti. Se on viimeksi twiitannut 1. lokakuuta. Ja kaikki oli silleen, että niinku Unot tulee takaisin ja toi muuta vastaavaa. What? Siis joo, ja toi on niinku ehkä pahin asia, mitä sä voit tehdä, jos tää oikeesti on legit. Se on pahin asia, minkä sä vittu voit tehdä ihan vaan sillä tavalla, koska sä deletoit sun mahdollisuuden tulla takaisin. Siis esimerkiksi Hatte on niinku retairannut, se silti pelailee sen jälkeen. Jotenkin on silleen, että musta tuntuu, että niinku Shatte ei myy sen akkonttiin. Ja niinku, mulla lähti tosta noin, jos toi on legit, mulla lähtee Uno respekti oikeesti. Se, että tekee tommoista, joka on legit A, se on tosi vastasta, B, se on täynnä muistoja sun muuta, mut niinku Chatte toisaalta ansaitsee vielä sielläkin rahaa. Se on kyllä joo, mut mulla on vähän, siis se, että mä oon tavannut Chatten Irlissä, mä oon jutellut niinku hänen kanssaan tälleen, hän ei vaikuta siltä, että jos hän niinku lopettaa sen, niin ei se tunnu, että se on semmonen, että hän myisi akkonttinsa. Toi jotenkin tuntuu nyt tosi oudolta. G2 Rainbow Six käyttäjä twiitannut. We are fucked. Ja tää oli doesn't matter who we get, we are taking that W. Niin mitäs siinä nyt meni? Pääskää käymään. Hetkonen. Näinkö mä nyt oikein? Might have to bring Uno back. Alemano is trash. It's like milk. Vittu, we are the men in style. Vittuun kumisaappaat. Osa, miksi tää on pora? Tää on tommonen niinku small little detail, joka on ihan vitu siisti. 2 tuntia 15 minuuttia pitäisi jaksaa odottaa vielä, että saisi tehdä uudet predit. Mitä vittua? Miksi ne tulee niinku tolleen niinku noin myöhässä? What? Also, hetkonen, Mr. Beastland Theme Park has officially opened in Saudi Arabia. Mitä vittua? Brody niinku rakennettiin oman huvipuiston. Okay. Is it better than Linnanmäki though? No. Haha, ei ole tätä ongelmaa. Koska olen BNG. Ei! Don't remind me. Lamau. Toi on VTube Studion ikoni, ja VTube Studio on se, millä VTuberit, se softa, mitä VTuberit käyttää, että ne niin toimii. Just se, mikä niinku missä se niiden hahmo on. Missä sit niiden kamera liikkuu jännä. Hei. Mulla lukee vittu, mun ruutu on täynnä punaisia palkkeja, jossa lukee Connectin, jos mun toi streamer-botti ei ole päällä. Et kyllä mä muistan, että mun pitää laittaa streamer-botti päälle. Mut joo, siis melkein. Fair. No ei välttämättä, jos niillä on kato niinku starting soon ruutu, niinku ne ei näe sitä avatarinsa siinä. Mut joo. Joo, siis ennenhän mulla oli se, että mä painoin Stream Deckistä yhtä nappia ja käynnisti, mulla kaikki paskat. Ja aloitti liven. Mä siirryin pois siitä. Mut joo, eiköhän se on melkein tästä näin kone kiinni ja koisimaan. Kohta puoleen 12 tuntia mennä. Oh my enemy. Mä toivon, että huomenna ei mene 12 tuntia. You are my